Oh, a new visitor from the woods. Welcome. Are you a lost wanderer? Tired from a long journey? Then join me. Sit beside the fireplace and let me tell you some stories that may soothe your mood as you regain your strength. You all set? Good. Let's start the story with a promising mortal from the land of Shurima. His name is Aatrox. A long time ago, in the world of Runeterra, a mortal named Aatrox was born and raised in Shurima, a thriving empire in the vast desert, ruled by the great emperor Azir. Shurima may have looked like a challenging place to live in due to the harsh heat of the desert, but the society continued to grow its civilization, reaching the heights of its power and being seen as one of the fastest-growing civilizations in Runeterra. With the drive to serve the nation, Aatrox eventually became a champion of the empire, showing his skills in combat along with his determination. Aatrox was honored for his service and looked at as a strong warrior of Shurima. During this time, Aatrox had served Shurima for all his life. He was a noble warrior who would not hesitate to fight alongside his fellow soldiers, leaving an admirable mark for the crowd. All of his efforts will never be in vain, because his actions earned a special spot, making Aatrox worthy of the Ascension. Curious about the Ascension? Allow me to explain it first. Ascension is a rite in Shurima that was reserved for those near the end of their life. Anyone who will undergo Ascension will be called Ascended, a term referring to humans who were altered by celestial magic. After their ascension, the Ascended can channel celestial magic through their connection to celestial entities, but not gain celestial magic themselves. Now that we are clear with Ascension, let's get back to the story. Aatrox was one of the first to be granted the gift of Ascension in the ancient times of Shurima. Once he was ascended, Aatrox was granted a heightened role within the military as a member of the Ascended host. As one of the most powerful of the Ascended, Aatrox fought and even killed spirit gods. Other powerful beings were no match for him as well. However, not everything goes the way of the Shurima. Ikathia, a lost city bordering Shurima in the southeast part of the southern continent, revolted against Shurima. During the last days of Ikathia, the once noble warrior order of Kohari was rebuilt to retake the city. The city was filled with screams as baying crowds chased down and murdered every Shuriman official they could find. Resentment for centuries of humiliating laws intended to eradicate Ikathian culture and brutal executions for breaking those laws came to a head in one blood-filled day of violence. It did not matter that most of these people were merely scriveners, merchants, and tithe-takers. All servants of the Sun Emperor were killed, a bloody statement against the Shuriman Empire. The onslaught did not end there. Sun Disk effigies were pulled from rooftops and smashed by cheering crowds. Shuriman scriptwork was burned and their treasuries looted. The statues of dead emperors were desecrated. A day after the massacre, an army of stonewrights, laborers, and thaumaturges were hefting giant blocks of freshly hewn granite into place of the city's ruined walls with windlass mechanisms that crackled with magic. 10,000 men and women were conscripted to defend the city, clad in armor of boiled leather and armed with axes, picks, and spears. 3 blocks of deep-ranked infantry formed the bulk of their line. Shuriman corpses were impaled upon wooden stakes driven into the earth at its base, and flocks of carrion birds circled overhead. A silken pavilion of crimson and indigo had been raised at its summit. Robed priests surrounded it, each one weaving intricate patterns into the air with their star metal staves. It was a horrifying scenery, creating nightmares and engraving it into the minds of everyone. This rebellion from Ikathia is something that the Sun Emperor could not overlook. He turned his gaze upon the rebellious satrapy and immediately marched east. His 5 armies consisted of tens of thousands of men, with riders on golden-mounted chariots ahead of the army. Heavy wagons the size of river barks bore strange war machines that resembled navigational astrolabes, spinning globes orbited by flaming spheres, bursting with crackling lightning. Robed priests came with them, each with a flame-topped staff and an entourage of blinded slaves. At the heart of the army were the god warriors. The ascended hero Setaka requested Aatrox to aid her in fighting Ikathia, alongside the rest of the ascended hosts. Among them were Gnosis, Ta'anari, and Anakai. All of them were armored in bronze and jade. Even though Ikathians tried weaponizing the Void, Aatrox answered the call with no hesitation, aiming to help Shurima drive back the Void. The battle was long and bloody. Many perished in the war, wielding different beliefs as they went down. The Ikathians would have been overrun by the Sumerian army's might and their god warriors, if not for the combined power of their mages. It was a valiant effort for the Ikathians, but an unexpected event sealed their fate. The pavilion exploded with forking traceries of light. Arcing loops of purple energy ripped into the sky and lashed down like crashing waves. The force of the blast threw everyone to the ground. The sky, once bright and blue, was now the color of a week-old bruise. Unnatural twilight held sway. A nightmarish light, sickly blue and ugly purple, smothered the world. Pressing down from above and blooming up from somewhere far below, an abyss that bled purple light tore open amid the Shurimans, and Setaka was overcome by whipping cords of matter. She fought to free herself with wild sweeps of her blade, but the power of the Void proved too much for her. The pulsing, glowing light spread over her body like a hideous cocoon. Slick coils rising from the earth or from the very air itself reached to seize the flesh of mortals. Men and women were swept up and enveloped. Bodies dissolved as the tendrils of foul energy overwhelmed them. Indeed, weaponizing the Void backfired tremendously, as it opened more portals from the Void to the Runeterra. At the end of the battle, the territory where Ikathia once stood became a Void-taken wasteland, from where the forces of the Void attacked every life form it encountered, and all life perished. The Shuriman ascended, fought against it for years. Many godlike warriors and even more mortals died in this war. But through the heroic actions of Horak, he found a way to end Void corruption by destroying the Void hearts found far below the ground, where unknowable, beastly horrors were hidden. At long last, the Ascended were able to seal the greatest rifts, a step closer to ending the Void War. As the Ascendants continue with their mission, they venture towards different coasts. On a battle to seal an ocean rift on the eastern coast, Syphax and Ta'anari fought for 10 days and nights and were able to drive the Void back after the death of 7,000 Shuriman warriors upon the Red Shore. Once again, a lot of warriors lost their lives, and only the Ascended heroes returned alive. It was a simultaneous fight against the Void, and in the great battle to seal the Great Rift of Akathia, Sebeke and Sabake, twin ravens Ascended, had their minds shattered by a glimpse of the Watchers. Even though those were some of the most affected, all the Sunborn, the Ascended who survived the war, lost something with that victory. Nightmarish memories of this world would haunt them, reinforcing their fall into Darken. The Shurima may have won the war for now, but an ensuing bigger problem hides beneath the surface. The peak of Shurima lasted long, but it did not stay forever. Shuriman Empire fell due to the sudden death of the great Emperor Azir. Afterwards, the Ascended renamed themselves Sunborn and clashed with each other due to the lack of leadership and purpose. With a thirst for the throne, their battle brought so much devastation that the mortals eventually began to call these Sunborn Darken, an old Shuriman word, which most closely translated to the Fallen. During the war, Aatrox was an honored general who commanded several other Darken to his side in an attempt to unify them again. Aatrox was one of the 5 notably powerful Darken who fought side by side during the war and sought to bring ruin to the entire world once reunited. These Darken include Aatrox himself, Rast, Varys, Naafiri, and an unknown 5th Darken. The campaign did not go smoothly for Aatrox. He had a particular rivalry with Zolani, who utilized her talents in blood magic to puppeteer the bodies of the other Darken to her will, in an attempt to end the war. Despite having the same goal, it was obvious that their views were completely different from each other. Horrified by the methods of Zolani, Aatrox named her a coward for her ways and honed a deep, violent hatred for Zolani. In a different perspective, the celestial beings watched the Runeterra and did not like where it was heading. Fearing the fate of Runeterra, the celestial beings of Targon intervened as the aspect of war, also known as Pantheon, rallied mortals to fight back against the Darken, while Maisha, the aspect of Twilight, taught mortals how to imprison the Darken within their own weapons. Aatrox fought against Pantheon with an army of his own. Despite the experience Aatrox gained in fighting different wars, the might of the Targons overpowered him, ultimately losing and becoming deceived as he became one of the first Darken to become imprisoned. Trapped within his sword in a torturous existence, Aatrox continued to hopelessly reach out of his prison in agony. And these are his words while trapped in the cage. Darkness. The breath I cannot take plagues me. It is an emptiness in my lungs and throat, as if I had stopped mid-breath and then held my lungs cruelly waiting. My mouth open, throat hollow, unable to pull in air. My chest, the horrible tension on my thorax. My limbs and muscles refuse to move. I cannot breathe. I am choking. The pressure builds, The stillness spreads to my chest and limbs. I want to scream, to tear at my face, to wail. But I am trapped. I cannot move. I cannot move. Darkness. I must remember. The battle. I lost control. It was foolish. The mortals formed in ranks against me. I crashed into them, drank from them. The temptation was too great. As I reaped, I reforged their flesh into a better approximation of my true shape. Desperately, I consumed more and more, hoping for the briefest echo of what I once was. Instead, like a fire, I burned too quickly, destroying even my host's form. Darkness. It was raining when we fought. What if the mud and filth cover me? What if I'm hidden for thousands of years, trapped in this prison? The horror of that idea feeds my panic. The battle is ending. I can feel it. I must will my form upright. I must. I have no arms or legs. The darkness binds me like a cocoon. No. I will myself upright. But I can't know if it's working. I can't know anything but the darkness. Please, let some mortal find me. Please. I beg the darkness endlessly. But the humiliation of my plea is answered only with silence. But then, I feel a mortal nearby. I have no eyes, no ears, but I can feel his approach. He's fleeing from his adversaries. He must try to defend himself. He must grasp me. Can he see me? He could run past me. I would be left here. I feel his hand grip this form, and his consciousness opens to me. I burrow into him, pulling him down. I am like a drowning man thrown into the sea by a shipwreck, dragging myself to the surface by clawing past my fellows. What's happening? The mortal screams. But he is silenced by the darkness. The endless darkness I have just escaped. And I have eyes. I can see the falling rain, the muck, the blood of this slaughtering field. In front of me stand two weary knights with spears. I cut them apart and drink in their forms, recrafting this body to my needs. They are weak. I must move quickly. I must find a better wielder, a better host. Around me are only the dead and dying. I hear their souls retreating from this world. The fighting has not ended. It's moved inside the city walls. I force my new shape, limping, crawling toward the sounds of battle, toward a better host. I roar, but not in triumph. Never in triumph. I will drink from that city, but I will achieve only a grotesque mockery of my former glory. I was shaped by the stars and the purity of my aspect. I was light and reason given shape. I defended this world in the greatest battles ever known. Now blood and ichor drips from this stolen flesh as it decays. The muscles and bones struggle, tear, and protest the abomination I have become. I take a breath. No, Aatrox, I say, my voice wet and echoing off the dead that surrounds me. We will go onward, and onward, and onward, until the final oblivion comes. A couple of years have passed. and the fall of Shurima was embedded in the history of Runeterra. Another era emerged, and they themselves have problems of their own. It may be different from the previous time, but an old one was destined to emerge once more. In a fated encounter, an unknown mortal man fled a battle, and out of desperation to defend himself, he tried to wield Aatrox's sword. Using hemomancy, Aatrox quickly took over this human's body and reformed it as close to his original ascended form as possible. Aatrox was finally free, setting foot to the Runeterra he once knew. However, Aatrox feared that this body was too weak to withstand his darkened essence. So he looked toward a city caught in the middle of a chaotic battle. An opportunity presented itself to Aatrox, and that's when he planned to slaughter as many mortals as possible to repurpose their corpses and strengthen his new form. During the course of annihilation, Aatrox possessed many men and women over the years, learning how to take over a body instantly and feast on his enemy's flesh. It turned out to be a routine for him, with a mission to get stronger each time. Aatrox traveled the world in search of a way to return to his ascended form, but he realized that there was no escape from his prison and despaired. With that, Aatrox grew desperate and decided that since he could not truly free himself from the blade, he would instead end all of existence, including himself, in a terrible cataclysm. From a noble warrior of Shurima to a walking death himself, Aatrox marched with a new purpose. He brought war and death wherever he went, hoping to create a battle apocalyptic enough to bring oblivion to everything. Aatrox has completely forgotten his ways, and bloodlust is now engraved in his name. The name Aatrox became infamous and was feared by many. However, at some point, Aatrox gathered and led a massive army of raiders, which led them to the growing refugee settlement of Demacia, a proud, lawful kingdom with a prestigious military history. And with that, Aatrox aimed to conquer Demacia. Attacking from the sky, Aatrox faced off against Demacia's winged protectors, the twins Kael and Morgana. The twins did their best to stop the rampage, but Aatrox was just too powerful at that point in time. Take note that it was not even his full potential. Aatrox can be far more sinister than he currently was. As the twins fought him in the sky, Aatrox managed to defeat them effortlessly. He marched alongside his army towards Demacia's gates, threatening to slay everyone in sight. Seeing the terror from the eyes of the Demacians, the winged protectors must do something to save their nation. As a last resort, Morgana tapped into dark magics and summoned magical chains from the ground to restrain Aatrox. While restrained, Kael fired a blast of holy flames at Aatrox, seemingly defeating him and his army. Aatrox has fallen short, but it came with a hefty cost for the twins, especially for Morgana. Seemingly like a reoccurring theme, Aatrox once again rose from death and set his eyes on another target. On his quest to achieve oblivion and enact vengeance against the aspects that trapped him, Aatrox traveled to Mount Targon, the beacon to dreamers, and terrorized armies of barbarians on his way there, driving them into Targonian hands. Seeking to reach the mountain's summit, Aatrox faced off against Pantheon and confronted him in a battle in the skies. Aatrox achieved what was thought impossible and stabbed his sword through Pantheon's chest, wounding him so deeply that he carved the constellation of war out of the cosmos, essentially killing the Aspect. Only the Aspect's host, Atreus, remained, spitting in Aatrox's face as he sneered, and left him to die of his wounds. Aatrox thought that the victory was his, but it was just a short ceremony for him. Later on, a fully recovered Atreus returned and stood between Aatrox and an army of barbarians, wielding the now fallen Aspect's dulled spear and shield. Aatrox mocked Atreus for being foolish enough to face him without the powers of Pantheon, but Atreus was committed to his goal. The two of them fought once more, resulting in Aatrox casting Atreus down to his knees. Without Pantheon, it was clear that Aatrox had the upper hand, putting Atreus in a crucial state. But before Aatrox struck the killing blow, Atreus managed to awaken the residual celestial power within himself and reignited the powers of Pantheon. He leaped into the air with his regained strength and completely turned the table around. Aatrox was caught off guard. Atreus landed a fatal blow, severing Aatrox's sword arm and defeating him in the battle. A long time once again passed, and even though Aatrox had fallen multiple times, all that he needs is a host to spread violence again in Runeterra. No amount of time can completely bury the rampage of Aatrox, and eventually he gains a new host. This time, Aatrox has set his route to the northern parts of Valoran, such as the Freljord. One night, Aatrox flew across a snowstorm and appeared before Tryndamere's clan, a peaceful group of hunters trying to survive in the wild. Unfortunately for them, they mistook the Darkened for their horned god, the Iron Boar. Thus, their demise stood directly in front of them. As some of the tribespeople began to kneel and pray, Aatrox immediately began to slaughter them, enjoying his return to the Runeterra. Tryndamere looked on in horror. A murderous act unfolded in front of them in just seconds. As the leader of the clan, Tryndamere shook his fear to save his people, raising his blade and attempting to strike. But what can a mere mortal do against a Darken who was part of the nightmares in history? Even with a courageous attempt from Tryndamere, Aatrox swatted the barbarian aside and nearly beat him to death, speaking archaic words and laughing maniacally as he succumbed to his wounds. Truly, Aatrox cherished his return to the world. In the same timeline of Aatrox's revival, Zolani achieved a new host, namely Jun, the prodigy in Ionia. Aatrox sensed her reawakening from continents away, and it reignited his anger against Zolani. Aatrox's hatred for Zolani burned so deeply that he planned to wage a final war against her, to bring him oblivion, rallying the rest of the Darken to join him in Akathia and battle Zolani. It did not take long, and Aatrox finally faced off against an empowered Zolani in Akathia, alongside the other Darken. However, Zolani's revival was seemingly on another level, and bringing more troops against her turned out to be a bad idea. Some of Aatrox's allies fell victim to Zolani's hemomancy, forcing them to fight Aatrox against their will. This causes more chaos to the land, and a lot more innocent lives perished in the blink of an eye. Someone must stop them before the war destroys the world. Mehira, the aspect of justice, sensed the cataclysmic battle between Aatrox and Zolani. she descended down to Runeterra with her daughter Kayle to intervene in this chaos. In the midst of the war, a rematch between Kayle and Aatrox brews, fighting one another for the second time. All this chaos created an opening for Zolani. She somehow managed to use hemomancy to bend even Mihira to her will, seemingly fusing with the aspect, and the rest of the battle remained untold. The dust settled, but the outcome of the battle was unclear. It was theorized that an ancient archmage who accompanied Kayle on her mission to intervene was the one responsible for ending the battle. He decided to utilize a world rune, thus completely neutralizing the catastrophe. No one knows what exactly happened, but surely the ancient archmage does. And in case you are wondering who that person is, he is the one who tirelessly collects the world runes. His name is Rise. As of now, we can only hope for the best. Perhaps the tale of Aatrox is finally over. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Maybe Aatrox is just waiting in the dark cage in the Oblivion, on standby for someone to once again unleash him to the world of Runeterra. Vastaya is a chimeric race in the Runeterra. They are the weaker magical descendants of Vastaya Shire, the ancient species, the enlightened mortals that took the power of the spirit realm into themselves. Vastaya Shire were presumably long extinct, so Vastaya were the ones that continued their bloodline. Vastaya can look different from one another. It could be a bestial like Rengar, a monkey trickster like Wukong, and so much more. But this time, let's talk about the fox-like Vastayan Ahri. Ahri's earliest memories are of her growing up among a pack of ice foxes in northern Xinjiang, a province located on the mainland of the Ionian archipelago. Though her true origins are unknown even to her, she was accepted by the pack and considered one of them. Because of her unknown origin, Ahri had no knowledge of the Vastayan tribe. The only clue that she had was a pair of sunstones she carried her entire life. Living in the wild among the ice foxes, Ahri began to feel her Vastayan abilities surface. Finding out she was capable of channeling the spirit realm within herself, gaining the ability to enhance her reflexes and control the emotions of her prey. The spirit realm is a parallel pocket of existence to the physical realm, both of which make up the realm of existence of Runeterra. It is the home and origin place of the spirits. While most, if not all, spirits seem to cross easily to the physical realm, mortals can only visit the spirit realm while in death or having powerful spiritual prowess, and it looks like Ahri is a candidate for the latter case. Ahri often watched humans from afar for years. She was truly intrigued by them, and observing humans has been one of Ahri's favorite pastimes. Something about the humans drew Ahri's attention. Time will only tell before Ahri fully interacts with someone. But the question is, who will be the one who needs to run when that moment happens? One day, Ahri found a human wounded by a stray arrow. At that moment, Ahri also found out that she could feel the life force of the human seeping away. Following her predatorial instincts, Ahri absorbed the human's spiritual essence and feasted on his memories, emotions, and knowledge of human language. It was a unique encounter, or perhaps an awakening one to Ahri's real identity. It may be accidental, but this marked the first victim to Ahri's thirst for more spiritual essence. As she grew closer to the fringes of the Ionian society, Ahri became addicted to feeding off of the spiritual essence of mortals, becoming drunk on their emotions and stolen memories. Encounter after encounter with different memories and emotions from the humans. Truly, humans hold a wide variety of feasts for Ahri, making her crave even more. But her thirst for more mortal essence eventually opened her eyes. As Ahri feasted on another human's memory, she saw how humans perceived her, a terrifying monster, a deceiving creature that hunts humans. Ahri never thought that her actions painted her as a monster, something that Ahri did not like. Distressed by this, Ahri tried to stop from feeding on mortal essence. She was adamant about stopping her wrongdoings. But by doing so, Ahri also realized her powers slowly faded. The decision tormented Ahri, forcing her to decide whether to change or fully embrace her nature as a monster. One day, Ahri met an artist who, instead of running away from her in fear, actually offered his own essence in exchange for her love. For the first time, Ahri felt genuine happiness without having to feed on spiritual essence. This might finally solve the dilemma that Ahri has been dealing with. However, Ahri pleaded that she was too monstrous for him. But the artist explained that he loved her wholly, despite her monstrous nature, and with his sincerity, the two of them fell in love. The artist and Ahri would often sit by a lake at the edge of Ionia, as Ahri blissfully watched her lover paint pictures of flowers. It was like a fairy tale heading to a happy ending. But unfortunately, love failed to win this one. Since it was just recently when Ahri discovered her prowess, it is expected that she does not have full control of it yet. On a separate occasion, Ahri lost control of her ravenous instincts and completely drained her lover. It may not have been Ahri's intention, but the artist is just a mere mortal. He died in the arms of Ahri. Despair engulfed Ahri as she mourned the loss of the first and only person she truly loved, making Ahri retreat even further away from society. Grief-stricken over the loss of her lover, Ahri traveled to the Garden of Forgetting, a mystical place located somewhere in the southern parts of the Navori region of Ionia. Here, she wished to erase all the troubled memories she stole during her time as a predator, especially those of her dead lover. A few moments later, Ahri met a mysterious old woman tending to the garden. Ahri recognized this woman as the garden's caretaker, known by names such as the Eater of Secrets, the Forgotten, or the Witch Gardener. Ahri referred to her as Igilia, the Ionian word for great-grandmother, and begged her to show her how to forget the painful memories of her lover. The gardener warned her that forgetting these memories was a worse fate, but reluctantly agreed to help Ahri, handing her a budding snow lily and instructing her to breathe into the flower and think of the memory she wanted to get rid of. The flower, while trying to consume the memory, caused Ahri to relive the death of her lover through painful visions, making Ahri realize that she didn't want to lose these memories of her beloved, as removing them was far worse than living with the pain. Attempting to pull away, Ahri felt suffocated by the unnatural perfumes of the snow lily and saw hallucinogenic visions appear as a result of it. After hallucinating in the garden, she regained her senses as the gardener stood above her, asking her if she managed to keep the memory before the flower took hold. Ahri explained that she did, despite it seeming cloudy. The gardener quietly urged Ahri to leave the garden before it took her, as it did with many others who visited it before. As dark vines and snow lilies began to overgrow and cover the exits out of the garden, Ahri managed to escape with her Vestayan reflexes and decided that she would from now on live from her past pains and experiences rather than regret and attempt to forget them. Wishing to find a solution to control her abilities and her predatory instincts, Ahri became consumed with learning more about her origins and her mysterious Vestayan tribe. Her travels through Ionia eventually led her to Omikayalan, also known as the Heart of the World. It was once the sacred grove of the god Willow, a legendary and magical tree that had been cut down thousands of years ago. There she met several spiritual creatures that protected a god willow sapling, including Vestayan lords such as Himonshi, the Pathless Ancient, Gaish, the Liminal Guardian, the Tailcloak Matriarch, and a mighty fox spirit named Sainin, Thousand-Tailed. With the help of the Vestayan lords, Ahri slowly learned to embrace her wild Vestayan nature. Ahri owed them a lot, but she must continue her search for her lost tribe. Ahri expressed her gratitude towards the Vestayan lords and left the sacred grove. In her search for her lost tribe, Ahri traveled to the Ionian market, taking in the new environment. A fortune teller named Hiren approached Ahri and recognized her twin sunstones as the work of a talented artisan named Imelo. Curious as these sunstones were her only link to her lost tribe, Ahri asked the fortune teller for more details about Imelo as the two conversed about Hiren's caravan. Offering Ahri tea, Hiren proceeded to tell Ahri what she knew about Imelo, explaining how he was a master sculptor known for collecting fossilized lizard eggs and carving them into intricate shapes. Ahri's sunstones were a very particular beauty to Hiren, as she explained that his stones were typically built to be small pieces fitting into a larger sculpture. Ahri was now full of hope. Finally, someone could give her vital information about her tribe. But Ahri's naivete made her trust too easy. As the conversation went on, Ahri suddenly felt numb. Hiren pulled out a hunting knife and revealed that she slipped a paralysis potion into Ahri's tea, leaving Ahri unable to move or pounce as her limbs completely froze. Hiren sought to cut off one of Ahri's tails, as they are a useful ingredient for her potions and are seen as extremely valuable. Despite being paralyzed, Ahri managed to use her soul-devouring abilities to steal essence from Hiren and make herself strong enough to move again. Enraged, Ahri began to devour Hiren's essence, seeing flashes of her memories and witnessing the hardships she faced in life. Because of that, Ahri's rage quickly turned to pity. Empathizing with the fortune teller, Ahri decided to spare her life, devouring the memories of their encounter and leaving Hiren to forget what just happened. It was an unfortunate event, but it still gave Ahri the information she needed. Ahri then left the market with a new lead to follow on her quest, the craftsman Imelo. The search continued, and at some point Ahri found more clues about Imelo, requiring her to travel to the pirate city Bilgewater, alias Lawless Port City. However, to do so, Ahri realized that she needed a bodyguard to escort her overseas, since she could be a vulnerable target. Ahri traveled to Wele, a hidden coastal village located in the southern of Navori. It was during a Spirit Blossom Festival, and Ahri found herself at a local tea house, in search of anybody willing to act as her protector In Bilgewater, later on, Ahri overhears a conversation about Noxian warriors living in the village. Ahri became curious. She politely asked where she could find a mighty warrior like these Noxians to serve as her guard. Pascoma, the tea house's owner, immediately denied Ahri and refused to allow anybody dangerous to stay in her house, insisting that Ahri needed to leave if she intended to bring in a warrior. Ahri didn't want to stay at a different tea house and agreed to respect Pascoma's wishes before disappearing into her room. During the first night of the Spirit Blossom Festival, a massive feast was hosted at the tea house, and even Ahri decided to join in on the festivities. During the dinner, Ahri talked with Pascoma's granddaughter, Satoka, who mistook Ahri's fox-like appearance as a costume of the gatekeeper, a mythological Ionian spirit known for guiding the dead souls during the festival. The two got into a heated discussion over Ionian culture and mythology, most notably about a spirit named the Taker, also known as Kindred. As Pascoma's spouse, Aituran, began to serve dessert to the tea house guests, Ahri used her mind-altering abilities to convince him to let warriors in the tea house. Eventually, Ahri met Yasuo, a lone swordsman in search of a purpose outside of Ionia. They both wanted to find things outside of their homeland. So Ahri asked Yasuo to accompany her to Bilgewater, officially hiring him as her bodyguard. It was common sense for Yasuo to decline such a dangerous task, but thanks to Ahri's persistence, she managed to persuade Yasuo. The two set sail and traveled together, though Ahri kept her Vastayan nature and identity a secret from Yasuo. As the two finally arrived in the pirate city, Ahri traveled to a black market and spoke to one of their vendors. Asking about her tribe, now known as the Fasani, Ahri learned that a Vasani sunstone was recently purchased by a member of the Jagged Hooks, named Malik, who was headed towards Grey Harbor. Little by little, Ahri unfolds more clues about her origin. Over time, though, Yasuo grew more frustrated as Ahri refused to explain her mission and reveal her true nature to him. Deciding to search for the pirate tomorrow, the two stayed the night at a local tavern where Yasuo finally deduced Ahri's true nature as a Vastaya. And Ahri finally revealed her mission to Yasuo. It was shocking news to Yasuo, making him question their quest for a bit, but not enough to just leave Ahri. However, that night, Ahri had a nightmare about her former lover. She feared the same thing would happen to Yasuo, and that's why she left for Grey Harbor, alone. With her efforts alone, Ahri managed to track down one of the Jagged Hooks and interrogated him. Here she discovered that the Pirate King Gangplank actually took the Sunstone and set off for the Shadow Isles, the land that was once a beautiful realm, but now was shattered by a magical cataclysm. That means that if Ahri wanted to know more, she must venture to the same destination as well and look for Gangplank. In pursuit of the Sunstone, Ahri mustered her courage and traveled to the Shadow Isles by herself, leaving her cloak behind in the forest. Along the way, Ahri encountered and befriended the nature spirit Maokai, who explained his origins as a spirit that once helped the Blessed Isles flourish with life, before the ruination of Helia, turning the place into Shadow Isles. Maokai also revealed that he actually allied himself with the wicked wraith Thresh, the Chain Warden, who used his artifacts to stir the mist, causing it to form impenetrable walls that weakened Maokai by infecting his roots with the Vasani vaults below the isles. Meanwhile, Yasuo tried his best to follow Ahri's tracks, which led him to deduce Ahri's destination. Eventually, Yasuo arrived on the Shadow Isles as part of the crew of the Charming Lady, accompanied by Braum, the beloved Iceborn hero of the Freljord, Ilawi, the prophet of the Great Kraken, Pike, the renowned harpooner, and their captain, Sarah Fortune, also known as Miss Fortune. In due course, the group faced off against a threatened Maokai in the Shadow Isles. A misunderstanding was about to brew. Luckily, Ahri intervened in time, clearing the air and explaining the situation that Maokai shared with her. Due to Yasuo's efforts, he proved that he could handle himself, removing Ahri's worries for his safety. As the crew also wanted to find Gangplank, they realized he would most likely be in Thresh's fortress, which was being protected by walls of the Black Mist. Ahri planned on heading to one of the Vasani vaults in search of more evidence, but the rest of the group insisted on accompanying Ahri to cleanse Maokai's roots. Left with no choice, Ahri reluctantly agreed. After some time, the crew was able to push back the black mist infesting the vault. Ahri slowly gained more knowledge and clues about her ancestors, discovering that they had a deep connection to the Shadow Isles, and that there was a technology created that preserves memories. The group managed to cleanse Maokai's roots, though he remained too weak as he slowly regained his strength, making Maokai unavailable to immediately help clear out the mist. Instead, the group planned to travel to an undersea temple of the Buru. Maokai gave Ilaoi one of his seeds to be blessed by her god, Nagakaburos. The blessing allowed Maokai to quickly restore his grove and clear out the mist. After Pike managed to locate the deep undersea temple, Ilaoi convinced the Buru serpent callers to tame the sea monsters guarding it. The crew traveled into the undersea temple and found a place to purify the seed of the black mist and bless it. Ahri used her powers to aid in the process and nearly lost control of herself due to the black mist corruption within the seed before regaining her sanity. With the seed now successfully blessed, the crew sailed back to the Shadow Isles to return it to Maokai. On their way to Maokai's grove, the crew met an undead shade named Nekrit, the former advisor of Viego, the ruined king of Camavor. Nekrit explains and reveals the truth, the unknown origins of the Shadow Isles, and how it was formed by the broken heart of Viego after the tragic death of his wife, Isolde. Before bidding them farewell, Nekrit warns the crew that Thresh's grand plan is to use artifacts of power to reawaken Viego from the mist, urging the crew that they must stop Thresh's ritual. As the journey continues, Maokai is reinvigorated by the purified seeds. He manages to clear out the walls of mist and expose Thresh's fortress, allowing the crew to finally enter. Inside Thresh's fortress is the Library of Agony. Ahri found Thresh's collection of Vasani artifacts, as well as Gangplank's sunstone, which she discovered was a vessel used to contain memories. However, the sunstone seemed depleted and drained with only some residual memories of her ancestors. Wishing to examine it more, Ahri took the sunstone for safekeeping. The crew eventually found Thresh and a battle ensued. Thresh has a lot of tricks hidden on his sleeve, making the battle difficult for the crew despite the numbers advantage. Thresh laughed at them, enjoying the agony and struggles of the group. But with their valiant team effort, the crew finally defeated Thresh, making him return to the Black Mist. It was a hard-fought battle, but their quest doesn't end up here. The crew traveled to the heart of the Shadow Isles as they continued their search for Gangplank with a mission of stopping him. Fresh from their victory against Thresh, the group's hopes were high. But unfortunately for them, they arrived too late. Gangplank had already reawakened Viego. Gangplank attempted to capture Viego using a Buru artifact, but he failed and became possessed by the ruined king instead. Viego then flew towards Bilgewater alongside a violent harrowing, an event forcing numerous undead to attack across Runeterra. Viego is in search of his dead wife's crown, the crown of the Shattered Queen. Forced to fight the crew under Viego's control, Gangplank was defeated and imprisoned on Sarah Fortune's ship. Meanwhile, Ahri managed to sense something lingering in the black mist and received visions of Viego's discarded memories, seeing the negative parts of his marriage and learning the truth, that his love for his wife was not as pure as he tells himself. In order to pursue Viego, Yasuo volunteered to channel the wind into the sails, and Ahri empowered him with her own magic. Ilaoi interrogated Gangplank for a way to defeat Viego. He then revealed that the discarded memories discovered by Ahri would most likely be capable of weakening Viego, enough to be defeated. Moments later, the crew managed to catch up with Viego, but Viego sent out a gale of black mist, shipwrecking the crew on a mysterious island with mystical winds. In that instant, Yasuo became haunted by visions of his past and confronted a shadow resembling his dead brother, Yon. Seeing Yasuo's past play in action, Ahri began to empathize with him and shared her own grief over her dead lover. This allowed Yasuo to defeat the shadow and overcome his past. It took the crew some time, but the ship was eventually repaired, allowing them to make it back to Bilgewater in time to prepare for Viego's harrowing event. On their arrival, the crew crafted a plan to have Ahri weaken Viego with his own discarded memories, and then imprison him within Gangplank's Buru amulet, which was corrupted and damaged earlier from the fight. Learning about an ancient Buru forge located underneath the Shadow Isles, the crew planned to take the amulet there to have it repaired. And so, the crew swiftly moved while Viego was busy on finding the crown. Once the crew landed at the Shadow Isles, they were once again confronted by Nekrit, who revealed that the forge was located inside a Vistani vault. Coincidentally, it also contained more evidence of Ahri's ancestors. Inside the vault, Ahri channeled the memories within her twin sunstones and learned that her people were a nomadic tribe of Astaya that specialized in studying magic relating to memories. Their nomadic lifestyle brought them to the Blessed Isles, where they became allies with the city of Halia and began to study the ethereal hallowed mist that once protected the Isles. Learning to harness its power to enchant golems, technologies, and other artifacts such as Ahri's sunstones, the Vistani, however, became victims of the terrible ruination of Halia, ultimately creating the Shadow Isles. With this, Ahri finally found what she was looking for, but it was a tragic one and incomplete. Later on, the crew found a facility capable of transferring memories into sunstones. Ahri planned to transfer all the research preserved by her Vistani ancestors into a sunstone and finally achieve the answers she had been looking for. However, she is eventually forced to make a tough decision. Should she use the sunstone as a vessel to hold the memories of her people, or to house Viego's discarded memories as a means to weaken him? At that point, Ahri weighed on the situation, and knowing what was at stake for the world, she chose to store Viego's memories, causing the memories of her ancestors to fade away. Despairing over the loss, Ahri was suddenly faced with the memory of her dead lover, who forgave her for what she did. He explained that her memories will always be with her, but that it's more important to allow yourself to create new memories rather than dwell on old ones. He urges Ahri to keep fighting and to help save the world, before finally fading away as Ahri thanks him for the closure. As the crew managed to find the Buru forge underneath the vault, Ahri joined the rest of the group, and they bore their souls before Nagakaburos herself, battling the goddess's avatar and being found worthy of her help. The goddess finally cleanses the amulet. With the successful mission, the crew made their way back to Bilgewater. It was the time for them to execute their plan and face off against Viego, the ruined king. Ahri wielded the Sunstone containing his discarded memories and used her magic to weaken Viego, forcing him to remember the twisted parts of his love for Isolde. Their strategy looked effective, and Ahri hit Viego with more of his memories, making him relive his death, when an angered wraith of Isolde killed him at the Blessed Isles. While distracted, Sarah Fortune used the opportunity to imprison Viego within the amulet. Though he nearly corrupted her soul and tempted her to follow him in the process, misfortune was ultimately successful as the ruined king was finally banished. With the battle over, Ahri celebrated with her new friends at the Baron's Rest Tavern, where each member of the group talked about their future plans now that Viego had been defeated. Ahri revealed that she plans on returning to the Shadow Isles, wishing to see what else she can learn from her ancestors, and dedicating herself to living in their footsteps by bringing life and new memories to the world. Akali is the daughter of Tano and Mime Joman Tethi. She was born within the Kinku Order, an ancient organization of Ionia that is dedicated to preserving the balance between the physical world and the spirit realm. Mime, Akali's mother, was the renowned Fist of Shadow and one of the Kinku leaders in charge of preserving the delicate spiritual balance of Ionia. As a child, Akali's parents would often be called off on their duties, leaving her under the care of other Kinku masters, such as Master Kusho, the Eye of Twilight, or Kennen, the Heart of the Tempest. When in the care of Kennen, Akali would be taught many shuriken techniques and honed her skills in speed and agility. Being a prodigy, Akali showed great promise as a member of the Kinku Order and would often train alongside Master Kusho's son and appointed successor, Shen. Despite her young age, Akali was evidently a fast learner, adapting the skills of her masters. But just like in the old times, war was inevitable. Noxian-Ionian War brewed, wherein a weakened Noxus sought to reclaim its former glory by invading Ionia. During the Noxian invasion of Ionia, Master Kusho's adopted son and former student, Zed, returned to the Order after having left to participate in the war. With an army of his own followers, Zed planned to enact a violent takeover of the Kinku Order. Zed seemingly killed Master Kusho, transforming the Kinku into the Shadow Order. He and his acolytes proceeded to kill the remaining Kinku, including Akali's father, Tano. It was a massacre, catching everyone in the village off guard. Luckily, Akali fled to a long-abandoned temple in the eastern mountains, alongside a small group of other Kinku, consisting of her mother Mime, Kennen, and the new Eye of Twilight, Shen. That night, the Kinku Order fell, alongside the leaders of the clan. Their fate was now left to the survivors of the attack, the only ones who could rebuild what was bloodily demolished. In the mountains, Shen shoulders the duty of the successor. He began rebuilding the Kinku Order by returning to its three fundamental philosophies. 1. The pure impartiality of watching the stars. 2. The passage of judgment in cursing the sun. And 3. The elimination of imbalance by pruning the tree. As Fist of Shadow, Mime's duty was in pruning the tree, training Akali and several other neophytes to become assassins that would kill those that would threaten the balance. By the age of 9, Akali became close friends with another neophyte named Faye, Mime's young apprentice and possible successor. Though Akali was skilled, she was often impatient and rambunctious, often causing trouble for Faye and the neophytes due to being the youngest of them. You cannot fully blame Akali, since she was still growing up. Not all can handle such a responsibility, let alone be the future of your dying clan. While training and playing games, Akali and the rest of the neophytes encountered a band of warriors from the Navori Brotherhood. They are an Ionian nationalist faction formed in the aftermath of the Noxian invasion, currently searching for people to forcefully recruit into their army. Akali and the group of neophytes hid in the trees, not wanting to lead the Brotherhood back to their King Ku temple. Using a variety of tricks and traps, they managed to scare the warriors away by convincing them that the forest was cursed. The wits of the kids were something the Brotherhood could not mess with. It was all fun and games, filling the place with laughter. But in the process, the group accidentally angered a corrupted nature spirit that began rampaging and entrapping the neophytes in vines. Faye and Akali quickly tried freeing them. Faye's order was for them to move in sync, but Akali did not listen. Trying to still save the friends, Faye hastily ran circles around the spirit to distract it, while Akali dragged some of the neophytes to safety. It was going well for them, but all of a sudden, Faye was struck by the spirit and fell to the ground, becoming gravely injured and breaking her leg. At that moment, Mame, Shen, and Kennen arrived just in time to dispel the spirit and save the children. Back at the temple, Akali was praised by her fellow students for her speed in saving them. On the other hand, since their medication is limited, Mame, Shen, and Kennen had only one option in that situation, and it was to cut off the broken leg. When Faye woke up, she realized the severity of her injuries as she was missing a leg and unable to walk. When Akali tried to comfort her, Faye snapped at Akali, blaming her and angered by the fact that she disobeyed her orders. Faye demanded Akali to leave her alone, and Akali left the room. Hearing the distress, Mame entered the room and comforted Faye, vowing to find a way to heal Faye's leg and allow her to walk again so she could fight as her apprentice once again. Akali, overhearing the conversation, saw the kindness Mime harbored for Faye and tearfully walked off. Akali could not shake the feeling that it was her fault, and it was doubled down when she saw her mother comfort the agony of Faye. Despite the sad childhood, Akali and the neophytes continued to train for the future of their clan. At the age of 14, Akali formally entered her King Ku training, determined to eventually succeed her mother in becoming the new Fist of Shadow. Though she possessed no magical talents like the other acolytes who would fill her role, she proved her worth of the title by sheer skill. Sharpening her skills to perfection, putting in the work despite the disadvantage of not having any magical talent, and most importantly, changing her stubbornness as she pursued discipline. There might still be stubbornness left inside of her, but Akali tremendously outgrew her previous self. Soon, Mime stepped down from her role as Fist of Shadow and focused on mentoring the other neophytes, officially granting Akali the title of her successor. Truly, Akali proved that no matter the conditions, claiming the prize rests on your shoulders. Days went by, and even if there was peace in their hidden village, others faced a horrible fate. As the Noxian invasion ended and the Shadow Order reached an uneasy accord with the King Ku, Akali slowly saw the suffering of her people, enduring the unfortunate situation. She began to question her purpose as the Fist of Shadow, and whether or not she was truly fulfilling her duties in pruning the tree. Is remaining silent the answer to this chaos? If I do, am I still worthy as the successor of the Fist of Shadow? These were just some of the questions echoed through Akali's thoughts. Shen would constantly urge restraint, teaching her meditation techniques and mantras to tame her spirit. However, Akali believed Shen was holding her back, constantly arguing and defying him as she took down Ionia's enemies in her own way. At first, Akali listens to Shen, but she cannot just turn a blind eye to the suffering of her people. She strongly believes that something must be done. Finally growing sick of Shen's views on Ionia's balance, Akali insulted the entire order by declaring their impotence, claiming their lack of action in favor of spiritual balance has led to more Ionians suffering in the material realm. Them remaining silent in this problem just indirectly favors the oppressor, and Akali can no longer be a part of it. She officially left the order, discarding her title as Fist of Shadow, while Shen let her go without further argument. Shen believed that this was a path that Akali must walk alone, with hopes of her returning to the order one day, though he knows that is a decision only Akali can make herself. Shen wished Akali clarity in the midst of chaos. Akali ventured into the path that no one else dares to pursue. Now living as an independent assassin, free from the restraint of the King Ku Order's teaching, Akali lived as a vigilante, traversing the urban underground of Ionia and killing those who caused her people harm. From a silent keeper of balance to putting justice in her own hands, Akali fully abandoned her previous life. Continuing with her new mission, Akali found out about a selfish councilman in the coastal village of Waylay, a hidden phantom port with mystical properties. Akali went on a mission to assassinate a councilman from Pubo, who had sold out his own people to Noxian invaders in exchange for gold and safe passage through. She visited her tattoo artist, Boli, a Vestayan artist who ran a tavern in the port. The reason behind her tattoo is not yet clear, but it could mean that Akali aimed to instill fear in those who recognize the tattoo, a fearless assassin avenging the oppressed. Destiny seemed playing this time, because while drawing a tattoo of a dragon on Akali's back, Pubo councilman walked into Boli's tavern, accompanied by 3 guards. Akali planned to kill them on the spot, but Boli urged her to do her business outside of his tavern this time, to which she agreed. Once outside, Akali wasted no time. She approached and killed the councilman's guards by hiding in a smoke cloud, and then firing several kunai before finally killing the councilman himself. It may feel right for Akali, but it looks like she's just feeding an empty space inside her. Despite being an independent assassin and having left the King Ku Order, Akali still retained a close relationship with Shen, who continued acting as her mentor. They may have 2 opposite views, but their bond is something that they cannot just fully tarnish. They peacefully coexist while holding on to their beliefs. One day, the 2 came across a Noxian boy in the Navori province, cutting wood from a guardian tree. While Akali plans to punish the Noxian with brute force, Shen suggested to look for a different approach. As the Noxian loaded up his cart, Akali arrived and broke the wagon's wheels with her shuriken, discovering that the Noxian was actually a young boy, to Akali's surprise. As the sap of the guardian tree began to flow into a shrine, it awoke its protector, a large stone guardian that slowly walked towards the Noxian boy, and the scene escalated quickly before their eyes. By granting Akali his ability to see into the spirit realm, Shen revealed to Akali that the protector was powered by the anger of the forest. Seeking to restore balance and avenge the guardian tree by killing the Noxian boy, now Akali must decide who is the wrong one in this situation. Shen wanted to let Akali be wiser, but against Shen's wishes, Akali rushed forward and attacked the protector, with little to no effect. While trying to lift the wagon off of the Noxian boy, Akali realized that the only way to restore the balance was if the boy planted a new tree in its place. By taking a seed from a nearby branch, Akali had the boy plant the seed into the ground before Shen used his spiritual powers to instantly grow the seed into a sapling, which resulted in taming the stone protector. Lifting the wagon off of the boy, Akali gave him a warning not to harm the land, as Shen used his powers to grow the sapling into an even larger guardian tree, wrapping itself around the shrine guardian. The situation ended in peace, both the human and the spirit in safety. The Noxian boy learned a lesson that time, but so did Akali. Shen proved that violence is not always the answer. In Jayun, a large mountainous island region in the southern Ionian archipelago, Akali got word that Zed recently assassinated the Kinku master Althon, a cousin of Shen. Akali rushed to Shen, where she found him in the Olgathi forest, killing corrupted spirits. Akali told him the news about Master Althon. Furthermore, Akali stated she knows the town that Zed is staying in. Akali suggested that they must confront Zed, and Shen reluctantly agreed. Eventually, the two reached the Thongs, a settlement located in the Jian Highlands. They found out from the innkeeper that Zed had already left and attacked a blossom festival before heading north to Shual, a nearby settlement. The two of them need to act more swiftly if they want to catch Zed. Akali suggested following the tracks of Zed, but Shen stated that he had to travel south to slay demons that had been terrorizing a village. Akali tried to convince Shen to follow her to Shual, but Shen remained dedicated to his duties as the Eye of Twilight, urging his former student not to chase Zed alone. Akali, disregarding Shen's warning, took a boat and sailed down the quickest route to Shual. Both of them have duties to fulfill, and Akali is committed to stopping Zed as fast as possible. Shen and Akali parted ways for now, aiming to solve things in their own way. Traveling to an inn near the Kinku Temple of Koishin, Akali found a group of Zed's acolytes disguised as Kinku, including Zed's apprentice, Shielda Kane. Kane told Akali that their masters were inside the inn, and Akali threatened them by calling a group of Kinku warriors to defend the temple. Zed then exited the inn, and surprisingly, Shen was also there. He ordered Akali to let the Shadow Order walk free, since Zed declared the Code of Tuan, an honorable call for temporary peace that allows them to let each other walk free without combat. It was definitely confusing for Akali, and it's clear that she was not satisfied with just letting Zed go. Akali dashed in to kill him, which Zed easily avoided by shadow shifting away, while the rest of his acolytes quickly fled the Kinku temple, Angered by Akali's recklessness, Shen told her never to fight Zed, and that he'll fight him alone in the future, officially declaring that the armistice between the Shadow Order and the King Ku has ended. Shen eventually revealed to Akali what transpired in the inn. Zed came to warn Shen that the serial killer Kada Jin had escaped and that he sought to bring him back to prison. Though Zed wanted to ally with Shen and capture Jin, Shen refused and insisted on catching Jin on his own without the help of the Shadow Order, declaring that if he saw Zed interfere, then he'd personally kill him and finally settle their scores. It was that moment when Akali fully understood the gravity of the situation. She had been acting hastily, without fully acknowledging every angle. With a heavy heart, Akali took responsibility for her actions. The two of them continued their mission, and this time, Akali followed Shen as they investigated a trail of intricate clues in search of the murderer, Kada Jin. Shen's investigation eventually led him to believe that Jin was working with the Kashuri faction, a radical nationalist group with ties to the Navori Brotherhood. The trail led Akali and Shen to Nanthi, a nearby settlement, and Shen believed that the village elder was a potential target of Jin's murder spree. Once at the scene of the crime, Shen stops Akali from looking at the corpses, stating that she simply isn't ready to see the horrors that Jin committed. Eventually, Jin's traps activated as dozens of bombs hidden in lanterns across Nanthi began exploding, killing many and causing massive damage to the city. Akali, noticing the explosion from afar, fuels her anger against Jin and vows to kill him for what he'd done. Akali noticed a small ship in the distance and deduced that that was where Jin was escaping. Swiftly, Akali demanded to know where it was headed, and she learned that it was headed to the Piltover, the city of progress. Akali once again decided to tread on a path that only she could cross. Akali set sail alone, aiming to track down Jin, and she eventually landed in Piltover. On her search, Akali questioned and interrogated many of the locals, which led her to the undercity of Zhuan, the city of iron and glass. In Zhuan, she learned that Jin had been attacking Piltover merchant clans that did business in exporting weapons to Ionia. By questioning the Piltover enforcers, Akali found herself at a theater in the Zhuanite neighborhood of Mistfloor, where Jin was said to have battled with the Pharos clan and the principal of Intelligencer, Camille. At the theater, Jin revealed an elaborate trap for Akali, wishing to make her the fourth victim in his disturbing art piece, as 3 Piltovans hung from Ionian trees strapped to machines, and the dance between Jin and Akali commenced. The machines began firing harpoons at Akali, who narrowly dodged them by tossing a smoke bomb. Akali's agility lets her survive for the moment, but traps aren't the only weaponry that Jin has. A few moments later, Akali was knocked out unconscious because of an explosive blast created by Jin's rifle. Being the mastermind that he is, Jin anticipated Zed and Shen's arrival. He set a trap by tying Akali up in a tree near a decoy of his. Jin tried to kill the two of them with Zhuanite machinery, but Zed managed to toss a shuriken to Akali, cutting her rope and freeing her from Jin's trap. While Jin was ready to fire a shot into Shen's head, Akali burst out of the smoke and punched Jin to the ground, grabbing his gun and preparing to kill him for his crimes. Anger rages to Akali's blood, and she is one trigger away from ending Jin's life. Shen pleaded for her not to, as he needed to bring Jin to Ionia alive. Before Akali could kill Jin, Zed pushed her aside and grabbed Jin. He then demanded to tell him how Jin got out of prison. Jin simply replied with cryptic riddles, stating that Zed already knew who freed him, making Zed throw Jin to Shen and Akali's feet. He then stated that their barbarian was done as Zed quickly fed Juan. Jin was finally captured as another layer of mystery unfolded. Jin just laughed it all, thinking everything was just a theatrical play. A few months passed, and Shen and Akali continued to live by their own goals. Both of them learned lessons from each other, and their journey gave insights that were still hard for them to accept respectively. It looks like the two of them will continue to contradict their methods while retaining their connection. Since the war was not yet fully over, Noxus began a second incursion of Ionia, sending massive armies accompanied by the undead juggernaut, Scion. When the Ionian war hero, Aurelia, began a resistance, she requested aid at a seaside village and received assistance from Kinku members, led by Akali and Kennen, the spiritual leader Karma, and the Ion wanderer Yasuo. Thus the war between Noxus and Ionia once again commenced. The champion stood bravely on the front lines as the Noxus reached the borderline. Scion roared as he charged straight along with his men, but that did not scare the Ionians, as the champions were with them to defend the freedom of their land. With all of the events that had happened, Akali stayed true to herself. She would never back down in the face of the oppressor. During the defense against the Noxian army, Akali targeted Scion and struck him with her Kama and smoke bombs before joining Aurelia and the rest of them in a final charge against the Noxians. The champions were successful in defending the land, and Akali stood proud of the path that she chose. Morals differ per person. Some of them believe in the saying, an eye for an eye, while others lean more towards resolving things peacefully. It's really hard to pinpoint whose methods were right or wrong, especially if both of them only wanted what was best for the situation. There will be a lot of instances that will test one's ideals, and Akali stood strongly with her principles. Not everything happens for a reason. Some things need to be sorted out. Some wise words from our lead character for today. His name is Akshan, the rogue sentinel. We cannot choose where we will start in life, and unfortunately for some, they have to begin in a cruel place. Akshan grew up as an orphan in the Shuriman city of Marwi. As unfortunate as it is, brutal warlords ruling the place made it even a living hell for their citizens, subjugating the civilians and taking what they wanted. No one dared to stop the warlords, which was understandable if they didn't have the strength to fight back. And even if they did, the warlords' influence could just make their lives miserable. Even though most of them thought that they shouldn't oppose the warlords, Akshan viewed things differently. As a young boy, Akshan refused to let these misdeeds go unnoticed, and often intervened in the sight of injustice. But just like what everyone expected, his actions eventually angered the powerful warlords, leading to his demise. The warlords beat Akshan to near death, leaving him unconscious and dying in the street. Sadly, his brave heart wasn't enough to save him. Akshan was soon found by an elderly woman named Shadia. She took Akshan into her home and miraculously nursed him back to health. While staying with the old woman, Akshan discovered Shadia was a member of the Sentinels of Light, an ancient order dedicated to protecting the world from the horrors of the undead. It was the first time for Akshan to encounter someone from the Sentinels of Light, showing him that there's more for him to unfold. Despite Akshan's shortcomings as a stubborn and troubled youth, Shadia saw immense potential in him due to his dedication to fighting injustice. Maybe his brave heart was enough after all, enough to make a change in the world. Because of that, Shadia offered Akshan to safely live with her, and in exchange, he'd dedicate himself to the Sentinels of Light Order. It was the best thing that happened to Akshan, and he happily agreed to, finally giving him the opportunity for growth while sleeping in a safe place. Years went by, and the training to become a sentinel became the focus of Akshan, as Shadia began to mentor Akshan about everything she knew to survive as a solo sentinel. The two of them quickly formed a bond. Akshan's sentinel skills grew under Shadia's tutelage, but Akshan slowly noticed his mentor growing more distant. When the time came, Shadia finally revealed to her pupil the source of her concern, that a harrowing was coming, larger than the world had ever seen, with an army of undead from the Shadow Isles. It will be an event that no one can stop. The only option they have is to face the harrowing straight on. With limited options, Shadia stated that their only hope in defending against this future threat is laid in a collection of ancient sentinel weapons buried in Shurima's crypts and tombs. However, they found most of their weapons gone, stolen by local warlords who sought to unlock their powers for themselves. The Sentinels tried to negotiate the return of their weapons, but the greedy warlords would not even listen even one bit. With time running out, they would have to enter a battlefield with only what they had left. As they took stock of their remaining arsenal, one peculiar relic gun caught Akshan's eye, but it was quickly snatched away by Shadia, who forbade him from ever using it. This weapon was known as the Absolver, a gun that was enchanted to revive anyone who was recently killed by someone if it killed its target. Shadia believed that only fate should wield the powers of life and death, but Akshan disagreed, believing that fate needed a little help. Akshan wanted to further argue, but Shadia just ignored him. It just shows that Akshan never liked the idea of letting things be, and fate can be altered by your own hands. Akshan continued to pry for more information about the weapon, and his persistence eventually paid off. But it wasn't the response he was ready for. Shadia finally revealed the truth about the relic gun. She once used it to revive a brave young boy. She wielded the Absolver and slayed Akshan's would-be murderer many years ago, restoring him to life. The revelation caused Akshan to ponder what had made him so worthy of being revived. It was a long night for Akshan, making him question everything that there is. Shadia could not afford to answer all of Akshan's questions, since the Sentinels were too busy gathering more ancient weapons as best they could, which led to Akshan spiraling down and being unable to help with the mission. While Akshan questioned the antiquated rules of his order, Shadia continued to press the warlords to return their weapons, leading to tensions between the warlords and the Sentinels of Light. The tension between the two groups became more intense. The Sentinels of Light just wanted the warlords to understand that the weapons were not meant to be held for selfish reasons, and their arrogance would doom the whole world. The warlords did not like the Sentinels' words. They believed that the Sentinels were just trying to steal the weapons from their possession to use them for themselves. One day, a tragic event occurred. Akshan found Shadia murdered on the streets, and it's evident that the warlords were behind this monstrous act. Akshan carried his mentor and put her in the sentinel base of Shurima. Afterwards, Akshan disregarded his late mentor's wishes and armed himself with the Absolver. He even made a few modifications to the relic gun. Filled with vengeance, Akshan decided to abandon the Sentinel's cause and prepared for a new mission to avenge his fallen teacher. That day, Akshan swore to hunt for his mentor's killer, delivering comeuppance to the warlords one at a time. A couple of days passed, and Akshan managed to settle the score with some warlords, but the one who killed his mentor was still on the loose. Busy with his revenge, the great harrowing would arrive sooner than expected, blanketing the world in black mist. Lucian, also known as the Grim Hunter of Undying Spirits, was accompanied by a Sentinel rookie, and together they head to the Sentinel base in Shurima in search of the Absolver. In due course, the two encountered Akshan, who shared what had happened to Shadia, and then explained his mission to bring her back. It was baffling news for Lucian, but they could see the determination in Akshan's eyes. Akshan then departed to hunt down another warlord. The two sentinels followed Akshan to the warlord's compound and watched the Absolver in action. It was a swift act, and after dispatching the warlord, the trio raced back to the base to see if Shadia was resurrected. When they find her body still lifeless, Lucian tries to recruit him, but Akshan remains unfettered and once again leaves to face another warlord. As the two sentinels prepare to return to headquarters, they notice that Viego is in the town below, searching for another fetter. Lucian, with his ally, immediately made their move and confronted the ruined King Viego, then unleashed an army of ghouls against the two sentinels, putting them in great danger. It didn't take long before the ghouls outpowered Lucian and his ally. They were helplessly beaten to the ground. As they lay dying, Akshan returned with a change of heart. He quickly dispatched the ghouls and took the bodies of the two sentinels back to the base. A few moments later, Lucian and the rookie sentinel were reawakened, and they immediately realized they were revived by the Absolver. Akshan finally understood Shadia's life goal was the Sentinel's cause, and that's why he came back. Akshan then agreed to join them, and they returned to Sentinel headquarters. Upon reaching the base, Senna scolded both Lucian and the rookie for leaving in the middle of the night for a secret mission. She also scolded Akshan for his dress code violations. With added clarity in his mind, Akshan joins the rest of the Sentinels and Gwen, who was a former doll transformed and brought to life by magic. The Sentinels mount their final assault against Viego on the Shadow Isles, aiming to stop the madness of the ruined king. Upon their arrival, the Sentinels execute their plan to catch Viego. As Senna draws out Viego, the Sentinels ambush him. Viego quickly turned the tide of the battle, dispatching both Senna and Gwen in the blink of an eye. He then created a portal to Camavor and took the fetters through as he escaped from the scene. With his movement, Akshan managed to slip through the portal as well. He tried to take Viego out with the Absolver, but soon realized his weapon was ineffective against the ruined king. However, he is prompted by the recently revived Queen Isolde to shoot her instead. Akshan fired at the queen, returning her to eternal rest once again. With Isolde gone, Viego begins to weaken. The Absolver finally worked, bringing Senna and Gwen back to life. With their combined efforts, the Sentinels managed to defeat the ruined king and imprison him with hallowed mist. It was indeed a hard-fought battle, and Akshan played the key role in their victory. Akshan, Senna, and Gwen return to the Shadow Isles and reunite with their allies until they sense another dark presence approaching. Thresh, the Chain Warden, arrives and reveals that he is now unbound from the Shadow Isles. He demanded one of their souls in exchange for Senna's escaping, or all of their souls if none complied. The Sentinels tried to resist him, but he proved too powerful. The rookie offers their soul to Thresh instead. As Thresh prepares to harvest his soul, the rookie unleashes their Wayfinder, teleporting everyone back to headquarters and escaping the grasp of the Chain Warden. The rookie surprisingly outsmarted Thresh, and their lives were spared thanks to his snap decision-making. Now, with Viego being defeated, Akshan decided to return to Shurima and continue to honor Shadia's legacy. After returning to Shurima, Akshan begins to forget his mentor and tries to find mementos to keep her memory alive. One day, he recognized a peculiar bracelet on the arm of a street urchin, realizing it once belonged to Shadia. He immediately interrogated the child, and the young girl revealed that she stole it from one of the warlords. Determined to reclaim his master's lost jewelry, Akshan prepares to confront the warlord. Later that night, Akshan successfully sneaked into the warlord's palace and held the warlord at gunpoint, demanding a confession. Akshan ordered the warlord to admit that he killed Shadia after finding the rest of her jewelry in his possession. But the warlord refuted the claim and asked what Akshan wanted instead. Taking a second to ponder the question, Akshan realized he wanted peace, and because of that, he executed the warlord. As Akshan walks back to the city, his memories of Shadia continue to fade. He knows that she would not have approved of him killing the warlord out of vengeance, but he had done it for himself, yet it did not grant him the peace he desired. Looking towards the bracelets for solace, he noticed an inscription on one of them, an old sentinel mantra: "Give all, and all may live." Akshan suddenly had an epiphany and fired his grappling hook away. He swung from building to building and eventually found his target, the urchin from yesterday. He then finds the young girl sleeping in an alley and wakes her. Akshan offers the child Shadia's remaining bracelets, knowing it is what she would have wanted. Despite parting with the last remnants of his mentor, he finally achieved the peace he was looking for, knowing Shadia would approve. Vengeance may seem the answer whenever someone does a horrible thing to you. It is easy to spiral down to anger and despair, especially if it wounded you too deeply. However, there are times that even though achieving vengeance wouldn't satisfy one's resentment, Akshan experienced it himself. But even though Akshan threaded the path of revenge, he eventually sought a better way to honor his mentor. Minotaurs are a group of enormous humanoid bovines that are the proud warriors settling in the Great Barrier Mountains, located inside Noxus, by the southeast Valoran continent. Alistar grew up in one of the Minotaur clans, and historically, they were the ones who protected the overland trade routes to Zon, which is the place also known as the City of Iron and Glass. The Minotaur clans gained a fearsome reputation as strong beasts, but most of them still prefer avoiding Valoran's wider political conflicts. During his early years, Alistar was known as a noble warrior and respected among all clans. Despite their painted image, he always urged his kin to forge greater bonds with the other races, wishing to reach out to them. Alistar wanted to prove that Minotaurs were not just mindless and wild creatures, Perhaps connecting with other races could help them change the stereotypical images. Unfortunately, most civilizations saw minotaurs as nothing but beasts and monsters, souring their relationships with outsiders. The majority of the minotaurs ended up accepting the role, portraying the way they were viewed. With a villainous image drawn to the minotaur clans, it was only a matter of time before someone took advantage of it. And that's when the Noxian Empire entered the scene. Noxus is a powerful empire with a fearsome reputation, especially for the neighboring cities in Valoran. When the Noxian Empire came to the Great Barrier, they requested a parley with representatives from the Minotaur clans. The emissary of Noxus, a matriarch of House Twain, stated that the Empire was preparing to take the eastern coastal city of Basilic, the port city located at the footholds of the Great Barrier. The Noxian representative also mentioned that they could not go through with the plan without the support of the Minotaur clans, thus explaining the reason for their visit. While many of the Minotaur's representatives were eager to accept the offer and join Noxus, seeing this as a way to gain power and recognition, Alistar remained skeptical. He already encountered Noxian scouts long ago. That's why Alistar knew them to be duplicitous and cunning people. Alistar delivered the message to his clan, and thanks to his vital information, the clan recognized the Noxian Empire as incredibly distrustful and potential invaders. After the discussion, Alistar's clan sent him and 50 of their mightiest warriors to personally meet the matriarch and reject her alliance on behalf of the clan. Eventually, they reached the place where the meeting was previously held. But when Alistar arrived to announce his clan's position on the issue, he discovered that most of the larger Minotaur clans had already pledged themselves to Noxus. The situation turned dire, mainly because of the conflict of interest. Seeing Alistar and his clan as opposition to the Noxian Empire, they were viewed as the enemy, despite being of the same race. The clan representatives who already pledged their alliance with Noxus betrayed Alistar, attacking him and his warriors for their new Noxian masters. Chaos unfolded in the blink of an eye, and in the swift and brutal battle, Alistar managed to kill many of the Noxian soldiers, along with the traitorous Minotaurs. He even managed to choke the life out of Lady Twain. Alistar and his warriors fought valiantly, but they were massively outnumbered. In the end, Alistar and his surviving warriors were captured and relocated to the Noxian capital, accused of the crime of inciting rebellion within the Empire. Killing Alistar and the warriors could have been the easier route for the Noxian Empire, but seeing how skilled they were in the previous chaos, they were instead cast as reckoners in the arenas of the city. Alistar and his warriors became part of a gruesome, bloodthirsty event called the Fleshing, a 21-day festival of non-stop fights within the Reckoners' arenas. Sickened by the idea, Alistar does not want to let Noxus get what they want. He told his warriors to show resiliency, not fight back, and never sate the bloodlust of these Noxian spectators. His warriors listened, and because of that, Alistar became the last one standing of his clan by the end of the festival. Alistar was constantly hated and feared by the Noxians. He was forced to fight and act like the beast they all assumed he was. But Alistar remained resilient. However, resiliency could only take someone to a certain limit. Adding up with the loss of his warriors, everything piled up for Alistar. The situation slowly drove him to madness, making Alistar finally accept the bestial nature these Noxians forced on him. His insanity completely broke down, and Alistar was now transformed into the image he wanted to change. Day by day, matches were being held to satisfy the Noxian spectators. This made Alistar switch from restrained defense to brute force attack. He began to rampage, and the crowd loved it. Alistar even became the star of the Reckoner's arena, enslaved as a gladiator against his will. The madness made Alistar lose his identity, and he also started to forget the memories of his own home for every gruesome kill he committed. One day, a servant girl in one of the arenas visited the infamously savage reckoner in his cell. Her name is Aelia. Alistar bellowed and charged the bars of his cage, expecting Aelia to fear or goad him like every other visitor he'd had. But her reaction was entirely the opposite. Instead, Aelia treated Alistar with the first act of kindness that he had never seen in many years, tapping the kindness buried inside of him. Aelia returned every day, talking to Alistar gently and with respect. Eventually, her sincerity touched Alistar's soul, reawakening his kindness, which was once forgotten. Because of that, the true kindness in him spread through the arena, something that the Noxian spectators had never seen. Aelia and Alistar exchanged their stories each day, and through their many talks, they realized that both of them had the same experience. Alistar sympathized with Aelia as he learned that her homeland, much like Alistar's, was also claimed by Noxious. On the other hand, Aelia saw how much Alistar had suffered since she had been watching him from afar. Being enslaved as a reckoner drastically changed Alistar, and it became the reason that pushed Aelia to finally leave the city and take Alistar with her. Aelia began to formulate a plan of escaping, and while doing so, Alistar's memories of his home started to return to him, remembering the home he wished to return to instead of the awful betrayal by the other clans. With a busy and chaotic life in Noxious, Aelia and Alistar need to time things perfectly. As the escape day finally comes, the two of them have to act swiftly. Aelia brought Alistar the key to his cell, thus the beginning of their escape plan. They hurried to a river where a cargo barge awaited them, ready to sail them away from the city. Everything was already preset. It all relies upon their execution and mostly luck. Unfortunately, it seemed like fate was not in their favor. Noxian agents burst from the shadows just as Aelia and Alistar boarded the cargo. Eager to protect his only living friend Aelia, Alistar hurled himself directly into the battle, but became once again lost in his own rage and bloodlust. Aelia constantly called out to Alistar to calm him down and escape with her, but he was too blinded by his rage to hear or notice her calls. It was a messy fight, and obviously Alistar came out on top, but that made him too occupied. By the time he had slain the attackers, the cargo boat had already left, and Aelia was nowhere to be found. Now, without the boat, Alistar fled south on foot instead of searching for Aelia, fearing she had been captured or killed. Alistar now dedicates his life to finding his friend and never going on a rampage again. Weeks after Alistar's escape, a political coup led by the disgraced general Jericho Swain shook the empire to its core, leading to massive reforms in the political structure of Noxious and the culture of the Reckoning arenas. Because of this, the event of Alistar's violent escape from the arenas was mostly forgotten. It also gave the opportunity for Alistar to go as far as he could, and no one would be after him, however. Alistar wasn't aware of it. Alistar continued to travel alone through Noxian territories as quietly and subtly as he could, fearing to be found out for his crimes. However, his hate for Noxious remained, and Alistar wanted the Empire to fall. That's why in every city he had been, Alistar incited rebellion and fought to protect the people oppressed by the cruel Noxian regime, all while maintaining a low profile. With every act of kindness he shows the downtrodden of these territories, Alistar hopes to clear the shame he feels from the horrific acts he committed as a reckoner. Of course, Alistar never forgets his true purpose in roaming around Noxious. he asks for Aelia in every place he passes through, continuing his search for the servant girl, responsible for freeing him all those years ago. As the saying goes, betrayal never comes from your enemies, making it hard to predict and defend. Everything can quickly change due to betrayal, and the enemies will surely capitalize when that time comes. Surely the Noxian Empire was the whole reason for the twist in Alistar's life, but the betrayal of his own kind was the one that opened the path. As he continued the search, Alistar's journey had been rough. It was never easy, but thanks to his unbreakable will, Alistar managed to control his temper and never become the beast that he once was. That would be the story of Alistar for now, and maybe he would be successful with his mission. Stories about Amumu have circulated around Shurima culture for centuries, but his true origins are an enigma and the subject of debate. Shurimans have told countless origin stories about Amumu, but the validity of these tales is uncertain, as nobody can agree on a single story. Some people claim that Amumu is a young undead prince, while others claim he's a wandering spirit. Another theory explains that Amumu is actually a Yordle, a race of spirits who generally take the appearance of mammalian bipeds. They believe that this Yordle embedded himself into Shuriman culture, though even this is only partially agreed on. His origin remained a mystery, and none were strongly established. Because Amumu has been a staple figure in Shuriman culture since ancient times, there are countless different stories that mention him throughout history. These stories vary in many ways, but one detail is universally seen throughout all of them. Amumu is a mummy, cursed with eternal loneliness due to his deadly touch. A curse that is pretty much self-explanatory. The said curse was the reason why Amumu eternally wandered the desert in search of a friend. Let's unfold the different tales first, before diving into Amumu's true history. One of the legends about Amumu connected him to the first ruling family of Shurima, claiming that they were struck by a terrible disease that forced Amumu to quarantine in his chambers. Hearing Amumu's weeping through the walls, a servant girl would often visit Amumu. It didn't take long, and the two young kids eventually became friends. The servant girl continued bringing courtly news and tales about her mystic grandmother, which made the young prince happy. One day, the girl brought news that Amumu's eldest brother had died from the illness, making Amumu the official emperor of Shurima. The sadness can be felt through walls, and the servant girl knows how much the news hurt Amumu. Pitying him for enduring this news alone, the servant girl decided to go into his chambers and comfort him. As Amumu embraced his friend, he realized that his touch had infected her with the same blight. And just like how his entire family ended, Amumu's friend received the same fate. On the day of her death, the girl's grandmother became enraged and placed a terrible curse on the young emperor, trapping him in a permanent moment of suffering for eternity. Long years have passed, and it was believed that someone set the cursed prince free from his chamber. This led to the assumption that up to this day, the mummified cursed prince limped across Runeterra, forever mourning the death of his friend while holding an incredible threat. He then was called the Sad Mummy. Another tale portrayed Amumu as a cruel young emperor who forced his subjects to worship him like a god. It was believed that the young emperor sought the legendary Eye of Angor, an artifact believed to grant eternal life to whoever gazes at it with an unflinching heart. For years, Amumu hunted for the relic while being carried by a host of slaves. The slaves carrying Amumu were forced to serve as the sacrifice to deadly traps as they searched through dangerous catacombs. A lot of innocent lives were taken by numerous accidents inside different tombs, but eventually, they finally reached the room containing the Eye of Angor. The young emperor immediately rushed in to gaze at the artifact, thrilled to accomplish his mission. However, his actions made the slaves unchecked. Seizing their opportunity, the slaves escaped and sealed the doorway, trapping the child emperor in darkness. At long last, the slaves were free, but the young emperor was the one who was in a trap now. The young Amumu endured darkness for years, breaking his sanity to the point of clawing his own skin, and then covering the wounds with bandages. Amumu's life was extended by the Eye of Angor, allowing him to reflect on his past transgressions, but was cursed with eternal loneliness in the process. And just like the previous tale, it was also believed that Amumu was finally free, roaming around Runeterra with tremendous grief. One of the most peculiar stories of Amumu claimed that he was the first and last Yordle ruler of Shurima. It was indeed baffling, since Yordles are a race of spirits that have the appearance of mammalian bipeds. To top it all off, most of the Yordles reside in a mystic place known as the Bandle City, and it's rare for them to be in different areas, though the possibility still remains. Amumu's term in Shurima was a bit unclear, but there was something that he wanted to prove. Amumu, being a firm believer in the goodness of the human heart, sought to prove his point, and swore an oath to live as a beggar until he made one true friend. He was convinced that his people would rally to help him, and this experiment would testify to his belief. Thousands of his people passed by. However, nobody extended a helping hand to the impoverished Amumu. It took a couple of years, as Amumu's sadness piled up each day, and he eventually died with a broken heart. Some say that Amumu did not truly die, believing that he continues to wander the desert for eternity, hoping to find someone who can restore his faith in humanity. A curse could probably be the reason that prevented him from dying. Needless to say, the majority still believed that Amumu was still limping across Runeterra. Different folklore spread through different places, and there were also some stories about an encounter with the sad mummy. One of those was the story of Khaldun. As his story starts, the gods were angry, shook the land and cracked the earth. It was into one of these fissures that a young man ventured. He found an opening, the entrance to a tomb, hidden for the jackal knows how long. The man had little ones to feed and a wife to please, and so he ventured in, lured by opportunity. The air was cool in the tomb, a merciful relief from the scorching heat outside. The young man lit a torch. Its light made shadows dance before him. He stepped cautiously, wary of traps. He was poor, but he was no fool. The walls inside were smooth obsidian and carved with ancient writings and images. He could not read. He was a simple man, but he studied images. He saw a boy prince sitting cross-legged upon a sun disk borne by a team of servants, a beaming smile upon his face. Chests of coins and riches were piled before him, the offerings of strangely garbed, bowing emissaries. He saw other carvings, again showing the smiling prince, this time walking among his people. Their heads were pressed to the ground before them. Stylized rays of sunshine radiated from the boy's crown. Before one of these images was a small gold statue. It alone was worth more than he could have hoped to earn in 10 lifetimes. The young man took it, slipping it into his satchel. He did not intend to linger. He knew it would not be long before others came upon this place. When they did, he wanted to be gone. Greed makes fools of even the greatest men, and he knew that others would willingly spill his blood to claim that golden statue. and the other riches that were surely further in. Avarice was not one of the young man's faults, however. He felt no need to delve further. The other treasures hidden here were someone else's to claim. He looked upon one last image before he left the tomb. It showed the boy prince dead, lying on a bier. Those closest to him were wailing, but further back, people were celebrating. Had the boy prince been loved, or had he been a tyrant? There was no way of knowing. That was when he heard a sound in the darkness that made his skin crawl. He looked around wide-eyed, holding his torch up before him. Nothing. "Who's there?" he said. Silence was his only answer. The young man shook his head. "It's just the wind, you fool," he thought. "Nothing but the wind." Then he heard it again, more distinctly this time. A child was crying in the darkness further into the tomb. If heard anywhere else, his paternal instinct would have been to go to the sound. But here, in the darkness of a funeral tomb? He wanted to run, but he did not. The sobbing touched his heart. It was filled with such misery and grief. Was it possible there was another entrance to this tomb? Had a young boy found his way down here and become lost? Torch held high, and he crept forward. The weeping continued, echoing faintly through the gloom. A wide chamber opened before him, its floor black and highly reflective. Golden artifacts and jewel-inlaid walls glinted within. Gingerly, he entered the room. He stepped back sharply as his heels sent ripples spreading out across the floor. The floor was not made of reflective obsidian. It was covered in water. Kneeling, he scooped a handful of it to his lips. He spat it out immediately as he realized it was salt water. Here, in the heart of Shurima, 1,000 leagues from the nearest sea. He heard the sound of the boy weeping once more, closer now. Holding his torch before him, the young man glimpsed a shape at the edge of its light. It appeared to be the child, sitting with his back to the man. Carefully, he stepped into the room. The water on the floor was not deep. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and fear clutched at his chest. Yet he did not turn to run. "Are you lost?" he asked as he stepped closer. "How did you get here?" The shadowed figure did not turn, but he did speak. I don't remember," he said. The sound swam around the young men, echoing off the walls. The boy spoke in an old dialect. His words were strange, but understandable. "I don't remember who I am." "Be calm, child," said the man. "All will be well." He stepped closer, and the figure resolved itself before him. His eyes widened as he witnessed the shape before him was a god's statue carved in onyx. Nothing more. It was not the source of the crying, nor the child's voice. That was when a small, dry hand grabbed him. The young man looked down. The linen-wrapped corpse of the tiny prince stood beside the man. Dull, ghostly light emanated from the deathly boy's eye sockets, though his entire face was bound in burial wrappings. The corpse child held the man's hand. "Will you be my friend?" the boy asked, his voice muffled by linen. The young man lurched backward, breaking free of the child's grasp. The young man looked down at his arm in horror. His hand was shriveling, turning black and withered. The wasting touch then began to climb up his arm. He turned and ran. In his shock and haste, he dropped his lantern. It hissed as it fell into the lake of tears, and darkness descended. Still, he could just make out the glow of daylight up ahead. He ran toward it, scrambling desperately even as the wasting death crept up his arm towards his heart. At any moment he expected to feel the deathly boy's grasp upon him, but did not. After what felt like an eternity, but could only have been a matter of heartbeats, he burst from the darkness into the desert heat once more. "I'm sorry," echoed a mournful voice from the gloom behind him. "I didn't mean to." And thus the tomb of Amumu was unearthed, and the deathly child was released into the world. Each tale was never fully completed, though despite the different versions of Amumu's history, there were some common denominators to those folklores. On the other hand, an old storyteller named Khaldun claimed that he survived an encounter with Amumu, and he continued to tell his story to his grandkids, having delved into his tomb and accidentally left it open once he escaped. According to Khaldun, Amumu's cursed touch withered away his arm with decay, being the reason behind his missing arm to this day. The Cryo-Phoenix, the Frostbringer, the Winter's Mother, the Undying Eagle, and the Goddess of Winter. These were the known titles crowned to the spirit god, and there could probably be more in the local tribes. Anivia is an ancient demigod who represents the eternal cycle of life, death, rebirth, and the changing of the seasons. Anivia's appearance is a massive eagle-like creature composed entirely of a crystalline blue ice. She also has a single fuchsia crystal on her forehead. Her egg form is an icy globe that glows with white magic and appears swaddled in a nest of icy spikes. While she is a peaceful being, Anivia is not a pacifist. This should be a strong reminder to whoever wants to face her. Anivia, along with her many siblings, namely Ornn, the god of the forge and magma, Volibear, the god of storms and warfare, and 7 other unknown gods, sprung from Runeterra during its formation. The 10 ancient demigods began to forge the lands of the Voryard itself, which is currently known as Freljord. Anivia's birth in particular is believed to have brought the first winters into the world, with some even claiming she is responsible for creating true ice, a very rare material that never melts. When the first mortals arrived in the ancient Voryard, Anivia welcomed them willingly. Witnessing their fragility to the cold weather, she sheltered and guided them to secluded valleys where they would establish their own tribal communities and harden themselves to the elements. While nurturing and watching over these tribes, the mortals would come to revere and worship her and her siblings as gods. Legends state that although Anivia hoped that these tribes would remain united, blood feuds and infighting made them susceptible to a massive invasion from a greedy king in the south. The said king marched through the mountains, seeking to claim the wild magic of the Voryard for himself. Angered by the outsiders, Anivia summoned a massive snowstorm that lasted a century, obliterating the ancient army in just one blow. This served as a lesson to never provoke Anivia, or else the coldest outrage would surely burst out. Despite the tragedy that had occurred, the thirst for power of mortals remained constant. A young woman named Lysandra, alongside her 2 sisters, Avarosa and Cyrilda, sought to harness the magic of the world and claim dominion over the entire Voryard. Of course, in order to do so, each sister scoured the world for ancient powers to harness, with Lysandra seeking to tame the wild magic of the land itself. Anivia's brother Valhir, also known as Volibear, and Ildhag grew angered by Lysandra's defiance and sought to destroy the 3 sisters for their transgressions. However, this time, Anivia, alongside her other siblings, was more inclined to work with the sisters rather than declare war. Later on, the eldest sister, Lysandra, made a pact with other worldly masters, which were called the Watchers. Then these three sisters formed a mighty alliance and led a horde of warriors called the Iceborn. These powerful mortals were attuned to elemental magics of the ice, capable of wielding and utilizing the true ice substance, and practically immune to the frigid cold of the Voryard, now called the Freljord. Seems like war is something they cannot prevent, as mortals desire more power. As Lysandra and her sisters gained power and marched with their armies, they slowly erased the influences of the Freljordian demigods. The tradition transitioned in favor of venerating the three sisters as goddesses, affecting the worship of Anivia and her siblings over time. This may sound great for them, but it just worsens their situation, since it fuels the anger of the demigods even more. Not to mention, other tribes clashed, since there were still some who vowed to the demigods, while others looked up to the newly crowned goddesses. Legend has it that Anivia sacrificed herself against a march of towering Balestriders, colossal and ancient creatures now corrupted by the influence of Lysandra. However, she was incapable of truly slaying these creatures. She instead plunged into the ice beneath their feet and shattered her own body, entombing the Balestriders beneath the ice and snow, forever locking and freezing for all eternity. It's believed that even death cannot touch Anivia herself, as many stories tell of how she had been struck down a handful of times throughout history. Anivia was always followed by a magnificent birth. For as long as the Freljord exists, her soul remains immortal. Each rebirth may take hundreds or thousands of years before she rises again, but they always coincide with the dawn of a new era for the Freljord, causing her appearance to be both a wondrous blessing as well as an omen of great or terrible changes on the horizon. She may be gone for now, but Anivia will surely rise again after some time. Who knows what changes will ensue when her rebirth is done. The war between the mortals continues while Anivia goes to her deep slumber. Over the course of the years, Anivia is ancient enough to have witnessed countless mortal civilizations and is highly revered by many tribal communities of the Freljord. She saw how society changed from the old times, but since more tribes began to worship her during her slumber, Anivia is clueless about how many stories and legends have been told in her honor, cementing her as a staple for most Freljordian mythology and culture while waiting for her return. One of the oldest stories of Anivia pictures a comedic relationship with her demigod brother, Ornn. The story tells how her brother Ornn felled one of her favorite perching trees to build his house, the Horn Hall. Annoyed by this, Anivia sought a mini revenge on her brother by tickling his nose with her feathers as Ornn slept. She was able to do so, causing Ornn to sneeze out a gout of flame and setting his bedsheets on fire. Having the plan quickly escalated more than she anticipated, Anivia panicked as the blaze of fire scorched through the walls of the wooden house. She flapped her wings to fly away and accidentally stoked the fire even hotter within the dry Freljordian air, causing all of Horn Hall to light ablaze. Anivia managed to escape and survive, but Ornn's place did not end well. Shortly, Ornn woke up on top of a pile of ashes, completely in a bad mood. Feeling disturbed in his sleep, but unaware of the prank Anivia had played on him. It was an event that Anivia hasn't told Ornn to this day. On the other hand, the peaceful nomadic tribe Notai highly revere Anivia. They are one of the tribes that praise Anivia even in the old times. They travel along the waves of frost, which they believe were spills from Anivia's massive wings. Notai were famous in Freljord, and they were well known for their songs and storytelling. They have many songs that detail Anivia's magnificent birth, bursting from a giant egg of ice and hurling tiny shards into the sky to eventually fall as snow. If other civilizations in Freljord delve into short stories, the tribe of Notai focused on songs inspired by Anivia herself. Another tribe called the Morncrow has sagas telling how the frigid winds and blizzards scour through the Freljord. They believed that those actually originated from the first beats of Anivia's wings when she first birthed into the world, creating the title, the Frostbringer. Their ideals of whom to worship were unclear, but they recognized how powerful Anivia was. Meanwhile, the Avarosan tribe has a legend about an iceborn war mother named Ula Shatterspear, who was favored by Anivia herself for saving a young hawk from a Rimefang wolf. Throughout Ula's life, Anivia protected her from harm until she finally fell in battle after witnessing 100 winters. After her death, Ula's soul was welcomed by Anivia with wings spread wide. It is believed in the Avarosan tribe that they can achieve the same fate as Ula if they live with a kind heart, praying that Anivia will guide them on their journey. Just like in the myths of the tribes, Anivia's rebirth is soon inevitable. Her rebirth oftentimes takes a century or so, which is obviously more than the lifespan of a mere mortal. Anivia re-emerged from her egg once more, marking the start of a new era for the Freljord, and bringing great change. The rebirth can be felt across the Freljord, and everyone immediately knows what's coming. Different preparations were made by the tribe, holding on to their beliefs as they welcomed the demigod. Anivia then appeared before Ashe, an iceborn war mother of the Avarosan tribe. Ashe was the one who continued her deceased mother Greena's search for the mythical throne of Avarosa. Being the new war mother, Ashe was seen by Anivia as the one who could finally reunite the tribes of the Freljord. Ashe has somewhat gained the favor of the Cryo-Phoenix with just a single glance. From that point, Ashe's destiny was now intertwined with Anivia's plan, believing they would be the ones to unite all tribes in Freljord. A lot has changed during Anivia's slumber, and it is safe to assume that the world she knew before is entirely different in the current era. With Anivia's return to the Freljord, more and more shamans and spirit walkers of the old demigods feel her presence. A new era heralds to the Freljord. However, Anivia is unaware of what great threat she has come to face. There are several unknown quantities in the equation, which sparks multiple possibilities. Mortals could potentially target Anivia again just to gain her power. However, no matter what happens, Anivia will surely rise back again to this world, bound in the cycle of death and rebirth. A long time ago, there were two mages living in Noxus, namely Grigori Hastur and Ameline Kiosar. The two mages fled from the capital of Noxus due to their uncertainty about Borum Darkwheel's rule, the current emperor. During that time, Grigori wasn't aware of Ameline's full story, and it remained that way throughout their escape. The truth is, Ameline was a runaway from the Ravenbloom Conservatory, a school run by the Black Rose. It was the place where Ameline was experimentally fused with a demon named Tibalk. Eventually, Grigori and Ameline managed to escape, with the hopes of living peacefully somewhere far from Noxus. The couple made a home in the Iron Spike Mountains at the border of Freljord and Noxus, located at the northern Valoran. Their love blossomed, and Ameline became pregnant, filling the couple with pure joy. In anticipation of her child's birth, Ameline crafted a stuffed teddy bear based on the mysterious shadow bears rumored to roam the lands around them. As she applied the finishing touches to the toy, Ameline suddenly went into labor, and so that day, Annie was born. As a newborn, Annie was given the teddy bear that her mother made for her. When Annie was a toddler, she and her father got ill with a fever that was so hot that Ameline couldn't even touch them. Emmeline tried using ice water from the river to ease her daughter's fever, but since she had no clue how long Annie could endure the pain, she became desperate. Emmeline resorted to using the powers of the demon Tibalk to save her daughter. By infusing the demon into Annie's stuffed bear, Annie's illness was magically cured, but it was at the cost of Emmeline's own life. The next day, Grigori woke up feeling better than before. He looked around the house and only saw Annie in her crib, cured of her fever and playing with her stuffed bear she now named Tibbers. Grigori picked up Annie and tried to search for Emmeline around their vicinity, but no matter how hard they tried, Emmeline was nowhere to be seen. Their lives continued, and Annie was slowly growing up. That time, Annie's latent magical abilities began to manifest, allowing her to manipulate the flames of the fireplace without her father noticing. As a child, Annie believed naively that her mother would return one day. Annie could often be found sitting by the fireplace in her mother's rocking chair and clutching Tibbers tightly while waiting for her mother's return. No one knows what truly happened to Emmeline. That's why they can't blame Annie for her wishful thinking. A couple of months passed by, and without any trace of Emmeline, Grigori accepted that she would never return. As more people began settling around the Iron Spike Mountains, Grigori moved on from his loss, and later fell in love with one of these settlers named Lyanna, who had a daughter of her own named Daisy. Seeing a second chance for a happy family life, Grigori soon married Lyanna, and the two families joined together, making Lyanna Annie's new stepmother, and Daisy her new stepsister. Everything was getting better for the newly forged family, but Lyanna began to grow disturbed by Annie. She often finds Annie's morbid crayon drawings depicting Emmeline and Tibbers. Lyanna knows how hard the situation is for Annie, but her drawings are a bit creepy for a little child. On the other hand, Daisy grew close to Annie and treated each other as sisters. Because of that, Daisy was the first one to witness Annie's magical prowess. She grew terrified of Tibbers and Annie's fire magic, which often sparked from her short temper. Daisy did try to tell their parents, but they just brushed her off, thinking she's just a kid with a wild imagination. Despite the situation, it didn't stop Annie and Daisy from forming a strong bond. One day, Annie and Daisy went outside to play. While roaming in the forest, the two chased a blue fairy. It is a playful winged spirit, also known as a pix or pixie. They ran around the forest as laughter and small giggles echoed through the trees, eventually leading them to a river. Realizing that the river could be dangerous for them, Annie protested against chasing the fairy further. However, Daisy began skipping on stones to reach the fairy, and when she was about to catch it, Daisy lost her balance and slipped down. As the water started to take Daisy, Annie reached out with her bear and allowed her stepsister to grab on. As Daisy held on, Annie's magical abilities began to flare up as Tibbers glowed with a light fire. Frightened by Annie's magic, Daisy panicked and let go of Tibbers. Daisy drowned in the river while Annie watched helplessly. Eventually, Annie made it back, sobbing as she delivered the message to her parents. At that point, Annie's family was cracked once more. Emotions filled the cabin. None of them wanted that to happen. Argument ensued as the adults pointed fingers at each other, while mourning the death of her stepsister. Annie overheard Lyanna as she blamed Annie and called her a monster to Grigori's face. Overwhelmed with grief and emotion, Annie ran to her room. She is currently in a vulnerable state. leading to her slowly losing control of her magic. Annie accidentally set her room on fire, and shortly, the entire house caught aflame. Grigori ran into his daughter's room and carried her out of the burning house. As the house began to collapse, some rubble from the ceiling started to fall, forcing Grigori to throw Annie to safety as he sacrificed himself to save her. Annie and Lyanna survived, but Grigori was crushed to death by the falling rubble. The turn of events was never ending, and it felt like an accident after accident occurred like a falling domino. Everything happened too quickly, causing a tremendous shock for Annie. As the whole house was in ashes, Lyanna finally lost it. She violently expressed her spite, blaming Annie for losing her daughter, husband, and everything in her life. Lyanna knew that something was off about Annie since she saw her drawings, but she didn't expect that everything would transpire to this moment. Lyanna snatched Tibbers away from Annie and tried to tear the bear apart out of anger. Being the last memory from her mother, Lyanna's action triggered Annie's full rage. Annie summoned the demonic Tibulk by animating her teddy bear for the first time, viciously tearing Lyanna into pieces in just seconds. Witnessing her stepsister drown, her father crashed by the falling debris, and her stepmother got torn apart, all of those happened in front of Annie just this day. Now, completely alone, traumatized, and orphaned, Annie wandered off into the countryside with only her bear Tibbers to keep her company. No one would be able to fathom how wrecked Annie's mental state is, and who knows what would be her next actions from that point onwards. Annie wandered the northern parts of Noxus while avoiding the capital city, believing that most city Noxians would be similar to her hated stepmother. Occasionally on her travels, Annie would use her adorable appearance to convince a family to take her in and care for her. It's hard to blame her, since she's just a child with limited options for survival. Unfortunately, her magical prowess remains uncontrollable, causing deadly flames when anyone tries to separate Annie from her stuffed bear. It became an endless cycle for Annie for her to survive, and she became more immune to this setup the more that it happened. At some point, Annie was adopted by a family who gave her a new set of clothes, her signature pink and purple outfit along with her horned tiara. It's unknown what happened to them, but they were presumed to have been killed by Annie's uncontrollable fire magic. It is also important to remember that Annie doesn't intentionally kill every family that she has been with. But without feeling any remorse for those incidents, knowing her true intentions became hard to tell. Thus, some rumors about Annie crawled to different places. As Annie continued in her journey, she later on ended up at a tavern run by a bartender named Marcin. Ominously, Annie skipped through the tavern doors and asked Marcin for a cup of milk. Marcin was confused at first, but since Annie looked like an innocent child, he complied with Annie's request. As he got the girl a cup of milk, Annie paid with a full bag of coins. She doesn't know how currency works. All that Annie knows is that she has to pay, leading to her paying more than necessary. Marcin became more confused, but decided to not question Annie. However, a nearby bounty hunter overheard and caught a glimpse of the large sum of gold, and with the rumors circulating to some place, the bounty hunter approached Annie and demanded to know where she found such money. As the bounty hunter continued to provoke the young girl, Annie unleashed Tibbers, who immediately shredded the man apart and set the tavern on fire. Annie happily thanked the bartender before walking out as the entire structure crumbled into ashes. It just shows that Annie still has the courtesy to those who respect her, but at the same time will kill anyone who harasses her. Unfortunately, others would suffer the collateral damage. After hearing rumors about a girl with fire magic roaming the northern Ironspike Mountains, the Ravenbloom Conservatory sent a scout named Finn Retrick to investigate. The events pointed to something that Finn had been deciphering for a couple of years, since he personally knew Ameline in the past. Something tells him that this mysterious girl will be the answer to Ameline's disappearance. Finn traced all the reported burned places, narrowing the tracks of where the girl might go next. In due course, Finn found Annie and immediately recognized her as Ameline's daughter. His mission ever since was to retrieve the demon Tibalt, and it didn't take long before Finn realized what Ameline had done with Annie, who's the host now of the said demon. Finn brought Annie back to the school with him to be enrolled as their newest student. And since Annie was used to being adopted multiple times, she quickly trusted Finn and joined him. In the conservatory, Annie befriended most of her classmates, all of whom were youths wielding magical abilities. This included an Uvi-cat Vestaya named Danny, a boy named Sidel, and a prodigy student named Faye. For the first time, Annie felt that she had finally found a place where she fit in. Annie showed a powerful talent for fire magic to the school and became extremely important for the academy because she was directly linked to Tibalt, an important asset that the school wished to regain control of. Day by day, Annie was proving to be a powerful mage thanks to the guidance of her instructors. However, due to her chaotic past, Annie remained a temperamental and mischievous student. Her misbehavior proved too difficult for the faculty staff to control and discipline. They were clueless on how to interact with a short-tempered child with tremendous power. Unfortunately for the academy, they would suffer the same fate as Annie's temper eventually got the best of her. She summoned the full force of Tibbers and set the entire school on fire, forcing everybody to evacuate as the academy burned to ashes. It would take time before Ravenbloom can fully recover from such destruction, but the higher-ups still cannot afford to lose Annie, fearing that other nations would use Annie as a weapon or harness the demon Tibalt before they do. Annie remained as a mischievous, dark child, ready to incinerate anyone who will piss her off. Miracles are something that happen only once in a million, or maybe even less. But they do happen, making it something to look out for and cherish. Looking at the mightiest peak in Runeterra, the mountainous and sparsely inhabited region in the west of Shurima, and the place also known as the Beacon to Dreamers, Mount Targon is the perfect place for life-changing events, the ones that you can call miracles. The story begins in Lunari, an ancient organization and religious order venerating the aspect of the moon of Mount Targon, and Diana serves as the aspect of the moon, being the physical embodiment of the deity that the Lunari pray to. On one fateful night, Aphelios and Alun were twins born to the Lunari. Giving birth to twins is rarer than usual, but what made Aphelios and Alun's birth was the timing. They were born during a lunar convergence, a phenomenon when the moon of the spirit realm eclipsed the moon in the physical world. Because of the significance of their birth on a lunar event, the twins were celebrated as children of destiny, growing up as loyal zealots of the Lunari faith. The two embraced the night and hid in the shadows, away from the oppressive Solari. Also located in the mountains, Solari is an opposing organization that worships the aspect of the sun of Mount Targon, creating conflicts against the Lunari. The two organizations often fought due to their contradicting ideals and beliefs. However, this time, the Lunari firmly believes that the twins will be the ones who will stop the nonsense war. During the early age of Aphelios and Alun, they already showed signs of what they were potentially good at, Mirroring the two moons that marked their births, the twins undergo different trainings, representing each moon during the lunar convergence. Aphelios trained tirelessly with the mystical moonstone blades, becoming physically strong as a symbol of the physical moon. On the other hand, Elune, who was gifted magically, trained to be a seer as a symbol of the spiritual moon, using her magic to reveal hidden paths and truths using the light of the moon. Aphelios and Elune stood tall throughout their rigorous training, exceeding expectations as their bond became the foundation of their hard work. Eventually, Elune's training would require her to leave the Lunari Temple, the place where the two had been raised, separating her from Aphelios more often. Saddened by her sister's increasing absence, it pushed Aphelios to find his own purpose. Aphelios underwent a ceremonial journey in order to discover his orbit, which is the Lunari term for finding one's purpose in life. The path of the twins, which began as intertwined, slowly moving in opposite directions as they fulfill their roles in Lunari. On his religious journey, Aphelios discovered a pool full of poisonous bluish-violet dusk petals, also known as noctum flowers, hidden in a cave. These rare flowers bloomed beneath the water's surface, allowing the poison to be distilled into a liquid that, if consumed, was thought to open one's mind to the power of the moon. Drinking the noctum's essence is part of his ceremonial journey, and Aphelios does so without hesitation. Right after he consumed the said liquid, Aphelios felt a pain so intense that his entire body became numb, allowing his body to be completely immune to pain. The effects on Aphelios were too intense. His vocal cords tightened up and rendered him almost completely mute while under the influence of the noctum essence. Despite the painful experience, Aphelios successfully survived the ritual, carrying a noctum flower on his way back to the temple. Not long after completing his journey, a rare phenomenon unfolded. An ancient Lunari fortress located in the spirit realm called the Maris Omegnum began to phase into the physical world, showing up in the Mount Targan. This event hadn't occurred in centuries, making it almost a myth, but it happened that day. Lunari from all over Targon gathered to the location of the ancient temple, hoping to witness the event as a sign of a new era for the Lunari and a shifting of power in the cosmos. Traditionally, the Maris Omegnum would open up to a magically gifted individual to occupy it every time it phased into existence. With this year's chosen occupant, Elune was the chosen one. Aphelios, to the Lunari's surprise, personally requested to witness the event and see his sister move on to the spiritual fortress. It would be the last time Aphelios may see her twin sister. That's why the Lunari complied with his request. Meanwhile, as the Maris Omegnum phased into reality under a veil of moonlight, the oppressive Solari discovered the gathered Lunari. Swiftly, they initiated an ambush to purge the Lunari and prevent them from gaining more power. Just as expected, Lunari was caught off guard, but they tried their best to defend the place as the ritual continued. The chaos alerted Aphelios, making him rush to the battlefield in that instant. He fought bravely to protect his people, but even with his newfound strength, it wasn't enough to defend the ambush. Aphelios was defeated, left with his moonstone blades shattered, desperately reaching towards the noctum flower he retrieved from his journey. As Elune rushed into the temple, she reached the heart of the fortress, while Aphelios consumed the noctum flower at the same time. Elune's magical abilities were amplified within the spiritual fortress. In that exact moment, Aphelios found he was capable of feeling his sister's powers, embracing him. and hearing her voice as she materialized a new moonstone weapon in his hand. Within the Maris Omegnum, Elun's powers would be magnified and allowed her to project her magic anywhere in the world, as long as it found a focus in. In this case, it's the Noctum poison coursing through Aphelios' veins. Using her new amplified powers, Elun pushed both herself and the temple back into the spirit realm, while Aphelios stood up once more and fought off the Solari with a new arsenal of moonstone weapons. Together, the twins showed why they were the chosen ones, protecting both the spiritual and physical realms respectively. As the dust settled, Lunari survived and the ritual was completed, while the Solari retreated. Days passed by, and Aphelios figured out something. By using the poisonous Noctum essence, he could hollow himself out by numbing his body, becoming a living conduit for his sister's lunar magic. Elun, on the other hand, would remain alone within the spiritual fortress, guiding her brother from afar, seeing through his eyes and providing him with his mystical arsenal. Their souls were simultaneously close, yet realms apart, converging into something they couldn't wholly understand. Their destinies were probably written by the day they were born, which was the current situation that they are in. Now realizing their true purpose, the twins became the weapon that the Lunari needed, an agent to protect them in the newly shifting power balance of Targon between the Solari and Lunari. Aphelios and Elun shoulder the responsibility of a better tomorrow for their citizens, hoping to end the oppression once and for all. For a moment, the twins thought that their paths were no longer connected as they ventured into different roles in the Lunari. Confusing as it is strangely a bit of both, connected to each other, but realms apart. However, the twins believed that they were the ones who could play this role, which made their bond stronger. Beginning to fulfill their destiny, the twins went on many missions together to protect the faithful Lunari from oppression. As the master of their respective craft, the combination of their newfound abilities was outstanding. The assassin training of Aphelios was complemented by Elun's guidance and magical assistance, creating a deadly duo that no one could compete. Over the course of their countless missions, Elun created a wide arsenal of weapons she provided her brother, each weapon being uniquely tied to a spiritual creature within the Maris Omegnum, and Aphelios wielded them flawlessly. Elun's abilities as a seer became more keen, and she began to instruct Aphelios whom to target. On most of their missions, Aphelios was sent by his sister to assassinate many Solari targets that threatened their people. One of these targets was a talented sun forger who enchanted Solari weapons with the power of the sun. The said sun forger was the one responsible for providing deadly weapons for the Solari oppressor, and eliminating him would weaken the force of Solari. It wouldn't be wise to approach him up front, since he is for sure surrounded by guards. Aphelios then waited for the right time and assassinated their target with the weapon Severum under the cover of night. Once again, the twins managed to balance the power between Lunari and Solari. As days go by, another mission is presented to the twins. While preparing in a cave temple, Aphelios felt his sister comforting him from the spirit realm, sharing his senses and sending him visions of both the past and his next target. It is a nostalgic connection for Aphelios, but he focused on the latter of the message instead, eyeing the mysterious barbarian from outside of Mount Targon. After drinking the poisonous Noctum flower and numbing his body, he felt Elun's presence once more, and then summoned Gravitum in his hands. Aphelios then emerged from the cave and scaled the mountain, guided by his sister and armed with his new gravity cannon, wherein he drew floating islands toward himself. Upon reaching his destination at the side of the mountain, Aphelios witnessed a group of Solari warriors, infamously known as Burning Ones, surrounding the same outsider he saw in his visions. A battle quickly unfolded as the Solari warriors targeted Aphelios. Unfortunately for them, Aphelios pulled out Severum and Crescendum. Despite the numbers advantage, the fight wasn't even remotely close. With a combination of two different weapons, Aphelios killed the Solari warriors effortlessly. The barbarian outsider thanked Aphelios for saving him from the Solari warriors. However, defending the barbarian wasn't originally the plan. He was the target that needed to be eliminated. It's evident that Aphelios was hesitant to do so, but his fate with his sister outweighed his doubts on his mind. Unwillingly, Aphelios was forced to kill the man as part of his mission to retrieve a mysterious scimitar stolen by the barbarian. It was Lunari's property after all, but Aphelios felt that killing the barbarian was not necessary. Aphelios began to inspect the scimitar that he successfully claimed. For some reason, it felt familiar to him, but could not fully remember if he truly had seen such a weapon. It's evident that the blade is made out of moon silver, a metal forged under the moon's light, imbued with a small amount of the moon's magic. After fully realizing what the weapon was, Alun stated that the scimitar's owner was fleeing from something, though unsure of what. Filled with mystery, the twins wanted to unfold the truth. They knew that their next mission was to locate the owner and bring that person back to the Lunari. The twins encountered countless missions, and each one of those had a vivid reason why they needed to accomplish such a task. However, their new mission was different. Sure, there have been multiple uncertainties with their path, but not when it comes to visions. Uncertainties are something that make anyone double-think their decisions. Of course, it's always easier to thread a path with a clear direction, objective, and reasonable course. But we must not forget those uncertainties also fuel the thrill of the unknown, making accomplishments much sweeter once achieved. Not all events need an explanation. It's just up to you to find out. And with that, Aphelios stood committed to completing his mission and walked into the night with the crescent blade in his hand. This time we will be heading to the coldest place of Runeterra, the land of Freljord. It may sound uneventful based on the description alone, but you'll be surprised how many cultures there are in that place. However, whenever there are differences among mortals, conflicts follow. Here's the story of an Iceborn living in Freljord, rumored to be chosen by Anivia herself to be the one to reunite all tribes. Her name is Ashe, the Frost Archer. Avarosan is one of the dominant tribes in the Freljord, and their history comes a long way. The original Avarosan was one of the oldest tribes, named after Avarosa, one of the legendary Three Sisters. During the early stage, the tribe was led by Grena, Ashe's mother. However, the number of the tribe slowly diminished throughout the years. It seemed like growing their tribe became problematic as other tribes emerged in Freljord. After a couple of years, Grena gave birth to a beautiful child. With her pale skin, blue eyes, and long white hair, the child was named Ashe, and it looked like she was one of a kind. The Avarosan tribe was slowly decreasing, and the birth of Ashe gave them a little hope that their future bloodline would continue. But with that being said, the best gift in this situation for them was Ashe is an Iceborn, meaning she was gifted with an ancestral connection to the magic of her lands and the rare ability to wield the power of true ice. Growing up in a small tribe, Ashe further showed her abilities, putting more pressure on her to be the successor of her mother. And if that wasn't enough, the Avarosan tribe also began to theorize that Ashe could be the reincarnation of Avarosa. Though it was too far-fetched at that time, the theory remained as it was for the time being. Throughout her youth, everyone assumed that Ashe would follow her mother as the tribe's next leader. However, this was never a glory Ashe desired. The grim responsibility of her warlike lineage and extraordinary gifts left Ashe feeling isolated, burdened, and alone. Carrying a huge responsibility before felt like a dictation of what Ashe should do right from the get-go, forcing Ashe to step up despite her young age. Thankfully, Ashe has a friend that eases the pressure whenever they meet. Her name is Sejuani, an iceborn girl like her from a sister tribe. Sejuani would stay with the Avarosan tribe for the summer hunts around the Ornkal Rokas, a coastal pilgrimage site located at the footholds of Ridgeback Mountains in northern Freljord. Sejuani and Ashe would often play around and hunt for their tribe, building their friendship stronger and defining their childhoods. However, since the tribes in Freljord held too many customs and ideals, their connection was cut short just as they reached their teens. Somehow, Grena had offended Sejuani's grandmother, and the fellowship between their tribes ended suddenly. The political difference grew, and the girls could not hold their friendship the way that it was. The lives of the Avarosan tribe remained the same, but it was getting dire as their reputation followed the tribe's number, steadily decreasing with time. Grena's prime years were already over, and she felt like time was running out for her tribe. The situation pushed Grena to muster her courage and finally make a move to fulfill her lifelong quest, the search of the throne of Avarosa. The Avarosan tribe has been searching for the said throne, but it wasn't the priority. They must survive and secure their future bloodline first before venturing into a possible myth. It is believed that the throne of Avarosa has a hoard of treasures and magical items, and it could be the way to finally return the greatness of the tribe that they once had. Eventually, Grena led the tribe in searching for the lost throne, going on expeditions around Freljord as they held on to their fate. Along the journey, Grena's belief in prophecies and legends led her to take risks, which often left her tribe enfeebled. Some even started to question her rule, but it didn't stop their faction from moving forward. Later on, Grena instructed her tribe to march through the foreign land occupied by another tribe. The situation escalated quickly, making their mission dangerous and turning it into an unnecessary raid. As the tribes clashed against each other, it was clear that the residents of the land had the upper hand in terms of mastery of the place. Unfortunately, Grena was killed, and it snowballed into a bigger problem for the Avarosan tribe. Grena's sudden death made it easy for other neighboring tribes to claim their place. Most of her tribe was wiped out, while young Ashe was left on the run. From carrying the responsibility of leading her people to a better future, to being the only Avarosan survivor, this made Ashe finally realize the gravity of her situation and how desperate their tribe was. Her grief became the reason for Ashe to take on the mantle and continue the mission of her mother. Alone in the cold mountains while being pursued by the previous invader of their tribe, Ashe followed her mother's last map to a deserted glacier. It wasn't easy since she had to stay as quiet as possible while surviving in the woods. Thanks to the hunting skills she developed with Sejuani, finding food was not a problem. Not to mention the snowfall covers her tracks, allowing Ashe to pursue deeper into the Freljord. The search seemed endless, but on one fateful day, Ashe stumbled to a supposed grave of Avarosa inside a cave. The place seemingly was different from the ones that she was searching for, meaning the grave of Avarosa is different from her throne. Fortunately for Ashe, Avarosa's magical bow of true ice was there, waiting to be claimed. Having the blood of an iceborn, Ashe was able to wield the weapon of the Freljordian goddess, allowing her to summon frost arrows as ammunition and shoot enchanted crystal arrows. And with that, Ashe used the weapon to avenge her mother's death, then turned west. And even though Ashe has a new weapon at hand, precision is still something she must perfect. Wielding the magical bow will be a waste if Ashe cannot land her shots. She may have experience in hunting, but Ashe is no expert in bow weaponry. She can land an arrow in stationary targets, but the moving ones were a whole different story. At first, Ashe was frustrated for not landing no matter how stealthy she had been. The bunny would hop around like nothing ever happened. But then her commitment to her tribe helped Ashe control her emotions, relax her nerves, and align her aim perfectly. Day by day, her accuracy was getting better, and the improvement was clear, making it easier for Ashe to hunt for food. No one can stop Ashe from refining her skills. It even went to the point wherein Ashe could land several arrows simultaneously on a falling icicle. Believing she finally reached the peak of her archery, Ashe continued to march across the Freljord. Living alone in the forest is surely difficult due to the scarcity of resources. Ashe's options were slowly getting limited once more, and she must do something to survive. One day, Ashe came across an old friend. Their path once again crossed, as Sejuani was doing an expedition around the area at that time. Seeing Ashe alone and starving in the woods, Sejuani took pity on her and brought Ashe back to the Winter's Claw. She then told Ashe about her plan to overthrow Kalkia and asked for Ashe's help. Ashe was thrilled and immediately agreed, as they both swore an oath that day, making them battle sisters. With her newly mastered skills, Ashe was determined to help her old friend, thinking Sejuani would do the same for her. It was indeed a heartwarming reunion, but unfortunately, it was short-lived. As far as Ashe knew, overthrowing the throne was the only plan, but Sejuani's plan also involved raiding the neighboring tribe and stealing their supplies, while planning to raid more tribes in Freljord. Ashe does not approve of this raid, and an argument between them arises. With their different views on uniting Freljord, the two former battle sisters were now sworn enemies. Ashe left the Winter's clan and proceeded to her own quest, leaving Sejuani in the ensuing raids. Throughout her quest, Ashe gained a reputation by protecting the many scattered hearthbound tribes she encountered. Whether it was because of duty or loneliness, Ashe acted according to her instincts. She spurned the custom of taking thralls and chose to adopt these desperate people instead of full members of her new tribe. It was something new to Freljordians, and Ashe's fame quickly spread through the region. Saving someone will surely make them remember about you, but doing so while wielding a weapon of a known goddess will definitely spread more rumors. Soon, many began to believe that Ashe did not just carry the weapon of Avarosa. She was the legend herself, reborn and destined to reunite the Freljord. This made more people follow Ashe, believing she was the reincarnation of Avarosa. And so, Ashe with her new followers marched through the snow as the new Avarosan tribe emerged. And just like what Ashe experienced before, scarcity of resources remained a problem for her. Tall tales would not feed her followers, and their long march south left the tribe on the verge of starvation. Ashe did not want them to perish in her hands, so she leveraged the myths surrounding her, using them to form alliances with the powerful and land-rich southern tribes, promising to unite them into a nation capable of challenging neighboring kingdoms. The plan was indeed promising, but her lack of experience made Ashe a bit too naive. These new alliances brought new dangers, and Ashe quickly found herself at the center of a political feud. As Freljordian tribal leaders are known, they were expected to be wed to form an alliance, but taking a husband from one of the major tribes would anger the others. Ashe could take several husbands, but this would only bring the conflict to a boil within her own household, and the ensuing bloodshed would shatter the alliances she had fought to build. Ashe must think quickly in order to avoid political conflict in Freljord while saving the new Avarosan tribe. Eventually, her answer was an impoverished vagabond from a mountain clan that had been nearly wiped out, the warrior Tindamir. He was neither a spirit walker nor blessed with any elemental powers, but upon his arrival in Ashe's new capital, Tryndamere had thrown himself into every dueling ring he could find. Tryndamere fought with abandon, desperate to prove the destitute survivors of his clan were worthy of adoption by one of the stronger tribes. But even for the Freljord, his brutal fighting style and extraordinary vitality were unsettling, and many suspected he was touched by dark magic. A lot viewed Tryndamere and his clan as a bloodthirsty army, which became the sole reason why tribes avoided them. The narratives were ignored by Ashe. She offered to adopt his people as her own if he became her first and only blood sworn. This will benefit both sides, as Ashe can now continue her campaign without worrying about needing to be married first, while Tryndamere's clan will find a place to call home. Tryndamere accepted reluctantly, finally forming a political marriage between them. Their quest continues, and it seems like their bond grows as well. Even though it was a political marriage, the attraction they felt for each other was palpable, and slowly a true affection blossomed. Now, the Avarosan tribe are those who are loyal to Ashe. While others war, Ashe works day and night to establish a single alliance throughout the Freljord. They are an agglomeration of progressive tribes that believe in diplomacy through the teachings of Avarosa. They dwell mostly in the slightly warmer regions, and many settlements under their banner are agrarian. Though Ashe's methods are peaceful, she is still backed by a powerful and committed army. Ashe has many tribes allied with her, and several people such as Braum the Heart of the Freljord, Gregos the Rabble-Rouser, and of course her blood-sworn Tryndamere. Up to this day, there are several rumors that are still roaming around Freljord. One of those was a rumor about Ashe meeting Anivia, the demigod herself. Some even say that Anivia chose Ashe to unite all tribes in Freljord. Looking at the stars is sure dreamy. It oftentimes makes you wonder where it all begins. Perhaps celestial entities could be the reason behind the beginning of the creation, which begs the question, can a mere mortal stand against such being? Let's answer that question as we go back to the beginning. This is the story of Aurelion's soul, the Star Forger. Born at the beginning of creation, Aurelion's soul and his kin were alive for eons before Runeterra ever existed. They wandered through the early universe, seeking to fill it with wonders. Aurelion's soul's passion was creating stars. He forged systems and galaxies as he traveled. He rarely met any equals in power, and stayed away from the aspects, stellar beings that live in the celestial realm. Aurelion's soul viewed them as egotistical and uninterested in creation. That's why he instead focused on his own philosophies. Aurelion's soul continued to fly through the vacuum, creating numerous stars along the way. From nothingness into flashing lights, the empty, vast space is slowly changing the way Aurelion's soul wants. This allowed the space to be habitable, and worlds started to exist as they revolved around a star. It became a domino effect, and his creations gave many other celestial beings a purpose, such as Bard and Soraka. But of course, not everyone was happy with these sparkles of lights. Some woke up from their eternal sleep, and the new creations were irritating for them. These creatures are known from the void, and they are determined to wreck the worlds so they can return to their eternal slumber. Unfortunately, Aurelion's soul was not aware of any of the mentioned effects, since he was still busy lighting up the vast space. Eventually, Aurelion's creation went to a halt. It had been a few eons since he roamed around the cosmos, and Aurelion was curious about how well his creation has been doing. When Aurelion's soul returned to one of his earliest creations, he was surprised to see that there was a world orbiting it, a planet he had not formed. Aurelion realized that his creations sparked multiple scenarios that weren't his intentions, making him more curious about the events in that vicinity. Going back to the mentioned world, the aspects seemed heavily invested in it. Some of them even descended and used the body of a mortal as a host, which further fueled Aurelion's curiosity. The said world was named Runeterra, where mortals had sprung up. Having a closer look, Aurelion saw different civilizations living in such places. Some were in deserts, others in frozen mountains, and the rest were scattered in the forest. These civilizations started to build different empires with different purposes, aiming to conquer other lands, pursue advancement, or just balance peace and harmony. These mortals offered wide perspectives that Aurelion hadn't seen. Aurelion finally grasped why some of the aspects have the change of heart. Or maybe it was just naive thinking on his part. Eventually, Aurelion realized that these mortals were aware of his existence. He even heard some pray and offer gratitude towards him. The mortals urged Aurelion's soul to come closer and guide the inhabitants, begging for his wisdom to explore the world. Flattered by the opportunity to have his glory praised, Aurelion's soul descended upon Mount Targon. While most cannot see or even comprehend his true form, Aurelion's soul takes the form of a cosmic dragon when not in the celestial realm. In this form, he is larger than even Mount Targon, Runeterra's tallest mountain. His skin is dark blue, resembling the color of deep space, and glistens with the light of stars. He glows in this form in light and dark shades of blue, and his head is white with sharp spikes resembling teeth around his mouth. What could be considered his hair is a deep purple and dark blue. As the cosmic dragon descended to Runeterra, the Targonians named him Soul after their son, and the aspects demanded they make him a gift to thank him for his creation. This came in the form of a golden crown, which they offered to him. Aurelion was touched by the gesture of the Targonians. It felt like they truly appreciated his creation and his passion for making stars. As soon as Aurelion touched the golden crown, it became clear that this was no gift. The crown attached to its head was etched with magic so powerful that even he could not remove it. It restricted his powers and placed him firmly in the control of the aspects. Aurelion not only fell to the traps of a mortal, but it was also orchestrated by the aspects of Targon, essentially putting a leash on him. Aurelion's soul realized what was happening, but before he could retaliate, he was thrown back into space and prevented from coming near Runeterra. With Aurelion's soul at their command, the aspects channeled his powers into a massive sun discs that the mortals had made. Using his energy, they raised up mortals into god warriors, and when the first sun disk fell, a more powerful one took its place. Aurelion's soul was forced to watch as these so-called Ascended destroyed first their enemies, then void creatures, and finally themselves. Some aspects believe that Aurelion deserved his state since everything was the byproduct of his creation, from the world formation to battling against void creatures. But Aurelion firmly believed that none of those were his responsibility, and he must find a way to free himself. Meanwhile, the stars he had created from the distant galaxies began to fade because of neglect. It's been almost a century, and he was still unable to free himself, preventing Aurelion from saving the dying stars. The aspects ferried him between different planets to complete tasks for them, not realizing that the crown's bonds were slowly weakening. However, Aurelion knows that the only thing he is to do is to wait. He is adamant that when he escapes, he will take revenge on the aspects and destroy Runeterra for detaining him. Aurelion's chances of avenging himself rise when a series of magical cataclysms render the planet almost defenseless. Void creatures versus Ascendants, Ascended turning into Darkens, and Darkens versus the Aspects were only some of the wars that kept everyone busy, and other civilizations were fighting against each other too. Everyone was too greedy for more power and control. They almost forgot that there was a Starforger waiting for its time to annihilate them all. Eventually, Aurelion's soul was called back to Runeterra by a previous incarnation of Pantheon, the aspect of wars. As always, he appeared in the sky as a glowing comet, invoking various reactions and emotions from the people below. As he witnessed the people react to him in ways he had seen before, Aurelion's soul thought about how humans never learned from their mistakes and how circular the pattern of history. He scoffed at the primitive nature of the people below, hearing their names for him and deeming them all incorrect. Believing that these lowly creatures could never understand what he truly was. They called him a comet, a dragon, but none of them were aware of his true form. When he arrived on the mountain on which Pantheon was waiting, the aspect ordered Aurelion to seal a breach into the void that had formed in the mountain. Aurelion did not immediately obey, since he knew that the void creatures also wanted to tear down Runeterra, and their conversation angered the aspect. But since Aurelion was still under the aspect's command, he was forced to obey the Pantheon. Aurelion destroyed some of the various energies and void-born creatures that emerged from the rift. However, he was not able to seal the rift, as there was a sentient being keeping it open. Aurelion's soul felt the energy emanating from the rift and realized that this being was laughing at him, essentially mocking his presence and his current situation as a leashed pet for aspects. But that could be the worst thing to do in front of a celestial being like Aurelion. Infuriated, Aurelion's soul would not let such mockery pass. He formed 3 fledgling stars out of the elements around him and threw all 3 at the rift. The stars seared the abyss closed with an explosion so massive that it destroyed the mountain that the rift had formed on and essentially decimated everything on it, along with Pantheon's physical form. Across Runeterra, mortals saw what many called a second dawn, caused by the light that was released by the explosion. Most of them were not aware that the destruction they saw was the one responsible for powering up the ancient sun disk, along with other magical weapons. This was just a sneak peek of what Aurelion could do. Stars would descend from his hands effortlessly, and wiping the whole universe wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for the crown. As the aftermath settles, Aurelion's soul needs to face the consequences of his actions. He had killed Pantheon's physical form and disobeyed orders from the aspects themselves. Aurelion remembers all of the stars he created, and the cost of his actions was the life of a star, which physically and emotionally hurt him. His fury brought fear to the world, wiping everyone in the mountains and nearby in the blink of an eye, even the innocent ones. With the tremendous energy imploded in Runeterra, the aspects from across the universe rushed to the scene and directed Aurelion somewhere else. As he left Runeterra, Aurelion's soul sensed that a new host, possibly Atreus, was chosen to bear the spirit of Pantheon. However, despite the chaos, Aurelion savored the reactions from the aspects. As he launched himself out of Runeterra, Aurelion senses an emotion he had never felt from Targon before. Fear. The fear of what he might do next. Aurelion returned to the galaxy, waiting for the moment of his freedom. Stars will surely rain when the time comes, and the best that the mortals could do was to pray for salvation. It is believed that Aurelion's soul has been called back to Runeterra once more, though it is unclear for what purpose. Moreover, as he summoned Inviolus Vox to the planet to wait the time when dragons across the universe shall descend upon Runeterra, the story is about a quiet Vestayan woman with a strong appetite for knowledge. She may be a bit misunderstood by her tribe, but she is definitely a caring person, always ready to help those in need. This is the story of Aurora, the witch between worlds. Somewhere in Freljord, there's a hidden village lurking in the land of Amumu. They are part of a Vestayan tribe known as the Brini, a secluded tribe of rabbit-like, but mostly human. They remained isolated from other Vestayan tribes, causing their inherited magic to be more diluted. One fortunate day, a gifted child was born. Pale skin with a freckled face, blue eyes, and orange hair. Her name is Aurora. Aurora was born with the innate ability to interact much more closely with the spirit realm, making many friends that only she could see. Aurora's parents believed this to be just her wild imagination, but Aurora's great-aunt Havu encouraged her unique abilities and passions, allowing her to revel in her own company. Aurora continued to play with her imaginary friends, as the tribe calls them, letting the young girl be more connected to the spirit realm unintentionally. Slowly, Aurora started to believe what others were telling about her friends, that those creatures she saw were just part of her imagination. Aurora tried her best to alter her thinking, forcing herself to ignore them, but she could not just unsee these creatures roaming in their village. However, as Aurora grew up, she started to understand her ability more, realizing these so-called imaginary friends were actually spirits. It was puzzling at first for her, since a lot of questions arose, like why the rest of the Brittany tribe cannot see the way that she can. But with the support from her great-aunt, Aurora sought the truth and figured only she had the special ability in their tribe to peer through the veil between the mortal and spiritual realms. Aurora was delighted with such a gift, and this could also be the anchor of her thirst for knowledge. Aurora wanted to know more, study these creatures, and trace their origins. Using this special, unique sight, Aurora meticulously documented and studied these spirits to help others understand the world as she saw it. Maybe having this ability meant she was destined for something, and only Aurora could unfold this mystery. Aurora spent most of her time researching and developing her studies, which could be the reason why now wears a pair of large circular glasses. Her usual outfit consists of a teal, wide-brimmed witch hat, a white fur-lined coat over a teal and white sleeveless tunic, teal shorts, and brown thigh-high open-toed leather boots. She has also been seen draped in a large, dark teal hooded winter cloak lined with beige fur. She carries a dark brown wooden wand with a brass-colored metal handle. Aurora grew up to be a smart lady, but others began to call her different titles due to her wardrobe and studies. One of those was the Spirit Researcher, but the most fitting one was the Witch Between Worlds. These titles never bother Aurora one bit. Explaining her side would be impossible if she's the only one who has this unique ability. She remained committed and determined with her studies. Eventually, more spirits pop out, seemingly trying to communicate with her. While more and more spirits appeared before Aurora during her studies, she began to discover some that felt lost between the realms, disturbed by mortal affairs. For Aurora, everything finally makes sense now. These spirits are not just lurking around and trying to play with her. They are asking for help from the only individual who knows their presence. With the innate caring character in her, Aurora knew that this was her calling. There's a little bit of hesitation, mainly because Aurora was not aware of what's outside of their village. She was more nervous about navigating the foreign areas, but it has also opened the possibility of finding more answers out there. But even with uncertainty, Aurora mustered her courage and ventured outside of Amumu, leaving her village for the first time, so she could further extend her research. Aurora wants to help these spirits return to the spirit realm, and she believes that maybe the answer is somewhere in Freljord. Her journey wouldn't be easy since different tribes occupy the land, and the majority of them have political feuds. And most importantly, the harsh environment will surely be the main problem for her. Aurora must be ready to stand firmly in her chosen journey. So far, her solo mission has been peaceful. Aurora ventured to the forest, hoping to find some fruits while carefully exploring the unknown territory. During her travel, Aurora encountered a particularly monstrous spirit in the shape of a twisted elk. Unlike the previous one she saw, this one was totally different. Aurora started to observe first, but the spirit immediately felt her presence. The spirit was feral and afraid, lashing out with blood-stained antlers. Aurora tried to calm him down, and surprisingly, the spirit listened to her. Aurora eventually managed to gain his trust, but her attempts to heal and help him always failed. The spirit may have trusted her as an ally, but boundaries were still clear. However, Aurora was still determined to help the elk spirit. She instead convinced the spirit to travel with her, and used her powers to tuck him away in the spirit realm, while she worked to unravel what was afflicting the elk spirit. The two sought through the forest, trying to find answers along the way. Their journey became more interesting as Aurora and the elk encountered more spirits, each more powerful than the other. They also sought help from known spirit walkers along the place, giving them opinions about their situation. It became like a pieces hunting game for Aurora, gaining different information as they tried to complete the puzzle. Unfortunately for them, not all pieces they gained were valuable. Some were just far off. Aurora remained optimistic in their journey, believing failure is part of research, and proving something is not a waste of time since it narrows their options. After encountering a number of powerful spirit walkers, shamans capable of communing with the spirit demigods of the Freljord, they were simply at a loss at how to help the elk spirit, and suggested that she sought out Udyr, the Freljord's most powerful spirit walker, and so Aurora made their way to the said shaman. It didn't take long to reach his place, but you can also say the same thing with Aurora's visit. As soon as they set foot in Udyr's place, he immediately recognized the immense power in Aurora's new friend. Aurora explained their situation, but it was instantly shut down. Udyr knew that the fearsome elk spirit was simply too lost to commune. However, Udyr instead urged Aurora to seek the demigods themselves for answers, believing it was not his place to intervene in this one. Aurora respected Udyr's decision and still thanked him for his suggestion. With that, Aurora and the elk continued their journey, aiming to find the least hostile demigod to communicate with. Sometime between the founding of the Freljord and the present, Aurora ventured into Hearthhome, located in the Broken Mountain in eastern Freljord, also known as the Great Ram's Domain. And of course, her purpose was still finding a way to help her newfound elk spirit friend. The cave is humongous, indicating that the resident of the place is surely huge as well. It was a bit intimidating, but Aurora stayed true to herself, proceeding with clean intentions. Aurora politely entered the vicinity, and that's when she finally met Ornn, the demigod of forging and craftsmanship. She then approached Ornn, who's seemingly in the middle of forging. Aurora tried to talk with Ornn, but he dismissed her instantly, claiming he was too busy to help. It has been a couple of rejections for Aurora in her journey, and even one of the demigods had the same response as well. However, Aurora won't take no for an answer this time. She is determined to win Ornn's attention, mainly because Ornn rejected her for a different reason. Others truly cannot help her since it's beyond their capability. But it's evident that the only reason that was stopping Ornn was his workload. This gave Aurora the impression that Ornn knows the answer. He just doesn't want to help. After their conversation, Aurora looked around the place, which was highly disorganized and messy. In that instant, an idea came to her mind. Aurora started cleaning the place, and Ornn still paid no attention to her. At first, Ornn thought that this was just a burst of energy and Aurora would eventually be tired. On the other hand, Aurora busied herself by tidying and organizing Hearthhome, finishing what she had started. Later on, her efforts did reach the demigod's approval, and Ornn was greatly pleased. Impressed by her efforts, Ornn apologized for his earlier brusqueness and began to answer Aurora's queries. Ornn revealed the location where Aurora could find information about her spirit friend, and he even revealed the name of the elk spirit. At long last, Aurora finally knows the name of her friend, Hasterer, a once powerful demigod who lost his identity and became a distorted shadow of his old self. Aurora was thankful for Ornn's help, and they became friends. As a gesture of their newfound friendship, Ornn forged a wand for Aurora, granting her the ability to create portals at will. Ornn may be a grumpy one, but Aurora managed to lighten up his mood, thus forming a warm bond between the two. Aurora eventually left Hearthhome to seek answers about Hasterer, but she often returns to visit her grumpy friend Ornn and reminisce about the past. Despite having vital information, it is still a long journey for Aurora and Hasterer. Everything started with simply researching spirits, and it snowballed into finding the reason behind a demigod's current distressed form. Aurora did not see this situation coming, but even though she didn't, she would probably still cross the same path. Aurora continues to study the spirits, fulfilling her desire to know more and help others. Let's head south this time and talk about the great empire in the vast desert, none other than the Shuriman Empire. They may have fallen in today's era, but Shurima was one of the fastest thriving civilizations of their time. And of course, behind that is a great emperor who ruled the land towards greatness. Here's the story of Oma Azir, the Emperor of the Sands. Born in the royal family of the Shuriman Empire, Azir was the last son of the emperor. Being part of a royal family must be great, especially if they are the great ruler of a thriving empire. Unfortunately, Azir never received the same love from the emperor compared to his siblings. The unfair treatment was evident. Seemingly, those who had the potential to be the ruler received more attention, and it was even highly unexpected that he would be the one to become emperor. This may sound like a lonely situation, but Azir did not pay that much attention. The throne was not something he wanted to compete. Instead, he spent most of his time studying the texts rather than training for combat. It's the custom that the next ruler should know how to fight. But since it's clear that he is not a candidate for that position, studying was the chosen route of Azir, and he loved it. The library has been the place for Azir. He is in the vicinity almost every day. On a fateful encounter, Azir met a slave looking for texts for his master in the library. Being knowledgeable in every area of the place, Azir led the way where the boy could find the mentioned texts. They were able to find it in no time, and then headed back out while chatting. On their way back, the boy saw the text that Azir was trying to read. Azir admitted that it had been a struggle for him to know those texts by himself, and was reaching how to. In order to show his gratitude to Azir, the boy offered to help him read the text. Azir thought it was a joke, but surprisingly, he was able to help Azir understand complex grammar from ancient text. After this, the two quickly became friends, and Azir named the boy Zerath, even though slaves were not allowed names. The boy was delighted, and he took this gratitude to his heart by accepting the name given by a member of the royalty. Zerath proceeded on his way, but the two promised to meet more often in the future. Having a new friend, Zerath oftentimes adheres to Azir's side, disguising the setup as Azir's requested guard. This setup worked well, allowing the two kids to bond more. One day, while the royal family was traveling in the desert, a group of assassins attacked their route. In the midst of the chaos, Azir and Zerath had gone out to plot the stars, trying to figure out their current location. They didn't have the strength to fight back, so the best option they had was to scan the place and look for a place to hide, hoping that they could somehow escape the chaos. Unfortunately, luck was not in their favor. The assassins circled their wagon, and one of them saw the kids and went straight for Azir. Xerath managed to suppress the attacker, while Azir plunged the dagger that was pointing into his throat. A few moments later, a commander of the Emperor named Renekton arrived and managed to slay the assassins. Azir and Xerath were safe, but the rest of Azir's brothers were killed during the attack. Overwhelmed by the events, Azir promised that one day he and Xerath would be brothers. Renekton escorted Azir and Xerath back to the Empire, and then reported the events to the Emperor. Saddened by the news, the Emperor ordered Renekton to train Azir, who had been avoiding combat training. Azir, now heir to the throne, began to train in combat under the tutelage of Renekton. Day by day, Azir was improving with his combat skills. He learned to wield the sword, but the spear fits his fighting style better. Due to the training, Azir's physique was developed. He continued to do so while rocking a long, dark hair tied in dreadlocks and various trappings of royalty. He didn't wear a shirt, but his chest and arms were adorned with all kinds of Shuriman amulets and necklaces. He wore white baggy pants with red ribbons around his hips, completely transitioning from a studious kid into a worthy warrior. The pressure was now on Azir's shoulders, since he was now the eldest son of the Emperor. He would automatically inherit the throne if the Emperor failed to raise other sons as candidates. While Azir's training was in progress, the Emperor tried his best to raise a son with his wives. It seems like he still doesn't want Azir to take up the throne, and maybe this would be solved by a newborn. Strangely, fate was not aligned with the Emperor's desire. All the sons of the Emperor's wives began to die before they were born. Eventually, one survived and was born, but during a great storm, the Emperor's wife was killed along with her newborn son. It was said that the Emperor went mad with grief and took his own life, leaving Azir to take the throne. Azir was shocked by the deaths of his family, basically leaving him alone in the royalty. It felt like he was just a passenger in everything that had happened to him, and it does not stop there. The situation does not allow him to grieve because the Empire needs a leader. It was that moment when Azir finally grasped and accepted his fate to be the next ruler of Shurima. And with Xerath at his side, he took control of Shurima as its emperor. No more passenger in the waves of the sand. He must take charge once and for all. In the first couple of years, some citizens were doubtful of their new leader, viewing him as a passive character similar to his youth. However, Oma Azir exceeded all expectations. Over the next decade, he expanded Shurima's borders and ruled with a harsh but just hand. He instituted reforms to better the lives of slaves and privately developed a plan to overturn millennia of tradition and eventually free them all. Those who were taking advantage of the poor raised their eyebrows with the new emperor's vision, creating political disagreement in the empire. Azir kept his plans secret, even from Xerath. He was only pulling the strings behind the curtains for now, which caused the issue of slavery to be a continual bone of contention between Azir and Xerath. The empire had been built on the back of slavery, and many of the great noble houses depended on enforced labor for their vast wealth and power. Such monolithic institutions could not be overturned overnight, and Azir's plans would be undone were they to become common knowledge. Despite Azir's desire to name Xerath his brother, he could not do so until all of Shurima's slaves were free. However, their strong bond was slowly decaying as the two held different perspectives on their journey. Through these years, Xerath protected Azir from his political rivals and guided the expansion of the empire. Azir married and fathered numerous children, some by wedlock, others by ill-advised liaisons with slaves and harem girls. But even though Azir did some things off the track, the Empire was indeed thriving, and it was even safe to say that Azir was the best emperor throughout Shurima's history. Seeing Azir become greedy as a ruler, Xerath stoked the Empire's grand vision of an empire greater than any the world had ever known. But to stand as ruler over the entire world, Xerath convinced Azir that he would need to be all but invincible, a god amongst men, an ascended being. As the kingdom reached the zenith of its power, Azir announced he would undertake the Ascension ritual, that the time was right for him to take his place alongside Nasus and Renekton and their glorious forebears. Many questioned this decision. The Ascension ritual was highly dangerous and intended only for those near the end of their lives, those who had devoted their lives to Shurima, and those whose service was to be honored with Ascension. It was for the Sun Priest to decree who would be blessed with Ascension, not the hubris of an emperor to bestow it upon himself. But the people's words would not dissuade Azir from his rash course of action, for his arrogance had grown along with his empire, and he ordered them to comply on pain of death. The day of the ritual finally came, and Azir marched toward the dais of Ascension, flanked by thousands of his warriors and tens of thousands of his subjects. The brothers Renekton and Nasus were absent, having been dispatched by Xerath to deal with an emergent threat. But still, Azir would not turn from what he saw as his great destiny. He climbed to the great golden disk atop the temple at the heart of the city, and in the moments before the Sun Priest began the ritual, he turned to Xerath and finally freed him. And not just him, but all his slaves. Xerath was stunned into speechlessness, but Azir was not yet done. He embraced Xerath and named him his eternal brother, as he had promised he would all those years ago. Azir turned as the priest began the ritual to bring down the awesome power of the sun. Azir was unaware that Xerath had studied more than just history and philosophy in his quest for knowledge. He had learned the dark arts of sorcery, all the while nursing a desire for freedom that had grown like a cancer into a burning hatred. At the height of the ritual, the former slave unleashed his powers, and Azir was blasted from his place on the dais. Without the protection of the runic circle, Azir was consumed by the sun's fire as Xerath took his place. The light filled Xerath with power, and he roared as his mortal body began to transform. But the magic of the ritual was not intended for Xerath, and such awesomely powerful celestial energies could not be diverted without dire consequences. The power of the Ascension ritual exploded outward, devastating Shurima and laying waste to the city. Its people burned to ash, and its towering palaces fell to ruin as the desert sands rose to swallow the city. The sun disk sank from the sky, and what had taken centuries to build was brought to ruin in an instant by one man's ambition and another's misplaced hate. All that remained of Azir's city were sunken ruins and echoes of its people's screams on the night winds. The day of the supposed Emperor's ascension became the start of the downfall of Shurima. The catastrophic event buried everyone in the vicinity, and even though there were still some Shuriman who were deployed elsewhere during the event, none of them had any experience in ruling an empire. The throne of the empire is up for grabs, but the question is, who should be the one claiming it? Politics immediately ignited uncontrollably as the Shurimans fought to be the next emperor of Shurima. The Ascended renamed themselves as Sunborn and continued to clash with each other. Their battle brought devastation to Shurima, and the citizens began to call them Darken instead, which was the Shuriman term for the Fallen. Without a clear vision of their next leader was emerged in the land, it was even more catastrophic since Shurima just fought a war against Ikathia and was dealing with the void problems. It was Azir who had been expertly navigating the Empire's problem, but without him, everything went astray. The Great Darken War went out of control as the Shuriman Empire met its downfall. After all that happened throughout the years, Azir saw none of it. For him, all was nothingness. His last memories were of pain and fire. He knew nothing of what befell him atop the temple, nor what became of his empire. Seemingly not dead nor alive, Azir continuously drifted towards the end of time. It has been thousands of years after Shurima's doom, and Azir remained lost in timeless oblivion, until one day, a girl entered the ruins. Average height, curvaceous and somewhat toned, with long jet-black hair that falls down her back, and shiny blue eyes. Her name is Severe, a descendant from the bloodline of Azir. During her exploitation of the ruins, an accident happened, making her fall deeper into the ruins. Her blood spilled into the tomb, which became the reason for Azir's resurrection. At long last, Azir was reborn, but was yet incomplete. His body was little more than animate dust given form, held together by the last vestiges of his indomitable will. Gradually resuming his corporeal form, Azir stumbled through the ruins and came across the corpse of a woman with a treacherous knife wound in her back. He had no idea about Severe, but saw in her features the distant echo of his bloodline. All thoughts of empires and power were forgotten as he lifted his daughter of Shurima and bore her to what had once been the Oasis of the Dawn. The oasis was empty and dry, but with every step Azir took, clear water began filling the rocky basin. Azir immersed the Severe's body in the restorative waters of the oasis, and as the blood washed away, only a faint scar remained where the blade had pierced her. And with that act of selflessness, Azir was lifted in a column of fire as the magic of Shurima renewed him, remaking him as the ascended being he was meant to become. The sun's immortal radiance poured into him, crafting his magnificent hawk-armored form and granting him the power to command the very sand itself. Azir lifted his arms, and his ruined city shrugged off the dust of centuries spent beneath the desert to rise anew. The sun disk lifted into the sky once more, and healing waters flowed between temples, heaving themselves back into the light at the Emperor's command. Resurrection, and then ascension. After thousands of years, Shurima will stand once more. Azir climbed the steps of the newly risen Sun Temple, weaving the desert winds to recreate the city's last moments. Ghosts formed of sand relived his city's last moments from long ago, and Azir watched in horror as Zerath's treachery unfolded. He wept as he saw his family murdered, his empire fall, and his power stolen. Only now, millennia too late, did he finally understand the depths of hatred harbored by his former friend and ally. With the power and prescience of an ascended being, Azir sensed Zerath somewhere abroad in the world and summoned an army of sand warriors to march alongside the reborn emperor. Without an empire to lead, Azir embodied a new goal. As the sun blazed from the golden disk above him, Azir swore a mighty oath. "I will reclaim my lands and take back what was mine." Since then, Azir marched through Runeterra, searching for Zerath. You probably heard about the celestial beings roaming around the cosmos since the earliest of time. and some of them could probably be the reason behind some creations in the universe, with different celestial entities minding their own worlds. There's one who was called the Cosmic Vagabond, showing great interest in preserving the emerging life in the cosmos. His name is Bard, the Wandering Caretaker. Telling the tales of the celestial entities was something unique compared to the mortals, and for us to effectively understand their origin, let's tackle the celestial realm first, or the realm of creation. To put it simply, the celestial realm is all of space and time. It encapsulates all planets, such as physical and spiritual realms, stars, galaxies, and all other forms of energy. It is where the celestial entities live, a place where time and space function differently compared to other realms. And of course, if there's a realm inclusion for everything, there's also the realm of nothingness called the Void Realm. Bard is a celestial who existed at the creation of the universe within the celestial realm. Initially drifting aimlessly, Bard found a new purpose when the celestial dragon Aurelion Soul forged the universe's first star, producing a symphony of creation. As Aurelion continued to pursue its passion for creating stars in the vast cosmos, Bard traversed the celestial harmonies of the universe and began to attract new companions called Meeps, celestial spirit creatures, spawned from the residual inspiration used to create the stars. As an ethereal celestial being, Bard created a corporeal form in order to traverse and interact with the physical world. His corporeal form has a stitched body with wooden peg legs and a masked face. Bard's true form is able to abandon his body while it deflates. Just like any other celestial beings, it will be easier for them to have a physical form, so mortals can understand and not be too afraid of them. And once everything was finally set, Bard was ready to set foot in the physical world with his magical horn weaponry. As Bard continued his travels, the Meeps alerted him to a world with a unique song of its own called Runeterra, a realm filled with primitive and chaotic music that disharmonized with the rest of the cosmos. While he appreciated its inherent beauty, he realized that this song had become destructive and needed intervention before it could threaten the fabric of the universe. Other universes have problems too, but not only does the world of Runeterra possess the potential of such destruction, making Bard think that this world must not be underestimated. Venturing into the planet's physical realm, Bard first touched down on the land of Ionia, located on the Valoran continent. He then created a physical form from the trinkets and fabrics of a sham player's wagon. Bard roamed Runeterra for an extensive period, confusing and bewildering anyone he encountered. But the same goes for Bard, since Runeterra has been pretty unique and unpredictable. On his travels, Bard discovered that many powerful and unknown objects, such as the world runes, had mysteriously been left scattered on the planet's surface by some unknown entities. The said runes pile on the potential threat of disrupting the balance of the universe, becoming the gateway for the mortals toward insufferable doom. As a caretaker, Bard personally took the task of retrieving these misplaced objects and restoring cosmic harmony in an effort to protect Runeterra from the forces that lay beyond. The entities sleeping in nothingness, the mysterious watchers from the void. Seeing into the future, Bard saw an impending cataclysm that would span across all realms, anticipating when he must choose a side to maintain the cosmic balance. Bard believes that it is better to avoid that path as early as possible. He must pave a path that leads to a peaceful balance, even if he's the only one to do so. Years passed by, and Bard watched how different societies rose and fell in the land of Runeterra. Empires like Shurima, Noxus, Demacia, Ionia, and Targon were just a few of those societies spanning different eras, each having their own peak and demise. There are small groups as well, like a wide variety of Astaian races and mortals, forming small tribes to unify their kind and settle in their chosen lands. Throughout the decades, the majority of civilization had objectives that were often different from one another, creating conflicts for themselves. Those scenarios indirectly helped Bard since they kept the mortals occupied while Bard continued with his mission, aiming to collect all dangerous world runes. Fitting to human nature, countless wars happened across Runeterra, and some artifacts were used during those scenarios. Like one time in the midst of the vicious Noxian invasion of Ionia, a group of villagers settled around a mountain with a sacred temple at the very top of it. The Noxians eventually discovered the village, and in their conquest to take over the continent, sought an immensely powerful egg-like artifact of celestial origin in the mountain. The Noxians slaughtered most of these Ionians and ransacked the village in search of this artifact. Meanwhile, the village sage used the powerful artifact to obliterate a group of these soldiers, causing collateral damage to the surrounding area and slicing an entire mountain in half. Bard instantly turned his attention to the shockwave made by the artifact as he rushed to the site of the invasion. Flying through the clashing Ionian and Noxian armies, Bard quickly flew up the mountain steps and grabbed the artifact, taking it to the peak and placing it on a sacred pedestal. From there, Bard blew into his cosmic instrument, summoning a chorus of meeps to witness him as he used his powers to transport both himself and the artifact into the celestial realm, away from the hands of mortals who could potentially weaponize it. Bard swiftly accomplished the task like it was nothing, but the mortals who saw the event were stunned. For them, it was like a cosmic intervention, thinking the artifact summoned the unknown flying entity. Although there could be layers of truth from what they thought had happened, the situation was not exactly how they perceived it. Those who witnessed the event saw Bard's transportation manifest into a three-pointed constellation in the sky. And then they named the place Bard Mountain, honoring the celestial being. Bard stayed true to his goal to preserve the world, and by doing so, he often had encounters with mortals. Just like what happened somewhere in the mountains of Ionia, many people witnessed his mysterious deeds, from naming the place after him to influencing the culture itself. Bard became a mysterious figure to the residents of Runeterra. Some artists and performers considered him a source of immense inspiration for great works of art, while others would be bewildered and confused by his bizarre nature. According to a balladeer traveling from Freljord to Demacia, his mother had an ancient chime that managed to attract a stray meep shortly before floating away. After chasing the flying chime, Bard himself appeared and placed the man in a dreamlike state, temporarily transforming him into a meep and allowing him to perceive the universe, as Bard does, temporarily. In this form, he realizes the coming dangers that Bard is attempting to avoid before returning to his mortal body. It was indeed a bizarre story, making a lot of people wonder if the meeps were just humans too. Once again, it was another conspiracy far from the truth, crafted from only what they could comprehend. But the speculations didn't end there. In a different land on Runeterra, a man named Old Gaff claimed that he saw Bard in the sky once, flying across the heavens like a falling star. The day after the said incident, old Gaff was sweeping the floors at his house when he witnessed a similar entity to Bard named Bird, the Bellringer. The unknown entity created a physical form from his pots and pans before waddling away to a nearby temple as if it were looking for something. Bewildered from what he had just seen, old Gaff followed the wandering entity. At the temple, he found Bard summoning a massive vortex of meeps, all singing and dancing in a beautiful choir as they rose upward before disappearing in a flash of light, leaving only a single chime in old Gaff's hands. Bird was also nowhere to be found after what seemed to be a ritual. It was only the chime that was left on the scene. Another mind-blowing tale to tell with proof to back it up. But the story will also rely on how old Gaff interpreted and then expressed what he saw. Mortals tend to give meaning to something they don't understand, thus becoming the anchor of different folklore about Bard across the physical world. No one really knows how many of those stories were actually true, especially the accuracy of those claims. But the consistent part of every tale was the music they heard during the encounter. Throughout his journey, Bard seemed to like the uniqueness of Runeterra. He continues his mission to protect its beauty by restoring cosmic equilibrium, safeguarding immensely powerful artifacts that could potentially be misused by mortals in the future. There had been a few incidents when mortals accidentally gained access to some world runes, but luckily for Bard, only the celestial beings like him were the ones who knew how to operate the cosmic artifacts. However, Bard noticed a promising mortal who seemingly understands the danger of the world runes. While his hands were full at maintaining the balance in the universe, his old Archmage traveled around Runeterra to store the world runes. Bard's reasoning was untold, letting the Archmage collect and do his self-proclaimed duty. Maybe he trusts the old man, or Bard would just collect those from him when the time comes. But for now, there was no clear indication that the two of them even interacted with each other. Most recently on his travels, Bard has taken notice of Zolani, a Darkin who has just recently possessed a brand new Yun, the Prodigy. A huge catastrophe will surely arise as another Darkin aims to kill Zolani, and their battle will surely create tremendous chaos. However, it's unclear what Zolani's significance to Bard is, as he hasn't been shown to intervene. The war commenced, and the battle between Aatrox and Zolani could be felt from miles away, becoming a massive threat to the world itself. But Bard remained unfazed, letting the fight brawl out as other heroes in Runeterra tried to stop the chaos. As massive as it was, the outcome of the battle was a mystery. There are rumors telling that an old Archmage used a world rune to contain the destruction. Perhaps Bard once again trusted the ability of this mysterious mortal. At least 50 years in the future, one of the survivors of the Noxian invasion at Bard Mountain lives to become an elderly storyteller, remaining on that very same mountain. Here, the storyteller would tell 3 teenagers various stories and describe the many constellations in the skies that represent significant events of the past. The arrival of the Watchers in the Freljord, the fall of Shurima, and the ruination of the Shadow Isles. A lot of events happened over the span of the centuries, but the aforementioned events were the 3 most integral parts of history in Runeterra. In the final constellation, he talks about the 3-pointed mask of Bard himself, which he witnessed on that very same mountain many years ago as a child. Bard remained a mystical figure to the mortals, and continued to be a folklore for future generations. Ever since Aurelion's soul forged his first star and added a few more in the distant galaxies, life blossomed into existence. But not everyone was happy with that outcome, especially the Voidborn. This is the story of Bel'veth, the Empress of the Void. The Void was once an empty nothingness, but upon the birth of a new dimension, the Runeterra, in a sense, almost everything was the byproduct of Aurelion's soul's star creation. Celestial Realm and the Void were the only realms that were supposedly in the cosmos, but physical realms popped out as life thrived in the cosmos. Just like what Bard, a celestial being, had noticed, Runeterra creates a disharmonized noise, disturbing the Void's silence as new entities were forcefully pulled into reality. These phenomena led to the creation of the first Voidborns, holding the task to silence the noise from the physical realms. These Voidborns were the subjects of the Watchers, the ancient beings of the Void. Since they were created for a sole purpose, the Voidborns held an innate desire to consume all of reality so they could return to the perfect silence of the old Void. If other entities believed that there was another way to handle the disharmony, the Watchers straight out preferred the old times, and the Voidborns were the ones tasked to do so. Throughout the years, the Watchers watched the mortals through small open rifts in Runeterra. Even though they could not access the physical world yet, they were confident that time would eventually work in their favor. And just as the Watchers had expected, the opportunity presented itself as the mortals' innate destructive nature paved the way. In fact, there are two events that opened the gateway from the Void. One was the time when Shurima fought Ikathia, and in desperation to overthrow the Empire, Ikathia released the Void in the battle, causing the Void War event. Another one was when the Watchers attempted an invasion of the Freljord by influencing a reclusive leader of the Frost Guard named Lysandra. The mortals may have won both events, but it still gave the Watchers a part of what they wanted. As chaos continues, more rifts between the dimensions would rip open and increase the abrasive contact between both realities. The Void, mutating from the constant contact with the Runeterran reality, would develop an allergic reaction that took the form of a cancerous pocket of reality located underneath the deserts of Shurima, called the Lavender Sea. Littered with hideously remade shapes and forms meant to mimic the world above, this pocket would mutate so heavily that it practically became sentient, managing to deny the commands of the Watchers and embrace its own desires, wishing to consume and remake all of existence in its image rather than destroy it. And so another threat to Runeterra was born, but this time it was outside of the Watchers' control, nor the mortals. A separate entity aiming to recreate the world the way it wanted without following anyone. The Lavender Sea and the creatures inside of it were still considered as Voidborn, and since they were the byproduct between the Watchers and the mortals' consistent battles, the Lavender Sea held both principles, consuming the world but creating a new one ruled by them. Starting with the Reformation, the Lavender Sea started to consume more living creatures near them. They also can absorb the knowledge and emotion from whoever they consume, allowing them to gain more concepts about society and all. After consuming more sentient beings, the Lavender Sea took inspiration from those it consumed and began to crave a leader to represent itself. Something that could physically interact with the mortals of this reality, but they couldn't do so yet, since their prowess was still insufficient. Perhaps a catalyst could unlock their full potential. Eventually, a strong candidate was sensed by the Lavender Sea, as this person roamed in the vast desert of Shurima. The Lavender Sea did not waste any time and immediately made contact with the Shuriman boy named Malzahar, declaring him the prophet of the void and granting him visions of an empress to feed mortal minds and memories to. Malzahar was overwhelmed, feeling he was the chosen one to serve the Voidborn. He embraced his new purpose and dedicated his life to the unification of all life, fully trusting the new emergent void to be the gateway to Runeterra's salvation. Malzahar played his role well, feeding the Lavender Sea as he strategically operated the birth of the Empress. Eventually, a large rift was opened in Shurima, and Malzahar managed to sink the entire Shuriman port city of Bel'veth into the void, allowing the Lavender Sea to completely consume and assimilate the city and some of the surrounding ocean. It was a massive feast as the entire city crumbled to the might of the new void. By consuming the collective consciousness of the entire city, Bel'veth was finally born as a physical manifestation of the Lavender Sea. Naming herself after the city she consumed at her birth, Bel'veth was born from the combined memories, experiences, and emotions of everyone who lived in the city when it sank, granting her millions of years worth of knowledge and near omniscience. Still hungering to consume and remake all of reality, she then devised and perfected a plan to consume both Runeterra as well as ultimately stop her progenitors, the Watchers. Malzahar continued to be her prophet, setting up the next city she would devour as Bel'veth ran rampage wherever she set foot. No realms will be safe once Bel'veth devours enough power to combat anyone. No more celestial realm, no more Watchers from the void. Only the new world of void led by the Empress herself when the time comes. From within the Lavender Sea, Bel'veth continues to enact her intricate plan, telepathically communicating with many mortal minds in the world above, most notably her prophet Malzahar. Bel'veth also tried to communicate with other Voidborns, but the one that she urged to accompany her with the mission was Vel'Koz, the Eye of the Void. Being one of the first Voidborn created by the Watchers, his task was to keep an eye on the physical realm, study every aspect, and inform the Watchers. Despite holding a century worth of knowledge about the mortals, Vel'Koz has zero empathy for them. All of the mentioned feats pushed Bel'veth to actively gain Vel'Koz to her side. Bel'veth also sent out many Voidborn Remora, drone-like creatures spawned from the Lavender Sea and shaped after the sea life that surrounded the city of Bel'veth. Living as extensions of Bel'veth's will, they were often sent out as swarms, overwhelming enemies to further Bel'veth's plans. At some point, a group of specialized Remora, later nicknamed Lamplights, fought the Void Huntress Kai-Sa while traveling through an underground passage in the Shuriman Desert. These Lamplights soon fled to the Sai Khalik, a desert region, and made contact with a colony of Zersai, granting the hatchlings and callers a peculiar soft blue glow and seemingly mutating them to follow Bel'veth's commands. Angered by the intruders on their territory, a furious Dunebreaker attacked and killed the Lamplights. Kai-Sa and Talia, a nomadic earth mage from Shurima, helped the Dunebreaker to annihilate the Voidlings. The efforts of Kai-Sa and Talia were impactful enough to restrain the invasive Remora from advancing to the vast desert. But the Voidborn still managed to accomplish their task and mutate a new species. Zersai, once a sentient group of beasts roaming around Shurima, were now Voidborn, just like the Remoras. At first, the battle seemed to be won by Kai-Sa and Talia. However, it was a short victory, as the Queen of Zersai unburrowed from the ground. Her name is Rek'Sai, and she is by far the largest of her kind. The battle between Rek'Sai and Kai'Sa became the reason why Kai'Sa fell through a massive hole underground and landed inside the Lavender Sea itself, which Bel'veth anticipated thanks to her careful planning. It turns out that everything was Bel'veth's plan to finally meet the infamous Void Huntress, slaughtering their kind. Bel'veth revealed herself in a vaguely disguised form to Kai'Sa, the face of a middle-aged woman with gray skin, deep purple eyes, and a third eye in the center of her forehead. Draped on the side of her head is a dorsal fin-like structure mimicking a strand of hair. Her face isn't very animated, almost like a statue, and her mouth doesn't match her speech. Her shoulders have large spikes acting as shoulder pads, and she wraps herself in her wings to mimic the appearance of a regal cloak. Standing 10 feet tall with a 22-foot wingspan, she has a tail that drags behind her with a massive bulb at the end. Bel'veth's true form looks more like a golden stingray-like voidborn, growing into a gargantuan size and revealing her face to be a false head attached to a lure-like appendage. Her true face is revealed to be located at the center of her body, where the chest would be. A massive gaping maw with teeth and 4 beady purple eyes. The protrusions on her shoulders are revealed to actually be horns, and her wings completely unfurl, appearing as massive pectoral fins with pointed stingers at each tip. Even with human-like features, Kai'Sa attempted to attack Bel'veth in response to their first encounter. However, Kai'Sa was restrained as Bel'veth slowly shifted into her true, monstrous form. Trapped and cornered, Kai'Sa began to realize that this creature was the embodiment of the entire city, as Bel'veth formally introduced herself, revealing that she named herself after the city she consumed, something that Kai'Sa thought was impossible for Voidborn to be capable of. That moment, Kai'Sa noticed how intelligent the Empress was, indicating that not only was Bel'veth as massive as the fallen city in Shurima, but she also extremely surpassed the intellectual capability of all Voidborn Kai'Sa had encountered. Slightly frightened by the alarmingly intelligent Voidborn, Kai'Sa exclaimed that she would kill Bel'veth by any means, to which Bel'veth simply shrugged the threat, telling Kai'Sa that she wouldn't be able to do so no matter what course of action she would take. Bel'veth sees herself as truly inevitable. It would only be a matter of time before everything was swallowed by her and then recreated. Confident in her capabilities, Bel'veth even explained that she already calculated and formed a perfectly intricate plan to consume all of reality and that of others. Bel'veth also told Kai'Sa that Kassadin, who attempted to stop her already, ended with little to no success. Shocked by the revelation about her father, Kai'Sa accused Bel'veth of lying, despite Bel'veth stating that she simply doesn't see the use in lying. It was a long back and forth, but the conversation was far from over. By explaining her plan to eventually stop the Watchers from completely destroying reality, Bel'veth began to bargain and offered Kai'Sa a choice. Help her find a way to defeat her Watcher progenitors, and in return, Bel'veth will spare humanity for a period of time. Or resist, and simply be destroyed with the rest of existence, either by Bel'veth or the Watchers. Obviously, Kai'Sa hated the options, as both led to the impending doom of Runeterra. Kai'Sa wanted to stop the Voidborn from destroying their home, not to agree with a pseudo-agreement presented by Bel'veth. To be clear, Bel'veth could just kill Kai'Sa on the spot and squash her effortlessly, since Kai'Sa swore a threat straight up to her face. But Bel'veth has other plans, and as a smart tactician like her, Kai'Sa could potentially be a major piece to her grand plan against the Watchers. Bel'veth explains that though her victory is inevitable, she is willing to give mortals a chance to fight against her by sparing their lives for a short period of time. The main reason for this was her overflowing confidence, believing no amount of time would help the mortals succeed against her. At that point, Kai'Sa was furious at the prospect of working with this void monster. Kai'Sa attempted to attack Bel'veth, but it was once again no effect. Bel'veth then stabbed Kai'Sa in the chest with the tip of her wings and lifted her up. She firmly told Kai'Sa to seek out the Watchers and find a way to destroy them before sending her flying upwards toward the surface, emerging out of the sands and leaving with Bel'veth's proposition. Their conversation was leading nowhere, since it was evident that Kai'Sa was adamant about her principles, and because of that, Bel'veth was the one who made the decision for Kai'Sa. Bel'veth strongly believes that she will get what she wants either way. Do you think Kai'Sa would ever find a way to help the mortals fight against the Watchers and Bel'veth? Or maybe Bel'veth is truly inevitable, and siding with her is the best decision for the fate of all realities. Would you believe me if I tell you that a behemoth of burnished metal, cold as steel, fueled with steam and crackling electricity, has the warmest heart for the needy? Surely something must have happened for it to make sense. Is he programmed that way, or did he manage to surpass his coding? According to his own words, a single gear turning can make all the difference. I guess it's up to us to unfold the answers in his tale. This is the story of the great steam golem named Blitzcrank. Venturing to the land of Piltover, located on an isthmus between Valoran and Shurima, a progressive society occupies the land. They may not be as massive as the Shuriman Empire, but their advancement in technology was known to the world. That's why the place was known as the City of Progress. It is a dreamy place to live in, especially for those who have a thirst for knowledge. However, this so-called dreamland is just the top side of the place. Beneath the city, there's a place called Zaun, the city of iron and glass. It is a polluted place, way different from the topside city. Zaun welcomes unorthodox research, wherein countless factories and laboratories constantly spew pollution into the environment. This is just the tip of the iceberg, as the political aspect between the topside and undercity weighs heavily on their setup. With that being said, it's easier now to imagine how Zaun operates. One day, a massive chem spill devastated the entire districts of Zaun. This event was indeed inevitable due to the lack of surveillance in the city. To combat this incident, a series of mechanical golems were sent out to clean up the mess. They were designed to remove the toxic waste claiming the neighborhoods. Those lumbering golems toiled continuously in extremely hazardous locations, fulfilling their programming to better the city for the people of Zaun. However, some of the robots showed malfunctions during their mission. This means that the mechanical golems were not perfectly immune to the toxins. They were just a band-aid solution and not for long-term use. Eventually, one particular golem was rendered inoperative and discarded as useless scrap. The mechanical golem was tossed into the trash, ending its mission and purpose of existence. It wasn't until the esteemed inventor Victor discovered the abandoned golem. As a machinist, Victor saw the potential within its inert chassis, thinking that the golem could be more than a rusting piece of metal in the trash. Victor ran a series of experiments to improve the automaton. He even implanted a priceless Hex-Tech crystal, which he found in the deserts of Shurima, into the Forsaken Golem as an immense upgrade. The operation took some time, but Victor's expertise in machinery triumphed. As the machine rumbled to life, fizzing arcs of lightning danced around their frame. It was an unexpected side effect of the Hextech crystal within their chassis, and because of that, Victor named the mechanical golem Blitzcrank. From a thrown-away robot into a big, techmaturgical golem built out of golden and bronze-colored steel plating, the big steam engine attached to its back was retained, fitting from its original creation, but it's no longer the main source of power. Upon gaining new consciousness, Blitzcrank was sent down into the most toxic parts of Zon. The golem must prove that they were more than capable of laboring just like their steam-powered brethren, and so Blitzcrank did. Victor witnessed the mechanical golem miraculously accomplish tasks with vastly improved speed and efficiency, realizing that his custom-built golem had actually been learning rather than simply laboring. Blitzcrank showed multiple signs that were not evident to other man-made golems, adjusting its approach for a much more efficient result. It was at that moment when Victor realized how potent his creation was, and it was clear that Blitz could massively exceed Victor's expectations. With a new coding and power source, Blitzcrank continued to complete his purpose, pouring more effort each day. As Blitzcrank fulfilled its duty of cleaning up the chemical spills of Zon, the golem began to innovate, interpret, and extrapolate its daily directives, wanting to serve the people of Zon much further. Blitzcrank's intelligence would grow so much that the golem would interact with the Zonite citizens on a regular basis, something unheard of for a laboring steam golem. Meanwhile, Victor would attempt to replicate his achievement, to no avail. The mad inventor wanted to recreate his invention and maybe add a few layers of innovation once successful. But unfortunately, his success with Blitzcranks was not anchored to the process or specific methods that Victor did. Blitzcrank's blossoming consciousness became a complete enigma to Victor, but the answer was most likely the product of the Hextech crystal. As Blitzcrank continued to learn and grow, concepts such as moderation and nuance remained alien to the golem. Most of the time, Blitzcrank would pursue any effort with their entirety or not at all. The job was either 100% done or none from the start. This would cause Blitzcrank to overdo or misinterpret requests at times, such as smashing down the front of a tenement to help a single resident who lost their keys. It caused another problem, but Blitzcrank can't understand the disappointment from the resident because, for the golem, the request was accomplished. At one point, Victor dispatched Blitzcrank to clean up the runoff of caustic chemicals, reasoning that the most efficient means to prevent further pollution was to eliminate the source of said pollution. Blitzcrank proceeded to destroy the factory. Its lightning-wreathed fists did not stop until it was reduced to a mound of rubble and twisted iron. Blitzcrank did become sentient and resolved the issues logically, but the golem still lacked empathy, which was the reason why the golem could not understand concepts of the situation. Due to Blitzcrank's previous actions, a local chem baron who had owned the factory became enraged when the golem destroyed it. The company demanded that Victor either destroy the golem or pay a steeper price in blood, basically telling the inventor that he must take responsibility for his creation, which was actually fair for the company side. The situation took a toll on Victor. He was devastated since Victor didn't want to shut down Blitzcrank, but paying for the whole factory was also too much for him. Having witnessed Blitzcrank's growth in sentience, Victor considered Blitzcrank as a living being, which adds more weight to the situation. Leaving Victor with no choice, he eventually concocted a scheme to smuggle Blitzcrank to safety. However, he later found out that his creation had already left to ensure the safety of its creator. So Blitz and Victor parted ways to solve the situation. As Victor returned to Piltover, the topside city, to continue his studies, he discovered that his teacher, Professor Stanwyck, had held a symposium about Blitzcrank, presenting their creation as his own, and taking Victor's credit. This puts Victor in an awkward situation, triggered by what he witnessed, but at the same time lacks the evidence to debunk Professor Stanwyck's claims. It would take a lot of effort for him to prove his case, and Victor does not want to back down. Determined to reclaim his creation, Victor tried to communicate with the higher-ups, but his pleas did nothing for him with the indifferent higher-ups. Pursuing the matter, he asked Jace to help verify his case, but his schoolmate refused. Victor tried all the possible actions for him to debunk the lies, but without any proof to back him up, it was easily painted as envying Professor Stanwyck's great creation. With the odds stacked against him, Victor was unable to bring the truth to light. Because of this, bitterness had the best of him, and he resigned from the university. He then returned to his work, knowing that bettering lives and creating change was more important than credit and ego. At least, that's what Blitzcrank would have wanted, and surely the golem was doing that right now. Going back to the sentient mechanical golem, Blitzcrank had been busy since the day the golem left its previous location. Luckily, Blitz doesn't have to worry about its energy source. The golem can do what it wants with limited rest. Having grown into self-sufficiency, Blitzcrank decided to take up its own mission independent of their creator, looking to resolve Zaun's local problems and provide a better life for its citizens. It looks like Blitzcrank fully understood what harms the Undercity, and no amount of political feud could persuade the golem otherwise. Blitzcrank would often patrol the city, serving to assist and protect any Zaunites without pausing for instruction. Always searching for any problems in need of solutions, Blitzcrank aims to shepherd Zaun down the path of becoming the greatest city in the world. It's also rumored that Blitzcrank has slowly been upgrading its own form, adding modifications to its body to help further its goal. At this point, many suspect that this cold, homogeneous piece of metal has developed sympathy for Zaun, while others think that Blitz was just programmed that way. It became a small argument for some since Blitzcrank's state was indeed intriguing for a man-made robot. One day, while swinging around Zaun with its rocket arms, Blitzcrank found itself at the Rising Howl, a massive hexdraulic conveyor designed to allow vertical travel between the sump to the boundary markets atop Zaun. Blitzcrank stopped at the elevator to enjoy the noise and unique sounds from the massive machine, curiously surveying the many passengers riding it. Aside from showcasing its ability to perform a logical comprehension in every situation, Blitzcrank also expresses its innate curiosity, like an innocent child discovering the things around them. Later on, Blitz finally entered the elevator. As the howl began to descend from the entresol level, it abruptly jammed, causing a terrible malfunction as it painfully braced against the support beams before dropping entirely. As the elevator quickly fell and the passengers screamed, Blitzcrank attempted to grasp onto the support beams and stop the howl from falling. During the chaos, a young boy almost fell out of the howl's window. Blitzcrank extended its hand like a grappling hook aimed to grab the kid. Thanks to the golem's quick response, Blitz managed to grasp the boy with his arm in mid-air. Blitzcrank eventually managed to hold on to the support beams, abruptly stopping the elevator and saving the lives of all the passengers. Once the elevator began to stabilize, the howl's passengers were directed to medical workers by the conductor, who graciously thanked the golem. Blitzcrank simply responded by saying they were fulfilling their purpose before bidding the passengers a good day. Since then, Blitzcrank has been a helper to the citizens of Zaun, while a massive headache for those factories with dangerous chemicals. No one can stop the golem, nor figure out how to. Blitzcrank remained an enigma for a lot of people who encountered the golem. In recent events, Blitzcrank helped out a young man named Ekko, the boy who shattered time, when he was fighting a gang of chempunks. Blitz grabbed some of the gang members and blasted them with a wave of electricity to protect the young boy. After this, the two of them became friends since their principles were obviously aligned with each other. Ekko then introduced Blitz to the rest of his gang, including Zeri, also known as the Spark of Zon. At one point, Blitzcrank became badly damaged after a violent encounter with a couple of scrappers, causing the detachment of their arm. Luckily, Zeri was nearby to help save and repair them. Blitzcrank showed tremendous growth, gaining a circle of friends with a common goal. It was clear that Blitz exceeded the premise of coding programmed to him, but the question regarding whether it's possible for the golem to learn empathy was still up in the air. Have you ever imagined how greed can push a mortal to certain extents? It is a hard thing to answer, since at this point, the skies are the limit. Depending on how they were raised, mortals would do everything that crossed their minds. Inherent values will surely play a role in how greedy a person could be. But what if a child was discriminated against right from the get-go? Let's unfold the story of Keegan Road, also known as Brand. The lesson in the temptation of greater power. In the freezing part of the Valoran continent named Freljord, countless tribes settle in different areas. Heading to the western coast of Freljord, there's an icy peninsula in the region named Lokfar, wherein a settlement was formed and called Raigan's Reach. But before becoming a forever burning entity, Brand was born by a normal human being named Keegan Road in the said settlement. His mother was a healer and his father was a reaver. Because of this and the fact that his father never stayed to raise him, Keegan earned the nickname Reaver Bastard among the people of Raigan's Beach. Since he was young, Keegan was ostracized by the villagers of Raigan's Reach for being the son of a reaver, and therefore being a symbol of bad luck in the village. At first, everyone just avoided the child, and the hatred form grew as the villagers began insulting him with the moniker Reaver Bastard. Throughout Keegan's life, the villagers subjected him to constant physical and verbal abuse, causing him to develop an aggressive and resentful personality. Keegan and his mother Crazia were shunned from the settlement, with the only reason they weren't banished from the place entirely being that Keegan's mother healed the denizens of Raigan's Reach. Due to all of this, Keegan was often the subject of ridicule from the townspeople, often being called names and getting into fights. It was a childhood that no one deserved. Being discriminated against for something he had no control of was the main reason why Keegan turned out to be a violent young man. After some time, another family moved into the settlement. That was when Keegan met Zvana at the age of 13. The local girl was accepted by the residents, along with her family, allowing them to move into Raigan's Reach without any problem. Zvana became the only friend of Keegan. She was the only person, other than her mother, who treated him genuinely, forming a bond between the two, even though the rest of the residents looked down on Keegan. As the young friends grew up, Zvana became a reason to lessen Keegan's anger issues. Eventually, their connection blossomed as Keegan and Zvana became lovers. However, the discrimination towards Keegan never stopped. Not to mention that his mother was the only healer of the village, forcing her to work all the time. This means no one else can shield Keegan from the unjust treatment. Zvana was the only companion for Keegan for all those times, but it was also meant that she was the only one who would receive Keegan's misdemeanor. Zvana truly understands Keegan's situation, but she cannot deal with it forever, especially when Keegan's temper gets worse. Eventually, Zvana had enough of the situation, and their relationship stopped at some point. The reasons were never told to Keegan, but it was most likely because of Keegan's temper against the townspeople that were cruel to him. Soon, she married another member of the village named Malvir, disappointing Keegan as he had lost the love of the only person who cared about him. Keegan felt alone. He may still have a loving mother with him on the tribe, but she was too busy fulfilling her role as the only healer. It felt like he was trapped in a place where people around them only take advantage of him and his mother, while still looking down on them. At some point, Crazia wanted to resign herself and Keegan to their cruel treatment, fearing that they would be exiled and left to die in the wilderness. Due to her paranoia, she tried to urge her son not to make things worse for both of them, but Keegan remained defiant and said he refused to be a coward like her. Despite her protectiveness towards her son, Crazia tends to be a bit abusive towards Keegan, due to him being a constant reminder of her husband and his crime, which caused them both to be outcasts in the first place. However, Keegan couldn't be too mad at his mother, believing she was having a hard time too. But this setup just somewhat fuels the disruptive behavior of Keegan. On one unfortunate day, Keegan's whole world turned upside down. Working for almost close to no breaks, it was clear that his mother's health would drastically fall. There are no other healers in the town, meaning no one else could treat Crazia, as she was the one in need. Eventually, her body gave up, leaving Keegan alone in the hateful village. Keegan cried his eyes out, and he was the only one that did so. No one comforted him, nor paid respect to the town's healer. Keegan alone was the one who mourned for Crazia's death. After his mother's death, Keegan wished to take out his hatred towards the village for not grieving Crazia's death. She had overworked herself to death for the village's sake. Though he blamed Raigan, the leader of the town, for stoking their beliefs in the first place, it was indeed an outrage for Keegan, but no one even cared. Later on, Keegan was informed by Zavanna that the townspeople of Raigan's Reach wanted him to leave. His stay was no longer welcome, since his mother was the only reason why Keegan was still in the town in the first place. It seemed like Zavanna still cared for Keegan, as she offered him food to help him survive, though Keegan refused because he wanted to die in exile. Emotions were really all over the place for Keegan, and that could be the reason why he came up with a plan to at least avenge his mother. After packing up and getting ready to leave, Keegan snuck into the home of Raigan, the person that Keegan hated and blamed the most. He poured gasoline on the floor of the home, and as Raigan woke up, Keegan told Raigan that he and all the other townspeople had killed his mother by slowly wearing her away with how they treated her, and that he was now sending Keegan out to die. He then sets the house on fire, and vengeance is the only thing on his mind as the fire swallows the leader's house. The fire also crawled to the body of Keegan, since he was the one who started it. Keegan then walked away, intending to leave Raigan's Reach and go into the wilderness. After getting to the top of a hill, Keegan looked back and saw that the fire had spread throughout the entire settlement. Realizing that Zavanna's home had burned down, he ran back to find her, regretting his actions, since this was never his intention. He only wanted to burn down the leader, but the collateral damage spread so fast. Eventually, he found Zavanna, burned down, only their dead body lying next to her family's bodies. Keegan kneeled to the floor, looking dead and empty inside as he experienced a complete mental breakdown. After the villagers witnessed his role in Zavanna's death, they all mocked Keegan, who looked devastated. Most of the villagers survived, except their leader and Zavanna's family, and the image of Keegan being bad luck just further resonates in that moment. Keegan dragged himself away from the village, feeling completely numb after this series of events. For the next succeeding days, Keegan spent his time looking for another settlement while barely eating. Everything was still fresh for him, and even after going his separate ways, Keegan's bitterness from all of the torment his fellows subjected him to never faded. Keegan wandered through the wilderness for weeks, hunting wildlife to survive. He was slowly getting back on track, since his survival instincts were the only thing that pushed him alive. Keegan must at least secure food for himself, or else he would die pathetically from hunger. At least, that's what the thoughts running on his mind. His ego won't let him die meaninglessly, because it would just make the villagers from Raigan's Reach happy, something Brand hated the most. As the freezing environment from Freljord makes it hard for Keegan to hunt, he wanders into a cave, hoping to wait out a blizzard. But then, fate finally favored Keegan when another mysterious person entered the vicinity. An old man with violet skin due to prolonged contact with the world runes. His body is full of tattoos in runic styles. He is bald, but has a scrappy black beard tied together at the end with a hair ring. A giant scroll is attached to his back, held there by the leather sash. He wears fairly detailed, loose, dark blue pants with high leather boots. Around his waist he wears a leather belt with a book tied to it. His name is Rise, an old archmage who has been collecting world runes across Runeterra. Upon entering the cave, Rise saw Keegan, who was suffering from the harsh environment. He then healed him of his frostbite and his severe burns from the fire at Raigan's Reach. Despite the overflowing aura of hatred from Keegan, Rise saw potential in him, thinking that he could offer a better route for Keegan and use his determination for a better purpose. Even though Rise does not like the idea of taking an apprentice with him, he still decides to take Keegan as his student. Keegan agreed, since there was nowhere else for him to go, and surviving was his top priority for now. With the guide of Rise, Keegan learned a new concept. He never knew such powerful artifacts were just scattered across Runeterra, and helping Rise to obtain those opened the eyes of Keegan. His temper still shows, but it is getting better the more that Rise and Keegan go on various retrieving missions. The progress was indeed promising, and it looked like Keegan already let go of the past, as he embraced a new purpose in life. However, this was not the situation at all. After Keegan had been Rise's apprentice for quite some time, they now tracked down a world rune, a magical artifact that could give the user a large amount of magical power. All of their previous missions were just simple retrieving of less powerful artifacts, and this time they were aiming for the most dangerous ones. Keegan and Rise worked swiftly, obtaining the world rune without any problem. However, the undying thirst for vengeance made Keegan greedy, which allowed the world rune to tempt him into becoming Brand, the embodiment of burning vengeance, leaving Keegan's personality as nothing but his resentment towards the world. Keegan chose to keep the world rune for his own gain, ditching Rise on their mission. Later on, the rune transformed Keegan, making the creature who would eventually come to be known as Brand. A shadow of the man he once was, Brand began his search for more world runes. After transforming into Brand, the world rune took full control of Keegan's body, becoming a cataclysmic pyromaniac obsessed with gaining more power and burning the world to ash, seeing mortals as weak and wishing to rule as a god. Now becoming a different being, Keegan's entire body drastically changed, burned gray and black skin. His skin is interrupted by an orange streak along his chest that emanates light. His hands and scalp are this same shade of orange and are continuously on fire. Crevices where his eyes and mouth would be are replaced with orange light. Brand wears nothing but a pair of brown pants with a belt around each leg, with the lower half of these pants being burned off. Brand became obsessed with hunting down his vessel's former master, Rise, trying to tempt him to rule with the World Rune's power alongside him, and taunting him when his apprentice Kala nearly gave in to the temptation of a World Rune. Brand's personality was heavily influenced by the World Rune, fueling Keegan to get revenge on the world for how he had been treated, reducing Keegan to nothing more than the embodiment of his desire for vengeance. This place will burn, not by cinder flying or breath of wind, but by the vengeance of my hand, Brand stated as he aimed to burn everything to the ground. We often hear that friends turn into enemies, but would you believe it could work the other way round? Settling differences were often the reason behind conflicts. As an example, tribes in Freljord clash against each other due to political feuds. As more tribes emerged in this frozen land, more views came along with it, making it near impossible to unite all Freljord. However, a kind soul was nurtured in a small tribe, growing up with a philosophy that kindness can bring people together. With that in mind, here's the story of Braum, the heart of the Freljord. Traveling to the harsh environment of Freljord, the cold breeze was the custom of the place. A lot of tribes functioned differently, molding their youth for the betterment of one's future. On one fateful day, a child was born, and it was indeed a special event, since he was an Iceborn. An alteration to some creatures in Freljord, granting them the ability to resist the cold and wield true ice. Being an Iceborn was considered a special gift, since Freljord's environment was unforgiving, and those who were born to resist such coldness definitely had the advantage. As a child, Braum was larger than other Freljordian youths. Seemingly, he was growing too fast, or maybe he was just too large for his age, and it could be a bit of both. Despite displaying a potential great warrior, his mother taught Braum not to use his size to intimidate or bully, and taught him that true courage was not about dominating. It was about helping those in need. This made Braum a bit confused. As a young child, he doesn't understand the depth or consequences of one's actions yet. His mother continued teaching him a kind approach to a situation, nurturing the physique advantage of Braum, instead of letting him become a violent man. The strategy looked effective, since the best way to teach and guide someone is when they are still young, planting the seed early so it will blossom beautifully in the future. One day, an enemy tribe was attacked by ice giants, and Braum's mother did not hesitate to help them, despite being an opposing group towards them. Braum was confused about why her mother would help their enemies, but thanks to her kindness, the said tribe became allies. It was at that moment when Braum finally understood his mother's philosophy, that all of Freljord was a family. He then pledged to bring that family together, since tribes in Freljord were mostly against each other. As Braum grew up, he helped people in his hometown by saving them from danger and bringing hope wherever he went. He becomes the man that his mother wanted him to be, and Braum proudly carries the philosophy of his mother, showing kindness can bind everyone. Eventually, he realized that he was needed in more places than his home. It was a tough decision to make, but Braum was determined, seeing his purpose in this path. With a heavy heart, Braum bid his mother a tearful farewell as he went off on his quest. His mother gladly let Braum go, proud of how she raised her son, and she definitely did so. The rest of the tribe also gave Braum a warm goodbye, setting him off in good spirits. And so, Braum went on a journey to help those in need. No definite destination, just roaming around and helping anyone who would see. Braum believed that it was the best way to unite the Freljord. Showing camaraderie was his best weapon in defeating the enemies. His heroism and good deeds inspired people all over the Freljord to tell stories about his feats, but some were unrealistic and exaggerated. Braum earned plenty of titles as he ventured through the icy place. As his titles suggest, he has a heart of pure gold. Braum is a selfless, friendly man who enjoys helping people simply because he likes being altruistic and hopes that his actions will inspire others. Ever since witnessing his mother's act of kindness on a neighboring tribe, despite being enemies, he has taken his mother's teaching to heart and sees worth in all of the Freljord's people, calling them all a family of brothers and sisters, and is able to make friends with anyone, regardless of their character. As more stories about him go by, this is how they describe Braum: a large, fair-skinned, bald man with comically large muscles and a brown mustache. He has a large tattoo that covers from its left arm to his pectoral. He wears a large shoulder pad on his right shoulder that connects to a large belt buckle with the symbol of a ram's head, representing his connection to Ornn, the demigod of forging and craftsmanship. He carries a large shield with a ram's head forged in the center, which also has a myth on its own. One myth told that Braum's signature shield was an indestructible vault door made by the demigod Ornn, which he broke from its hinges by punching the rocks surrounding it in order to save a troll boy trapped within. Braum laughed heartily at the stories he'd heard about himself, but rather than refuting them, he embraced them, as he wouldn't let the truth get in the way of inspiring others. However, the truth was that Ornn made the unbreakable door for Hearthhome, but Braum managed to take it off the hinges, used it as a shield, and won't give it back, leaving Ornn surprised and a bit annoyed at the same time. As Braum continued to travel across the Freljord, he then traveled to Reykjavik, a sacred Avorsan pilgrimage site located in the southern part of the Freljord. Braum has been hearing stories from different taverns about a leader who is viewed as the reincarnation of Avarosa, destined to unite all tribes. Braum aims to hear the words of Ashe, a leader of the tribe who followed the teachings of Avarosa of the Three Sisters. He believed that he could learn something from the famous leader, and that's why Braum made his way to the said location. Upon his arrival, Braum met Tryndamere, a barbarian who was determined to prove his worth by dominating every opponent he could face. It was good timing for Braum, since Tryndamere was currently in a duel, giving him a bit of information about what to expect in the place. During the battle, Tryndamere became increasingly lost in his fury and was actually about to kill his opponent. His attacks were more vicious, and it was clear that Tryndamere could slaughter his opponent by the next couple of attacks. This doesn't sit well for Braum. He immediately intervenes by holding up his shield, preventing Tryndamere from landing the final blow. Tryndamere kept attacking the impenetrable shield, aggressively slamming his longsword to break Braum's shield. However, his attack made 0 damage to the shield, mainly because it was not just a normal one. Only the impact from his attacks was the one that Braum should endure. And so, Braum took all the blows. He held strongly until Tryndamere's rage subsided. Later on, Tryndamere's fury went down as he reclaimed his sanity. Some who watched the battle thought that Braum would attack now that Tryndamere was exhausted, but none of that happened. In fact, Braum and Tryndamere became good friends after the encounter. Braum went back to his mission, and he eventually met the leader of the tribe. It was a smooth conversation since Braum and Ashe shared a lot of values. However, it became a little tricky when Ashe asked what faction Braum was allied to. Ashe was currently in the middle of a political feud, and she was being too careful with her moves despite Braum's genuinity. Braum cleared that he has no specific allegiance, as he believes that all within the Freljord are brothers and sisters, and since then, the Avarosan tribe warmly welcomes Braum. Now finally realizing why people claimed Ashe to be the one destined to unite the Freljord, Braum assisted her with their mission. He became reliant on Ashe as they both share a goal, and the Avarosans have adopted him as their own. He often tells adoring children that he wishes for the Freljord to settle their differences and then retire to become a poro herder. Braum has been the favorite guy of everyone around him, and it was even said that Braum was the one who introduced Tryndamere to Ashe, and the rest of the tale blossomed for the two of them. Throughout their missions, Braum sees no one as an enemy of his. However, the Frost Guard, led by Lysandra, is hunting for him, and he does not understand what they want from him. For some reason, the Frost Guard was always hostile toward Braum. Still, he has fought against the Frost Guard's forces numerous times in order to defend innocents threatened by them. Sometime before the events of Ruined King, Braum hears of a sickness that is plaguing the Freljord's children. While visiting a village, one of the elders mentions that when he was a boy, his father told him that the waters of the Blessed Isles could cure his plague. Although the elder warned Braum of the dangers of visiting the Isles, since the one known as Blessed Isles were now called the Shadow Isles, Braum put the warning in his mind and set sail for the Isles in search of a cure. If it was for the future of the children in Freljord, then Braum would not hesitate to do whatever it takes. Braum ventured on his own, but he did encounter a lot of creatures along the way. One of them was Yuumi, a magical cat from Bandle City. Yuumi rested on his shoulders for a time, protecting him from angry snow spirits stirring up flurries in a hailstorm, while he brought her wriggling fish. It was quite a unique encounter, as the two of them worked together just to catch fish for Yuumi. It was a long travel for Braum, but his determination didn't fade one bit, no matter what the circumstances arose during his journey. Eventually, Braum set sail towards the Shadow Isles. It felt like he was getting close to his goal, but all of a sudden, his boat was attacked by the Black Mist, forcing him to abandon the ship and lose his shield in the process. Braum floated through the shore looking lifeless. He was then rescued by the Buru, a tribe of the Serpent Isles in Bilgewater. Upon regaining consciousness, Braum returned the favor by helping the people of Bilgewater, bringing a massive sea creature into the docks with his bare hands. Later on, Illaoi, the Kraken priestess, returned to the tribe, fresh from facing the Blood Harbor Ripper. She investigated Braum's feat, amazed by his strength. She then asks him to join their quest to stop Gangplank's mission, to which Braum immediately agrees after knowing the purpose of the said quest. Together with Illaoi, Misfortune, Yasuo, and Pike, Braum helps in stopping the revival of Ruined King. While they are voyaging towards the island, Illaoi's demeanor towards Braum implies that she finds Braum physically attractive. Over the course of the adventure, Braum and Illaoi develop a friendship. Illaoi invited Braum to be more intimate, and while he wasn't averse to her advances, Braum respectfully declined because it was an inopportune time due to him needing to focus on the upcoming battles. Having a lover was not yet on his mind, and he still had his own goal to accomplish besides the quest he agreed on. Once on the Isles, the group met Maokai, the Twisted Treant. There was a bit of misunderstanding between the group and Maokai, but Ahri, a fox-like Vestaya, an acquaintance of Yasuo, stepped in and cleared the situation. Maokai then shared his situation, telling the group that Thesh, the Chain Warden, corrupted his roots. Maokai would be a huge help to further advance in these Shadow Isles, but they must help him first. After quite some time, the group managed to heal Maokai, thanks to the lead of Illaoi. Maokai then offered his leaves, infused with the remaining Water of Life, to cure Braum's people. At long last, Braum finally achieved the goal of his voyage, but his mission was not yet over, since there was still another one to fulfill. Together, the group breached Thresh's libraries of agony. They discovered a lot of information, including traces of Gangplank. Unfortunately, Thresh was also in the vicinity. The crew eventually found Thresh and a battle ensued. Thresh has a lot of tricks hidden on his sleeves, making the battle difficult for the crew despite the numbers advantage. Thresh laughed at them, enjoying the agony and struggles of the group. Even Braum's strength was no match to the Chain Warden, let alone the rest of the group. But with their valiant team effort, the crew finally defeated Thresh, making him return to the Black Mist. It was a hard-fought battle, but their quest doesn't end up here. The group then followed the trace and found a gangplank reviving Viego, the Ruined King. Gangplank tried to imprison Viego, but the Ruined King was too powerful. Gangplank failed and became possessed by Viego instead. Viego then flew towards Bilgewater alongside a violent harrowing, an event forcing numerous undead to attack across Runeterra. Viego is in search of his dead wife's crown, the crown of the Shattered Queen. Forced to fight the crew under Viego's control, Gangplank was defeated and imprisoned on Sarah Fortune's ship. Meanwhile, Ahri managed to sense something lingering in the Black Mist and received visions of Viego's discarded memories, seeing the negative parts of his marriage and learning the truth, that his love for his wife was not as pure as he tells himself. The group took Gangplank back into custody, and Alawi interrogated him for a way to defeat Viego. Gangplank then revealed that the discarded memories discovered by Ahri would most likely be capable of weakening Viego, enough to be defeated. Moments later, the crew managed to catch up with Viego, but Viego sent out a gale of black mist, shipwrecking the crew on a mysterious island with mystical winds. It took the crew some time, but the ship was eventually repaired, allowing them to make it back to Bilgewater in time to prepare for Viego's harrowing event. Returning to Bilgewater, Braum caught a rumor of a strange shipwreck with beams of blue light emerging from the sea. Recognizing the ship as his own, he found the ship and recovered his shield. On their arrival, the crew crafted a plan. Braum was more of the muscle of the team, so he stayed out of the planning and let the team handle that part. The crew planned to take the amulet to an ancient Buru forge located underneath the Shadow Isles to have it repaired. And so, the crew swiftly moved while Viego was busy on finding the crown. Once the crew returned to the Shadow Isles, the crew found a facility capable of transferring memories into sunstones. Ahri went to this facility while the rest of the group proceeded to the Buru forge. As the crew managed to find the Buru forge underneath the vault, Ahri joined the rest of the group and they bore their souls before Nagakaburos herself, battling the goddess's avatar and being found worthy of her help. The goddess finally cleanses the amulet. Braum was more of an observer in this one, seemingly accompanying the group through the ordeal, without fully comprehending the whole situation. With the successful mission, the crew made their way back to Bilgewater once more. It was the time for them to execute their plan and face off against Viego, the Ruined King. Everyone in the group played their part. Braum's task was more on creating space so Ahri could use her abilities to weaken Viego. That was the time for Braum to shine as he proved his strength in the battle, blocking attacks from Viego's abilities as Ahri closed in. Their strategy looked effective, and Ahri hit Viego with more of his memories, making him relive his death, when an angered Wraith of Isolde killed him at the Blessed Isles. While distracted, Sarah Fortune used the opportunity to imprison Viego within the amulet. Though he nearly corrupted her soul and tempted her to follow him in the process, Miss Fortune was ultimately successful as the Ruined King was finally banished. Following their triumph over Viego, the group celebrated their victory and cheered for the new bond they had formed. For Braum, it was never about the destination, it was about the journey. And he did earn a lot of respect from the people of Bilgewater, proving that he was worthy of the title, the Heart of the Freljord. Eventually, the crew parted ways, aiming to fulfill their individual missions this time. Braum returned to the Freljord, escorted by Yasuo, who was on a journey to Noxus in search of Riven the Exile. Braum's journey has been long and eventful. Initially, the goal was simply to find a cure for the children of Freljord, but then, all of a sudden, he became part of the crew stopping the ruined king in his ruination. Braum made a lot of friends, inspiring people outside of his hometown. He even managed to attract someone unintentionally. Eventually, Braum made it back to Freljord and successfully handed over the cure, so the people Freljordians could mass produce it for everyone, which was something out of Braum's expertise. He continued to wander around Freljord, returning to his original mission regarding the unification of all tribes. While doing so, Braum met a young boy named Nunu and his friend Yeti Willump. Braum saved Nunu and Willump from a pack of Arctic wolves, and since then, Nunu looked up to Braum. Eventually, Braum joined the adventure of Nunu and Willump. We all know that mortals are capable of doing something to drastic measures, whether it's for good or bad. They will do whatever it takes to achieve their goal and satisfy their hunger. But what if that thirst for achieving goals was directly transferred to someone's hunger, designed to be an assassin but ended up as a bloodthirsty savage? This is the story of a failed experiment of a blood golem named Briar, the Restrained Hunger. If the Shuriman Empire was known as the fastest growing civilization, Noxus was the biggest empire in Runeterra. Located at the eastern territory of Valoran, Noxus continuously expanded their borders up to Freljord, Shurima, and several city-states such as Piltover and Zaun. But aside from constantly expanding its territory, Noxus was also busy creating something behind the curtains, doing multiple experiments without the knowledge of even their own citizens. The Black Rose is a secretive cabal led by the Noxian aristocracy. Many of their opulent designs feature masks so that they can partially conceal their identities, even from each other. Trust no one. The said secret organization was too powerful in Noxus that they could also influence the political aspect of the empire. Some time ago, Borum Darkwill, a grand general, took control over Noxus after gaining the favor of the various other nobles and appealing to their heritage. Despite his own rule, many wanted more influence on the world of Runeterra, building a conspiracy within the Black Rose to try and end his life. A lot of conspiracies emerged during Borum's term. One of those was the threat of Jericho Swain, a visionary top general, taking his throne as the new ruler of Noxus. Because of that, Borum Darkwill entrusted the Black Rose to create living weapons towards the end of his reign, and mainly oversaw the creation of Briar as a perfect assassin. A pale, humanoid girl with gray skin and white hair dyed with blood. Her eyes are cataract with huge white pupils resembling the full moon and bright pink sclera. Briar's claws and teeth are incredibly sharp, and she has pointed ears resembling a bat's. There are metal bolts on her shoulder blades capable of emitting magical energy for propulsion. She appears very thin and almost emaciated, but her bottom half is a bit heavier. She wears a black corset-like outfit adorned with many black leather straps and some red wax seals on the belts on her hip. Her bottom half simply has some black bandages covering her legs, leaving her feet bare with metal stakes stabbing through the ankles. The blood golem creation was complete and turned into a human-like species, but what features of the mortals does Briar also inherit? Briar was created near the end of Borum Darkwill's reign by the Black Rose's hemomancers, mages that control blood. She was designed to be a new type of living weapon created purely out of blood magic and not requiring sustenance to survive. Though designed to be a perfect assassin, Briar was completely driven by a hunger for blood, entering a constant state of hemomania. Black Rose thought that this wouldn't be a problem, plainly looking it down as a small malfunction or side effect in their creation. Despite this, the Black Rose sent Briar off on her first mission, which ended in a gory failure as Briar entered a frenzy and killed everyone indiscriminately. It was a bloodbath as Briar tore everyone's limbs effortlessly, feeding her never-ending hunger for blood. Realizing she was too dangerous to control, the Black Rose created a special pillory with a hemolith gemstone to both restrain and focus her mind, taming her hemomaniac instincts completely. She was now restrained by an arch-shaped pillory adorned with many spikes and runic symbols that glowed a dark red, held together by a hemolith gemstone in the middle of it. It seemed like their response to Briar's frenzy was effective. Briar looked like a tamed being, way different than the previous character she displayed. Because of that, the Black Rose believed that Briar was now ready to accomplish her true goal, targeting General Jericho Swain. When the disgraced General Jericho Swain began his coup over the Noxian Empire, the Black Rose quickly deployed many of their living weapons and experiments to fight him off. Briar was deployed among them and had the special job of killing Swain himself, while other creation acted as pawns, causing chaos and creating an opening for Briar. Knowing that Briar could potentially run loose again, she was given to a handler to help direct her. Once the preparation was complete, Briar was released from her pillory. However, things ended up just like before, as Briar immediately devoured her handler and everyone around her. The chaos unfolded before anyone could do anything, putting the troops of the Black Rose in a panic. Due to Briar's frenzy, she loses her sight to her target. Swain managed to escape her blood frenzy, and his guards managed to capture her, restoring Briar's pillory. Now restrained, Swain was able to transfer Briar to a holding facility, locking her in a cell with many other living experiments that had been employed by the Black Rose. Briar was now sealed in prison under Swain's supervision and removing her from the hands of the Black Rose organization. The plan might have failed due to Briar's frenzy, but the chaos created was enough to cover the tracks of the Black Rose. The incident was labeled as a failed experiment for now, while further investigations were in progress. Black Rose no longer has to deal with Briar's thirst for blood, and the prison will lock her up for the time being. Alone in her cell, Briar was unable to die from starvation and simply focused on her hunger. As a golem created by hemomancy, Briar doesn't need any nourishment to survive, which makes it a bit confusing why she has a thirst for blood. A never-ending hunger. Initially, Briar thought that the many crazed wails of the neighboring cells were her own voices, making her crazy as those voices screamed differently. But then, Briar came to realize those voices were other living weapons like her that were captured, finally gaining awareness of her surroundings. While listening to them, she thought how boring and single-minded her neighbors were. It made Briar a bit self-aware. Not wishing to become like them, Briar instead decided to seclude herself in solitude within her cell. Day by day, Briar became more aware of both self-awareness and the surroundings in her cell. She may be alone in her cell, but it helped Briar to understand things the way they were as her curiosity developed, instead of running mindlessly in a frenzy for blood. Briar sat in solitary confinement for years, finding entertainment in eavesdropping on her guards' conversations, pestering them for raw meat, and agonizing about whether she should race her pet spiders or eat them. That alone showed a tremendous development in her character, finally viewing the spiders as her friends and restraining herself from eating everything. Throughout the years in the prison, Briar would eventually wonder about the world outside of her cell and, while toying with her restraint, managed to loosen the hemolith in her pillory. She thought about the neighboring hemomaniacs and their simple-minded hunger for blood and decided that she wanted to become something more, finding a balance between being calm and frenzied. It seems like Briar was the only one who managed to gain awareness while the rest of her fellow blood golems remained empty-minded. Briar held on to her principles, hoping one day she would escape prison, away from these mindless hemomaniacs. Surprisingly, the years that Briar spent in the cell made her a sentient being, able to decipher things and think for herself. Now, with newfound purpose, Briar wanted to finally see the outside world, like a curious child wondering the unknown. She then devised a plan to escape her prison, finally making a move to free herself from the cell. Since she was not that clever enough, Briar tended to call the guards for random reasons, hoping they would go near her so she could feast on their blood. However, the guards find her moves to be too obvious and eventually get used to her continuous calling. They just brushed off her calls and viewed it as only seeking attention. But this didn't discourage Briar one bit as she continued to try different tactics. One day, a particular guard was lured closer to Briar's cell. He began to walk closer as he was curious about Briar's intellect. Most of the blood golems were supposedly mindless, but Briar appeared to be different from the guard. When the guard tried to peek at the door window, Briar quickly pounced, allowing her to attack him and feast on his blood. At long last, Briar tasted blood once more, giving her enough strength to break out. Briar smashed the door, finally setting her foot out of the cell for the first time. Timely to Briar's escape, she encounters a young janitor boy cleaning the nearby vicinity. Briar approached him as friendly as she could, asking the janitor if he was escaping too. The janitor freaked out and ran for his life, thinking that Briar would eat him on the spot. However, Briar completely misunderstood the scenario. She thought the janitor knew the way and was leading her towards the exit. That's why she started to run too, following the janitor with the intent of escaping with him. Briar was excited and eager to escape, thinking she was friends with the janitor who was running away from her. She even called the janitor her escaped buddy as they ran through the prison. Later on, the reports reached the guards. Briar escaped from her cell and she must be stopped. While the janitor ran away from Briar, the guards arrived in front of them and aggressively shoved him off the way. The guards intended to save the guard and capture Briar, but Briar thought the guards attacked her friend. This made her furious, allowing her to break free from her pillory and enter frenzy mode. In her hemomaniac state, Briar shatters her pillory and her hair stands on end. Her face morphs into a savage expression with glowing red eyes and an extended tongue. The cuffs of her pillory form sharp red daggers, which can be empowered with blood magic to become longer blades made of blood. "That's my friend and your food," Briar shouted, and it was the last statement that the guards heard before Briar went crazy again. The janitor continued to run away as far as possible while Briar tore everyone apart, eating and drinking their blood, further fueling her powers along the way. Screams echoed through the prison as Briar became stronger the more blood that she absorbed. Briar's frenzy was out of control. It looked like she was also chasing the janitor too. Eventually, Briar broke the exit as she jumped on top of the janitor. While currently in her hemomaniac state, Briar recognized the janitor and called him a friend. This allowed her to get back to her normal state as her pillory was reconstructed. Briar then stood at the outside world, free to explore the world beyond her cell and feast on all the blood she wanted, of course excluding those she considered a friend. Now she wanders the streets of Noxus, learning more about the world and wishing to make new friends. Meanwhile, the Black Rose became curious about Briar's unexpected development. They let loose Briar for now and have been secretly monitoring their living weapon for currently unknown purposes. Maybe someday they could exploit Briar's full potential once they fully analyze her. After developing independence as a result of her imprisonment, Briar became excitable and carefree, always displaying a childlike sense of wonder. She has more control over her hunger and is more open to befriending others, though she is willing to unleash her hemomaniac instincts if she needs to. Since gaining awareness, Briar further understood different concepts. She was well aware that she was created from hemomancy, and hemomancy is a magical art strongly tied to Vladimir, the Crimson Reaper. The situation made Briar think that Vladimir was the one responsible for her life, somewhat considering him as her father. Briar was thinking of calling him her dad, though she was still hesitant to do so. Maybe finding him first and building a connection with Vladimir would allow her to be comfortable with that idea. It was indeed an innocent concept for someone who was created to be a merciless assassin. Being part of a wealthy family surely gives someone an upper hand. One might live luxuriously, easily turning a blind eye to whatever the situation is, as long as they are not directly affected. But not all view things that way. There are some who approach things differently, identifying what is right and wrong, and never get blinded by privilege. This is the story of the finest peacekeeper in both Piltover and Zaun, Caitlyn Kiraman, the Sheriff of Piltover. Heading over to a city-state located on an isthmus between the Valoran and Shuriman continents, one might think that this place could be uneventful, since it was not as big as other empires in Runeterra. But they might change their minds once we unfold stories surrounding this place. For starters, the place is divided into two areas, the Piltover, also known as the Upper City, and Zaun, the downtown. It is indeed fascinating to see a city directly above one another, but this setup created social differences. Even though both have titles like City of Progress for Piltover and City of Iron and Glass for Zaun, it was still clear that there was a distinct imbalance between the two places. People of Piltover have more opportunities in life, while those who dwell in Zaun need to survive. Born into a wealthy and influential merchant clan, Caitlyn Kiraman is the daughter of Tobias Kiraman, her father, and Cassandra Kiraman, her mother. Caitlyn swiftly learned the social graces of life in Piltover, but preferred to spend her time in the wilder lands outside it. Equally adept at mingling with the moneyed elite of the City of Progress or stalking a deer through the mud of the forest, she could confidently track a bird on the wing over the merchant districts, or put a shot through the eye of a hare at 100 paces with her father's repeater musket. It was evident that Caitlyn has a sharp observation skill, able to identify and keep an eye on a target wherever it goes. Caitlyn's greatest assets, however, were her intelligence and willingness to learn from her parents. As a wealthy family, her parents knew that there were things that money couldn't buy. They taught Caitlyn various important values, but the most important one was that they reinforced her understanding of right and wrong, even within a life of comfort and privilege. Her mother was one of the highest comptrollers in Clan Kiraman, and would always warn Caitlyn of Piltover's seductions and its gilded promises that could harden the kindest heart. At first, Caitlyn paid little heed. To her, Piltover was a place of beauty and order that she cherished after each trip into the wild. It was understandable, since Caitlyn hadn't experienced anything remotely close to what her mother had said. However, her innocent view of the world would change, as fate had other plans for her. A few years later, Caitlyn surely grew as a woman. Above average height, standing 6'1" tall, slim but muscular build, with pale skin, back-length dark blue hair, and piercing deep blue eyes. She perfectly displays her part of the Piltovan and Ionian race from her parents. Caitlyn has developed her hunting skills throughout her teens, but her skills will be put to the test at Progress Day in Piltover. Progress Day is an annual celebration in Piltover at the Plaza of the Sun Gates. The event is dedicated to welcoming visitors as they display numerous inventions, show different events, and exhibit hex-tech wonders of the land. It is indeed an eventful day, making almost everyone in Piltover busy, which also creates the perfect timing for someone with bad ideas. After some time, Caitlyn returned to find her home ransacked and empty. The family retainers were all dead, and there was no trace of her parents. No one saw this coming, not even Caitlyn, but she didn't let the situation stun her as Caitlyn investigated for clues. After securing the house, she immediately set out to find her parents. Tracking within the confines of a city was very different from hunting in the wild. Caitlyn may have experience in hunting in the woods, but this case was entirely different. However, her natural talent for keen observation was on full display, as one by one, Caitlyn located the thugs who had invaded her family home. With her wits and fierce approach, Caitlyn managed to get more information, not letting the thugs play dumb in the situation. The trail eventually led her to a hidden safe house where her mother and father were being tortured for information. As adrenaline kicked in, Caitlyn swiftly entered the facility. She then rescued her parents under cover of darkness and alerted the Piltover wardens. Since Caitlyn already planned her strategy ahead of time, the wardens arrived shortly after Caitlyn sent the signal, trapping all the kidnappers in sight and safely rescuing her parents. Even though the kidnappers were arrested, not one of them knew the identity of the individual who had hired them, only a proxy with the initial C. It would be a long interrogation after the incident, but for now, treating the wounds of her parents and ensuring their health is the priority. The kidnapping event was messy. Good thing the Kiraman family managed to heal from the wounds as they began to rebuild their lives. However, they may have healed the physical damage, but their mental state was never the same. The fundamentals of Caitlyn's parents had changed. Her mother in particular could no longer face the politics and duplicity of clan life, and gave up her prestigious role, leaving something of a vacuum in the Kiraman leadership. It was evident that they no longer wanted to be part of this chaos due to the trauma they experienced. And though she loved her parents dearly, Caitlyn had no desire to take her mother's place, nor to learn her father's trade as an artificer. Her interest is far off, and she was never raised to be the successor of either of her mother or father's profession. Instead, the incident aligned Caitlyn with her expertise. Her focus turned toward breaking through the web of intrigue surrounding the mysterious sea. She was able to track her parents and save them by herself, boosting her confidence that she could track the mastermind behind this. Her mind could stop thinking about the culprit, and it's reasonable, since that person could pull off the same trick someday, if left unchecked. Utilizing her hunting skills, Caitlyn established herself as a private investigator and quickly made a name for herself as someone who could find anything or anyone. Day by day, Caitlyn would help random citizens, sticking her nose to anything she sensed that needed help. News quickly spread through Piltover as an emerging self-made investigator enters the scene and seemingly has 100% clean track record. It started with a few search requests from some citizens, and then it ballooned to more people relying on Caitlyn. She may be self-made without proper training, but her skills were off the roof, which made her name more popular in a short amount of time. Caitlyn's parents were extremely proud of their daughter, as Caitlyn held on to the principles she was taught in her childhood. In recognition of her self-made success, Caitlyn's parents crafted her a Hex-Tech rifle of exquisite artifice, with greater accuracy than any musket. The weapon could take a variety of specialized shells and be easily modified in the field. Caitlyn was delighted. The weapon fit her well, and this just further enabled Caitlyn to do more as an investigator. She finally found a purpose in her life where her skills backed her up. But all of this was just the byproduct of Caitlyn's true goal, which was tracing the infamous sea. With a new rifle at hand, Caitlyn grew to become a very skilled marksman. She trained her rifle skills whenever there were no requests from the citizens, allowing her sharp senses to translate into handling a rifle. Once, she joined a sniping competition in Piltover and easily won the trophy. But Caitlyn was a bit dissatisfied, as it looked like her competitor did not take the game seriously. She confronted her closest opponent in the competition, the Piltover Police Department Sheriff Grayson, about throwing the competition for her, suspecting that her parents had paid her to do it. Grayson admitted to letting her win, only because she felt that the girl deserved it, not because of her parents. Then asked her what she was shooting for. As Caitlyn continued with her everyday life, she also became very close to Jace Tallis, an academy student that her parents were sponsoring. They would occasionally hang out, since both of them vibe well. One day, Caitlyn was with Jace when his laboratory exploded after a break-in. The accident angered her father about the risk Jace had apparently put her in. Although Caitlyn and her mother were in agreement to speak in defense of Jace during his trial, it ultimately still went against his favor, much to Caitlyn's disappointment. It was a tragic case for Jace, resulting in expulsion from the Piltover Academy. It was even double down when Jace revealed to the council his desire to create magic. The Kiramans who sponsored him shunned Jace since he became a social embarrassment. Caitlyn's parents forbade Caitlyn from any further interactions with Jace. The setup lasted until Jace became successful with his Hextech experiment, proving Hextech a viable and revolutionary practice. Jace's services once again became in demand, after which he regained the Kiramans' favor and was yet again sponsored by them. The two became close again. The previous incidents became a clear sign that Caitlyn's parents may have been overprotective of her, a result that could be anchored by the previous traumatic event in their family. Caitlyn continued to do her mission, serving countless requests while searching for more information. A couple of weeks passed by, and a bizarre case unfolded in Piltover. A traumatic case involving a missing Hextech device and a series of child abductions. The wardens of Piltover tried their best to analyze the situation, but it seemed like they needed more help. That was when Caitlyn was summoned by the wardens. Caitlyn had been recommended by one of the wardens, who had also developed something of an affinity for stranger cases. And their battle with a host of rogue chimericks in the employ of a lunatic chem researcher driven mad by his own concoctions. The wardens needed more members on the rank, and Caitlyn was a strong candidate for the position. They have been monitoring her ever since the abduction of her parents, and since then, Caitlyn proved that she was something else, which led to her being offered a formal position in the wardens. Obviously, the sudden offer caught Caitlyn off guard. She never had any proper training to join the justice system, and even if she wanted to join the wardens, climbing the ranks would be the ideal way for her, so she could learn more along the way. At first, Caitlyn refused, doubting that she could fill the role in that instant. But after some thorough thinking about the offer, she eventually came to realize that the warden's resources could potentially get her closer to discovering the true identity of C. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, helping both the missing children case and her true goal. And a badge would solidify her position, no longer a self-made investigator, but rather a warden within the ranks. Because of that, Caitlyn trusted her guts and accepted the role, formally entering the justice system of Piltover. Joining the ranks of the wardens in Piltover, Caitlyn now wears a uniform so the citizens can easily identify her as an ally working for the betterment of society. Her outfit is a combination of white, dark blue, and bronze colors. She consists of a warden's uniform with a short navy blue skirt, long navy blue stockings with embellishments, and bronze-heeled boots, as she always wears a matching top hat with the uniform, which gives her a classy yet intimidating look. With a badge in her pocket, her outfit was tied together by her rifle from her parents. Since then, Caitlyn becomes a highly respected officer within the ranks of the wardens, always striving to make the City of Progress a better and safer place. She recently partnered with a new recruit from Zaun, the brash and reckless V, a hot-headed and fearsome woman. V is a muscular, athletic, and light-skinned woman. She wears common punk street fashion typical for Zaunite and Piltover youth, atypical for her warden profession. Her most notable features are her mechanical augment-inspired tattoos across her entire back and arms, including a VI tattoo on her left cheek, as well as her natural pink hair. She has gray eyes and a height of 5'8". The description alone showed that Caitlyn and V were the exact opposite of each other. One was a precise worker, while the other one was impulsive. But despite the obvious difference, the two seemed to work well. How such an unlikely pairing came about and been proven so effective is the subject of wild rumor and tavern speculation among their fellow wardens, as well as those they haul away to jail. However, the previous problem came back to bite her, as Caitlyn's parents, specifically her mother, continued to intervene with her path. After becoming an enforcer, Caitlyn developed a great sense of duty and responsibility, since she wants to be of service to her people. Her mother often prevents her from doing necessary police work that can stop Silco's evil activities, telling Caitlyn it is too dangerous, and as a result, Caitlyn despises it. She was upset with her mother because she used her power and influence to limit her work to unexciting safeguard duty rather than letting her do meaningful police work. This rankles Caitlyn, especially since she resented being coddled ever since she was a child, and also wanted to prove herself worthy by her merits, rather than being given things due to her family. Despite the situation, Caitlyn was still determined to unfold the frequent abduction cases both in Piltover and Zaun. Most of the time, Caitlyn would do undercover missions and use the name Matilda. Through the cases she encountered and her investigations, Caitlyn came to the theory that someone was secretly at the center of all the violence, and the Undercity was involved. Her investigations on this were never taken seriously, however, because they were being dismissed and unknowingly stonewalled by the sheriff during her time, Marcus, who was in fact in cahoots with the man she was investigating. Even doing things on her own, Caitlyn remained suspicious, trusting her theory. Throughout her missions, V, her partner in law enforcement, would help her crack multiple cases, serving both Piltover and Zaun. The two have a very close relationship, and they've been chasing after Jinx, V's sister, and a dangerous criminal who's been wreaking havoc in Piltover. In a separate missing, they managed to stop a turmoil caused by Urgot, the Dreadnought, and his followers, catching him and later putting him in an isolated island prison. The duo later fights him again when his followers try to free him from prison. Needless to say, Caitlyn's journey as a law enforcer has been a roller coaster ride. There were ups and downs, and sometimes even dull moments, but all of those scenarios just brought Caitlyn and V closer to each other. V even called Caitlyn Cupcake as her nickname. The duo showed their worth as peacemakers in the city, which led to the promotion of Caitlyn as sheriff in town, finally earning the respect that she deserved, not just with the help of her wealthy and influential parents, but because of her sheer determination in solving crimes in Piltover. It seemed like Caitlyn managed to outdo her parents, telling them that she could handle herself without them intervening. Caitlyn became a woman who was very devoted to the community of Piltover. She enjoys her work as a sheriff, where she assists citizens and apprehends criminals while ensuring they have a fair trial, demonstrating that she is fair to both good and bad people. She is strict, disciplined, and level-headed. She will use legal means to ensure that her work is meticulous and routine, while V oftentimes does the exact opposite. These characteristics are what distinguish her as an effective detective. However, Caitlyn can also be somewhat rebellious, as she has been known to break the rules at times in order to carry out her duty, such as following V to join her and chaperone her on missions. There have been rumors that her and V's relationship is more than just professional or a friendship. Caitlyn has proven to be a very compassionate person after witnessing the state of Zaun. She works together with V to protect the city and prevent corruption from continuing. Despite her maturity and elegance, Caitlyn is a big fan of Seraphine, the starry-eyed songstress of Zaun, and will drop all said traits to being giddy and excitable whenever Seraphine is around. This just proves that even though she showcased a strict persona, she was still enjoying her time as an individual, showing all sides of her character. It has been a few years since the incident, and the case of figuring out whose letter C and the one who's responsible for all the abducting cases were still unknown. Precision is the difference between a butcher and a surgeon. Is that line familiar to you? With a mind as sharp as the blade she bears, you probably don't want to mess with her. She is now more of a machine than a woman, classifying her as a cyborg. But if someone still wanted to bypass her, then that person should be ready to face the principal intelligencer of Clan Pharos. Her name is Camille Pharos, the Steel Shadow. As we all know, Piltover is a wealthy place located above Zaun. It is a thriving, progressive city overlooking the ocean, since it's located between the Valoran and Shuriman continents. Fleets of ships pass through its titanic sea gates, bringing goods from all over the world. Merchant clans fund incredible endeavors, including artistic follies and architectural monuments, to their individual power. With ever more inventors delving into Hextech, Piltover has become the destination for the most skilled craftspeople across Runeterra. Being crowned as the City of Progress, Piltover has a lot of ways to earn money in their city-state, but the majority of those revolve around Hextech, a magical technology that fuses elemental and spirit magic to create exquisite artifacts that can be wielded by anyone. Not just the few people out there with a natural aptitude for the arcane. It harnesses the magical power contained within rare hex crystals to function properly. The origin of Hextech can be traced back to the early 900s AN, when the wealthy mercantile clans, self-governed councils, harvested rare crystals from the Brackern, an ancient species of giant sapient scorpions, a creature native to Shurima. Pharaoh's clan is a member of mercantile clans, and their main role is intelligencer for Piltover, with the intent to govern the place better. Most of the family's wealth came through harvesting a rare crystal from the Brackern, just like the rest of the mercantile clans. These hex crystals, or first crystals, contained power normally only wielded by those born with innate magical ability. After Camille's great-great-aunt lost an arm during an early expedition, her sacrifice inspired the Pharaoh's family motto, "For family will I give." And so, the Pharaoh's clan continued to grow. They stood as one of the oldest mercantile clans within the city, boasting a lineage into future endeavors. Later on, the clan came to a point wherein harvesting hex crystals became problematic. Aside from the danger of the mission, Brackerns were a limited resource, not to mention that there were other clans of the mercantile that competed with the gathering too. Pharos' family had to find a different way, and that was when they realized to augment the crystals they'd accumulated. Utilizing shadow investments in chemtech and the runic alchemy, the Pharaoh's clan began to perform multiple experiments, aiming to create a hextech version of themselves. With sheer determination and, of course, exceptional precision, they developed less powerful but easier to make synthetic hex crystals, a groundbreaking creation that could be the future of hextech in Piltover. However, this creation was controversial, and there were consequences along with it, especially during the manufacturing process. Synthetic crystal manufacturing has long been rumored to heavily contribute to the Zon Grey, the thick chemical atmosphere polluting Zon. Because of that, the family decided to take all measures, no matter how extreme, to keep the operation going. It was through espionage, intimidation, and murder that Clan Pharos did just to hold its monopoly on this priceless commodity and ensure its uninterrupted production in Zon, maintaining the family's place in Piltover's illustrious Blue Wind Court. The family's motto did turn into the darker side as the Pharos clan pulled the strings behind the curtain. Surely being the principal intelligencer for Piltover worked wonders for the family, and the Pharos clan needed to hold on to this title in order to keep their family's secret. As the eldest surviving child of Pharos' masters, Camille received every educational advantage at a young age. She had exceptional tutors, learning to speak several foreign languages and play the cellovina at a concertmaster level, proving that every penny spent on her was worth it and showing great signs for the future of the Pharos clan. Camille also learned to read and write ancient Shuriman, which was not an easy feat, while assisting her father on digs in the Odin Valley. Not all Shuriman can read the ancient scriptures, but thanks to the resources available, plus her sharp wit, Camille was ahead of her age. Traditionally, one of the younger children would become their family's principal intelligencer, working with the clan master to secure their family's success by any means necessary. This has been the setup since the Pharos clan believes that the younger ones would be better at the front, while the older siblings would be the ones doing the dirty work. However, Camille's younger brother Stephen had a weak constitution. The principal intelligencer must be quick-witted and extremely knowledgeable about the laws and all the loopholes in the Piltover system. Unfortunately, Stephen could not keep up with the criteria. And so, Camille took his place, translating her skills to be the successor of the clan's position in Piltover. Stephen jealously watched Camille embrace her additional training, and she became quite adept in combat, reconnaissance, and interrogation. Aside from being an intellectual prodigy, Camille proves that she also has potential in physical combat, as well as exceptional communication skills. Her training continued throughout her teens up to her early 20s, and Camille's growth was unprecedented. Clearly, Camille was building up her resume to be the best Pharaohs in their bloodline. Pharaoh's clan was striving, but of course, whenever someone gains tremendous success, becomes the target of someone else. When Camille was 25, augmented Zaunite thugs attacked her and her father, with intent on stealing lucrative trade secrets. Everything unfolded too quickly, and even though Camille managed to protect herself, her parents were not as lucky as her. Camille's father succumbed to his wounds, and in anguish, her mother died soon after. The incident brought tears to the clan, and since they must still move forward, someone needs to fill the role of their parents. Since Camille was already on track as the family's principal intelligencer, Stephen became the clan master. He did get the position during unfortunate times, but Stephen won't waste the opportunity. He doubled the clan's research in human hex tech augmentation, eager to prove himself as a strong leader. It took almost a year of mourning for both Camille and Stephen, but the two must continue pursuing greatness for the clan despite the emotional turmoil. In one fortunate day, Stephen oversaw the induction of Hakim Nadiri, a promising young crystallographer, from the Shuriman coastal city of Bel'zun, as the family's lead artificer, and Stephen found out more about that project, making him stick his eyes to Hakim. On the other hand, Camille requested hex-tech augmentation from Hakim to push her beyond her human limitations. It seems like training was not enough for Camille. That's why she wants a body that can keep up with her ambitions. And Hakim is the one who can make that happen. Camille approached Hakim, and the crystallographer was instantly enamored with Camille. Hakim viewed the project as a way to get closer to Camille, and he was right. The two bonded over the preparations and late-night stories of Shurima, indicating that their interest was aligned as they enjoyed each other's company. Oftentimes, Camille and Hakim would meet up once they were done with their individual tasks, and then proceeded to accomplish their goal, which just created more time for them to bond. And since there's an undeniable connection between the two, eventually, Camille returns Hakim's feelings. Looks like Hakim won the heart of the talented woman. Camille and Hakim's relationship grew reckless, as they knew the surgery would conclude their time together. Hakim would move on to other projects, and Camille would once again be fully committed to the principal intelligencer's duties. More than that, Hakim worried that in carving away Camille's heart, he might remove her humanity, which also meant their love would be forgotten too. Both of them know the gravity of the situation, and they are aware of what will happen after the operation, which makes things harder for them. The bond between them was unexpected, but no matter what route they decide to take, the couple must be ready for the consequences. Eventually, all of the preparation was done, and the day for the operation was finally set. However, the situation has been unsettling for Hakim, thinking he can't lose Camille just like that. Days before Camille's operation, Hakim proposed marriage and begged her to run away with him. For the first time in her life, Camille was torn. She may be an exceptional woman, great in every field she learns, but love is something that even the best cannot simply handle. It's evident that Camille wanted to, but her responsibility for the clan was the one that stopped her from doing so. Stephen had no such conflict, as he needed Camille to execute his vision. When he learned of the secret proposal, he devised a plan that would awaken Camille's eyes and remind her what could happen if she left her place. The next time Camille and Hakim were together, Stephen set himself up to be attacked, triggering the past experience Camille had with their parents. When she saw her brother bruised and bloodied, Camille recognized the pattern. These harmful events happened whenever her attention was divided. Camille helped her brother without knowing that his plan worked on her, manipulating her trauma towards his benefit. After the incident, Hakim pleaded with Camille, telling her that was just unfortunate timing, but Camille wouldn't listen. For family, she would give, and that family motto was the only thing that was running in Camille's mind. She then ended her relationship with Hakim, insisting her surgery proceed as planned. Hakim was devastated, but he could not withdraw from the operation since he was the only one who could safely perform the task. And even though stepping away from the project would be the answer to stopping her, it would just create more problems, since the Pharaoh's family would just hire another crystallographer, a risk that Hakim could not take. With a heavy heart, and for the last time seeing the love of his life, Hakim performed the operation, removing Camille's heart and replacing it with Hextech. The procedure was successful, but Hakim could not bear the result. He then resigned from his position and left the place. When Camille woke up, the lab she and Hakim had shared was abandoned. Just like they expected, Camille turned out to be a cold-hearted one. She was even labeled to be more of a machine than a human now. With nothing left to distract her, Camille focused on her work. She even took on further refinements, all hex augmentations, leading some to wonder how much of the woman was left. Once an elegant-looking woman, now a human with robotic features, she is very tall due to having, instead of legs, large prosthetic blades. Her hips are exaggeratedly large, housing her grappling lines. Her facial features are pale white skin and high cheekbones, thick lips, short platinum white hair, and piercing electric blue eyes. She now wears a cyborg armor of black, dark blue, and dark gray colors that cover the entirety of her body, aside from her face. And as Clan Pharos amassed more power and wealth, Camille's missions became darker and more deadly. She became more cold and ruthless, not allowing any emotion to interfere with her duties. Being born into one of the most powerful families in Piltover, Camille is now viewed as an aristocrat with an intense loathing of carelessness and mistakes. The virtues she values most are patience and precision, with no room for errors and emotions. Thanks to her Hextech heart, she did not age, but the years were not so kind to her brother. Yet even as Stephen's body grew more frail, his iron grip on the clan remained. The Pharaoh's clan continued their reign with Camille as the principal intelligencer and Stephen as the clan master. Throughout the years, Camille has been working for Piltover and her clan. As a stone-cold person, work was the only thing that pushed her up every single day. She managed to outlive almost everyone since her Hextech heart slowed down her aging, living over 80 years, but still looking like a woman in her early 40s. When everything seemed to be the way that it was, the past that was buried years ago came back again as Camille learned the truth. She uncovered the depth of Stephen's betrayal, realizing that everything she had done was built on her brother's manipulation. She could have had a different life, a life where she ended up with Hakim, but none of that matters now, because decades already passed by. Most probably, Hakim formed a family elsewhere, lying on his deathbed with his last breath. Camille also revealed that Stephen's machinations were no longer in the family's best interests. At that moment, she discarded the last sentiment she felt toward her brother. Good thing emotions had already abandoned her years ago, or else the news might break Camille into pieces. The least that Camille could do was to reinstate the Pharaoh's clan and remove the influence of his brother, and that she did. After installing her favorite grandniece as clan master, Camille now runs the family's public affairs, as well as its more shady operations. As a solver of problems, Camille embraces her more-than-human transformation. However, there had been a lingering emotion she was feeling lately. A strange, mournful keening in her Hextech heart may yet prove a troubling portent. Regardless, Camille refuses to sit idle. Dwelling on the past won't do any favors for her. And Camille also believes that everything is too late now. Only the present and future were the ones that matter. Camille gains invigoration from well-executed industrial espionage, a fresh-brewed cup of tea, and long walks in the grey, continuing her life as she looks forward to a better Pharaoh's clan. In the present day, Camille remained an ally to Piltover and its citizens. During the events of Convergence, Camille was entrusted with a mission to stop the Poindextrus, a chemo baron's family that has carried out illegal and extremely dangerous experiments at the expense of the Hextech crystals of the Pharaoh's clan. With the safety of the citizens on the line, Camille began with her investigations and gathered all available intel she could find. However, it was not only her who had been tailing Poindextrus. Later on, Camille found out that Ekko, the Time Tinkerer, was the one who wanted to stop the Poindextrus, but his actions have been intervening in their movements. Ekko has been an enigma for some. No one could understand his ways. Camille went to confront Ekko herself and tell him that the only way to stop him from interfering further was to kill him. Now facing the threat, the two began to fight. Ekko managed to incapacitate Camille, outmaneuvering her like Ekko knew every bit of her moves. At that moment, Ekko told Camille that he had met her, which Camille couldn't remember at all. Because of his claim, plus the result of their battle, Camille immediately deduced that there were two Ekkos, present and future, who were trying to stop the Poindextrus chemo barons just like her. Future Ekko proposed that they work together, upsetting the present Ekko. Camille then left the place to find the remaining Poindextrus. It looks like that would be it for now, since the chaos in Piltover has been non-stop lately. After some time, another fight ensues. This time it is between Ekko and Jinx, the one the Zonites idolize due to the chaos she brings. During the final fight against Jinx, she was about to throw explosives at Ekko, but at that moment, Camille appeared and cut the explosives with her legs, leaving Jinx very surprised. Camille then took this opportunity to also attack Jinx. At first, Jinx took the lead, hitting Camille on the head, but Ekko used his Z-press to rewind that moment, to tell Camille to protect her head. Then, after a few hits, she managed to incapacitate Jinx, but due to a slight distraction, she managed to escape. It was a strange sequence of events, as if Ekko was done orchestrating the battle so none of them would die. A lot of questions crossed Camille's mind, since Ekko was the one responsible for saving her life when Jinx was about to pull out her trick, but at the same time could also be the one who let Jinx get away for some reason. Camille asked Ekko if there was any way to contact his future self, to which Ekko responded that there was a way, and the best action was to play along. Ekko called him himself, and told him that Camille was going to kill him for letting the Poindextrus go. Camille pretended to attack Ekko with her blades, and future Ekko appeared at that moment to stop her from landing the final blow on present Ekko. Future Ekko asked what was happening and realized that he had been set up. Camille proceeded to threaten him to reveal his plan unless he wanted her to get the information out of him herself. Future Ekko said that the only way to avoid the catastrophe was to destroy the reserves of Syntixi and the reserves of Hextech crystals in the Pharaoh's clan vaults at the same time, which horrified both Camille and the present Ekko. Future Ekko subsequently escaped to search for more Syntixi. Present Ekko asked Camille to go with him to Zon to try to find Future Ekko's hideout and to discover his plan. The situation was indeed confusing, but thanks to Camille's intellect, she managed to grasp even just the surface of what was happening. Battling a time traveler would surely be too confusing, but maybe not for Camille. Up to this day, Camille has been solving multiple cases in both Piltover and Zon. Despite her lack of emotions, Camille can still show signs of empathy and teamwork, even collaborating with Zonites. Camille managed to unfold a lot of schemes throughout her career. Some may say that she knows who killed V's parents, but out of all the conspiracies that she solved, Ekko's plans were the ones that left her scratching her head. A lot of factors affected her investigation. One of those was when a known serial killer visited Piltover. Kada Jin, the virtuoso, managed to plant countless schemes for his next act. Camille immediately intervened. She fought against Jin during his assassination mission in Zon. which affected her clan's business. Camille may be the best on her bloodline, but Jin was someone to not mess with. Everything was a theatrical murder scene for Jin, and what happened next remained unknown. Have you ever wondered how a noble lives their life? Sounds dreamy, right? With all the available resources in front of you, living a luxurious life would probably be the only thing you would do. But not for the family of Du Couteau. There's a reason why a family holds a prestige position, and of course, their kin will be the successor in order to maintain their grasp as a noble. Now that the premise has been set, here's the story of Cassiopeia Du Couteau, the Serpent's Embrace. As we all know, Noxus is a powerful empire with a fearsome reputation. To those beyond its borders, Noxus is brutal, expansionist, and threatening. Yet those who look beyond its warlike exterior see an unusually inclusive society, where the strengths and talents of its people are respected and cultivated. The societies in Noxus have different classes, and one that plays a huge role is the nobles. Nobility is a social class normally ranked immediately under royalty, and found in some societies that have a formal aristocracy. They possess more acknowledged privileges and higher social status than most other classes in society. Membership in the nobility has historically been granted by a monarch or government. They can be hereditary or gained by claimed wealth and achievements. These noble houses have existed since the first walls were raised around Noxus and lead lives of privilege as they play a key role in politics. They believed that their proud heritage was the nation's greatest strength, but many hungered for greater influence. Old noble families will wield considerable power at the heart of the empire. One of the known noble houses in Noxus was the Du Couteau family, a house that rules one of the largest assassin guilds in Noxus, with historic ties to the Black Rose, a secret organization in Noxus. Du Couteau House was both highly respected but also feared by many. The credit belongs to the head of the family, Marcus Du Couteau, an expert assassin, with his wife Soriana Du Couteau, a smart tactician. Together, the two build the house, doing whatever it takes to gain political advantage. Soon, Soriana gives birth to two daughters named Cassiopeia and Katarina, and the family also adopted a young boy named Talon, further expanding their family as they aim to raise them to be the perfect Du Couteau. Born as a noble in Noxus, Cassiopeia Du Couteau had a sharp mind and wit at an early age. During their early childhood, the Du Couteau family moved to Erzeris, a coastal city of northern Shurima, but currently occupied by Noxus. As planned, the two sisters were meant to undergo different training, while there was no news about their adopted brother. While her older sister Katarina trained under their father Marcus to be an assassin, Cassiopeia was taught by her mother Soriana how to use a position of authority. The reason why they were chosen for a specific field was still unknown, but it was clear that the Du Couteau family wanted to ensure their kin could do both of their work, following the footsteps they paved. This setup somewhat lessens the chance for Cassio and Kata to interact. Their parents were trying to remove the innocence in them at an early age, turning the sisters into ruthless persons aligned with the family house. Instead of playing around like a normal child, Kata undergoes physical training, while Cassio is more focused on studying and the political aspect of Noxus. Still, both of them received minimal experience with the counterpart of their field, but the given task to them was the one they should master. One day, Soriana fell ill as a result of an assassination attempt by poisoning her hairbrush. No one knew who did such a sneaky tactic, which led them to fire every staff while the family tried to investigate the case. With Marcus removing the house staff, Cassiopeia tended to her mother. They were currently underhanded, and nobles usually relied on their servants, but Cassio took the responsibility of taking care of her mother, despite her mind getting corrupted at a young age. It was a bit challenging for Cassio, but the unfortunate moment actually helped them to develop a closer bond, as Soriana recovered, not just being a child mentored to be the future villain. When Marcus and Katarina returned to Noxus, Cassiopeia remained in Euxerius with her mother, seemingly growing a connection with her mother, and it looked like Soriana also did for Cassio. Eventually, Soriana told her the truth that she was part of the Black Rose cult, which had managed to influence Shurima. The Black Rose has been a powerful organization in Noxus, able to manipulate even the politics itself, all behind the curtains. As Soriana shared some stories, it inspired Cassio to do the same thing, making her eager to learn her mother's tactics. As Cassiopeia grew to adulthood, she indeed followed her mother's footsteps, now a slim woman who wears only a Shuriman headdress, bra, and armbands on her elbows. Cassio learned that looks also play a role in deceiving someone. Soriana mentored her to be a cunning and manipulative figure who could use those around her as tools before disposing of them when given the chance. With a promising future, Cassiopeia was initiated into the Black Rose by stealthily assassinating those who plotted Soriana's death, taking vengeance on her hands and earning her position in the Black Rose. After gaining her role with the Black Rose's plans, Cassiopeia further proved herself in the organization. When Soriana received the news that her husband honored Jericho Swain's coup against Braum Darkwill, the current ruler of Noxus, she realized that the Black Rose would be in danger. Braum Darkwill has been an ally to the Black Rose, and once his presence was removed, Jericho Swain could demolish the Black Rose. Soriana cannot let this happen, so she instructs Cassiopeia to obtain Shurima's godly power. Swearing to her mother's oath, Cassiopeia set her eyes on the underground tomb of the Forgotten. Cassio did a lot of research first while drafting a plan. She must raid the Shuriman ruins to retrieve a rumored powerful artifact, but of course, she must find someone who is knowledgeable within the first place. The Shuriman ruins hold a lot of mysterious incidents according to the reports, and a lot of the residents of Shurima warn those who desire to seek the ruins. However, those stories do not make Cassio flinch even for a second. She proceeds to the desert of Shurima to execute her plans. In a market at the edge of the Shuriman desert, a stranger appears. Cassiopeia, a noblewoman from Noxus, looking to hire a guide to take her to the fabled lost city. But not just any guide. She hires the owner of a legendary blade, the infamous mercenary called Severe, a beautiful girl of average height, curvaceous and somewhat toned tan skin, long jet black hair that falls down her back, and shiny blue eyes. She wears somewhat revealing black and gray clothing, with black boots, gloves, a bra, a black skirt with golden accents, a white scarf around her neck, and a gold tiara with a turquoise jewel in the center. Severe is a renowned fortune hunter and mercenary captain who plies her trade in the deserts of Shurima. Upholding the motto, "You've got a problem, I've got a price," Severe accepted Cassio's request. Severe then gathered her band of sellswords and set out into the desert to find the very bones of Shurima. It's evident that Severe knows the desert very well, and hiring her was the right move for Cassio. 5 days beneath the broiling sun, a scout spots towers juddering upwards and a stairway leading underground. It looked like the wanderers finally reached their destination. They climbed down into the darkness with extreme precautions in mind. Upon stepping into the ruins, something unexpected welcomed the group. Ancient treasures gleamed in the torchlight. Even Severe is astonished by the grandeur of the ruins. Her men head deeper in, only to stumble into traps and be eviscerated. The ruin is heavily loaded by traps, and Severe is stunned with horror. On the other hand, Cassiopeia does not flinch, since sacrificing someone for their own safety has been the go-to in their family. Cassio sees only the statue of a huge serpent silently guarding the door of the tomb of the emperors, and smiles. Even with the lack of expertise in ruins, Cassio already gathered enough information to know the purpose of the statue. At least, that is what she believes. The ancient weapon is a key, and Cassio wants it for herself. In that moment, she betrays Severe. Cassio picks up Sevir's blade and puts it into the lock. Because of that, the Guardian's curse was triggered. The stone serpent comes alive and impales Cassiopeia in its jaws. The venom sears her flesh like acid. While chaos unfolds, the Sevir's blade also opens the doors to the tomb, releasing an ancient god warrior of the old Shurima, Renekton, and the ascended magus, Xerath, both finally free from a millennial imprisonment. It was indeed a chaotic sequence of events, as everyone tried to escape from the reawakened descendants. Meanwhile, Cassio was in deep pain, enduring the venom that runs through her veins. Her greed fired back and bit her, quite literally in this sense. She thought that the poison would kill her, but something else happened to her. The poison inflicted a curse on Cassiopeia, transforming her into a half-human, half-snake hybrid. Her legs turned into a long green snake tail, merged into her body with a golden belt, and her fingers became golden with an adorned jewel on the back of each hand. She has black sclera with glowing lime irises and slitted pupils. She has snake-like fangs in place of teeth and a forked tongue. Cassio's action turned her into a completely different being, something that the world of Runeterra hasn't seen. Eventually, the chaos dissipated as Cassio regained consciousness. Even though she managed to climb back again to the surface, Cassio felt like her original self had already died in the ruins. Cassio traveled through the desert, looking to find a place to hide. She believed that no one could accept her appearance. Even Cassio herself hated her new self. For weeks, Cassio mourned her lost life, dwelling on the decision she had made. But even the river goes dry, and Cassio's tears already die. She began to accept her new form and moved on, hoping her newfound ascended magic to have a potential place for the Black Rose. Cassio returned to Erzeris while lurking in the shadows. Returning as a new being, Cassiopeia reclined against the crenellated rooftop and gazed over the winding alleys and crowded streets of Erzeris. A Noxian possession for years, the coastal city still refused to completely embrace her new identity. It felt ancient and quietly resistant to the future. Untroubled by the cool night air, Cassiopeia wore a shift of translucent silk, which revealed the transition at her hips, where soft skin merged into sinuous, overlapping snake scales. The scent of roasted meat wafted up to her hidden Ahri, but it could not mask the vile stench of thousands of people living on top of each other. Her mouth burned as noxious venom mingled with her saliva. She flexed her muscular tail, cracking the stonework, and sending crumbled fragments to the streets below. Truly, Cassio has fully embraced her new form, despite what the residents of Erzeris said about her. Rats scattered from the falling stone. Filthy street urchins dashed around street corners as hooded figures whispered in the shadows and burly soldiers staggered in and out of taverns. All were oblivious to the predator lurking in the darkness above. Cassiopeia brushed a taloned hand against her scaly side, her serpentine figure concealed by the shadows. Once, she had been a powerful figure in Noxus. Assassins killed at her slightest whim. Soldiers spilled their darkest secrets, and generals willingly followed her counsel in the hopes of patronage. Cassiopeia sighed these days. She emerged only under cover of night. No longer was she an influential voice in Noxian society, not since she had been reduced to this grotesque abomination in hiding. Upon her return from the desert, Cassiopeia had hidden in the crypt of her family's residence, fearful of her transformation. She remained alone in the dark, dank vault for weeks. Eventually, a growing desire to hunt overwhelmed her, and she ventured out to roam the city by night as the household slumbered. Cassiopeia put aside her reverie as a broad-shouldered soldier in a leather breastplate stumbled from a tavern, drink in hand. Finally, this was the man she'd been waiting for. She trailed his movements from above, following him silently over fortress walls and archways until he entered an empty courtyard. Perfect. Cassiopeia slithered onto an adjacent roof, eyes glinting with predatory thrill. Her figure cast a shadow across the soldier. The man turned, drunkenly defiant. Cassiopeia's tail twitched in anticipation. Her forked tongue extended, tasting the air. She drew the sweet scent of his blood into her lungs, then exhaled with great satisfaction. The man tried to threaten Cassio, but his words just angered her, responding to him with an angry hiss. By the time the soldier looked up, she'd slid to the opposite side of the courtyard and perched directly above him, remaining out of sight in the shadows. The man panicked as he failed to locate Cassio's position. Breathless, he edged away, looking for an escape. He hammered his fists against every door, but each was bolted shut. Cassiopeia imagined his mind racing to solve the riddle of who was hunting him and why. The man unsheathed his sword, turning on the spot, unsure where to direct his threat. Cassio spat a bilious wad of venom as he turned toward the sound of her voice. The man howled in pain, coin-sized holes burning through his armor and into his skin. She inhaled the satisfying sear of burning leather and flesh. The man brandished his sword, asking who the serpent is and why is she hunting him. Cassio replied that she had been watching him, aware of what the man did in the dark. The man was furious, stating that whatever he did was none of Cassio's business. Cassio then responded, telling the man that she knew he was murdering children for drake meat. The man tried to pry open the shutters of a nearby window with the flat of his sword, but they too were bolted shut. Cassio then continued to tell all of the information she gathered. There were the 3 tavern wenches, Sarmella, Elmin, and Likes. They were found in the river yesterday. Their faces were hardly recognizable, and it was because of the man. Cassio relished the thought of sinking her talons into his flesh. The man readied his stance and demanded Cassio to show herself. Cassio agreed and slithered down to the courtyard and rose to her full height. The man's eyes widened in horror, his hands trembling. Cassiopeia stood head and shoulders over the man, glaring down with narrowing eyes. The man cried, screaming that there was a monster in front of him. Cassio murmured the man's words, but then she claimed that calling her a monster was not the worst that she had been called. Cassio slid left and whipped her tail across his legs, effortlessly knocking him to the ground. Curling her tail around his chest, she squeezed his ribcage tighter and tighter, sensing his pounding heart straining beneath her grasp. Cassio heard bones crack. That's why she resisted the urge to break him completely and released her grip. The man crawled to his sword, grasping it in desperation. But this just gave more entertainment for Cassio. She enjoyed watching him tremble. Cassio circled him slowly, and that's when the man met her gaze and stared in slow recognition. The man finally recognized her and called her the Lady Cassiopeia. His reaction caught Cassio off guard, allowing the man to push himself onto his feet with his sword and create more distance between them. The man questioned why Cassio chased drunkards like him through the filthy gutters of this city. Now, as he spat a wad of blood, he then mocked Cassio for falling such great heights from a noble status now into a monster lurking in the shadows. Cassiopeia's gaze bored into the man's eyes, locking them in a cold-hearted bond. She screamed, pouring all her rage into the cry, fury at the unfairness of her current state, anger at the loss of her privileged life, resentment for her failed ambitions. She channeled it all into the screeching, mind-shredding wail. As she screamed, her fury was replaced with joy. It felt like she was floating. Her potential for greatness was infinite, discovering that she wields a strong power despite her new form. Every fiber of her being sang with ancient power. Searing emerald light blazed from Cassiopeia's eyes. The man's final panic was outlined in silhouette as he was petrified from the inside out. His stare hardened, grayed, and stiffened. His last cry of terror stifled as her curse transformed his flesh to stone. Cassiopeia slithered up to the statue and softly caressed its hard cheek. What was once skin fractured into a grisly pattern resembling a dried riverbed. Once, Cassiopeia had to manipulate, bribe, or otherwise persuade people to orchestrate her schemes. But now, Cassio realized that she could simply take what she wanted. She whipped her tail forward, smashing the statue to the ground. Cassio then smiled, eyes glinting, as the statue was shattered into 1,000 pieces of rubble and dust. Cassiopeia flushed with pride as she considered her handiwork. Her life as a noble was over, yes, but never had she felt such boundless power coursing through her veins. She slithered back onto the rooftops, her mind awhirl with ideas. Her next victim would offer her a far greater challenge. In her old life, Cassiopeia was a treacherous, manipulative schemer who took any opportunity she could to further her goals. She also has an individualistic philosophy, seeing others as tools to exploit, something she learned from her mother. After transforming into her cursed form, she initially felt disgusted towards her new body and despair from losing her old life as a noble. But she embraced her new form as a way to enact her goals herself. Though Cassiopeia's new capabilities have made her sadistic and predatory, she still has moral standards and prefers to hunt those more evil than herself, such as when she admonished and killed a Noxian soldier who committed inhumane crimes. Let's continue our journey and venture towards a place where greatness is the main goal of their empire. You see, greatness can come in different forms, depending on how one perceives it. It can come from wealth, influence, or even the strength that an individual may have. But it could also be achieved through fear. A man from Noxus started his life from a humble beginning, climbing the ranks up to the point of no return. He is the great symbol of Noxian's might and the most feared general across the Valoran continent. His name is Darius, the Hand of Noxus. Making our way to the eastern coast of Valoran, there's a port city at the footholds of the Great Barrier called the Basilich. Darius was born in this small land, along with his younger brother Draven. However, their lives were never easy, as the brothers grew up as orphans. Being the older one, Darius took the responsibility of taking care of his brother, making sure that both of them could eat a meal, sleep in a shelter, and survive by themselves. Despite his endless efforts, Darius still struggled to provide for both himself and his brother, but it never became the reason for him to abandon Draven. In fact, Darius became protective of him. Darius would fight anyone who dared to harm Draven. Even the city guards were no exception. Alongside Draven, Darius never gave up on their situation. He spent the majority of their childhood fighting for survival, and those constant battles left permanent scars on Darius. Indeed, the world never gave Darius and Draven a chance to live normally. It seems like it's just the two of them against the world. But everything changed upon an unexpected encounter. One day, Darius and Draven were climbing a cliff. Darius made a mistake, which made him lose balance and on the bridge of falling down the cliff. Luckily for him, a young girl with pearl skin and blonde hair who was also climbing the cliff managed to grab his arm, saving Darius from a dangerous fall. The three of them made it to the top, and it was the first time Darius owed something to someone else. Later on, the three of them exchanged names, and that's when they knew the girl's name. Her name is Quilletta Varn. Their encounter for now may be short, but Darius was sure that it wouldn't be the last time they'd meet Quilletta. Days have passed, and meeting up with Quilletta has been part of their routine. Their friendship blossomed, but for Darius, it was more than that. As they grew older and reached their teenage years, Darius developed feelings for Quilletta, to which she reciprocated. The two of them formed a romantic relationship as Darius ambitioned conquering the world alongside Quilletta. Things started to look better for Darius and Draven, but everything was short-lived. Noxious has been planning to conquer the Great Barrier, and setting foot on Basilic was the first step. On one unfateful morning, the Noxian army, led by Captain Cyrus, invaded the Basilic. As the chaos unfolded, Darius, Draven, and Quilletta ran and hid atop a rooftop. It's pretty clear what the Noxious wanted. It was either to join their empire or die fighting against them. With that in mind, Darius and Quilletta had an argument while they were hiding. Quilletta was reluctant towards the harsh choice, but Darius contemplated paying the consequences since he didn't want to leave both Draven and Quilletta. In the middle of their conversation, they noticed that Draven was no longer with them. Darius and Quilletta rushed outside and saw Draven attempting to fight back. They were too late to stop him, as Draven threw a knife at a soldier, but ended up hitting Cyrus's flag. Due to his action, the soldiers turned their attention to the three of them, and they were apprehended on sight. Despite their situation, Draven did not regret his actions and still tried to fight back. The commotion caught Captain's interest and viewed the potential of the three kids. Hearing Draven's boasts made Captain Cyrus invite them to ally with Noxious, an offer that they cannot reject. Several years have passed, and the lives of Darius, Draven, and Quilletta continued under the reign of Noxious. As they became adults, Darius eventually married Quilletta, and their love blossomed into two children, named Decius and Envicia. Not only that, Darius and his brother Draven also served as Noxious soldiers under Captain Cyrus. As it turns out, their lives became better in Noxious compared to when they were orphans at Basilic, and all of the fights that he encountered while they were young became handy for Darius. With a new motivation in life, Darius and Draven engaged in many war campaigns under the command of Captain Cyrus. Their goal was to stop the rebellions against the current emperor, which was Borum Darkwill. It was a hard task that forced them to train extraordinarily every day. Eventually, Darius developed large and bulky muscles while keeping a serious, intense face and middle-aged features. He has fair skin and swept-back black hair with a white streak. He also has a long, straight scar over his left eye. Darius also wears heavy, full-plate armor that leaves only his head and his upper arms exposed. It is dark gray, intricately crafted, and accentuated with spikes around the shoulders and thighs. It also features a long cape and loincloth, both blood red, symbolizing Noxious. Lastly, his weapon of choice is a massive two-handed axe, viciously carved and forged with a symbol of a skull where the blade meets the handle. Stern and warlike, Darius is unwaveringly dedicated to Noxious and its ideals. He is a soldier without parallel, balancing ruthless metal with sound strategy. He stands confident and firm, showing no tolerance for weakness or cowardice. Despite his intimidating demeanor, however, Darius is also deeply committed to fostering the strength of others wherever he can find it, elevating those he finds deserving, and crushing those who have not earned their status. His fearless attitude brought courage to his allies, while fear for those who oppose him. Darius quickly rose through the ranks, embodying the values of Noxus through his aggression, bravery, and patriotism. In one battle, after a general ordered a retreat, Darius saw him as a coward, a trait that a Noxus soldier should not have. Darius went straight at the general and beheaded him out of defiance. He then rallied the fearful troops to combat, which led them to securing the victory. None of this would have even happened if they listened to the cowardly general. But, thanks to Darius, he completely turned the situation around as he took over the command. Darius was rewarded for his exquisite act and was promoted to senior commander, which attracted many Noxians to join his army, but he only accepted those with the greatest strength and discipline. Darius now waves his very own banner as his troops embody his principles. Their army imposed terror on neighboring lands, instilling tremendous fear just by their name alone. They were feared to the point where the cities surrendered at the sight of Darius's banners, giving them triumph before the battle even began. Eventually, his victory against Vaju got Darius promoted to the Hand of Noxus by Darkwill himself, earning one of the highest positions among the military ranks of the Noxian Empire. Despite earning the prestige rank, Darius's campaign is far from over. Gaining the position definitely fueled his reputation, and he wields it with full responsibility. Eventually, Noxus set their sights on one of their neighboring countries from the north, the land of the Freljord. Their intel informed them that the land doesn't really have any fixed ruler, but they do have multiple tribes scattered across the frozen lands. It may be easy to conquer tribe after tribe, but it is still tricky to pull off since other tribes already formed alliances with each other. Not to mention, these tribes have a massive tactical advantage since Freljord is an unforgiving place to live, and the locals are experts in this field. However, no amount of tricky threats can sway Darius's determination. He was sent to conquer Freljord, and he accepted it without any reservation. Darius set his flag towards the icy land alongside his army of faithful men. Darius fears no battle, but his over-ego turns out to be his weakness in this new Noxious campaign. While navigating through the frozen land, Darius's army was attacked by the Winter's Claw, a clan led by Sejuani, the Winter's Wrath. His army may be strong and powerful, but the members of Winter's Claw used the environment efficiently, forcing Darius to stop their advance. Darius's army faced countless assassinations, and some of them were captured by the Winter's Claw. Even if they try to fight back, the amount of damage they do to the clan just reflects back at them. The worst part of this war was that Darius's son Decius was killed during the whole ordeal. The battle took a lot of time wherein Darius's army could not advance, while the Winter's Claw could not fully push them off. It was a grueling experience, and Darius learned massively from this encounter, realizing that they could no longer lose more men in this endless battle. With that, the battle was concluded on a stalemate. Both of the armies were severely wounded as they retreated to their respective bases. With a failed campaign toward the Freljord, Darius was ready to take responsibility as they headed back to Noxus. Their loss would be surprising news once they delivered the message, but Darius was the one who was surprised upon returning to the Empire. While he was away, Emperor Darkwill was assassinated and usurped by Jericho Swain, the visionary Noxian Grand General. What's even more surprising was that a lot of the nobles and other figures backed up Swain. Even his brother Draven supported the Grand General. Swain's vision for the Empire is indeed worth the praise, which was something that caught Darius's attention. His loyalty was pledged to Noxus alone, not tied to anyone. Because of this, Darius began to respect Swain's accomplishments and was prepared to serve him. When Darius approached Jericho Swain, the new emperor gave Darius a place in the Trifarian Legion, representing the Noxian principle of might alongside Swain as vision and the Faceless as guile. This new system put Darius into a bigger responsibility, becoming one of the primary faces of the new Noxian Empire. While all of these events were happening in Noxus, Darius's family was no different in this chaos. Quilletta, the woman that Darius loves the most, starts to be disillusioned with Noxus. She witnessed the horrific aftermath of Singad's chemical bomb in Ionia, which caused her arm to be amputated as a result of the poison. And if that was not enough, the news about their son dying during the campaign against the Freljord fueled her anger even more. Quilletta expressed her worries to Darius, but he dismissed her, saying that Noxus required mercilessness and sacrifice. Darius firmly believed that the Empire's goal was to conquer, and he could not withdraw from his duty. It was a long back and forth, but no words can pierce through Darius's will. Finally, having enough, Quilletta snapped from her grief towards Decius's death, abandoning the principles of Noxus. However, this doesn't sit well with her daughter Invicia, who also follows in the footsteps of her father. Invicia believed that her mother had gone weak. Because of that, she killed her own mother without any remorse. The news quickly reached Darius, and he was horrified. Darius confronted Invicia in that instant, questioning her merciless act. But Invicia only looked at him with confusion as she cited the Noxian philosophy and how she just learned it from him. From being an orphan to a known figure of Noxus, Darius's path has never been an easy one. He fought for survival all his life, only to find himself corrupted with every blood that he spilled. His strength and loyalty to Noxus were praised by many, but it also became the reason why he lost the love of his life, by the very hand of his daughter. It felt like he was the one who was responsible for everything that happened, thinking maybe he went too far with his ideals. But he already threaded that path of no return. Darius continued to wield his axe, trying to learn more things through the Noxian campaigns. He even fought Garen a couple of times during the war against Demacia, another neighboring kingdom in the Valoran continent. Let me tell the story of a girl who achieved tremendous divine power, but struggled to find her purpose in this world. Sounds interesting, right? Traveling to the mightiest peak of sun-baked rocks in the west of Shuriman continent, Mount Targon shines bright like no other mountains in the whole of Runeterra. And with this staggering scenery of this place, the residents living there worship different aspects, becoming the gateway for some of them to be the aspect hosts, giving them the abilities of these celestial beings. One of the said beings chose a girl with forgotten origin, and together they became the aspect of the moon. Her name is Diana, the scorn of the moon. A few decades ago, a simple family traveled across the Shuriman continent. Their mission was unknown, but it's clear they came from a distant land. However, things did not end up for them as they suffered an unfortunate fate. Later on, they were found by a group of Solari hunters, an ancient organization and religious order that worships the aspect of the sun. They discovered a baby swaddled between her dead parents. They were claimed by Mount Targon's cold temperatures. The hunters tried to investigate further, but there was no distinct sign that could tell them from the family's origin. They either crashed into the shore or got lost on the way to this mountain. Upon closer look, the Solari hunters found that the baby was still alive. Pale skin with lavender eyes. The baby even had growing black hair, indicating that she was a few months old. Knowing that the baby will also perish if they do nothing, the hunters quickly brought her to their temple, dedicated to raise her as one of their own. The baby was brought to the Rakor, the main tribal faction of Mount Targon, where Solari and Lunari originated. They were also known as the Tribes of the Last Sun. Afterward, the baby was named Diana, an official member of Rakor. Just like all in the Solari faith, Diana underwent rigorous physical and religious training as a child. Despite the tragic past, Diana was determined to understand the ways and traditions of the Solari, trying to piece together the reasoning and logic behind their beliefs in the sun. As Diana grew up, she became more curious about everything, especially about their tribe. It's natural for a child to be curious about the world, but Diana's curiosity was far more than that. She wanted to find the truth behind everything about their tribe. Diana would spend many nights digging through the temple's libraries, relying on the pale moonlight in the night sky to illuminate the texts. Paradoxically, Diana's pursuit for answers brought more questions than answers, as her teacher's vague and aphoristic replies provided her with nothing. It seems that these traditions and practices are opening a can of worms, which is difficult to answer, and it just leads to further mysteries down the road. However, the lack of answers just fueled Diana's curiosity even more, thinking that if no one could answer her, then she'd find the answers herself. While continuing her search, Diana began to notice that some tomes had entire chapters torn out of them, with all references to the moon seemingly missing from all Solari texts. This discovery created more questions for Diana, since from her understanding, Rakor is their origin. But it seemed like Solari focused only on teaching their practice and intentionally removing something from their culture. Just like any curious kid, Diana questioned the Solari faith in front of her teachers, which led to harsh punishments. The teachers scolded Diana for her doubt in the sun, something that no one should ever do in their tribe. Diana's troublesome relationship with her own instructors painted a bad light on her. It became a domino effect as her fellow acolytes started to shun her, thinking Diana was a strange outsider. Because of this, Diana grows cold and bitter against her fellow classmates. At the age of 13, Diana went under the tutelage of Priestess Elsene, who witnessed the massive argument between Diana and a fellow priestess named Nysindi. The majority of the tribe may have viewed Diana as an ungrateful outsider for questioning the tribe's beliefs, but Priestess Elsene viewed things differently. Elsene saw the potential in Diana's skills in rhetoric and logic, which was something that no one in their age group had ever shown. It's rare for someone as young as Diana to ask bewildering questions and have the courage to seek the answers. Elsene urged Diana to train her skills in a way that still respects the teachings of the Solari, and this setup works better for Diana instead of forcing the ideals on her. A year passed, and Diana enjoyed studying under the Elsene's tutelage, but the priestess could not protect her at all times. At one point, Diana questioned her oratory class instructor, Nemya, on why they call the night the darkness. Diana argued that the night is not truly dark. Instead, it is lit by a gentler, cooler light in the form of the moon. But instead of getting a straight answer, Nemya demanded she hold her tongue and punish Diana for being disruptive. Diana had her speaking privileges revoked from the class as her punishment. Catching news of this, Elsene wrote to Diana and advised her to restrain when questioning the logic of the Solari. It may be best for Diana to not have speaking privileges during the class for now, to avoid a heavier punishment, but the priestess will try her best to talk with her instructor, Nemya. The day after, Diana's oratory class discussed the topic of the upcoming Festival of the Nightless Eve. Hearing her classmate Sabina's speech about her excitement for her first Nightless Eve, Diana hated her punishment. She was rightfully annoyed and questioned why she was being punished while the rest of her classmates got to discuss pointless topics, such as the festival. After her outburst, Diana immediately regained her senses as she expected everyone to jump against her. Surprisingly, a fellow acolyte named Leona, a promising woman with lightly tanned skin, light brown eyes, and long back-length auburn reddish hair. She was known as being the most faithful and dedicated Solari student, but she volunteered to argue against Sabina by combating her emotions with a different one. The attention quickly shifted towards Leona. It was like seeing the top student challenge someone else's homework. It was impressive for some, But Diana thought that it wasn't a captivating argument, though she liked her effort nonetheless. On top of that, Leona described the night as somber rather than evil, which quickly caught Diana's attention. For the first time, Diana felt like someone else was on her side. Priestess Elsene was indeed helpful, but knowing a fellow acolyte was sharing her views felt amazing for Diana. Because of this, Diana was encouraged to express her thoughts once more. She continued Leona's statement and began to ask questions about the darkness, stating her criticisms of the upcoming festival, which quickly angered Nemia, but was left without a choice. A few days later, Leona passed notes with Diana as the two discussed plans to practice oratory studies together after their middle rhetoric instruction class. Diana questioned why she would ask her of all the people to help, as she was known to be the class troublemaker. But Leona insisted that she was the most skilled at constructing logical arguments in the class, despite her disagreements with their instructors. Along with that, Leona offered to help Diana in return and share some advice of her own, if she wanted. Diana, though still suspicious of whether or not this was some kind of joke Leona was trying to play on her, agreed to help, since she had no other assignments of her own to work on. Not to mention, she also thought that maybe sharing her ideas could sharpen Leona's argument. However, there's a lingering thought with Diana that Leona's reputation could potentially drag down, since Diana was known as the troublemaker, while Leona was known for being the most dedicated acolyte. Diana, not wanting to get Leona in trouble for talking to her, decided not to meet in person, and instead the two swapped notes with each other. Even though Leona was extremely faithful to the Solari, Diana admired her bravery and humbleness by approaching her for help. Leona was one of the first few classmates to ever show her some form of kindness, and she liked the idea of having someone to talk to. But she questioned why Leona would continue associating with her. She was used to being outcasted by the whole class, and that's why the idea of having a classmate to talk to was skeptical to Diana. One day, the two swapped notes once more as Diana examined and discussed Leona's arguments for her upcoming presentation, noting that she was improving compared to before. However, the two had a slight disagreement on why anything outside of the sun was considered evil, as Leona was content with accepting it as truth, while Diana believed they should dig deeper into the subject. Aside from that, Leona also noticed that Diana hadn't been practicing with her shield and offered to practice with her, which Diana denied, as she felt that using a shield was too distracting and weighed her down. Noting that she felt well defended as long as she was on Leona's team. The differences between them are starting to show up, but at least they can handle the argument without being too upset with their polar views. During the presentation, Diana joined in the debate with Leona, despite her speaking privileges having been revoked. When her instructor priestess Nemia ordered her to be quiet, Diana instead proposed a rebuttal and suggested that not everything belongs to the sun, which was considered blasphemous to the Solari. As punishment, Diana was sentenced to 3 days of standing in the sun with no shade or water until sunset as a reminder of its merciful judgment. Not even Priestess Elsene could save Diana from this point. Blasphemy is one of the actions that Solari cannot let pass. Days passed by, and Diana stood firm with her punishment. By the 3rd day, Diana was resentful, but still didn't completely forsake her Solari faith, though she started questioning whether or not Sun even loved her at all as a follower. The punishment was indeed brutal for Diana, making her think that maybe she belonged somewhere else. But despite the punishment, Diana thought the debate she had with Leona during her presentation was worth it, as that was the closest they'd have to talking together in public. Though the festival of the Nightless Eve was coming, Diana planned to instead climb and watch the stars at night, as Leona was the only person she would consider going to the festival with. However, Diana believed that because of her low social status and after their public debate, she couldn't possibly go to the festival with her. Later on, Leona finally asked Diana if she would attend the festival of the Nightless Eve with her. But Diana told her that she simply wouldn't be attending the festival, which saddened Leona as she questioned why she wouldn't. Diana, resentful of the punishment she endured, accused Leona of simply trying to preach to her and never seeing her as a real friend. The time she spent alone messed up her views about Leona's intentions. Diana, despite being on the verge of tears, got angry and yelled at Leona as the two got into a very loud, heated argument before being dragged off and reprimanded by Priestess Thalia. They were sentenced to scrubbing the floors of the entire temple as punishment. The atmosphere between them remained tense as the two of them cleaned the entire temple. A few days later, Diana came to the realization that Leona wasn't preaching to her, but genuinely wanted her to attend the festival as her date, and becoming angry with herself for being so foolish. On the night of the festival, Diana snuck out of the temple while the other acolytes prepared and dressed up. Climbing above the temple around the lower peaks of the mountain, Diana found a good resting place and sat there, watching the sky as the sun began to set. Once the night sky appeared, Diana, even though she knew it was against the Solari faith, relished in the light of the moon and the night stars, secretly offering a prayer to the moon. On that night, her prayers truly meant deep for her. The light of the moon in the night sky gave Diana the peace that she never had before, and so she delved into the soothing atmosphere while the others were busy at the festival. After her silent prayer, Diana heard Leona calling for her from afar. As she approached her, Diana questioned why Leona was up there with her and not down at the festival. She then asked if someone sent Leona to bring her back to the temple. Leona shook her head. Instead, she apologized for making Diana upset and getting them both in trouble. Upon hearing Leona's apology, Diana insisted that she was the one who should apologize, not Leona. It became a bit awkward, but the two of them laughed slightly, easing the tense atmosphere they had before. While staring at each other under the night sky, the two realized that this was the first time they ever spoke in person with nobody else around to watch them. Diana offered Leona a spot to sit next to her, and the two watched the night sky together, being closer than they ever had before. Diana again asked if she was going to the festival at all. Leona stated she wasn't sure and that it depended on how Diana would feel about it. As the two watched in silence, Diana laid her head against Leona's shoulder. The two sat there for hours, simply enjoying the view and each other's company. Diana, however, knowing how much the festival meant to Leona, offered to dance with her back at the temple. Though she expected her to say no, Leona simply stated, "Not yet," and grabbed her hand, leaning in for a loving kiss, before traveling down the mountain to the festival. It was the night that they would never forget, and it became the foundation of their bond. A couple of years passed, and their relationship was better than ever. Leona and Diana remained as incredible close friends and lovers. Even though the two have differences in their level of faith in the Solari, they continued to love one another, as Diana relished in finally having a true friend among her Solari peers. As they grew older, Diana continued to question her Solari faith, constantly searching for answers beyond their teachings and seeking to unearth ancient secrets that the Solari seemingly kept hidden for generations. It's been decades of non-stop search, but Diana never received any form of answer to her endless questions. One night, Diana discovered a hidden alcove deep inside the mountain. It was the first time she saw this passage, and Diana carefully scanned the area. She found images depicting golden warriors with imagery of the sun, as well as silver-clad warriors with reflective imagery of the moon, providing evidence of an ancient civilization that once praised the moon the same way the Solari praised the sun. With this new discovery hidden from the whole tribe, Diana eagerly raced to share this message with her dear Leona. Upon hearing the news, Leona reacted harshly and urged Diana to quit her pursuit, warning her of the punishments she'd face for the heresy she unearthed. Diana, having never seen Leona so serious and bleak before, reluctantly promised her that she'd drop the subject. However, everything once again doesn't sit well for Diana. Frustration was eating her every second, and Diana couldn't resist questioning why this discovery was considered heretical against the faith. Diana firmly believed that Solari was hiding something, and that was why she'd been punished every time she opened this subject. Desperate for answers, Diana decided to sneak out of the temple under the cover of night and ascend to Mount Targon itself, hoping to find the answers she sought at its peak. The climb up the mountain was excruciating, testing her both physically, mentally, and even spiritually, as she faced vicious trials on her climb. It may be a grueling path, but Diana had to face this challenge by herself. Surprisingly, she survived the harsh heights of Mount Targon by focusing on her love for Leona. Diana reached the peak of the mightiest mountain on Runeterra, hoping to find answers that would make the Solari a better, more complete faith. Upon arriving at the summit, Diana was greeted by the brightest, fullest moon she'd ever seen. In a rapturous moment of power, a pillar of moonlight slammed into her body from the skies as she felt the great presence of an aspect. They are the celestial beings watching over the whole universe, and it seemed like one of them set its eyes on Diana. In the next instant, Diana was chosen to be its mortal host. As her body bathed in moonlight, Diana saw glimpses of the past in her mind, provided by this aspect as it slowly took over her consciousness. Through these visions, Diana learned of the Lunari, a long-lost Rakor faith that was devout followers of the moon rather than the sun. At long last, the answers flashed through Diana's eyes as the transformation began. Once the light dissipated, Diana regained control of her own mind and emerged as the new host for the aspect of the moon. Her once dark hair now gleamed with a bright silver as she found herself clad in silver armor and holding a crescent blade. Just like what she saw in scriptures hidden in the alcove. As surprising as it was, there was another news that unfolded right in front of Diana. She quickly realized that she was not alone in this ascension, as Leona stood at her side in a golden set of armor that reflected her own, while wielding a shield and a sword. Diana did not know that Leona trailed behind her, and the ascension was shared as another aspect chose Leona as its host. Diana was overjoyed to share this ascension with her lover, but Leona demanded that the two of them immediately return to the Solari Temple and face the judgment of the priests. Diana begged Leona not to, instead urging her to come with her so that the two could face a new future together, to which Leona refused. Their disagreement increased dramatically as the two eventually engaged in swift combat with one another, erupting into a flurry of moonlight and sunfire. Though Diana had her blade at Leona's throat for a moment, she refused to strike the killing blow, and instead feared that she was losing herself to the powers of her new aspect. To avoid hurting her lover, Diana chose to flee down the mountain, far away from Leona. It's been a couple of days, and Diana pondered about the knowledge she learned. Vindicated by what she found, Diana decided to confront the Solari for their incorrect teachings, wishing to show them the errors of their ways. Diana moved swiftly without any hesitation in mind, believing that these wrongdoings could still be fixed. As she arrived at the Solari Temple, Diana easily pushed back the Raharak guardians and burst into the chambers of the Solari High Priests. As much as possible, Diana wanted to avoid any unnecessary battles, and that's why she approached the High Priests diplomatically. While Diana explained the discovery she found and the visions she saw of the Lunari, she was denounced as a heretic, blasphemer, and peddler of false gods, sentencing her to punishment for her heresy. And for the last time, Diana could no longer endure the lies that had been building up over the centuries. Upon this, Diana felt a rage amplified by the aspect within and decided to embrace it in a terrible burst of moonlight. It instantly obliterated the high priests and many surrounding Solari, causing massive damage to the scene. Startled by this sudden and uncontrolled display of powers, Diana fled the temple. This incident further tarnished the longing problem between the Solari and Lunari. Following visions and memories of the aspect within her, Diana sought to follow these visions as a means to find the answers she had always been looking for. Diana believed that she had a larger purpose beyond the Solari. Though she's still unsure what these visions are leading her to, she remains resolute in finding the answers no matter the cost, just like what she has been doing for a long time. One night, Diana's visions lead her to a dark forest filled with massive ancient trees and foliage. Having grown up on the mountain ranges of Targon, she had never seen such verdant forests before. After thanking the aspect of the moon for her guidance, Diana found overgrown, withered trees up the slopes of some rocky highlands. After passing through these trees, Diana found a circle of towering stones carved with spirals and curving sigils. Diana inspected the area further upon noticing that each stone had the same moon-shaped rune that appeared on her forehead. Moving to the center of the mysterious structures, Diana drew her crescent blade and knelt with her head bowed down, before sensing the arrival of 3 terrifying Voidborns, creatures from the void entering the Runeterra. Diana brutally and hastily fought the creatures, slashing at their ivory flesh as their bone-white carapaces quickly darkened a deep purple upon exposure to Runeterra's atmosphere. While fighting off the creatures, Diana felt a deep hatred from within her, seeing visions granted by her aspects that showed a terrible war that was once waged against these monsters. The Void War during the battle between Shurima and Akathia. Diana soon unleashed the full might of her aspect and got lost in visions of a great city that once stood in this forest, summoning a striking beam of moonlight that split the clouds and then empowered the stone structures surrounding her, before obliterating the Voidborn and closing the void rift that stood nearby. After the hard-fought encounter, Diana returned to her normal consciousness and successfully sealed the rift. However, she knew that her work was far from over. These visions are probably guiding her to fulfill the purpose that she was looking for. Diana went onward to continue her quest, following the guidance of the aspect of the moon. Following her visions, Diana seemingly went missing and began traveling across the world, either running from something or following some unknown mission. At some point, Diana fled Targon and traveled to Ionia for unknown reasons. While fleeing out of Targon, Diana left behind her crescent-shaped blade on a distant snowy peak around Mount Targon. Unbeknownst to her, someone picked it up and aimed to return the crescent blade to her, but it may take a lot of time before they can meet each other. It has been a long time since Diana was exploring the world. At some point, Diana returned to Mount Targon and found a large majority of Lunari followers. They've been hiding from the oppressive Solari, and Diana's arrival inspired the Lunari faction. Diana became the shed of light for their dark times as they sought to fight back the Solari. When a Lunari shadestalker named Lyra was captured by the Solari, her mentor, Cygnus the Moonstalker, gathered several Lunari warriors to save her, backed by Diana herself. Lyra, having fallen in love with a Solari boy, was able to escape, and Diana saw the two of them fleeing the Solari soldiers at a cliff known as Dragon's Roost. Unfortunately, Lyra was killed when an arrow struck her in the chest as she tried to protect her Solari lover. At that moment, Diana witnessed the moon eclipse the sun, illuminating the edge of Dragon's Roost and allowing the two to descend into the heavens, turning them into celestial constellations that depicted their love. As the Solari soldiers headed back to the tribe, Diana saw Leona for the first time in years, leading the Solari soldiers. Though she initially held her weapon up as a threat, she slowly lowered it when Leona noticed her from afar, silently agreeing to not fight this day, as the two stared at each other longingly before going their separate ways. No one won in this battle, as both tribes seemingly lost a part of them, especially the two aspects who were once lovers. Looking back at Diana's journey as she returned to Mount Targon, she encountered the Sentinels of Light. After knowing the purpose of this group from the distant land, Diana volunteers to guide them up Mount Targon. To fight off the threats of the ruination, the Sentinels recruit new members, including Diana, turning her into one of the Sentinels. She attains a new uniform and a relic sword by Gwen. After the Sentinels took down Viego, every recently recruited Sentinel lays down their Sentinel weapons and cloaks to return to their regular lives. It was a different journey that Diana never expected, somewhat a side quest from her main goal. Diana continued to save the Lunari and bring back the true origin of the Rakor. Is it amazing how a person dreams and then eventually achieves it? However, there are times when it's hard to draw a line between being a dreamer and holding on to delusions. One may think that they were living the dream, but they could also just be living in delusions. This story goes way down to the Undercity, where chemicals fly through the air, polluting the environment and possibly poisoning its citizens. As tragic as it sounds, that's not even close to what this self-proclaimed doctor does to his patients. The man uses drastic measures, believing he is curing them through brutal medical procedures. His name is Dr. Mundo, the madman of Zaun. Before the feared madman became the violet muscle man in the streets of Zaun, the man was just a regular buff dude with a light personality. He was born and raised in Zaun, nothing really special about him aside from his size. He grew up to be a large man, able to physically intimidate others. However, his physical features don't reflect who he truly is. The man had a friendly and good-natured personality. He even used casual nicknames for people around him. His friendly conduct earned him a couple of good friends in the working area. However, his job doesn't really fit his personality. The man worked as a henchman and an enforcer for a chem baron, using his size to serve the brutal crime lords in Zaun. It may not be his dream job, but it was the only job that fit his physical features and strength. While doing his duty as a henchman, Mundo made a huge mistake. His boss, the chem baron leader, decided to make an example out of the enforcer. He was committed to Oswald Asylum, a place well known for its inhumane treatment and questionable cures. The Baron watched with satisfaction as his enforcer was placed in restraints and dragged away to the padded confines of the asylum's most secure cell. As months went by, Mundo experienced different forms of torture as he became a lab rat in the asylum, receiving different chemicals injected into him. The enforcer suffered unspeakable horrors at the hands of his supposed caregivers. Experimental treatments were rendered without concern for the patient's well-being. Nerves were prodded, lobes were severed, and unproved medicines were administered in large quantities. The enforcer began to change, his large frame gaining more muscle by the day. His brain, however, suffered a far worse fate. As he lost all memory of his past life, the enforcer struggled to make sense of the cruel world around him. Other than that, his skin color changed into purple as his tongue turned blue. He was like a new creature at this point. He looked down at his old restraining jacket. It almost resembled the white coats of the medical professionals that surrounded him. The chemicals were truly messing him up both physically and mentally, making him forget who he truly was. The man misread the words on his own uniform, and he began to assume a new name and new profession for himself. The man thought that he must be a doctor too, reasoning, why else would he be in this wretched asylum? As he looked around and saw other tortured beings like him, he assumed that these people must be his patients. And that's where everything originated. No memories, no name, only Dr. Mundo. At last the day came when the Chem Baron arrived to discharge his enforcer from the asylum. To his surprise, there was no one to greet him in the lobby. The halls were empty and dead silent, save for the faint, incoherent babbling of a deranged patient in a room at the end of the hallway. The Chem Baron leader entered the room to a horrifying sight. Scattered across the floor were countless bodies, staff and patients alike, dismembered beyond recognition. Standing above them, a hulking purple monstrosity blathered unintelligibly as a large blue tongue lolled out the side of its gaping mouth. Muscles bulged grotesquely beneath its undersized garments, and its fist tightened around the handle of a surgical saw. The Baron turned pale as his gaze found the face of the monster, and recognized it as his old enforcer. On the flip side, the enforcer, who recalled nothing of his old boss, saw only another patient in desperate need of treatment. The purple thing lumbered toward the Chem Baron, wagging his bone saw in anticipation. The Baron drew his Chemtech pistol and fired. The shot tore through the looming mass in front of him, staggering the monster. But only for a brief moment. The hole in the creature's flesh quickly closed as new slabs of muscle rapidly regrew over the wound. Dr. Mundo paused, eyed the Baron quizzically, and uttered, "You sick? Need help?" Mimicking what he had seen performed countless times by the asylum's former practitioners, Mundo threw the man on a nearby gurney, strapped his arms into the restraints, and prepared his instruments for surgery. The Chem Baron leader turned pale as he realized the grim fate that awaited him. The ensuing surgery, like so many before and after it, was not successful. The burgeoning doctor added the remains of his latest patient to the pile on the floor. Though he was saddened he could not save him, he knew he had done all he could. Besides, he would have other chances. Zaun was full of sick people just waiting to be cured. With a smile returning to his face, he left the hospital and set out into the streets to find more patients. It has been a while since he had a last patient. Mundo thought of this idea while stroking the massive purple tongue that hung from his mouth, like an executed criminal swinging from the gallows. He rolled out of his bed, a large wooden box filled with sharpened knives and rusty nails, brushed his teeth with a nail file, and ate breakfast, a cat. Mundo felt exuberant. He felt alive. Since Mundo was looking for more patients, he carefully observed from the shadows. He notes his observation in his imaginary notepad, thinking he was onto something. However, his ideas were far off from the truth, as he thought that there was a spreading virus on the streets, and only he could stop it. Mundo descended into Zaun's sump level. If there was a virus going around, chances were it originated here. There must be a patient zero somewhere. If he could just cure the first sufferer of this mystery disease, Mundo knew he could cure the rest of Zaun. That was the rationale that ran through Mundo's head. As he explored the place, Mundo began to talk to himself, thinking about how he could find one specific patient in the sprawl of the sump level, and what steps would he take to isolate, quarantine, and fix this most suffering of Zaunites. While in the middle of his thoughts, Mundo heard something. Footsteps, and a rhythmic clang of metal against metal. He followed the noise as carefully and quietly as he could. Wouldn't want to spook the patient into running away and infecting even more people. Later on, he found what he thought was the patient, a young boy, by himself. He was no older than 15, with a shock of white hair and a large metal sword-looking thing in his hand. He had some sort of hourglass tattooed onto his face. At that moment, Mundo knew he'd found him. He called him Patient Zero, believing Ekko, the boy who shattered time, was the carrier and origin of this so-called virus. Mundo believed that it would be a complex operation, requiring skill, planning, and a careful eye. Mundo approached Ekko and told him that he might feel a little sting with his medical procedure. On the other hand, Ekko was surprised, but not unprepared. Anybody hanging out in the sump knew to be ready for trouble at a moment's notice, and Ekko had plenty of time to prepare. In fact, he had nothing but time. Mundo tried to apprehend Ekko, but he viewed him as a troublesome patient. Ekko refused to answer Mundo's questions about his medical history and repeatedly evaded Mundo's attempts to make him take his medicine. Mundo repeated himself over and over again and thought that the patient had no respect for Dr. Mundo's authority. The two scuffled for what felt like hours. Mundo made what he thought were very salient points about the merits of treatment, but Ekko constantly evaded Mundo's attempts to help him. Eventually, Mundo grew tired of arguing with the boy. He mustered up one final attempt at treatment, wielding his precision scalpel with the artistry of a Dalmatian duelist. He then said, "Mundo fixes all things. Mundo do medicine very hard." These thoughts ran through his head again and again, and his desire to cure this child filled him with purpose and determination. In the next instant, Mundo swung with all his might, finally able to hit Ekko. Mundo was extremely happy, thinking that the treatment was a success. But then, somehow, the treatment reversed itself. Whatever good Mundo had accomplished in his last attempt at a cure was suddenly undone. To Mundo's utter confusion, Ekko scurried away, utterly uncured. Mundo screamed in irritation. "Why can't Mundo save them all?" After a short while, Mundo thought that not every operation was a success. He viewed this encounter as a failure of his medical treatment, believing he failed to cure Ekko, when in fact, Ekko just made it out alive. Still, Mundo tried to focus on the positive. Apart from this most recent patient, Mundo had helped an awful lot of people, at least in his mind. He'd done a full day's work, and now it was time to rest. As the sun came up, Mundo returned home and tucked himself into bed. Who knew what tomorrow might bring? Another patient to help, another epidemic to stop. A doctor's work was never done. Those words pondered in Mundo's head as he called it a day. It's crazy to think how Mundo's views were the exact opposite of his actions. His delusions kept piling up, thinking that killing them meant curing them, and the torture he had experienced was the medical procedure for his so-called patients. It took him a couple of days as his mind further deteriorated, thinking that everyone was sick and needed help. Even though it seemed like he lost all his senses, Dr. Mundo still felt sad whenever he failed to cure someone, which meant the victim managed to get away from him. His feelings are still intact inside of him. It was just placed on the wrong ideals. Dr. Mundo continued to roam in the dark alleys of Zaun, curing the patients on the streets. We often encounter the question, what would you do if you could go back in time? It does sound like a silly question, but it's a fun theory to wonder about. Some would probably do their best to fix a certain scenario from their past, while others would just revisit the good old days of their memories. However, this was not as simple as it seemed for a boy who could thread the timeline. Fixing what was wrong was enough. This man always explored the branching possibilities of reality to craft the perfect moment. In the eyes of the outsider, it would appear that this man could solve and do everything perfectly at the first try. But in reality, he just already knew what was going to happen and acted accordingly. This is the story of Ekko, the boy who shattered time. Venturing to the land on an isthmus between the Valoran and Shuriman continents, two cities were built with opposite settings, and the best part of it was that the first city was directly above the second one, creating a huge difference in their setup. Piltover, also known as the City of Progress, was the city located at the top side, investing its time in the development of Hextech. Their counterpart was Zaun, known as the City of Iron and Glass, and their focus was on Chemtech. These two cities have a century-long history, spanning from when they were established all the way to the present day, as conflicts between them were inevitable. A few decades ago, there was a couple living in Zaun with the goal of a better life for their newborn. Inna, a lady with white hair and dark skin complexion, and Wyeth, a bald man with similar skin tone. They knew how messed up the city of Zaun was, and it became their primary reason to work hard. Inna and Wyeth envisioned a brighter future for their son, wanting him to study at the universities in Piltover, and that boy was Ekko. Throughout those years, Ekko grew up watching his parents age beyond their years, toiling for too many hours under dangerous conditions in suffocating factories. They believed it would all be worth it if it meant that their son could one day rise to the city above. It didn't take long before Wyeth, Ekko's father, developed health problems. The chemicals were too taxing to his body. It reached the point wherein Wyeth could barely hear and see anything. Because of this, Ekko's parents only viewed Zaun as filled with pollution and crime, and their hopes of sending Ekko to a prestigious university get slimmer each day. Despite the tragic state that they were in, Ekko viewed things differently. He recognized the vibrant energy and potential for innovation that thrived amidst the city's chaos. This appreciation for Zaun's resilience and resourcefulness fueled Ekko's youth, leading him to form bonds with the scrappy orphans of Zaun, known as the Lost Children of Zaun. There, Ekko found a different perspective on the gloomy streets. His parents do wish for Ekko to be in Piltover, but Ekko's heart falls in Zaun. Surrounded by the ingenuity of Zaunites and inspired by their ability to thrive in adverse conditions, Ekko's childhood was marked by wild invention and exploration. From constructing simple machines before he could crawl to embarking on escapades through the labyrinthine streets, Ekko embraced the spirit of his city and its people. His life was full of flair. He even constantly hung out with a young girl named Powder. They often mimic how Violet, Powder's older sister, performed shadowboxing, which they cannot do, but still love doing. Their bond with the other lost children of Zaun was genuine and memorable for Ekko. He even had a crush on Powder during those days. As Ekko grew older, his style adapted to Zaunites' streetwear. Ekko is a short, thin, brown-skinned young man with hazelnut brown eyes. He has white hair fashioned into a mohawk. Typically, his forehead and nose are painted white with the shape of an hourglass. He usually wears baggy builder's overalls, a red scarf with protective glasses on his neck, semi-sewn baggy green pants, and black boots. Ekko rocks with his style, and it was his signature during his teenage years. One day, during a solo trek into the rubble of a recently demolished laboratory, Ekko stumbled upon a shard of Hextech crystal that would change the course of his life forever. He scrambled to find more pieces, but the encroaching enforcers told him he wasn't the only one looking. At that moment, Ekko realized that he accidentally put himself in a bad situation. But instead of coming out clean and surrendering the Hextech crystal he found, Ekko decided to run with it. The chase was on, and the enforcers tried their best to catch up to Ekko. But thanks to the skills he developed while playing with other Zaunites, Ekko was too slippery for the enforcers to catch. Eventually, he barely escaped and returned to his home. Ekko's discovery of the Hextech shard piqued his curiosity and set him on a path of experimentation. With relentless determination, he worked to harness the shard's temporal powers, culminating in the creation of the Zero Drive, a device capable of manipulating time in small increments. Despite initial setbacks, Ekko did not stop. He even encountered different unusual situations, like the creation of multiple versions of himself due to a temporal distortion. Ekko doesn't know where the other version of himself went, or if they were truly alive per se. But this just proved that there was something great waiting for Ekko at the end of this experiment. After some tense coordination between Ekko and his paradoxes, they managed to contain and repair the hole he had torn in the fabric of reality. Eventually, he harnessed the shattered crystal's temporal powers into a device that would allow him to manipulate small increments of time. At least in theory. Ekko persevered, refining the Zero Drive and pushing its limits. On his name day, Ekko put the Zero Drive to the test. While Ekko looked for anything he could to test his device, an unexpected event welcomed him. Ekko's friends badgered him into climbing the ancient clock tower known as Old Hungry. So Ekko brought the untested device along with him. The lost children climbed, stopping occasionally to paint an obscene caricature or two of prominent Pilties. They were near the top when a handhold gave way, sending one of Ekko's friends tumbling to certain doom. Instinctively, as if he'd done it 1,000 times before, Ekko activated his device. The world shattered around him, and he was wrenched backward through spiraling particles of time. Then Ekko was back, watching his friend reach again for the same rotting plank. The plank broke, and the boy fell. But Ekko was ready this time, diving to the edge and grabbing him by the shirt. Ekko tried to swing him to safety, but his friend became caught in the tower's clockwork gears and... Stop. Rewind. Several attempts later, Ekko finally saved his friend's life. But to his crew, Ekko's supernatural reflexes had saved their friend before anyone realized the danger. He told them about the crystal and made them swear to secrecy. Instead, they dared each other to new heights of foolishness, knowing Ekko had the means to pluck them out of danger. This incident showed Ekko the potential of his invention and solidified his role as a protector of his friends and city. With each trial and so much error, the time-warping device, which Ekko dubbed the Zero Drive, grew more and more stable. The only limit was how many do-overs his body could take before exhaustion set in. Ekko's time-bending antics have made him a person of interest to some of Zaun and Piltover's most inventive, most powerful, and most dangerous individuals. But his only interest is in his friends, his family, and his city. He dreams of the day when his hometown rises up to dwarf the so-called City of Progress. Piltover's golden veneer will be overshadowed by the towering ingenuity and relentless spunk of a Zaun born. Not from generations of privilege, but from sheer daring. He may not have a plan yet, but he's got all the time in the world. After all, if Ekko's Z-Drive can change the past, how hard can it be to change the future? In a possible future, Ekko becomes more enraptured by his technology, neglecting his loved ones. He fell into this self-responsibility, tying him to this technology that only he could manipulate. He would use his Zero Drive to rewind situations with his friends and family to get the optimal outcome, perfecting each part and wanting to write the best possible future. With his obsession with writing the future, Ekko eventually drifts away from all his friends and seldom returns home to see his parents. Meanwhile, the Poindexter Chembaron family would greatly increase their Syntixi manufacturing, much to the ire of Clan Pharos, causing Piltover to increase their chemical dumpings into Zaun. The increased pollution would strengthen the noxious Zaun Grey, causing a citywide quarantine to be put in place. In retaliation, the Poindexters would launch attacks against Piltover. Ekko would do his best to save lives on both sides, but to little success. With the cities on the brink of civil war and the pollution forcing his parents to leave Zaun, Ekko resolved to improve his technology to allow him to travel further back in time to stop the war. After numerous failed attempts, Ekko is able to turn his Zero Drive into the Chronoport, but at the expense of his last Zero Drive. With his last chance, he travels back to stop Clan Pharos from hiring the Poindexters to manufacture artificial hex tech, but arrives too late. Despite Syntixi being discovered, future Ekko decides to round it all up before the Poindexters amass too much power and recruits his younger self to aid him. After the two Ekkos gather all the Syntixi, future Ekko plans to create a Syntixi bomb and detonate it at the halfway point between Piltover and Zaun, not only to destroy the Syntixi, but also Clan Pharos' Hextech vault. rendering both cities powerless and averting civil war. His past self is horrified that his future self would sacrifice so many innocent lives to stop the war. But future Ekko disregards him. His past self would team up with Camille to stop him from detonating the bomb. They managed to apprehend future Ekko, and present Ekko talked him down, but the bomb was already armed. Future Ekko decided to take the bomb and hurl it through a rift in time, then destroyed the Syntixi at the cost of his own life. The detonation was massive, and that could potentially mark the end of the future war that was going to break in the far future. As Ekko hurled through time and space, Ekko saw the multiverse. In one timeline, he sees his parents have decided to stay in Zaun and steps through. Ekko hopes that his past self will forgive him. There was no clear sign if Ekko truly perished as he drifted through time and space. However, seeing the multiverse brought tons of perspectives for him. There were different timelines wherein he encountered a lot of notable figures in Zaun. For example, how he and his friends enjoyed the concept of Seraphine, meeting a Yordle named Heimerdinger and doing experiments with him, fighting the feared beast named Dr. Mundo at his young age, and teaming up with the lost children of Zaunites known as the Arcane. But the best memory timeline that Ekko found was when he danced with Powder at a ball. All those timelines played out differently, only if he did not shut himself away from his friends and loved ones. Sadly for him, he would never experience those timelines. It's the cost of perfecting and controlling too much of what the future holds. Recalling our journey to the place wherein domination is the name of the game in their empires, Noxus is known for its brutal force and unusual entertainment per se. Besides conquering lands, Noxians tend to look for worthy candidates in their fighting arena. They are called the Reckoners, the gladiators who will fight to the death if needed, just for the sake of the viewer's entertainment. Some of them were forced to participate in this bloody tournament upon getting captured from a different land, while others joined by themselves and enjoyed the thrill of this arena. As twisted as it may seem, this man found his place in the fleshing arena of Noxious Prime. His name is Draven, the glorious executioner. Before the brutal man became the entertainer in the arena, Draven was born in the port city of Basilich. It is located in the eastern Valoran continent by the footholds of a mountain range called the Great Barrier. He was the younger brother of Darius, but they never knew who their parents were. They may be an orphan, but Darius took the responsibility and became the dependable figure for Draven. The two of them scavenge for survival, doing whatever it takes for them to survive another day in this small port city. Having that in mind, Draven became accustomed to this setup. The constant brawling in the streets, fighting thugs in the shady underworld, and doing unusual activities as a child honed Draven's skills. For Darius, he viewed it as the means to survive. But for Draven, he viewed this experience as a fun one. Over the course of time, Draven enjoyed this scuffle, intentionally pissing off the city guards, just to provoke them and create more chaos. Draven's skills were indeed amazing for his young age, but he wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for his older brother, Darius. His older brother was the one who fought beside him, fixed his pile of troubles, and secured food for them to eat. Unfortunate, but it was the childhood that Draven wouldn't forget, as he viewed it as a happy memory rather than a tragic one. One day, Draven and Darius went up to climb a cliff. Darius climbed up first so Draven could follow his lead. Later on, Darius took the wrong path and was about to slip. But then an unknown girl who was probably the same age range as them caught Darius's hand and saved him. The three of them made it to the top and introduced their names. The girl's name was Quilletta Van, and thanks to her, Darius did not fall from the cliff. The three of them became friends and agreed to meet up again some other time. maybe play some games or provoke the guards in their free time. As Draven and Darius grew, their setup remained the same. The only difference was that Quilletta spent more time with them throughout those years. Darius became a bit busy forming a relationship with Quilletta, while Draven sought where the fun places were. It seemed like everything was going great for them. Draven and Darius may be poor, but their bond is what kept them going every single day. As fun as their adventure was, it all came to an end when Noxus set their four in the Basilic, aiming to conquer the port city. Chaos unfolded as the Noxian army led by Captain Cyrus invaded the city out of nowhere. The army gave the citizens two choices. 1. Surrender and serve for Noxus. Or 2. Fight them and perish on the very land that they are standing. There's not much of a choice for anyone, and others tried to run from the grasp of the Noxian army. Draven, Darius, and Quilletta ran and hid atop a rooftop. However, things don't sit well for Draven. He couldn't just accept the situation and hide like a coward. So while Darius and Quilletta argued about their decision, Draven sneaked and headed to the kitchen. He found a knife near the sink and saw this as a perfect opportunity to take out the captain of the army. Clearly, Draven did not think things through, but he was determined to fight until his last breath. Draven threw the knife, but it landed on the general's flag, catching the attention of the army. Draven, Darius, and Quilletta were apprehended immediately, but still, Draven wouldn't stop resisting, even mocking the army as they were escorted. His action could put them in a worse situation, but surprisingly, Captain Cyrus viewed Draven differently. He thought that the aggressive nature of this angsty teenager had potential and room for Noxus. Because of that, he offered Draven, Darius, and Quilletta to join their empire, and they accepted the offer to save their lives. Several years have passed, and things worked well for the brothers. Darius ended up marrying Quilletta and started a family, while Draven enjoyed the chaos that the Noxus provided. This conquering motto of Noxus was entertaining for Draven, who's constantly looking for fights, motivating him to sharpen his skills and train every day. Eventually, Draven grew up to be a man, tall, muscular, with fair skin and dark brown or black hair. His body and face are decorated with reddish tattoos, a series of thick, angular lines. His iconic facial hair is a long, thin mustache that extends past his jawline. Draven typically wears light leather armor, accented with metal spikes and white fur. And lastly, his weapon of choice was a pair of large, spinning axes meant for throwing. For many years, Draven and Darius fought as a part of Cyrus's war host. Darius took this opportunity to climb the ranks and build a reputation for himself. However, it came to the point where Draven viewed this as monotonous, like no more real challenges like before. Draven grew increasingly bored as most of the towns they set on would immediately surrender just by the gaze of their army. His skills were beyond question, but the everyday life of being a soldier felt like too much effort for too little reward. Additionally, there was not enough personal glory. Eventually, Darius came to order his own warband, and Draven joined him. Draven thought this might be easier, or another way to achieve greater recognition for himself, but ultimately, he was disappointed. It seemed like Draven couldn't find what he was looking for in these conquests. Rumors have been made as to why Draven left Darius's command. One rumor says that Draven chose to leave his brother's command. Another says he was forced out of command. Whichever is correct, it is undeniable that his skills were highly sought after as both a champion and a duelist. It was a bit of a frustrating situation for Draven, but there was still something that added more twist to Draven's journey. During his time under Darius's command, he found a conflicting relationship with a girl named Tamara. Black hair and smart, she worked as intel for Darius's army. Draven and Tamara tend to argue a lot, and others find their interactions somewhat cute. For the spectators of their quarrel, it's obvious that Draven and Tamara have feelings for each other, but they just don't admit it, and so their setup stays the same. When Draven left the army to return to the Noxious Prime, Tamara joined him on his way home. On their journey, Draven and Tamara encountered two Yordles, Tristana the Yordle Gunner, and Lulu the Fey Sorceress. It went to a messy scuffle, and Tamara was knocked unconscious when she was hit by a magical cannonball to the gut by Tristana. Because of this, Draven carried Tamara and fled away from the weird encounter. After a short while, they reached the Empire and then moved on to their personal responsibilities. Draven was convinced and decided to join a succession of warbands during the occupation of Ionia. And afterward, he ended up with a fairly respectable contract in the Reckoning Pits. Now the situation completely turned around as Draven found a place where skills were at full display. The Reckoners were known as the gladiators of the arena, fighting different monsters or even other fighters as well to keep the audience entertained. Draven felt the thrill of this newfound life, and there was so much to do in this arena. Draven took on the mantle of the glorious executioner, and he quickly rose to fame and glory only for himself, something that he had been searching for. For many years, the gladiatorial reckoners had performed a vital role in Noxious, punishing criminals and settling disputes between the noble houses. Draven had his mind set on receiving the riches, adoration, and renown he felt he deserved. His skills were unmatched, and each day felt like a new challenge for Draven. He loved his new job so much that he even did various tricks just to keep the audience entertained. One day, Darius attended the arena along with General Jericho Swain to watch his younger brother perform. At that time, Darius was already crowned as the Hand of Noxious by Emperor Darkwill, but Draven was having none of that. As the crowd chanted his name, Draven pointed his axe at Darius and called him for a battle. Darius was shocked and questioned if Draven was asking for a death wish. Meanwhile, Swain remained speechless and eventually left the arena. Darius told Draven that his action was no joke. Challenging the Hand of Noxious meant that he had to kill him now. Darius was taking things seriously, while Draven started to spin his axes and even mocked Swain. When the brothers were about to fight, a green four-legged monster known as a basilisk entered the arena. Draven immediately recognized that this could be Swain's intervention in their fight. Darius asked Draven to fight together once more, or perish in the hands of the big monster. Draven answered, "Together works," and he even called Swain a softie for intervening in their battle. The battle with the monster showed how the brothers improved their skills over time. The ones who were getting chased by the local city guards are now fighting a wild monster. By the end, the brothers were victorious as the crowd chanted their names. Draven and Darius exchanged hands as they had a little conversation. Darius warned Draven to never pull off such a stunt again, or else he wouldn't be lucky. But Draven just responded that he would definitely do it again. Darius went back to his duties as the Hand of Noxious, while Draven continued to be the glorious executioner. As years passed by, Draven fought countless reckoners. Some of them even fled from the arena, to which he doesn't care at all. As long as he could display his skill set and earn the honor for himself, he wouldn't care what the other reckoners would do in the arena. Draven even once fought with Riven, a strong warrior with a broken blade, and she was called the Exile. Draven had high praise for Riven and viewed her as worthy of his time. But their interactions did not last long, as Riven escaped the arena. Everything was going well for the arena, at least for the last couple of years. But the narrative slowly changed as the audience drifted away from this form of entertainment. With long, protracted wars on many fronts, the spectacle was beginning to lose its appeal to the common citizen. as the attention of the crowd shifted, Draven fell into a slump. Spending more time in the seedier drinking halls and gambling dens of the capital, the arena was everything for Draven. It's where he found a place suited for him, and without the arena, Draven fell into an existential crisis. Shortly, Draven ended up broke and washed up, far gone from the glorious title he held for years. However, when everything felt like a mess for Draven, the former General Jericho Swain found him. Swain has been rallying allies to support his quest, forming a new empire for Noxus. Their interaction gave Draven another sense of purpose, and a slight hope that maybe the arena could be reformed once all of this was said and done. It seemed like Swain was an ambitious man, but their goals aligned. In the end, Swain became the new emperor, and Draven managed to get back on his feet again. Draven's journey was indeed way different than his older brother Darius. If Darius focused on living by the principles of Noxus, Draven embodied his character ever since he was a child. From an orphan surviving with little means, to a famous entertainer in the arena, thanks to his skills. He did miss the first knife that he threw, but now he never misses a beat when throwing his spinning axes. Draven now owns the arena, ready to challenge anyone who will set foot on his stage. With that being said, a new challenger did enter the arena as the black mist started to conquer the whole Runeterra. It's time for the ruination, and Viego, the ruined king, was the new challenger. Draven challenged him and instantly lost the battle. At this point, no one knows what will happen next. If you think that only the dark streets of Zaun have terrifying monsters that were once humans, then you probably haven't visited the depths of Noxus. However, there was a significant difference in terms of how they became what they are today. Those who lived in Zaun changed through experimentation, while the ones in Noxus were magically altered by ancient magic. One of them is a woman named Elise, the Spider Queen. Elise Kithra was born centuries ago to House Kithra, one of the oldest bloodlines and noble houses of Noxus. At a young age, Lady Elise swiftly learned the power of beauty to influence the weak. She studied how to be a proper lady, mastering etiquette, and utilizing the innate beauty that she has. Thanks to her efforts, Lady Elise grew into a fine woman, attracting many noble suitors. Her charm was unmatched, paired with a seductive aura. She has sharp, defined facial features, dark eyes, and short, dark, slicked-back hair with a distinctive scarlet-red sweep along the middle. When she came of age, she entertained the courtship of Berholt, heir to House Zavin. Their union was opposed by many since it would strengthen Kithra at Zavin's expense, becoming a potential dynasty and blowing other noble houses out of the water. Their opposition just fueled Elise's determination even more. She worked hard to beguile her intended husband and manipulated her detractors to secure a betrothal. Unbeknownst to her, this political marriage had been planned for many years by shadowy forces working behind the scenes throughout the Empire, with Berholt Savin a mere pawn in a much larger game. Elise thought that she was great at deception and manipulation, but there was already someone who had been holding that position for more years, someone who had been shaping Noxus from the early years up to the present. Even so, it was an unexpected twist that Elise dominated him completely. Berholt still remained the face of his house, but it was clear who was in charge. As time passed, his resentment grew, and Berholt could no longer endure Elise's constant manipulation. For him, Elise was the best example of beauty on the outside, but rotten on the inside, and he must do something to put an end to this suffering. One evening, Berholt came up with a plan and acted quickly. While Elise was busy, Berholt poisoned the drinks. Later on, the two of them enjoyed the typically frosty dinner as Elise fell into the trap. At the moment, Berholt revealed he had poisoned her wine. Elise was shocked, but remained composed during the whole ordeal. She thought there must be something Berholt wanted for doing this act. He could have assassinated her, or just let her die from the poison, but he instead informed her about the poisoning. This led Elise to think that there was probably a motive underneath. Shortly, Berholt demanded Elise to withdraw from society and let him take up the reins of power since their noble houses were already united. That request proved that Elise was indeed right in her rationale. She also realized that Berholt wouldn't establish those demands if he didn't have the antidote to this poison. So Elise played the role of a remorseful wife, weeping and begging her husband's forgiveness. Berholt thought that he finally won against Elise. He approached her with the intention of giving the antidote, but Elise snatched up a knife and plunged it into his heart, falling into her web of facade as Berholt clung to his last breath. Elise was free from the poison, but even with the antidote, she was still bedridden for weeks. During her recovery, a mysterious, pale woman paid her a visit. Elise was clueless about how this stranger managed to get inside her room effortlessly, but since she could not do anything, Elise was forced to listen. The mysterious woman introduced herself as the enigmatic mistress of the Black Rose. She then shared about a secret society where hidden knowledge and sorcery were shared among those who could be trusted, and kept from those who could not. In truth, the pale woman did not care who controlled each of the noble houses, as long as they were sworn to her. Since Elise had killed the thrall Berholt, she would have to prove her own value, or a more suitable replacement would be found. At that moment, Elise realized that all of these noble houses fighting for power were just fish hunting the smaller ones. She belonged to something deeper. With that, Elise joined the pale woman as she took her to the Cabal, like the other members before Elise. Later, Elise met the most prominent members, trading influence and thwarting her rivals in a complex web of tangled schemes. She then realized that with the wealth of 2 houses, there were not many who could oppose her, and she became even more adept at persuading others to do her bidding. Her body was filled with excitement as she dove deeper into this secret organization controlling the whole of Noxus. Eventually, Elise learned of an object that held great significance for the Black Rose, the skull of an ancient warlord, San Uzal, also known as Mordekaiser. It was rumored to have been hidden long ago in the Shadow Isles, a mysterious island that we considered a myth at that point in time. Keen to gain the pale woman's favor, Elise found a desperate, debt-ridden captain willing to bear her and a handful of devotees to the cursed city of Halia. It took them a while, but they came ashore on a beach of ashen sand. It was indeed a dangerous task as they were tormented by spiteful wraiths while searching in vain for the lost vault. However, Elise found something else, far from what she anticipated. A creature of the long-forgotten past had made its home in the lightless depths beneath the city. This bloated, chitinous monster was the spider god Vilema, and it erupted from the darkness to devour the intruders. Chaos unfolded as the devotees were getting devoured one after the other. Vilema annihilated the whole crew before sinking its fangs into Elise's shoulder. She fell, howling and convulsing as the venom wrought terrible changes upon her body. It was a horrifying alteration as her spine rippled with undulant motion, and arachnoid legs pushed out from her flesh. Finally, breathless with the agony of transformation, Elise turned to find her new master looming above her. It was like Elise was chosen for some reason, and an unspoken understanding between Elise and Vilema lingered at that moment. Elise then scuttled back to the beach, untroubled by the Isle's spirits as she weaved in and out of the twisted tree line. Some weeks later, when her ship arrived back at the Noxian capital in the dead of night, Elise had regained her human form. However, she was the only living thing left aboard. Elise thought that she failed the mission because no evidence was ever found of the warlord's skull, but the pale woman saw Elise's dangerous new gift for what it was, a means to come and go safely between Noxus and the Shadow Isles. An accord was struck, wherein the Black Rose would provide Elise with endless, unwitting sacrifices to offer up to the Spider God, and in return, she would recover any artifacts of power she could from those benighted, forbidding shores. And with that, Elise found a new purpose. Elise once again took up residence in the neglected halls of House Zavan, carefully cultivating a reputation as a seductive yet unreachable recluse. Few have ever guessed her true nature, yet fanciful rumors abound, wild tales of her ageless beauty, and a terrifying, voracious creature said to lair in the bowels of her dilapidated, dust-wreathed palace. Though centuries have passed, whenever Elise feels the summons of her god, she returns to the land of the Black Mist, with a hapless suitor in tow or some other easily swayed soul, and none who accompany her ever return. For some reason, Elise went missing for several years. Her beauty was missed by many, and a lot of speculation around the town was created, all pointing to the Shadow Isles. Many believed that it was the only way to gaze at her beauty once more, and a man named Marcus was ready to risk it all. And so he started his voyage, accompanied by other faithful devotees. The weeks spent on the ocean had made Marcus feel dizzy and weak, so he was glad to be back on dry land. The path leading from the basalt shore had a slick, oily quality, making it treacherous underfoot. The crooked trees to either side were wretched, blackened husks that wept yellowed sap from where it looked like some panicked animal had clawed them ragged. Soft light shimmered between the trees, dancing like the corpse candles that flickered over marshland and drew unwary souls to their doom. The branches were hung with what looked like canopies of ragged muslin, and it took Marcus a moment to realize they were swaths of cobwebs. Wiry bracken clogged the undergrowth on either side of the path, rustling with the motion of unseen creatures, shadowing their passage through the forest. Perhaps the rats infesting the ship had followed them. Marcus had never caught sight of one beyond a fleeting glimpse of a swollen, black-furred body with a skittering sound of claws on wood. He'd never been able to shake the notion that it sounded as if these rats had a few too many legs than any normal rat should have. The unsettling continued to creep them out, warning their instincts. The island's air was heavy with damp, and his finely tailored tunic and boots were sodden with clinging moisture. He held a scented pomander beneath his nose, but it did little to disguise the stench of the island, reminding him of the charnel pits beyond the walls of Noxus when the winds blew in from the ocean. Thinking back to his homeland, he felt a brief twinge of unease. The revels in the catacombs far beneath the city had been a deliciously illicit thrill, a reward for following the secret symbol of the black-petaled bloom. Within the darkened sepulchres, he and his fellows gathered as devotees. Marcus looked ahead, hoping for a glimpse of the beguiling woman whose words had brought so many of them to this place. He caught a flash of crimson silk and swaying hips before the mist oozing between the trees obscured his sight of her. He'd been thrilled to the sermons of her ancient god and had been overjoyed when he and the others had been chosen to join her on this pilgrimage. It seemed like a grand adventure when they boarded the heavily laden bark at midnight, under the still gaze of the mute and hooded steersman, but being so far from Noxus had begun to dull his enthusiasm. Marcus paused and turned to look back along the path. His fellow pilgrims pushed past like vacant-eyed cattle, en route to the slaughterman's hammer. Behind them came the steersman, gliding over the path as though his feet barely touched it. His robes were undulant with emotion, and suffocating fear flowered in Marcus's breast at the thought of being near this repellent figure. He turned away, only to find himself face to face with her. "Elise," he said, and the breath caught in his throat. Marcus instinctively wanted to push her away and flee this awful place, but the intoxication of her dark beauty overpowered any thought of rejection. His sense of revulsion passed so swiftly that he wasn't sure he truly felt it. Elise called the sound of his name on her divine lips, sending a surge of pleasure down his spine. Her beauty transfixed Marcus, and he savored every detail of her perfect form. Her features were angular and sharp, framed by lustrous crimson hair, like that of a high-born girl he once knew. Full lips and eyes of dark radiance drew him deeper into her web with the promise of raptures yet to come. A cloak of sable, secured by an 8-pronged brooch, mantled her rounded shoulders. It rippled with motion, though there was no wind to stir it. The conversation between them continued, and Marcus fell to Elise's charm. He already forgot how horrifying the place was, and he was willing to give Elise everything at that point. On the other hand, Elise looked down on him and smiled. Marcus thought he saw something long, thin and glossy shift beneath her cloak. The motion was sickening and unnatural, but he didn't care. She hooked a sharpened obsidian black fingernail under his chin and drew him to his feet. A rivulet of blood ran down his neck, but he ignored it as she turned and led him onward. Marcus willingly followed, and all thoughts save pleasing her vanishing like wind-blown smoke. The trees thinned out, and the path ended before a rocky cliff carved with time-weathered symbols that made his eyes sting. A shadowed cave gaped like a vilemaw at the base of the cliff, and Marcus felt his certainty waver as a sudden sense of dread uncoiled in his gut. Elise beckoned him inside, and he was powerless to resist. The interior of the cave was unnaturally dark and stiflingly warm. A clammy fever heat that reeked like offal swept from a butcher's block. A voice deep inside was screaming at him to run, to get as far from this hideous place as possible. But his traitorous feet carried him still deeper into the cave. A droplet from somewhere high above landed on his cheek, and he flinched at the sudden burning pain of it. He looked up at the cavern roof, seeing pale grub-like shapes hanging overhead and swaying with frantic, trapped motion. In the translucent surface of the fresh-spun web, a human face screamed in mute horror against the suffocating silken net. Marcus questioned the place, and Elise answered that it was her temple, the lair of the spider god. Her shoulders squirmed as 2 pairs of slender, chitinous limbs unfolded from the flesh of her back, long, dark, and tapering to razored talons. They lifted Elise as a grotesque, bloated mass shifted in the darkness behind her. Colossal legs heaved its corrupt body forward, the faint light from beyond the cave reflecting on the myriad facets of its eyes. The vast spider's bulk was enormous, furred, and scabbed with wet, mutant growths. The terror of its nightmarish appearance shattered the last of Elise's hold on Marcus, and he fled toward the cave mouth with her cruel laughter ringing in his ears. Ropes of sticky web struck the rock beside him, Glutinous strands struck his flailing limbs, and his pace slowed as he became more and more entangled. He heard the clicking of clawed limbs in pursuit, and wept at the thought of her touching him. Yet more strands of her web snared him as something sharp stabbed his shoulder with astonishing swiftness. Marcus fell to his knees as the paralyzing venom spread through his body, locking him in a prison of his own flesh. A shadow fell across him, and he saw the mute steersman with his arms outstretched. Marcus screamed as the steersman's hooded robe collapsed, revealing that this was not a man at all, but a writhing nest of innumerable spiders given the semblance of a man. They fell upon him in their thousands, and his screams were choked to muffled grunts as they crawled into his mouth, clogged his ears, and burrowed behind his eyes. Elise swung into view above him, borne aloft by the jointed limbs at her back. She was no longer beautiful, no longer even human. Her features were alight with a ferocious hunger that could never be sated. The looming form of her monstrous spider god lifted Marcus from the ground with its razored mandibles. Elise told him that he had to die now. Marcus asked, "Why?" But Elise smiled with her needle-like fangs and answered, "So that I can live." In the end, Elise became what she truly was, a monster feasting on anyone who would fall into her trap. Her beauty became a weapon sharper than any sword, and so far, none of her suitors ever fully resisted her charm. Elise continued to roam in the Shadow Isles, while those who dared to find her were offered to the Spider God. She lurks in the shadow, searching for her next victim, luring them with the voluptuous facade of a human female. And once they succumb to her charm, this demon unleashes her true form. The victim becomes the subject of her unspeakable torment, gratifying herself with the victim's agony. Her name is Evelyn, the agony's embrace. Stretching to the far history of Runeterra, Evelyn was not always a skilled huntress. She began eons ago as something primordial, shapeless, and barely sentient. This nascent whip of shadow existed, numb and unroused by any stimulation, for centuries. It might have remained so if only the world had not been upended by conflict. However, the Rune Wars, as they would come to be known, brought an era of mass suffering the world had never known. The Rune Wars were historical wars where the mortals of Runeterra used the world runes to fight each other. These wars were so brutal that they erased multiple civilizations, landmasses, and much of the recorded history from the face of the planet, leaving behind only myths and folklore. Runeterra deteriorates in civilizational decline, as the majority of its inhabitants are plunged back into a simpler, more primitive way of life. As people across Runeterra began to experience a vast array of pain, anguish, and loss, the shadow stirred. The nothingness it had known for so long had been replaced by the manic vibrations of an agonized world. The Rune Wars were so devastating that the world's torment grew immensely, and the shadow felt as if it might burst. The once numb creature quivered with excitement with the events. It drank in all of Runeterra's pain, which it experienced as boundless pleasure. The sensation nourished the creature, and over time it transformed into something more. It became a demon, a ravenous, spiritual parasite that fed on the barest of human emotions. When the wars finally ended, the world's suffering waned, and the demon found itself growing desperate. The only pleasure it had ever known was born of the creature's misery. Without their pain, it felt nothing, just as it had in its earliest days. This nameless creature no longer wanted to be a senseless wisp. It must transcend into a more complete being. The other's suffering was the only way for the creature. The question now lingered on the demon's mind. How could it harness more suffering if the humans already stopped the rune wars? That's when it realized something diabolical. If the world would not provide the suffering the demon needed to thrive, it would have to make its own. It needed to inflict pain on other beings so that it could experience that elation again. At first, catching prey was a challenge for the demon. It could move undetected in its shadow form, but to touch a human, the creature needed to manifest as something tangible. It made several attempts to fashion a physical body from its shadow flesh, but each result was more monstrous than the last, scaring off her prey. The demon realized it needed a shape that was pleasing to humans, one that would not only lure them right into its claws, but would offer them ecstasy born of their own desires, so that their pain would be that much sweeter. From the shadows, it began to study those it sought to prey upon. It tailored its flesh to their liking, learned to say what they wanted to hear, and to walk in a manner they found alluring. In a matter of weeks, the demon had perfected her physique, leading dozens of enamored victims to be tortured to death at her hands. While Evelyn can change her form at will, she often takes the form of a beautiful, curvaceous female with pink hands and claws, 2 lashers resembling twin tails, light blue skin, and pink and white hair. This form includes constantly shifting clothes that show off most of her body. Even though she relishes the exquisite pain of each of her victims, she always finds herself wanting more. Each human's desires are so small, and they always expire too soon. Their pain, too fleeting to give her anything more than tiny morsels of pleasure, was just enough to tide her over to the next feeding. She yearns for the day she can plunge the world into utter chaos, and she can return to an existence of pure, rapturous ecstasy. Throughout her hunting journey, the demon earned a lot of names such as the Agony's Embrace, the Widowmaker, the Demon Pleasure and Punishment, and so much more. But the one that truly worked best for her was the name Evelyn. Henceforth, the creature embodied the name as she searched for more victims. Evelyn slinked through the teeming streets, and the shadows of her body blended seamlessly with the night. Her eyes glinted with the gloom, though only the keenest observer would have noticed. Drunks, sailors, and harlots chatted in a nearby thoroughfare, blissfully unaware that they were being watched by a demon in the dark. On the other hand, the demon saw them all with perfect clarity and judged them with the most discerning eye. Evelyn's gaze settled on a man lying in the gutter with a bottle of beet wine dangling from his hands. Ordinarily, the demon wouldn't give a second thought to someone in his condition. She was starving for days, but a thought lingered for a moment in the demon's mind. It would be so easy to hunt her prey. All she ever needed was to lure him to one of the numerous alleys far from the glow of the street lamps, and then she could finally have a feast. However, this wouldn't satisfy her hunger. She must think of something to make her meal worthwhile. The thought perished as she watched a cockroach scurry across the drunk's face. This was a man too inebriated to feel. His arousal would be vague and muted, with none of the urgent attraction she loved to see in her victims before she brought them low. She might even flay an entire arm before he mustered a scream. And that was the problem for a demon that enjoys the pain of others. Over the course of countless feedings, Evelyn had learned everything about her palate. She preferred her victims to feel every prick, every bite, every bit of flesh she peeled away with her claws, making it more painful, thus resulting in a better feast. A man in this condition would be dull and unfulfilling. He would die instantly, and Evelyn thought it scarcely worth her time. Evelyn dismissed the drunk, rotting man and continued down the muddy promenade, past the windows of a dank, candlelit tavern. Later on, she saw a fat, belching woman open its door and stumbled out into the night, grasping a half-eaten turkey leg. For a moment, Evelyn considered the woman, how she might woo her into an embrace, and then into the unspeakable hell that would follow. The demon watched as the woman wolfed down the rest of the meat, devouring it like she never tasted it. Evelyn then noticed that there was something deep inside the woman, a melancholy that would taint the experience. Evelyn preferred inflicting the pain herself. She must find another meal to settle on. The demon moved on, gliding through the shadows of the town, over 2 more drunks, past a beggar asking for alms, and between a couple in the midst of an argument. Evelyn found them all completely unappealing. Hurting them would be like plucking a flower that had already wilted. She preferred her daisies tall and healthy, for those were the most satisfying to cut down. A dreadful thought overtook her. Perhaps she'd made a mistake choosing this wretched backwater as her hunting ground. Perhaps at any moment the thrill from her last victim might wear off, leaving only the nothingness, that utterly empty space inside her where feelings should be. And then, Evelyn saw someone. The gentleman was positively beaming as he exited one of the high-end pubs. He was dapper without being flashy, and he hummed a jaunty tune to himself as he set off down the street with a bouquet of flowers, tucked gingerly in the fold of his arm. The 2 lashers on Evelyn's back writhed with excitement. At long last, someone in this filthy street piqued her interest. Even from a distance, she sensed this man was completely content in his own skin, drawing Evelyn even more. She dashed after the gentleman, taking great care not to lose track of her prey, or to alert him to her presence. The man walked for nearly half an hour before finally turning up a long walkway toward a modestly sized, cut-stone manor. At the end of the path, the man stepped through the heavy oak door to his home. Evelyn held her unblinking gaze on the windows of the man's house as they lit one by one with warm candlelight. Shortly, a slender, austere woman in a high-necked evening gown entered and greeted the man with a welcoming embrace. She feigned a slight surprise at the flowers he had brought before placing them in a clean vase right next to an old bouquet. And their interaction made Evelyn's interest grow larger. A moment later, 2 children scarcely out of diapers ran into the room and threw their arms around the man's legs, their wide grins sparkling with tiny teeth. Though the scene played like the epitome of domestic bliss, Evelyn knew what she would find if she probed just a little deeper. She waited patiently, watching the candles go out one by one until only the parlor remained lit. The man was alone, settling into a reading chair to draw on his pipe. Evelyn crept out of the shadows, her dark, wispy limbs giving way to warm flesh. Her demonic lashers disappeared behind her back, revealing a shapely female form with curves too generous for any eye to ignore. Her hips waggled softly as she sauntered across the lawn to the window. She was nearly arm's length from the glass when she saw the man bolt upright from his chair at the sight of her, his pipe nearly falling from his mouth. Evelyn beckoned with a single finger, motioning for the man to join her outside. The man crept to the front door and opened it tentatively, curious to investigate the strange beauty lurking outside his window. He approached her on the lawn with great apprehension and greater anticipation. He then timidly asked Evelyn's identity, but the demon just assured the man that she could be whatever the man wanted her to be. As Evelyn locked eyes with the man, she plumbed the depths of his soul and found exactly what she was looking for. That tiny lesion of discontent that festered within even the happiest person. "There it is," she thought. All that he wants and cannot have. It looked like the demon's charm was working, but the man was trying to resist. He mentioned his family, but the demon leaned close and silenced him with a seductive whisper to his ears. Evelyn then told the man that she knew what the guy wanted, and then instructed him to let go of the guilt that he was feeling. The demon then pulled back and saw the man hopelessly captivated by her charm. The man was ashamed of his brazenness, but his strange desire to take the demon right there on the lawn overcame his mentality, making him ask Evelyn if he could have her. The man touched her face with the tips of his fingers, caressing her cheek. In response, Evelyn held his hand firmly to her skin and released a soft, sultry chuckle. This sweet, tender, happy man would be hers tonight. He had so much pain to give, and she would take it all. From behind them, the shuffling of slippered feet sounded from the open doorway of the house. It was the man's wife, and she immediately asked if everything was okay. However, the man could not even respond to his wife, and Evelyn told the man that everything would be wonderful that night. The deal had become even sweeter, and the prospects more enticing. There was one daisy in full flower to pluck, and one bulb to bloom while it watched. At some point, Evelyn reached the streets of Demacia. She wandered there for days before setting her eyes on another family. Evelyn took a liking to them, thinking they were the best meal to start in this foreign land. Without hesitation, she killed the parents in their home as the child got a glimpse of her face. The child was scarred from that incident, and Evelyn savored her emotions. Evelyn fled the scene, and that child swore to take her revenge someday. And the name of the child was Vayne. In later years, Evelyn made a cult designed to attract worshippers who would do her bidding. Vayne was traveling through Valoran alongside her teacher Frey when she heard of the news about the cult. She then decided to travel to the meeting place with the hopes of seeking revenge. Family after family, Evelyn created a huge suffering as she tormented them in different ways. Evelyn wouldn't discover this sensation if she settled with the drunk man she first saw years ago. Her taste grew as Evelyn became creative in making her meal last, and wrecking a happy family created a longer agony suited for her taste. Since then, Evelyn has become wiser in terms of hunting her prey. She would lurk in the shadows, study each individual, learn what's the most precious thing about them, and wreck them apart before tormenting them to death. With a world as mystical as the Runeterra, there are a lot of adventures to unfold, especially if your job is to raid tombs and explore. Empires were built and perished over the course of history, and each continent holds a significant part of history that could be dug out. There are many archaeologists and treasure hunters across Runeterra, but there is only one man who lives by the edge and enjoys doing so. His courage and bravado have no limits, and he prefers improvising his way out of any situation at hand. Some might say he is too careless or cocky, but his innate quick-witted decision-making skill somehow always solves the problem, or at least escape from it. A carefree adventurer like him will always bring trouble around him, and his name is Ezreal, the prodigal explorer. In 973 years after Noxus, a boy named Ezreal was born and raised in a wealthy neighborhood of Piltover. His parents were renowned archaeologists, earning significant figures to live comfortably. As explorers, Ezreal's parents were often away for extended periods on expeditions, while Ezreal was taken care of by his uncle, Professor Lymir. As a curious child, Ezreal would ask Professor Lymir about his parents' work, to which he would answer, but not in detail. Because of that, Ezreal would wait for the return of his parents and ask the same set of questions so he could get the whole picture. Eventually, Ezreal became used to his parents' absence and would just patiently wait most of the time. He loved hearing the stories his parents would tell him of their adventures, often fantasizing about joining them on their travels. His father would typically tell him the stories of their travels, and one of those was a plan for an incredibly secretive and ambitious expedition. Ezreal's father sought out the tomb of Nezuk, a Shuriman tyrant rumored to have the ability to jump from one place to another. He would often joke to young Ezreal that if he learned Nezuk's teleportation magic, he would use it to continue his travels and jump back into Piltover in time for dinner. On the other hand, Professor Lymir had trouble raising Ezreal. According to the professor, Ezreal was an unruly and rash child, and he would often tutor Ezreal on various subjects just to keep him busy and out of trouble. These subjects included advanced cartography, Heztech mechanics, and ancient histories of Runeterra. There was a lot to learn about history, and it caught Ezreal's interest. With his wild imagination and always asking stories whenever his father was around, Ezreal easily grasped these subjects. However, he viewed studying as a waste of time. He often passed all assessments easily with little or no preparation, infuriating his uncle as he had more free time to roam the university grounds. Being a troublemaker, Ezreal spent most of his time evading campus wardens, navigating tunnels underneath lecture halls, and even practicing lockpicking to sneak into his teachers' offices just to rearrange their belongings. He doesn't need anyone else to hang out with because Ezreal would entertain himself and would randomly do things for fun. Ezreal's features became more distinct as he grew older. Slim, pale-skinned man with tousled blonde hair and blue eyes. Their family may be wealthy, but it comes with a huge risk. One day, the absence of his parents became longer to the point where they simply didn't return home one day. Ezreal's uncle tearfully admitted that the two had most likely died somewhere in the Shuriman desert, which Ezreal simply couldn't accept. Having heard all of the preparations and studies his parents would make for these expeditions, Ezreal was still convinced that his parents were out there somewhere, perhaps waiting for someone to rescue them. With a firm determination, Ezreal decided he'd find his parents on his own as he planned to search the location of their most important expedition, the tomb of Nezuk. In preparation, Ezreal abandoned his studies and gathered supplies from the university, such as celestial diagrams, runic sigil translations, guides on the burial sites of Shurima, and even a pair of protective goggles. He wears a small brown leather jacket, a bit undersized so it barely reaches his waist. Both of his sleeves are rolled up, exposing his forearms. Underneath the jacket, he wears a white shirt with a low V-neck, which is adorned with brown-colored diamond motifs. And after a long preparation, Ezreal was ready to explore the world. After leaving a farewell note for his uncle, Ezreal snuck onto a supply ship heading towards the Shuriman city of Nashrame, a coastal port city located north of Shurima. His heart raced as Ezreal finally stepped on the adventure, but later on, he encountered his first problem. The ship's captain discovered Ezreal as a stowaway and threatened to throw him overboard. Ezreal has been in a situation like this before, not in ship settings, but something like dealing with adults. He tried to persuade the captain, offering various skills in exchange for a free ride. With his smooth talking, the captain was convinced, agreeing to let Ezreal act as their navigator, as the previous navigator was unfortunately lost at sea. That marked his first trouble fixed on his adventure, the first of tons to come. Later on, their ship reached its destination, and Ezreal thanked the captain. Arriving in Shurima, Ezreal followed his mother's meticulous field notes and crossed the Great Sai, a vast desert in the central continent. Ezreal hitchhiked with merchant caravans as he followed the field notes. For months, Ezreal explored the most ancient Shuriman locations as he delved into the cavernous ruins beneath the sands. He faced unspeakable horrors that guarded hidden chambers, imagining himself as following his parents' path as an adventurer. Most of the traps were deadly, and many perished in this experience, but Ezreal viewed it as a challenge. He dreamt of joining his parents on a journey, and now he was doing it by himself. It took Ezreal a couple of months, and finally he found the tomb of Nezuk underneath a mausoleum for some unnamed emperor, achieving what his parents unfortunately couldn't. However, the sarcophagus in the tomb was empty. As Ezreal carefully roamed the tomb, he saw a gleaming bronze gauntlet with a crystalline matrix at its center. Ezreal touched it, and the tomb began to turn on him, activating various 1,000-year-old traps and wards. Improvising and thinking on instinct, Ezreal used the gauntlet and shot out a powerful blast of arcane energy he called True Shot Barrage, and created a hole for him to exit through. He then teleported instantly, like blinking from one location to a further one, before the entire tomb collapsed into the sand. Having barely escaped, Ezreal looked down at the mysterious gauntlet as it hummed in sync with his heartbeat, feeling it siphoning and amplifying his own magical essence. Ezreal took out his notes and studied for hours, asking old residents along the way. Shortly, Ezreal discovered that the mystical gauntlet was a fearsome weapon belonging to a ascended god warrior named Horok. Thankfully, it was not fused with a curse, and Ezreal saw this as the perfect weapon for an explorer like himself. Now wielding the artifact that his parents aimed to collect, Ezreal soon returned to Piltover and continued to go on various adventures and expeditions. His determination was further strengthened, excited to see what the world could offer. Ezreal traveled to lost cities, mystical temples, and other ancient locations that university professors would only read about on maps. He then slowly grew his reputation as a treasure-seeking explorer, as many would begin telling stories of his exploits, which Ezreal usually saw as incapable of conveying the true scope and scale of his feats. Ezreal chased fame and glory throughout all parts of the world to create a name for himself, but he still hoped that his parents would one day catch a word of his grand explorations and eventually seek him out in person. It was like hitting two birds with one stone, building his own legacy while word of mouth could potentially reconnect him with his parents. To become an officially renowned explorer, Ezreal desperately sought to join the esteemed Piltover Explorers Guild, a widespread organization consisting of Runeterra's best explorers and adventurers. However, Ezreal was denied from the Explorers Guild for unknown reasons. Ezreal was mad and frustrated. He believed that he was more than qualified to join because of all the adventurous adventures he'd already had gone on. Not to mention, he even sought full accreditation on the guild in exchange for artificial retrieval jobs he accomplished, like the time he was hired by Yunuk, a frail Yordian explorer member of the guild. All of his appeals were denied, and Ezreal never found out why. He decided to move on and be the best explorer without any help from the guild. Resuming his journey, Ezreal followed Professor Lymir's theories about Zaan's ancient history as a Shuriman port city, once called Oshra Vazan. He realized that his uncle had no proof for his theories and decided to search the deepest parts of Zaan to find proof and take credit. Maybe this time he could get the recognition that he deserved. After some time, Ezreal discovered stories about the Vault of Resplendent Holies, an ancient and renowned Shuriman vault believed to be full of artifacts and lost temples. He also learned from a few sources that industrial excavations in Zaan have opened up a crack in the deepest and flooded depths of the sump layer of Zaan. These leads won't mean anything unless he sees it with his own eyes. That's why Ezreal delved into the said location in search of the vault. Countless hours have passed, and every turn was a dead end. As Ezreal began to lose morale over finding nothing within the depths, he stumbled into an ancient door in the deepest area. Ezreal thought that it was most likely to the Vault of Resplendent Holies. On closer inspection, the door was lined with various Shuriman glyphs, including a few that resembled owls, which Ezreal deciphered as a warning about a curse that multiplies into 1,000 curses. Though his Shuriman was rusty, Ezreal tried to open the door, but with little to no success. Later on, Ezreal shot a blast of arcane magic from his gauntlet, just like the last time at the tomb of Nezuk. The True Shot Barrage broke the door, creating a hole for him to enter. Once inside the vault, Ezreal found various relics, such as one that belonged to Karakan, the Shuriman Emperor's personal spirit banisher, who bound troublesome entities to inanimate objects for his own dark purposes. Ezreal was thrilled, and he wanted to collect these artifacts. While rummaging through Karakan's many relics, he encountered an army of fiery stone warrior golems who defended Karakan's artifacts, but he easily obliterated all of them with shots of arcane energy. Another artifact that Ezreal found was a perfectly preserved golden steel inscribed with the legend of the Day of Fire and Karakan's oath to protect Oshra Vazan. After defeating more fiery golems, a rush of water started to flood in through the cracks of the floor, forcing Ezreal to swim through tunnels to reach the surface again, while carrying the golden steel. Managing to escape, Ezreal traveled back to Piltover and visited Zales, an outfitter store where Ezreal intended to get his jacket, now torn to shreds, tailored and repaired. Ezreal intended to look as good as possible so that he could impress the Explorers Guild by presenting his journal recording his explorations within the Vault of Resplendent Holies. While getting his jacket tailored at Zales, Ezreal left the golden steel by a window, causing it to come in contact with direct sunlight during an equinox. The steel began to glow and speak in an ancient language before exploding into a swarm of infernal locust creatures. As more locusts began to pour out of the sewer grates, Ezreal helped clear them out by using blasts from his gauntlet. He did manage to keep everyone safe, but it also came with a lot of destruction around them. A few days later, Ezreal faced legal repercussions for bringing the dangerous artifact into Piltover and causing property damage to the mercantile district. Though he sought legal advice and read up on Piltover's libel and slander laws, he ultimately decided to represent himself in court. He wanted to prove his innocence, but Ezreal took a different approach. He quickly logged a possibly false claim in his journal to act as evidence, which directly stated that he had nothing to do with the outbreak and blamed the clerk at Zales for placing the steel in the sunlight. It was a bit of a headache case, but Ezreal still got his way out of the situation. Ezreal continued his adventurous expeditions across the world, writing them in his field notes to record his endeavors and impress the Explorers Guild so they could grant him membership. He first traveled southwest of Piltover to the city of Bel'zun, located in northern Shurima and occupied by Nox and Rule. Ezreal knew that the best guides in Shurima were found in the coastal city. He then met Cassiopeia, a knowledgeable and charismatic guide who shared many details about the ancient histories of Shurima as they traveled. Ezreal and Cassiopeia traveled through the desert and went to the ancient city of Neramazeth, an ancient nation of Faraj that served as the original capital of the Shuriman Empire. While scouring the ruins for priceless artifacts, Cassiopeia shared many historical facts about the lands outside of the city, noting that they were once home to the first prototype Sun Disk before it failed and collapsed. Shortly, Ezreal encountered many Jursai creatures towards the south of the Sai Khalik Desert. These were void-born creatures, plaguing the southern desert of Shurima. He fought them and defended his guide with the help of his gauntlet. Later on, the two took shelter in a circular cavern, which Cassiopeia quickly realized was a gargantuan Jursai burrow and the lair of the Sandmother known as Rek'Sai. The two quickly left as soon as they could before Rek'Sai showed up. It has been an eventful journey, however they finally run out of luck. At some point, Cassiopeia was tragically killed when a massive obelisk fell on him. Scenarios like this were quite usual in tombs in ancient places. Unfortunately, it became the last ruin for Cassiopeia. Despite this, Ezreal continued his adventure down south and reached the edge of Ikathia, which he immediately saw as way too dangerous and turned around instantly. Finally getting tired of the vast desert, Ezreal sailed out of the Shuriman jungles and shipwrecked on a deserted island. It was the home to mysterious, albeit aggressively flirtatious, walrus-esque beings, which Ezreal doesn't find interesting. After about a week, Ezreal repaired his ship and sailed back to the mainland, hoping for a different island this time. On his random but somewhat organized route, Ezreal reached the borders of Noxus. Ezreal once planned to meet a new contact in the Noxian capital city, a mysterious contact to collect archival materials. While waiting for her, Ezreal strolled the promenades surrounding the immortal bastion, sampling Noxian cuisine, notably their tacos, and inspecting the monoliths of dark magic that made up the fortress. Ezreal's contact never showed, but he noticed many spies following him until one of them handed him a rose petal colored black, a symbol of a shady organization in the Noxus called the Black Rose. Normally, Ezreal would be curious and sought for answers, but it was different this time. His instincts kicked in, telling him not to put himself in this situation. The logo was meant to send a message to Ezreal, but he viewed it as a trap luring him in. He doesn't have any basis at all, but everything felt off. Now sensing danger, Ezreal decided to leave the city. He found black petals every day while exiting the land, all the way until he left the border. Ezreal even found one in his satchel, which meant that the shady organization really wanted to lure him in. Luckily, his instinct saved him this time, and Ezreal doesn't want to be involved in any of those, let alone know anything about it. Crossing the next border, Ezreal set his foot on Demacia. He entered the southern Demacian city named Jandel and searched for a pair of masks supposedly belonging to the Kindred themselves. For those who don't know about Kindred, they were the twin representing the essence of death. It was rumored that their masks had been carved out of a bewitched tree. While searching for the city, Ezreal began to reminisce on an old tale about a famous Demacian actress who died on stage while playing the dual role of Kindred. Though the masks she wore for that role mysteriously disappeared, Ezreal theorized that these were the original masks of the Kindred and believed they were most likely locked away in a collector's showroom. From his recent experience with Noxus, Ezreal figured that he could not simply give away his information while seeking dangerous artifacts. He must learn to blend with the crowd and create a decoy image. With that in mind, Ezreal named himself Jarvan Lightfeather, a fake identity of a Sentinel of Light born in Vascasia. It was a perfect plan, and his story well crafted. The citizens of Demacia did not raise any suspicions about him, mainly because Vascasia was a coastal group of settlements located in the eastern lower part of Demacia. However, blending in the crowd was a problem for him, since Ezreal just naturally stood out. While taking on the name of Jarvan Lightfeather, he met various Demacians and helped them. Everything spiraled too quickly, and before he knew it, Jarvan Lightfeather became a renowned and seemingly infamous national hero. It became his cue to move to the next place and let this whole hero thing simmer down. On his next journey, Ezreal made his way to the frozen land of Freljord. His first stop was at the eastern parts of Rakelstak, and Ezreal encountered the Avarosans. The tribe welcomed Ezreal and thought of him as a lost wanderer from a distant land. Ezreal took this opportunity and procured a silver totem at the top of a freezing mountain. His mission was to claim artifacts after all, not make alliances along the way. It didn't take long before the news reached the Avarosan tribe. Ezreal faced trouble with them and fled as quickly as possible, denying any claims that he was ever in the Freljord to the Avarosans. And for the third time, Ezreal must flee away from the borders of the place. While sailing around the oceans east of Mount Targon, Ezreal took in the beauty of the Targonian night sky. At the same time, Ezreal helped quell a mutiny that occurred on the ship he had stowed away on. He may be mischievous when it comes to relics and artifacts, but helping others was also part of Ezreal, and both of those characters became somewhat of a problem for him. It seemed like problems would somehow catch him regardless of where he was. Eventually, Ezreal reached the lawless port city of Bilgewater. This was where he studied the local Buru culture on the Blue Flame Isles, which he knew as the Serpent Isles. Ezreal also learned that their religion predates everything found in both the Valoran and Shuriman continents. Because of this rich culture, Ezreal went to the mentioned place and joined the festive ceremonies of the Buru. The tribe welcomed him, and while enjoying his stay, Ezreal caught sight of Illaoi, who was curiously examining the massive idol she carried. Later on, Ezreal visited a place called the Mud Town. There he was captured by a gang of marauders who took his gauntlet and possibly other belongings. This was a horrifying experience for others, but for Ezreal, this was just another normal day. While tied up, Ezreal saw the gang members playing a game called Kraken Hand. Thanks to his smooth talk, Ezreal quickly befriended the gang members and proved his worth to them. He even joined the game and challenged the gang that if he beat them, they would return the gauntlet and set him free. The gang laughed but took Ezreal's negotiation. Despite not knowing how to play whatsoever, Ezreal managed to win his gauntlet back along with an antique flintlock. It was a fun time for them, and Ezreal made it out fair and square this time. After stepping on different lands and crossing the seas, Ezreal found himself still wanting to be part of the Explorers Guild. He thought that maybe this time things would be different. With that, he went back to Piltover and once again planned to apply for membership in the Explorers Guild. While he was on his way, Ezreal reunited with Yanuk, a Freljordian explorer known for illegally raiding museums. Their relationship was a bit on uneasy terms since they constantly betrayed one another on their adventures. One instance of such betrayals was when Yanuk, as payback for the time Ezreal ran off with an important map, purposely blew Ezreal's cover after they salvaged the wreck of a ship called the Echelon Dawn, which in turn prompted Ezreal to leave him behind on a Noxian prison camp. Despite their unusual connection built with lies and betrayal, Ezreal agreed to do a job for Yanuk: find the mythical elixir of Ulua, a potion sought out by many cults and believed to imbue people with immortality upon consumption. In return, Yanuk agreed to pay Ezreal 60,000, along with full accreditation in the guild. In theory, they would gain what they wanted, if both of them would keep their word. But that would be tomorrow's problem. Ezreal has to collect the said item first. Ezreal once again set sail to Shurima, following the leads that he has. He searched for the elixir in the Shuriman jungle and arrived in the village of Paritha. While staying at the village, Ezreal traveled to the Vale of Silver Mist, a magical part of the jungle outside of Paritha. After drinking some flower water in the jungle, Ezreal found what appeared to be an exact copy of himself, curiously peering at him from behind a tree. Ezreal choked up and thought that he was hallucinating due to drinking the flower water. The truth was, it wasn't an illusion, but rather a Vastayan known as the Curious Chameleon who could copy others. Ezreal proceeded into the deeper part of the jungle, evading the Vastayan named Nico. After a few hours in the jungle, Ezreal found an underground crypt and entered it. At this point, Ezreal was a pro in navigating foreign mazes. He easily traversed the many labyrinthine tunnels and traps, eventually reaching the room where the elixir of Ulua was sitting on top of a pedestal. Ezreal was a bit more cautious this time, anticipating more traps to activate if he approached the vial. He carefully stepped towards it and lightly grasped the elixir, causing hundreds of sharp stakes to drop. Good thing he has good reflexes, and he narrowly escaped by teleporting away at the last second. Shortly, Ezreal noticed the tomb's supports begin to fall apart. He quickly retraced his steps, escaping the chamber as the floors began to crack and split. Giant insects with large pincers and red eyes began to crawl through the collapsed walls, attacking Ezreal as he defended himself with a few blasts from his gauntlet. As Ezreal slid towards the exit, the chamber suddenly fell apart right in front of him and closed off his only exit out of the crypt. Just in time, though, Ezreal blasted a hole through the collapsed chamber with his magical gauntlet and left with the elixir of Ulua in hand. The tomb's entrance began to cave in completely, just like the tombs that Ezreal raided before. With the elixir in his possession, Ezreal stayed in Paritha to gather supplies. A tribal shaman of the village claimed that Ezreal's soul was entwined with the aspect of the Wanderer, which confused Ezreal as he didn't think the shaman looked Targonian. From his knowledge, Targonians were the ones to have a closer relationship with the so-called aspects. He then thought that maybe this man was part of the village nearby. Ezreal knew that it wouldn't take long before the citizens noticed what he had done, and he did not wish to face the citizens of Paritha when they realized he caused the collapse of their ancient temple. With that, Ezreal quickly left and began traveling back to Yanuk to deliver the elixir. Upon meeting up again with Yanuk, everything turned out just like the old times. He stated that Ezreal's application to the guild had been denied and revealed that he was part of a cult that sought to use the elixir to raise a fallen dreadlord from the dead, named Mordekaiser. This was nothing new between them, but things were a bit more complicated this time. Yanuk had to kill Ezreal now. He started firing gunshots which Ezreal dodged with his teleportation magic. Yanuk then grabbed Ezreal by the gauntlet and tossed him to the floor before kicking his ribs and snagging the elixir out of his grip. After proudly drinking it, Ezreal revealed that the elixir he had just drank was actually a bottle of sand wasp venom, a very potent laxative. Ezreal pulled out the true elixir as Yanuk groaned and collapsed on the floor. Then he quickly grabbed the Aknun bell and leaped out of Yanuk's office window, hoping to bring the bell back to the Explorers Guild as a way to earn membership. He knew something like this could happen whenever he was dealing with Yanuk. That's why Ezreal came prepared. On a recent expedition to Shurima, Ezreal managed to locate an ancient temple holding the legendary artifact known as the Tear of Goddess. After removing the magical gem from its base, the temple triggered a mechanism that released a swarm of voidling creatures from the ground and slowly sealed the temple entrance. Just as the door closed and the swarm closed in, an unknown woman with a seemingly void-like getup flew down and blasted a bunch of voidlings. She also created a hole through the closed entrance and signaled Ezreal to escape. That girl was Kaisa, a girl that was claimed by the Void when she was young, and now swore to fight against them. Kaisa continued fighting off the swarm while Ezreal had a chance to run off with a gemstone. However, Ezreal hesitated and noticed Kaisa getting overwhelmed by the amount of voidlings. Ezreal dropped the gem and fired an arcane blast at the creatures before teleporting to Kaisa's side. The two fought alongside each other and cleared out most of the swarm as they quickly rushed towards the exit, managing to escape and eventually part ways. In the end, Ezreal became the explorer that he always wanted to be. His constant rejection from the Explorer Guild was still a mystery for him. Maybe someone was holding a grudge against him for doing mischievous things when he was younger. But those who truly knew Ezreal could claim that he didn't need to be a part of some guild, since he already created a name for himself. In Runeterra, something terrible has been lurking in the shadows for more than 10,000 years before Noxus. It was one of the first demons who set foot on Runeterra, awoken by the fear. Since the oldest of time, it has been considered an ageless horror, a folklore to scare travelers. But for others, this creature is real. It feeds through someone's fear, being able to know your deepest fear and use it against you. This demon stalks the edges of the mortal society, drawn to areas with thick paranoia, and then feasts upon the terrorized victims. One of the traumatized victims who managed to escape kept saying, "It's hunting us. It knows what we're afraid of." This demon has no name, but according to the children's tales, this demon was called Fiddlesticks, the ancient fear. A very long time ago, in a tower by the edge of the sea, a foolish young mage summoned something into the world that he was not prepared to control. What stepped before the boy was something older than recorded history, something darker than a yawning, starless light, something the world had desperately tried to forget. And in an instant, the mage, the creature, and the tower itself were lost to all of time. At least that's what the stories say. Many folklore started with the same story, but some said it was more than just folklore. In the Freljord, children frighten each other around the fire with tales of a monster that raises itself from untended graves in the ice. Its body a shambling mass of helmets, bucklers, furs, and wood. In Bilgewater, drunken sailors trade accounts of something standing alone on a tiny distant atoll from which no one has ever returned. An old Targonian legend speaks of how a child of twilight stole the only joy from a ragged whispering horror. And for the veteran Noxian soldiers, They leaned towards the fable of a lonely farmhand who was blamed for a poor harvest and fed to the crows, later returning to the world as a demon. Demacia, Ixtal, Piltover, Ionia, and Shurima. In every corner of Runeterra, these myths persist, reshaped, respun, and passed down by countless generations of storytellers. Stories of a thing that looks almost human and stalks places thick with fear. It's bewildering how these stories changed, seemingly fitting to the environment. Many thought that these were simply fables to frighten young children. No one would ever be afraid of a silly old monster called Fiddlesticks. Until now. While society was busy with their daily lives, something had awoken in the Demacian hinterlands. The place was a mountainous region by the northern of Demacia, bordering Freljord, and the creature was drawn by the climate of rising fear and paranoia. Rural protectorates, separated from the capital by hundreds of miles of farmland, were emptying in mere days. Travelers vanished from the old footpaths, guard patrols failed to report back from the edges of the kingdom, and wild-eyed survivors clawed at their faces from the safety of roadside taverns. The sounds in the field were mysterious as well, wailing of crows that aren't crows, sounds that aren't sounds, and a lopsided horror in the shape of a scarecrow that croaks in the stolen voices of the dead. This creature was a pure emotional instinct that doesn't understand the form it takes or the words it repeats. It was created from the formless negative energy endemic to all life. Most blame rogue mages just to have someone to point fingers at. In fact, such accusations are common in these days of rebellion. Yet the truth is far worse than anyone could imagine. Something has returned, just as it had in the fictitious tale of the young mage in the seaside tower. An evil that was gone from the world for numberless centuries, long enough that the warnings of nascent humanity passed into rumor, then myth, then legend, until all that remained were simple fables. An entity that was so utterly alien, it defied almost all contemporary knowledge of magic. So impossibly ancient that it has always been around even before other demons. So universally feared that even animals grow nervous when someone speaks its name. Indeed, this demon is more than just folklore. In the wake of this revival, another tale, nearly lost to memory, has seen a resurgence throughout the hinterlands. A legend of a great evil that has no form, no thoughts, and no understanding of the world it inhabits, instead building itself into the crude shape of those who fear it. The terror of all living things, given life in that first terrible scream of creation. A demon before demons were known. At least, that's what the stories say. But Fiddlesticks is real. And here's an old Demacian poem about this demon. 10 great kings took 10 great thrones. 9 crowns adorned 9 heads. 1 left a scratch upon their mounds. The crow, alive and dead. It was indeed an interesting poem, famous across the Demacian region. But for a guy named Davil and his friend, there was more to the story. It started when old Hubert, drunk out of his mind on stale mead and the dulled memories of some battle he'd probably run from, locked himself in a shack just outside of Goldweld. Davil, being a good neighbor as he was, tried to break the door in, but the miserable fossil had more strength than anyone could have anticipated. He braced his entire body against the entrance as he babbled about heights and spiders. The worst part of the situation was the birds were trying to peck him to death. No one would believe that he was being pecked to death, so they all went home, assuming, as one does, that with a day to dry out, the ordeal would sort itself. The next night, the first scream ripped across the village like someone had pulled it out of Hubert's opened chest, followed by a second that was almost the same, but worse. It pitched higher, like rusted metal wrapped in burlap, in almost human words with an almost human rhythm, until the baker's wife cried, "Mages!" and all hell broke loose. People arming themselves, the mayor, if that's what you would call the head of some hinterland's pisshole, shooing whoever he could into the meeting hall, windows being boarded up in a blind panic. They saw it 100 times, probably 200 since the claw hit up north. Regular folks going mad at the fairest hint of magic. The point was, the crows were around when everything went bad. But there's a bottom to bad, and what happened in Goldweld broke right past it. In the midst of chaos, only Davil and his friend were the ones who knew the truth. See, Davil was a spy from back when the Freljord pacifications were still talked about like there was an honor in them, and he later served the crown as far out as Shurima and the Blue Flame Isles. The man had seen things across different lands. They were lucky out west, since the worst the hinterlands had to offer are some stray raptors after the hatching season, and maybe a sun-cooked bandit or three. But Davil knew what was out there, what could be out there, and he gathered up all the folk who were willing to listen and organized a peasant militia to bring those supposed mages to justice. Davil's plan was simple. First light, they'd go on patrol, 2 by 2, no one alone. Military stuff, and that gave them hope, geared everyone up for a fight. Davil then rallied the folk and shouted, "For king and country, rah rah Demacia!" Later on, a total of 5 groups searched the field, while the rest stayed. The crowd searched the land, looking for Hubert until the sun came up. However, no one returned, and their families were gone missing too. Every one of them, 5 in all. Farmhouses torn to shreds, livestock slaughtered in their pens. Doors were all locked from the inside, and windows were all latched. The mayor called an emergency meeting, but a pair of field hands didn't come in from the rows. When Davil called for them, something responded, but it wasn't them. The sounds were almost like them, like something was forcing words into almost the right shape. In those responses, there was an old, rusty cage sound that kept cutting through, squeaking, rattling, and clicking like it couldn't help itself. Now people were more afraid, causing more dilemmas and feeding the demon who enjoyed their fears. Shortly, some hothead charged into the fields with a sword in his hand. Gone. Another followed him. Gone. Meanwhile, the blacksmith got a wise idea. He'd ride all the way to Amberfell and call the guard. But the horse bucks him halfway down the old trade road, and something pulled him into the rows. Everyone who attempted to cross the field ended up without a trace. Davil called to see if they were still all right, and that awful voice burbled out, saying it'll take the road to Amberfell and call the guard. Davil asked again, and it repeated, "I'll take the road to Amberfell and call the guard." There was something unsettling about the response, like a pin twisting inside someone's head, poking through the meat into something darker underneath. It could be seen on everyone's faces after hearing the responses from Davil. Folks started to hold their kids close, backing away toward their homes, some just running. That voice could cut away all the parts of a person and leave them naked and afraid, shivering in the middle of a blistering afternoon. It was pulling something out of you. At least, that was what the citizens felt. The unknown creatures in the fields wanted something, but all of them were clueless. Later on, a little girl said she saw someone standing above the field, out where they kept the scarecrow. It was such an odd thing to notice, and there was so much going on, resulting in everyone not paying attention to the little girl. A mistake they would surely regret. The night came, and half the houses in town were boarded shut. The voices of the folks could be heard, whispering, muttering and giggling like maniacs, but no one was sure if those voices were true. They were laughing and screaming. It sounded like everyone had gone insane, like they were trapped inside a room with a part of themselves they didn't want to face. It sounded like they were all stuck in a nightmare, all suffering at the same time, and no one could ever dare to leave their houses. As the chaos continued, the lights started going out, one after the other. In all the boarded-up houses, the lamps flickered and died. The voices melted away, each suddenly silenced. But something croaking behind the old smithy, muttering to itself about snakes lighting in the dark. Davil took the militia and went outside along with his friend. All of them wielded a blade and a lantern, but the rows were deep, and the light cast shadows everywhere. From that point, no one knew what happened next. Davil's friend said he saw a face but wasn't sure about it. But something was looking back at him, just ahead of Davil. It was like he saw right past it. Davil's friend thought that the face was just there for him, and no one else could see it. All lopsided, twisted sackcloth and rusted teeth. And behind it was something huge, splayed out on thin legs, but alive with hundreds of blackbirds rattling inside an old cage they'd thrown into the woods last year. After the incident, there was no one left in Goldwell now. But thanks to a stroke of luck, a stranger managed to save Davil's friend. He was the only one left to tell the tale. He heard the screams fade behind him as crimson light poured out from between the corn stalks. That sickly crunching and the bellowing, tortured squeals of hogs and horses. And again the crows were there. Hundreds of them, or maybe even thousands. The story became more confusing as Davil's friends said there were crows, but the stranger claimed those were smoke and fire. Davil's friend couldn't believe it, losing his mind as he shared what happened to the town. He then shouted that the citizens followed a voice, the deep, rumbling voice beneath it all. He started to panic, and then realized that he had left Davil behind. The man slowly loses his sanity as he finally understands everything, telling the stranger that everyone is dead due to the horrible scarecrow. And speaking of the scarecrow, Davil's friend also realized that once it tasted your fear, it would never let go. He kept repeating about the voice that only he could hear. Davil's friend was the only survivor of the town, but now he lived in fear. Up to this day, no one could ever tell the full story of Fiddlesticks. They would either be dead or in paranoia beyond measure. Those who survived the encounter with the scarecrow figure could barely move from the corners of their houses, let alone share what they experienced. Some theorized that Fiddlesticks often let its prey escape, so fear could grow exponentially, and curiosity could bring more prey. This demon would prey on any sentient being, but humans were its favorite. As the empires across Runeterra rose, Noxus became the most dominant empire in the modern era. However, the neighboring factions would never bow down to Noxus and would fight them to the death. One of those factions was the Kingdom of Demacia. They held a strong, lawful kingdom with a prestigious military history. Demacians trained every day to hone their skills, specifically in their chosen arsenal. And out of all the swordsmen of Demacia, there was a woman who mastered a rapier sword. Her blade was named Riposte, and the sharpness of her blade was as deadly as her skills. No one could outduel this woman, since she perfectly crafted her skills on one-on-ones. She dedicates her life to restoring the honor of her family, and her name is Fiora Laurent, the Grand Duelist. Going back to the far history of the great city of Demacia, their capital was originally founded as a refuge from sorcery after the nightmare of the Rune Wars. the early settlers of Demacia discovered the Petricite Grove, a forest located on the footholds of the rocky highlands of northern Demacia. These trees were surely extraordinary, as they could dispel any magical energy. With that discovery, they built a material called petricite, a peculiar white stone formed by mixing the wood ash and lime and then adding them to any resistant material. The foundations were built slowly, using the anti-magic material everywhere in the nation, from architecture to weapons. The Demacian troops became stronger as more refugees joined them. They may not be as prominent as Noxus, their neighboring empire, but Demacia looked promising thanks to their resources. Shortly, the kingdom of Demacia rose to fame, essentially saving hundreds of lives. From a simple refugee to an army of loyalty, they even constructed a monarchy as a form of government. These drastic changes created politics in Demacia as more factions were formed. Shortly, noble houses were established as aristocratic families that had sworn fealty to the crown. These royal families helped regulate the kingdom as members of the Demacian Council. One of those noble houses was a prestigious family known for its long line of elite duelists, and they were called the Laurent family. Born as the youngest daughter of the noble Laurent family, that girl seemed destined for a life as a political pawn, to be married off in Demacia's grand game of alliances. As politics became more influential in the kingdom, gaining allies was part of the game, and having a daughter in a family meant a soon-to-be wife card for the noble houses. That girl's name was Fiora Laurent. With all this predetermined path for someone born in the noble houses, Fiora grew up hating the preset life. The setup did not sit well for her, and from an early age, she deliberately defied every expectation placed upon her. Her mother had the finest craftsmen of Demacia fashion the most lifelike dolls for her to play with, but Fiora gave them to her maids and took up her eldest brother's rapier, forcing him to give her lessons in secret. During that time, swords were for men, while dolls were gifted to young girls, which only gave Fiora more reason to break the custom. Her father obtained a set of dressmaking mannequins for her personal seamstress to craft wondrous gowns, but Fiora merely used them to practice her lunges and ripostes. Despite her years of quiet resistance, Fiora could not fully oppose her destiny. A politically advantageous marriage was arranged with an outlying branch of the Crown Guard family, set after her 18th birthday. Plans were scheduled for a summer wedding, just moments after Fiora's birthday. It would take place in the capital, and King Jarvan Lightshield III himself was to attend. Eventually, the day of the arranged marriage finally came. As the guests began to arrive, Fiora stood up and declared that she would rather die than allow someone else to decide the course of her life. Fiora would never let anyone dictate her path, let alone be used as a tool in this arranged marriage. Because of her actions, her betrothed was publicly shamed by this outburst, and his family demanded satisfaction in the old manner, a duel to the death. Fiora immediately agreed without any form of hesitation, but her father Sebastian implored the king to intervene. Jarvan had done much to end such feuding among the nobility, but in this case, his hands were tied. Fiora had already accepted, and as a noble house known for elite duelists, they could not back down from their words. However, there is a special rule that allows a member of a family to step up in the place of a duelist, and in response, the opposing house can select a champion that will represent their house. Fiora's father invoked his right to fight in her place, and even if Fiora doesn't want to, she could not influence the decision since her father was the head of their house. On the other hand, the House of Crown Guard agreed to Sebastian's plead. So, the duel must partake. At that moment, High Marshal Tiana Crownguard, aunt of Garen and Lux, was the one who chose the champion to fight for kinsmen. She selected a veteran warrior from the Dauntless Vanguard, an elite order of warriors assigned to handle Demasia's most dangerous foes. Stylistically, Dauntless Vanguard has an advantage against Laurent's swordsmanship. They were a bit more loose and brute force, while the House of Laurent leaned towards elegance and straightforwardness. The duel was set for the following day, giving the duelists enough prep time to condition themselves. Everyone knew that Sebastian's defeat seemed almost certain. Even Sebastian himself believed so. Because of that, Fiora's father spiraled into his own train of thought. The Laurent name would be ruined, and Fiora would be exiled in disgrace. Sebastian was presented with so stark a choice. He must win to avoid the aforementioned situations. When everything was stacked against them, Fiora's father made a decision that could damn his family for years to come. The night before the duel, Sebastian attempted to slip his opponent a drug that would dull his senses and slow his reactions. But just as he was about to spike the drink, Sebastian was caught in the act and arrested on the spot. The law was clear, and his actions were prohibited in Demacia. Sebastien Laurent had broken the most fundamental code of honor. The duel was called off as the decision had been made. He would be humiliated upon the executioner's scaffold and hanged like a common criminal. But for now, Sebastian would be spending his remaining days in the prison cell of Demacia. Time passed by quickly, and on the eve before Sebastian's execution date, Fiora visited his cell. The two of them talked and expressed their hearts, but what passed between them remained a secret known only to Fiora. The next day came, and it was time for Sebastian to pay the price of his actions. Fiora approached the king's dais in full view of the crowd. She knelt before him and offered up her blade. With his blessing, she would claim the Laurent name from her father, and justice would be served. Her actions meant that Fiora would be the one who would challenge her father to a duel to the death, saving their family name from further humiliation. King Jarvan IV saw Fiora's resolve, and he granted her request. The dance between the two Laurent duelists has started, and it was elegance at its finest. The duel was blindingly swift, a dance of blades so exquisite that those present would never forget what they witnessed. Fiora's father was a fine swordsman in his own right, but he was no match for his daughter, proving that she was more than a pawn in a political marriage. They said farewell in every clash of steel, but in the end, Fiora tearfully buried her rapier in her father's heart. Sebastian smiled while grasping for his last breath. He had regrets along the way, but seeing his daughter so worthy of Laurent's swordsmanship brought peace in his last seconds. As the dust settled, solemnly, King Jarvan ruled that Sebastian had paid for his crimes in full. Fiora would be his successor. The quarrel between the families was resolved, and that would be an end to it. The Laurent family should be cleared from this incident, and Fiora could now decide her own path. Their lives went back to normal, but even so, such scandals were not easily forgotten. Fiora took her new duties at court with her customary clarity and directness. However, the king's ruling was not as effective as they thought it would be. Fiora found that rumors and gossip continued to follow her at every turn. Fiora wanted to bring back the glory of her family, and she was aware that drastic measures should be taken. She questioned what her brothers would bring to the great city of Demacia other than strife and bloodshed. And the first step in fixing the name of their family was by implementing discipline. There should be no room for arrogance. With that, Fiora had usurped her brother's claims to the family name. Rather than demanding justice at the edge of her sword, Fiora instead turned to her wider family, cousins and more distant relatives, with many renowned swordmasters among them. They silenced her critics by granting noble status to all in her household. Together, they were dedicated to the refinement of bladecraft within the kingdom. Fiora's goal was to strengthen their noble house by perfecting swordsmanship in the form of duels, rather than arranged marriages. Throughout Demacian history, dueling was an ancient art etched in their history. But Fiora believed that it did not always need to end in death, and if any cared to disagree with that notion, Fiora would be only too happy to test the strength of their conviction in combat herself. It doesn't matter how long it would take, Fiora would do whatever it takes to break the custom. Continuing her quest to bring honor to their family's name, Fiora was on a mission. She aimed to kill someone named Umberto, a man who looked very sure of himself. As Fiora watched Umberto from a distance, she saw him talking to 4 other men. In her observation, they were so alike that they must surely be brothers. The 5 of them were cocksure and preening, as though it was beneath their dignity to even present themselves in the Hall of Blades in answer to her challenge. Dawn cast angled spars of light through the lancet windows, and the pale marble shimmered with the reflections of those who had come to see a life end. They lined the edges of the hall by the score, members of both houses, lackeys, gawkers, and some simply with unhealthy appetites to see bloodshed. Amdar greeted Fiora as her second older brother handed her a mid-length rapier with a blue steel blade, upon which light moved like oil. He then asked if Fiora was sure about this standoff. Fiora responded with confidence, and then questioned if Amdar heard about the tales of Umberto and his braggart brothers. Amdar confirmed and questioned if their actions were worth their deaths. Fiora affirmed that if she let one braggart slide, then others would think themselves free to wag their tongues as Umberto and his brothers did. Seeing that there was no point in arguing, Ambar nodded and stepped back. He then told Fiora to do what she must. Fiora stepped forward, rolling her shoulders and sweeping her blade twice through the air, a sign the duel was about to begin. Umberto turned as one of his brothers nudged him in the ribs. He drew his own weapon, a long, beautifully carved Demacian cavalry saber with golden quillions and a sapphire inset on the pommel. A poser's weapon, and one entirely unsuited to the requirements of a duel. Umberto stepped up to his duelist mark and repeated the sword movements Fiora had made. He bowed to her and winked, intentionally teasing Fiora's action. On the other hand, Fiora felt her jaw tighten, but clamped down on her dislike. Emotion had no place in a duel. It clouded swordplay and had seen many great swordsmen slain by a lesser opponent. Fiora must not let him provoke her with such idiotic mockery. The 2 of them circled one another, making the prescribed movements of foot and blade, like dance partners at the first notes of a waltz. The movements were to ensure that both participants in the duel were aware of the significance of what they were soon to attempt. The rituals of the duel were important. They, like the measured tread, were designed to allow civilized folk to maintain the illusion of nobility in killing. Fiora knew they were good laws, just laws, but that didn't take away from the fact that she was about to kill the man before her. And because Fiora believed in these laws, she had to make her offer. Fiora introduced herself with politeness, but Umberto quickly snapped back and told Fiora to save her speech for her gravemaker. Fiora ignored his puerile attempt to rile her and told him that it came to her attention that Umberto slandered the good name of House Laurent in an unjust and dishonorable manner by the indulgence and spreading of malicious falsehoods in regard to the legitimacy of her lineage. Therefore, it was her right to challenge him to a duel and restore the honor of her house in his blood. Umberto continued the mockery and responded he already knew all the talk, telling Fiora why he was there, waiting for her in the first place. Fiora then told him that his actions would lead to his death unless Umberto would not fight and satisfy her. Umberto curiously asked how he could grant Fiora's satisfaction, to which Fiora replied and told him to let her cut his right ear. Umberto was shocked, questioning if Fiora was a madwoman, but Fiora remained firm with her statement. It's either death or his right ear. The two of them continued chatting as Fiora let Umberto choose his fate. Fiora was confident and already knew what would happen either way, while Umberto still thought he could win, obviously underestimating her. Fiora once again reminded him that he should choose to live and wear the wound as a badge of honor, or else he would be food for crows by mid-morning. She won't be asking him another time, and he must choose now. Fiora's words angered Umberto. He assumed that Fiora was full of arrogance. His fear was changed into anger as his emotions took over. Umberto stamped forward, the tip of his sword thrusting for her heart. Fiora had read the attack before it was launched and made a quarter turn to the left, letting the curved blade cut only air. Her own blade swept up, then down in a precise diagonal arc. The crowd gasped at the wet spatter of blood on stone and the shocking suddenness of the duel's ending. Fiora turned as Umberto's sword clattered to the granite flagstones. He fell to his knees, then slumped back onto his haunches, hands clutched to his opened throat, from which blood pumped enthusiastically. She then bowed to Umberto, but his eyes were already glassy and unseeing with impending death. Fiora took no pleasure in such a slaying, but the fool had left her little choice. Umberto's brothers came forward to collect the corpse, and she felt their shock at their brother's defeat. It was a swift duel, and no one thought that Fiora was that skilled. Amdar came forward to collect her sword, and he asked how many fools Fiora had slain. She anticipated around 15 to 20, but Fiora answered 30, or maybe even more. She was not sure, since for her day, they all looked the same. Umberto's brother responded that there would be more, but Fiora was not intimidated at all. She stated that every death restores their family's honor, and every death brings redemption closer. Amdar asked, redemption for whom? But Fiora did not answer. Fiora worked tirelessly to sharpen her skills as she encountered a lot of foes and also raised swords with Demacian allies. One of the known Demacian allies that Fiora fought alongside was Garen Crownguard. She helped him train in the Dauntless Vanguard and eventually fought a dragon that attacked Ehrenmount. But out of all the people she encountered, Fiora thinks that Jax might be the worthy opponent that she longs for. She has high praise for him, and dancing a duel with him would be delightful. Let's voyage to the lawless seas of Bilgewater and explore the untold stories of many sailors. Those who sail across Runeterra can tell that the world holds a lot of mysterious creatures, and one of them is a race called Yordles. If you are talking about untold stories, Yordles are the ones that have a lot of mysteries in their race. It's rumored that most of them reside in a mystical place called the Bandle City, and their race was commonly covered in fur. But in the far seas of Bilgewater, there was a Yordle with amphibian features and no fur at all. He was born 9,000 years before Noxus, and it was believed that Yordles don't age like other creatures, almost near immortal. This Yordle already encountered countless captains trying to catch him, but no one ever succeeded. His name is Fizz, the tidal trickster. In ages past, the oceans of Runeterra were home to civilizations far older than those of the land. There were a lot of places to explore, and one of them was in the depths of what is now the Guardian Sea. It was located in the east of the Valoran and Shuriman continents, encompassing multiple island chains such as the Ionian Archipelago, Serpent Isles, and the Shadow Isles. The eastern side of the Guardian Sea is where the Eternal Ocean lies, and at the southeast, a great city once stood. It was there that the Yordle Fizz made his home. Unlike many of his Yordle brethren, his appearance lacks any fur. Instead, he exhibits more amphibian characteristics, with tentacles resembling dreadlocks growing out of his head. Gills on the side of his torso allow him to breathe underwater, and he possesses wider arms and legs than other Yordles, featuring 3-digit hands and feet with webbing that allows for faster movement underwater. His light blue skin transitions into darker hues towards his lower body, adorned with white spots, notably on his stomach. While Fizz's distinctive appearance is likely a result of his environment, it remains unclear why there aren't more Yordles who share his likeness. Notably, as the oldest known Yordle, predating even Gnar, Fizz maintains a form reminiscent of a pre-continental era, which diverges from the more common furry appearance observed in his Yordle peers. Fizz lived alongside the artisans and warriors of that proud, noble race. Even though he was not one of them, they treated him as an equal, and his playful nature and tall tales of adventures in the open sea made him welcome at any gathering. It was indeed the most precious time for Fizz, but the world was changing. The oceans were growing warmer, emboldening fierce predators to rise from the deepest trenches. It was the early age of Runeterra, and landforms were still moving. Some of them rose from the ocean, while others sunk. Because of this phenomenon, several settlements had fallen silent, but the rulers of the great city could still not agree on how to deal with the threat. Being the only one who could navigate the sea effectively, Fizz pledged to roam the seas in search of survivors, or anyone who knew what had happened. And so Fizz dived into the depths and looked for answers, determined to protect the tribe who accepted him as one of their own. Then, one dark day, the Gigalodons came. Those huge dragon sharks stunned their prey with fell shrieking, and the avenues of the great city were soon clouded red. Thousands died in a matter of hours, the immense bulk of their killers crushing towers and temples in a monstrous feeding frenzy. It was a nightmare for the citizens of the island. The rising of the ocean gave the Gigalodons the leeway to continue their feast. Scenting blood in the water, Fizz was immediately alerted about the situation as he raced back to the island, determined to join the fight and save the city. Fizz tried his best to swim as fast as he could, but unfortunately, he was too late. There was nothing left of the city to save. The structures had fallen, and blood was all over the place as the waves were trying to wash the crime scene. When the debris finally settled, not a single living creature remained, nor any stone upon another, and the ravenous shoal had moved on. Alone in the cold depths, Fizz sank into a mournful despair, thinking he lost everything. All that he ever wanted was to be helpful to his town, but his absence led to the town's demise, and Fizz blamed himself. As his Yordle magic began to fade, he let himself be carried by the currents, drifting in a catatonic torpor, dreaming away the millennia. Keep in mind that Yordles don't age like others, and Fizz can breathe underwater. With that said, Fizz spent the next couple of centuries waiting to be eaten by other creatures, preferably the ones who took his hometown. It was only chance that reawakened him, somewhat of a new beginning waiting for Fizz. No one knew how long he slept in the depths of the sea, but at a very random moment, a handful of copper coins fell from above. Those coins scattered to the seabed in the wake of a huge wooden fish that swam upon the surface. This was no Gigalodon, but Fizz was alarmed nonetheless. He knew little of the world overhead, but surely no fish could survive up there. Curiosity pushed Fizz to move once more, thinking what type of wooden fish could be that large and could float at the surface. And for the first in almost a millennia, Fizz ventured up and peered into the salty air. As Fizz glanced at a whole different scenery, he saw people once more, and not just ordinary ones. These people who lived outside of the water and sailed in wooden fish of all sizes. As far as he could remember, his people were wiped out. There shouldn't be any humans around the area. Not to mention, since when did these wooden fish show up? And how had humans tamed them? There were a lot of questions for Fizz. He wasn't aware that the civilization came back and was much more advanced compared to before. The wooden fish that were floating on the surface were called boats, while the bigger ones were ships, terminologies that Fizz wasn't aware of. It felt like the world was somewhat rearranged, and at the same time, evolved into a better one. Fizz found the thought both frightening and exciting, but the curious gifts they cast into the water made it clear that they wanted to be his friend. In time, following their movements to and fro across the oceans, he came to the port city of Bilgewater. For those who weren't aware of Bilgewater, it was a lawless place where certain groups reside: monster hunters, dock gang, indigenous people, pirates, and traders from across the world of Runeterra. Over time, it became a vital stop for trade ships traveling near the Serpent Isles. Almost anything could be purchased at this place, since there was no law governing it. It was expected that Fizz would be hunted down as soon as he entered Bilgewater. He belonged to rare species, and Fizz himself belonged to ancient times. A lot of rich figures would surely pay a hefty price just to catch Fizz. However, things went in opposite directions. To the inhabitants of that lawless place, this strange and slippery creature quickly became something of a legend: the tidal trickster, a spirit of the ocean itself. It is said that he could summon great beasts to do his bidding, hole a ship's hull with his stone trident, and breathe air or water as it suited him. Many a misbehaving child had been warned on a moonless night: "Go quickly to sleep, or the trickster will come and feed you to the fishes." For some reason, his image was built on its own, as the citizens had already created folklore about him. Maybe the surviving tribes from the past told stories about their city, and later on evolved as it got passed down through generations. Fizz doesn't know where these stories originated, but only he knows the truth. The fishermen respected him highly, while others trembled with just his presence, which Fizz sort of enjoyed as he ventured into this new world. Fizz is good-natured, but mischievous, even for a Yordle. Over the years, he was delighted in confounding the people of Bilgewater. The most seasoned fishermen know that just as the ocean may rise and fall, the tidal trickster is as likely to lead them into windless doldrums as to an easy catch that would fill their nets. Even so, Fizz does not take kindly to the greedy or selfish sea captains, hoping to make a quick pile of silver by themselves. If he viewed these fishermen were up to no good, he would usually pretend to lead them into the greatest harvest of their lives, along with piles of hidden treasures. But they were only led to shipwreck. With a new purpose in life, Fizz continued to interact with fishermen voyaging across the Guardian Sea. Years passed by, and many sailors claimed that they interacted with the tidal trickster. His name was never brought up, but everyone could easily tell that they were referring to Fizz just by the title alone. Many stories circled in Bilgewater, often used for kids' bedtime, but the most famous one was the story of one-legged Lars. The story starts with how old Lars met Fizz. Many of the old sailors said that meeting Fizz was a very rare encounter and considered themselves lucky for the experience. But old Lars viewed things differently. He called Fizz a malign little terror, and he even claimed that you would be lucky if you never cross paths with this yordle. A few years ago, old Lars was clinging to a rock out in the jagged straits. His ship sank, which was a different story on its own. Old Lars clung to that rock for 3 days and nights, with fins a-circling around him. And just when he was starting to give up all hope, the infamous tidal trickster appeared. All he saw at first were those 2 big round eyes, pale as death as he swam towards him. The circling sharks took off right away, and no mistake, they were afraid of him, as everyone should be. Old Lars saw death approaching him as Fizz got closer to him. Even now, old Lars wouldn't mind admitting that he was scared at that time. But thanks to Fizz, he shooed off the hungry sharks. Old Lars took that opportunity and dove into the sea. He started to swim for his life, praying he would soon reach Bilgewater quickly. While old Lars tried to escape from the amphibian yordle, he saw those big eyes peering at him when he looked back. Old Lars was even more afraid of Fizz at that point compared to the circling sharks before. Eventually he reached the shore and thought that he'd lost Fizz. But he was wrong. Still panicking from the situation, old Lars went to a room in a flea-ridden flophouse down Rat Town Way and spent the night there. But it didn't take long before he realized that he wasn't alone. The first clue that gave out was the creeping stink of seaweed and fish in the room. That and the little wet footprints on the stairs when he woke up in the morning. Fizz introduced himself as the so-called trickster, and he certainly lived up to the name. He put seawater in his porridge when old Lars wasn't looking, tied his bootlaces together making him fall as soon as he took a step, and slipped eels under his blankets. Those experiences lightly tormented old Lars, and the eel prank one scared the life out of him when it started wriggling. During this whole ordeal, old Lars heard nothing but laughter, and it still makes his skin crawl just thinking of it up to this day. For a whole week, Fizz haunted old Lars. It drove him fairly to the brink of madness. At some point, his patience ran out, and he screamed in frustration, asking what Fizz wanted from him. No one responded, and old Lars called it a day. But on the final night, he woke up to unusual sounds. He heard webbed feet flapping on the floor. It was getting closer and closer, and old Lars thought that it was finally that moment when Fizz would end him once and for all. Old Lars hid himself under the covers. After a couple more flapping webbed feet, everything went silent. Old Lars stayed still, cowering for what must have been over an hour. Out of curiosity, he dared a peek. Slowly old Lars reached out, lit the lamp, and anticipated his end. He tried to carefully scan the area, but nothing horrible happened. Fizz was gone, at long last. But he left something for him. On the wooden box beside his bed, a coin, a gold kraken no less. Since that day, old Lars would tell stories to children and show off his kraken coin. He even called it his lucky kraken. But every time he would bring up that coin, the sight of that coin filled him with dread. It was because that coin was the very coin that his captain swore he tossed into the ocean on our way out of port. That was his offering to the bearded lady for safe passage, and old Lars believed that the tidal trickster had taken it. He blames Fizz even to this day, thinking that was the reason their ship sunk before. Old Lars saw Fizz as a playful, hateful little imp, and he was the one who doomed the whole crew, screwed their mission. with a wicked, fishy grin on his face. Indeed, Fizz encountered a lot of sailors throughout his adventures, from the moment he was woken up by the sound of the coin on the seabed to his random wanders across Bilgewater. His actions led to multiple stories with different perspectives. Some considered their interactions as one of a kind, while others truly hated his guts. An example of someone who hated Fizz so much aside from old Lars was a revenant named Nautilus. He was known as the Titan of the Depths, and he wanted to see Fizz die, which Fizz may not be fully aware of that threat. His mischievous behavior added more twisted tales about Fizz, fueling wild stories for future generations. But at the end of the day, at least Fizz managed to surpass his traumatic experience and now enjoying what life has to offer. Perhaps a bit too much. Throughout the world's history, magic has been a huge part since it came from multiple sources. Some were gifted by the aspects, others were ascended, and on rare occasions, a few gained magic through the world runes. But those were only the tip of the iceberg, because magic in Runeterra is an enigma of its own. There were even times when some entities were only brought to life because of magic. It was indeed fascinating. But what if I tell you that there was an entity that could only move whenever there was a powerful presence of magic? It wouldn't be that problematic in plain sight. However, his mission was to destroy the source of magic to defend his countrymen, leaving a stone statue waiting for the next mage threat. His name is Galio, the Colossus. Stretching back to Demacian's origin, Galio legend began in the aftermath of the Rune Wars, the historical wars where mortals of Runeterra used the world runes to fight each other. This event occurred from 25 years before Noxus to 3 years before Noxus. It was a devastating event, and countless refugees fled from the destructive power of magic. In the west of Valoran, a band of these displaced people were hounded by a vicious band of dark mages. Exhausted from days without rest, the refugees hid among the shadows of an ancient, petrified forest, and their pursuers suddenly found their magic to be ineffective. It seemed the fossilized trees were a natural magic dampener, and any sorcery used within them would simply fail. It felt like an intervention, and the once powerless were no longer helpless. The refugees turned their swords on the dark mages and drove them off the land. Some decided that this sanctuary from magic was a gift from the gods. Others saw it as a fair reward for their terrible journey. But all agreed this should be their new home, away from the catastrophic mages out there. As years passed, the settlers crafted items of protection from the enchanted wood. Eventually, they found it could be mixed with ash and lime to make petricite, a material with a powerful resistance to magic. It would be the foundation for their new civilization, forming the walls of the new kingdom of Demacia. For years, these petricite barriers were all the Demacians needed to feel secure from the threat of magic within the borders of their homeland. The kingdom of Demacia was slowly forming as the refugees worked together to form a civilization with a common goal. In the rare event that they needed to settle a conflict abroad, their military proved fierce and formidable. But when their enemies employed sorcery, Demacia's roaming army had little recourse. Shields and swords were only effective inside the petrified forest, but outside of it, the mages simply viewed them as no threat. Somehow, they needed to take the security of their magic-dampening walls into battle. And so, the tinkering began, formulating a way to harness this magic nullification for combat. Around 292 years after Noxus, a sculptor named Arcturus Durand was commissioned to fashion some manner of petricite shield for the military. and 2 years later, the artist unveiled his masterpiece. However, there might be a big misunderstanding between Durand and the Demacians. They instructed him to fuse the petricite material to the military shield, but the artist's thought process was entirely different. He instead created a winged statue of a gargoyle, fused with petricite material as a symbol of Demacian's defense, and named it Galio. While it was not what many were expecting, the winged statue of Galio would become vital to the defense of the nation and serve as a symbol of Demacia across Valoran. The statue was created, and the tacticians of the military decided to just bring this winged statue to the battlefield and see what happens. This wasn't what they anticipated, but it could still work in theory. Using a system of pulleys, steel sleds, and countless oxen, they would pull the great stone figure to the battlefield. Many would-be invaders simply froze at the sight of the awe-inspiring silhouette looming before them. Shortly, the statue was called the Titan Who Ate Magic by the mages. This event inspired a kingdom and terrified those who opposed it. The roaming statue of Galio became the beacon of hope for the refugees running away from dark mages. It became a signal that the Demacians were coming, and they could finally fight back. However, no one thought to consider what exposing the statue to such unpredictable energies might do. Demacia had been mired in a battle with enemy forces in the Green Fang Mountains, a mountain range at the east of Demacia. A skilled order of war mages known as the Arcane Fist bombarded the Demacians with cracking bolts of raw, mystical power. It was an attack from a great distance, and the statue could only nullify the powers of mages within its range. The Demacian soldiers bathed in this mystical magic for 13 straight days. Those who had survived this long felt their morale dwindling and huddled close to Galio. Just when their spirits could be brought no lower, a slow, deafening rumble shook the veil, as if two mountains were grinding against each other. As a great shadow grew above them, the Demacian soldiers steeled themselves for death. Shortly, a deep voice bellowed from above. To the Demacians' astonishment, the sound came from the Colossus at their backs. Galio was moving and speaking entirely on his own. Somehow the accumulation of absorbed magic had given him life. He threw himself in front of the Demacians, shielding them from attack after attack, absorbing each fresh bolt into his massive stone frame. Then Galio turned, bounded up the mountainside, and crushed every last one of the Arcane Fist into the craggy soil. It was a sight that none of them would ever forget. Some of them even thought that it was just their hallucinations. Maybe they were already dead, and none of this was real. Nonetheless, the Demacians cheered as the gargoyle fought the war mages. They were eager to thank the Petricite Sentinel that had saved them. But as quickly as he'd come to life, their fearsome protector had ceased moving, returning to his pedestal, just as before. The Demacians were clueless, but they used their remaining strength to pull back their mighty savior. Back in the great city, this bizarre tale was told in hushed tones by the few who had survived the Battle of the Green Fangs. As expected, everyone found the story incredible. It was hard to believe, but the stories of each survivor aligned without any mishaps. Some of them even thought that it was harder to fabricate such a detailed lie than a moving gargoyle, knowing that there were mages across the Valoran. That day passed into legend, perhaps a mere allegory of ancient days to help people through hard times. Certainly no one would have believed that the Colossus continued to see all that transpired around him. Even while immobile, Galio retained consciousness, longing to experience the sensations of battle once again. He watched mortals pass beneath him, paying him tribute year after year. It puzzled him to see them disappear one by one as time rolled on. Galio wondered where they went when they vanished. Perhaps they were sent away to be mended, as he often was when he returned from war. He doesn't understand the concept of time yet, and how humans grow older, which was understandable in his case, since he was an ageless statue. He pondered these questions as he met new people in the kingdom of Demacia, whispering prayers to him each day. As the years slipped by, Galio began to realize the sorrowful answer to his question. Unlike himself, the people of Demacia could not be repainted or have their damage easily repaired. Mortals were frail, ephemeral creatures, and he now understood just how badly they needed his protection. Only he could tank those magic attacks, while humans would perish in a single blow. Fighting had been his passion, but the people were now his purpose. Even so, Galio has been called to battle only a handful of times throughout the centuries. Demacia has begun to look inward, with magic becoming rarer in this world than it once was. And so the Petricite Colossus remains dormant, observing the world through the murk of his waking dreams. The statue's greatest hope is to be blessed by a magic so powerful that he will never be forced to sleep again. Only then will Galio be able to truly serve his purpose, to stand and fight as Demacia's protector forevermore. Fitting to the human's nature, war was once again coming, and Galio could do nothing but watch as the Demacian soldiers prepared for it. He couldn't say how long it had been since he last tasted magic. He'd been carried from the plinth many times before, only to return without getting a chance at life. But even when his body was still, his mind was always stirring, longing for the taste of the battlefield for what had been almost a century. Galio could just make out the bristling rows of northern barbarians in the distance. Even with his senses dulled in this dreamlike state, he could tell their ranks were sloppy and undisciplined, pacing to and fro in eager anticipation of their Demacian foes. He already witnessed different generations of Demacian soldiers fighting on the battlefield as he was getting pulled. And this current generation was by far the most undisciplined one, in his opinion. During the battle, Galio had overheard talk of these wild men many times, given their recent conquests. The fearful people of the city whispered that the Freljordians left none alive, and mounted the heads of their foes on enormous tusks from strange beasts. But the barbarians were of no interest to the Colossus, and it seemed like Galio felt the same way with them. Galio's eyes found a bigger prize, a titanic shape, seeming almost as tall as the hills behind it. It moved ominously, heaving like the waves of a troubled sea, waiting to be unleashed. Galio questioned the mysterious thing, hoping it would fight and unleash him. Beneath him, his Demacian comrades marched in precise synchronization, reciting a cadence, chanting away all thoughts but battle. To each other, they sounded confident in their victory. But to Galio, who had heard this song so many times before, their rhythms were less certain, more hesitant. Galio thought that these soldiers were not excited to battle this great beast, and he would love to do it for them. Galio was filled with the urge to scoop up every one of these men in his arms and tell them that it would be fine, that he would spring forth and chase the entire invading army back to its borders. But he couldn't. His arms, legs, and claws were as cold and inert as the stone he was hewn from. He needed a catalyst, a powerful, magical presence of some kind, to awaken from his living dream. Galio deeply wished that there would be a powerful mage in this battle as he gazed toward the horizon. Usually there wasn't, and Galio hated that for multiple decades long. As the campaign continued, Galio's worry grew as he heard the snorts of exhaustion from the oxen pulling him. They numbered several dozen and still had to be swapped out with fresh replacements every mile. For a brief moment, Galio thought they might all collapse, leaving him in the outer Demacian brambles while the humans had their fun. Then, at last, his cart came to a stop at the edge of the battlefield. He knew there would be no parley, no chance that the savage enemy would surrender. Galio could hear the clatter of his tiny human comrades locking shields, forming a solid wall of steel. But he knew that whatever the barbarian's enormous beast was, it would surely cut right through the fine Demacian armaments. That thing on the barbarian's side was something beyond magic, and Galio could feel its overwhelming presence, which the Demacians couldn't. The two sides flew at one another, colliding in a flash of limbs and blades. Galio heard swords clashing and axes meeting shields. Men from both armies were falling to their deaths in the mud. Brave voices that Galio knew well cried like children for their mothers. The soft heart of the stone giant began to quiver. Yet still he could not break his paralysis. Suddenly a shock of blinding purple seared through the fray, causing scores of Demacians to drop to their knees. Galio felt it then. That familiar sensation in his fingertips, like the noon sun warming cool alabaster. He tried to move, and only could almost wiggle his body. The flash came again, sapping the life from more heroic Demacian soldiers. Galio's senses came to life with startling acuity, revealing the conflict in gruesome detail. The bodies of men in broken armor were strewn about the field in grotesque contortions. Many barbarians lay slain in pools of their own blood. And in the distance, behind their lines, their cowardly sorcerer was summoning a crackling orb between his hands, readying his next attack. There he was, the reason for Galio's reawakening. Galio first expressed his gratitude, then in rage. Galio, now unleashed from his statue, finally moved as he stated that he would squash the wizard first. At that moment, the remaining soldiers of Demacia witnessed the legend come to life. Galio was ready to smash the wizard, but his attention was once again drawn to the monstrous shape in the farthest reaches of the battlefield. Finally, it was coming into focus, a towering behemoth of a creature, covered in thick, matted fur. It struggled against the steel chains that restrained it. Its head thrashed about viciously in an attempt to free itself from the giant, blinding cowl that covered its eyes. Galio smiled, thinking that was a foe worthy of his fists. The barbarians pulled off the behemoth's covering, revealing a snarling, mangled snout beneath a beady pair of jet-black eyes. Free from its blinders, the creature erupted in a fearsome roar, as if declaring itself ready to ravage everything in sight. The monster's handlers released a mechanism that let loose the chains, and the behemoth threw itself into the opposing infantry, instantly slaying a dozen Demacians with just one swipe of a saber-like claw. At that moment, Galio was horrified. These were men he had guarded since they were children. He wanted to weep for them, as he had seen humans do in mourning. But he was not built for that. Tears could never flow in his system. Instead, he focused on his purpose and the thrill of the fight that awaited. This was a huge, terrible beast, and he couldn't wait to put his hands on it. He could feel the vitality of life returning to him. At long last, the sensation shot through his arms, his head, and all the way to his legs. Across the valley, a sound echoed, something not heard in living memory. It was the sound of a stone giant's laughter. Galio leaped into the fray, knocking aside the barbarian's crudely built siege engines. Friend and foe alike stopped to gape at the stone giant who was now smashing his way through the front lines. Like a living monument, he burst from the press of soldiers and threw himself into the path of the rampaging behemoth. Galio then greeted the beast, and then politely asked if he could now smash him. Galio's words provoked the beast. It threw its mighty head back and howled, as if in acknowledgement of the challenge. Both titans ran toward one another with earth-shaking force. The behemoth slammed into Galio's midsection with its shoulder and let out a groan of intense pain as it crumpled to the ground, clutching its collarbone. Galio's pure stone structure was no match for the beast, and slamming into Galio's body immediately broke some bones of the creature. Galio stood above it, reluctant to smash a prostrate opponent. He then told the beast to not cower too much, because now he felt bad. Eager to give the beast a second chance, he helped him get up again, complimented him that it was a good try, and instructed the beast to hit him again. The monster slowly pulled itself to its feet and regained the angry glint in its eye. It struck Galio with all its might, its claws raking away a piece of his head. Galio was pleasantly surprised and told the beast that he managed to break his crown. He continued to encourage the beast, hoping for a competitive fight. This time, it was his turn. Galio struck at the beast with the bottom of his hand, swinging it down like a club with every ounce of his stone frame. The petricite fist collided with the behemoth's flesh, and the surrounding field rang out with the cracking of gigantic bones. The monster staggered, screaming and swinging blindly, but connecting with nothing. Galio grabbed the giant beast around the waist in his monolithic arms and wrenched its torso, trying to break its spine. But the behemoth twisted out of his grip and began to circle him warily before backing away. As the monster tried to escape from him, Galio tried to communicate with the beast, telling him that their battle must be resolved. He started to lumber after the beast, hoping it would reconsider its decision to flee. But the faint cries of his Demacian brethren carried to him on the wind. Without realizing it, Galio had followed the monster for hundreds of feet, straying from the heart of the battle. He wanted to fight the creature, but his human comrades needed him. As the abomination limped away into the distance, Galio gave it one last wistful gaze and bid his farewell to the enormous beast. Galio turned and thundered back to his comrades. More than half of them were lying on the ground in agony, tortured by unseen coils of power. He knew at once it was the same magic that kept him living. The stone titan saw the terror in the soldiers' faces before turning to the malevolent sorcerer once more. Galio knew what he must do and what the consequences would be. He leapt high in the air and then came crashing down onto the mage, interrupting his vile incantation and squashing the barbarian into the loam. The remaining invaders were routed, dropping their arms in terror and fleeing in all directions. As the sorcerer's magic faded, Galio felt conflicted. The animating force was draining from his body. He'd saved countless lives, but he was being dragged back to slumber. He didn't understand why he had no magic of his own, like all living things must have. Why had he been made this way? Had that even been his creator's intention? These questions occupied his thoughts as Galio was returning to his statue state. Galio felt the cold embrace of his dormancy returning. He took comfort that life itself was magical, and if he only experienced it briefly, it was worth it. Until the final day, until he would come to break the world's last mage in his unyielding fists, and the stone sentinel of Demacia would awaken no more. A couple more decades once again passed by, and Galio watched the civilization further advance. From a distance, he heard someone say the words, "A shadow fades before the light." It came from a girl's voice as she repeated herself. Those words were a mantra, one the girl often used to put herself at ease when she felt herself losing control. Though she was only 13, she had become adept at using tricks like this to ease the symptoms of her affliction. But today, she found the words to be little help. Today, the girl needed to be alone. She fought to hold back the tears, avoiding eye contact with passers-by, as she walked briskly toward the scrutinizing glare of the sentries at the city gates. If they stopped her, she felt she might break down and spill everything to them. At least then, it would all be over, she thought. Luckily, they paid her little mind as she walked through the archway to the open lands outside the city. Far off the main highway, the girl found a quiet nook in a wooded hillside. Once she was sure she wouldn't be seen, she removed a clean handkerchief from her pocket, placed it to her face, and sobbed. The tears came fast and thick down her cheeks. If anyone had seen the girl like this, they probably would not recognize her. Everybody knew her as the fresh-faced optimist who cheerily bid them good mornings and nice to see you every day, regardless of the circumstances. But not this time. The other side of her, this ugly and decidedly un-Demacian face of a girl shared with nobody. As she staunched the flow of tears with her thin linen cloth, her mind began to settle. She finally dared to recall the events that had led to the tears. She had been in the lecture room with her classmates when her gaze began to wander to an open window. The flock of fuchsia nectar flies outside was far more interesting than the drab lesson in field tactics their instructor was offering. The flies danced, not in unison at all, but in a vivacious chaos that was strangely beautiful. She had taken in their movement, feeling herself warming to the core with intense happiness. The warmth was familiar to her. Most of the time it could be tamed, stuffed back inside her like feathers that had leaked from a mattress. But today, the warmth was hot, with a life of its own. She felt it burning in her teeth, threatening to explode into the world with a fan of iridescent hues as it had only done in privacy before. For a brief moment, a thin trickle of white light leaked from her fingertips. The girl panicked, as this magic was not for anyone to see. She tried to suppress the glow, but for the first time in her life, it felt too big. The girl had only one chance to save herself. She needed to leave immediately. And in that instant, she stood and gathered her belongings as fast as possible. Her abrupt movement caught the attention of her instructor, and the instructor called her name, Luxana. Questions were about to get thrown at Lux, but she just muttered her mantra over and over to keep her cool while exiting the premise. As she finished drying her eyes in the calm of the woods, her feet carried her farther and farther from the city. She began to assess the cost of the incident. Word would spread quickly across the citadel that a student had stormed out of class without any acceptable reason. What punishment would she receive for that insubordination? Whatever was to come, it would be better than the alternative. If she'd stayed, she would have erupted, filling the entire building with the brightest, purest light. Then everyone would know she was afflicted with magic. That's when the annullers would come. Once or twice the girl had seen the annullers in the streets with their strange instruments, rooting out practitioners of magic. Once these afflicted people were found, they were forcibly relocated to slums outside the kingdom, never to take part in the grand society. Lux's family knew so well. That was the worst part, knowing her family would be shamed. And her brother, oh, her brother. She shuddered to think what Garen would say. The girl often dreamed of living in a different part of the world where people with arcane gifts were revered as heroes and celebrated by their families. But the girl lived in Demacia, where people knew the destructive potential of magic and treated it as such. As she found her situation becoming increasingly hopeless, Lux realized she was standing within view of the Galio monument. The gargantuan statue had been made long ago as a battle standard for the military, accompanying them in their missions abroad. Sculpted from petricite, Galio possessed magic-absorbing properties that had saved many lives from Archmage attacks. If one believed the legends, he had even come to life at times, specifically when enough mystical power had seeped into his mortar. And because of that, she made her way to the statue, explaining how Galio heard the whimpering voice with repeating words. It has been long decades since Galio last moved. He still stood as a mountain, straddling the memorial road, far from the traffic of the main highway. Lux cautiously approached the statue. Ever since she was a little girl, she had imagined the old Titan keeping a vigilant watch over all those who passed beneath him. It seemed to peer into her soul, judging her. Galio told Lux she had no place in Demacia, though he only spoke in her imagination. Lux knew it spoke true, affirming she was different. That was undeniable. Her constant smiles and exuberance stood out glaringly among the Demacia's trademark austerity. Then there was the glow. Ever since she could remember, Lux felt it burning in her heart, longing to burst free. When she was small, the glow was weak and she could easily conceal it. Now the power had become far too great to stay hidden. Burdened with guilt, Lux lifted her eyes to the Colossus. She yelled at Galio, telling him to go and say those words again out loud. It was uncharacteristic of Lux, but the day had not been kind, and it soothed her soul to vent. She expelled sharp breaths of air in relief, then immediately felt embarrassment at the outburst. Lux then questioned her actions, in disbelief for yelling at a statue. She then looked around to make sure nobody had seen it. At certain times of the year, this road was flooded with travelers making their pilgrimages to the Colossus, paying tribute to the symbol of Demacian resolve. But presently, the memorial road was empty. As Lux was searching for bystanders, she heard a gravelly racket in the air above her. She whipped her head up. It had come from the top of the Colossus. It was common for birds to take flight from their nests in the statue's crown, but this was no bird. It sounded like a heavy clay pot being dragged across cobblestones. Lux stared for a long while, but nothing stirred about the statue. Perhaps this was her mind again, working through the trauma of the day's events. Even so, her eyes remained fixed on the Colossus, daring whatever had moved to do so again. And then it did. The eyes of the statue actually shifted. The large stone orbs physically swiveled in their sockets to find Lux in the grass below. The girl's face blanched for a moment. She could feel the enormous stone figure studying her. This time, it was definitely not in her imagination. Lux found her legs and ran away from the statue, as fast and as far as she could. Later that night, Lux entered the alabaster arch of her family's city manor. She had walked many miles, all day long, all over the city, in the hopes her parents would be asleep when she returned home. But one person was not. Her mother, Agatha, sat in on a sofa in the corner of the grand foyer, glowering at the door with burning expectation. She then questioned what hour it was. Lux did not respond. She knew it was past midnight, well beyond the hour when her family was typically asleep. Her mother once again spoke, telling Lux that the school had chosen not to expel her. Agatha also mentioned that it was not easy to fix, but luckily she did manage to. At that point, Lux wanted to break down crying, but she had done nothing but weep all day, and she simply had no more tears. Instead, she just muttered that her classmates almost saw it. The mood quickly changed as Agatha said she already figured out what had happened. She then asked if it was getting worse. Exhausted from worry, Lux asked her mother what she should do, and Agatha answered the same words that she always told her daughter. They must do what they must. She then reminded Lux that she could eventually hurt someone if she lost control. Lux had heard of men dying in battle at the hands of sorcerers, bodies melted beyond recognition and souls torn in two. She felt wretched, knowing she harbored any power that might be used for such destruction. She wanted to hate herself, but found herself numbed by the constant torrent of emotion she'd experienced that day. Seeing how tired Lux was, Agatha tried to comfort her by sharing that she already enlisted Lux for professional help. However, it just worsens her daughter's state. Lux's stomach turned. There was only one profession that dealt with her affliction. An annuller, Lux said with a light of breath. Agatha affirmed that this person was a friend, someone she should have called a long time ago. Tired of arguing, Lux nodded in response. By the end of their conversation, Agatha said that the professional would come in the morning, ready for the consultation. As she walked up the stairs toward her bedroom, her final words were this incident would be their secret. The words were no comfort for Lux. She was not even a woman yet, and already her life was over. The annuller would arrive in the morning to perform some dreadful treatment. Lux had heard rumors, horrible rumors, of petricite ground and swallowed in potions, followed by bouts of excruciating pain. True, the girl wanted to be rid of the affliction, but no part of her wanted to experience that. In desperation, Lux tried her best to think of another way, and an idea struck her head like lightning. All at once, she was filled with dread and hope, unsure if the plan she'd just thought up would work, but knowing it was something she had to try. Under the deepening night, Lux frantically retraced her steps back through the alabaster archway down the boulevard, sneaking her way past the guards at the gates. To the south, she found the Memorial Road and followed it for miles before coming to Galio's resting spot. Her heart galloped in her chest, and she asked shakily, unsure if she wanted an answer. Lux approached the plinth where the Colossus stood, all alone in the stillness of night. She cautiously placed her hand on the cold petricite foundation, wondered what it tasted like, and reckoned it to be bitter. She would only find out soon enough, unless her plan worked. Lux started to talk with Galio, telling him what she knew about his legend. That was why she was there, and now requesting Galio to turn her into a Demacia. She then gazed up at the Colossus, waiting for a response. It was as inert and unwavering as the Demacian way of life. Not even the bats were fluttering about it tonight. What she had heard before, what she thought she saw, was something she had imagined after all then. She removed her hand from the plinth, pondering where else she could turn. But all of a sudden, a booming voice above called Lux a small girl. Lux turned her head upward to see the statue tilting its enormous head down. Her mind raced. He knows. And he's not going to fix you. He's going to squash you like a bug. Lux anticipated that Galio would kill her since she was a mage. But instead, Galio requested if she could scratch his foot. Galio watched in wonder as the girl ran away from him, her tiny head shrieking words he could not understand. Though he'd observed her for years, He never knew she could move so quickly and loudly. Ever since the girl was very small, Galio had seen her as she stopped by on early trips with her family. He would study her with fascination, straining to keep sight of her as she skipped in and out of his field of vision. Then, in the middle of a play, she would suddenly remember him standing above her, and she would shy away behind her mother's skirt. When the Colossus was dormant, everything seemed to move with a hazy distortion. The world was dull. People were but flickers before his eyes. But even then, Galio could feel something profoundly special in the girl. It was a glow, but not just a visual luminescence. Time slowed with her, and the haze lifted as something strange stirred within his stone form. It started small. When the girl was a toddler, Galio could feel her strange warmth tickling his toes. On her second visit, Galio could feel the glow tugging at his entire leg. By the time she was 10, the girl's warmth was so strong, Galio could feel her approaching from a mile away and would grow giddy with anticipation of her visit. Now, here she was again. Even though it was not her normal visiting day, her power burned so intensely it had spread like wildfire across his cold innards. She had brought him life, and Galio was reawakened. He saw her brilliance with stunning clarity. She shone like all the stars in the heavens, and she was leaving again. With every step the girl took, Galio felt his life evaporating, returning him to his cold, motionless state. If he went still, he would never know the girl. He had to follow. His towering legs rumbled from the plinth, easily catching up to the girl with their enormous gait. Her eyes shot wide as Lux whirled toward the lumbering Colossus. A concentrated beam of light fired from the girl's fingers into Galio's leg. The strange feeling within him intensified until he thought he might explode, scattering bits of himself all over Demacia. But Galio did not break. Instead, he grew even warmer and more alive. He bent down and gently scooped up the girl in his hands. Lux covered her face as if to shield herself from some imminent harm. On the other hand, Galio laughed like a child playing in a fountain. He then called Lux a small golden-head person, telling her she was funny and requested her not to leave him. Lux then answered that she couldn't, mainly because Galio lifted her from a great height. Realizing his offense, Galio carefully placed her back to the ground. He then apologized for his behavior, telling her that he doesn't often wake up to meet small girls, usually wakes up to smash things. With that in mind, Galio then asked if there was something Lux would like him to smash, something large preferably. Lux said no, but Galio quickly responded, encouraging her that they should find something to smash then. He walked a few booming steps, but when he turned around, he saw Lux was not following him. Galio asked if Lux was not coming, to which she nervously agreed. She then told Galio that she was trying to not be noticed right then. She then walked in a different direction while Galio followed her. Galio questioned where she would go, but Lux didn't know the answer herself. She just told him that she just wanted to find a place where she belonged. But at that moment, Galio told her that she belonged here. She was a Demacian. Those words touched her heart, but there were still questions inside her head. It was a long back and forth as Lux knew from her class that Galio was meant to squash mages, and she was clearly one of them. Galio admitted that part, but then shared that Lux was the first mage he ever liked. Their quarrel continued as both of them were too stubborn to give up. Galio expressed that her presence gave him life, unlike the other cruel mages. Eventually, he convinced Lux to stay and would secretly watch her from a distance. Galio would pretend to be a statue and only move when she was around. At least, that was what Galio believed. On the other hand, Luxana walked quickly, knowing her first order of business was getting as far away as possible from the Colossus. If she didn't, her magic would still empower him, and he would surely come looking for her. By morning, every patrol in the kingdom would be searching for the missing Crown Guard girl who had vanished in the night. They'd surely notice the walking national monument following her, and they'd know the girl must be the magical source that had awakened it. Lux's aching legs quickened to a sprint. She had only a vague idea of her surroundings. It was difficult to find any landmarks at this black hour of night. All she knew for sure was the cloudwoods were nearby, their thick, towering redbarks forming the skyline to the south. It would be an ideal place to hide for any search parties and a good foraging ground for breakfast. She could cross the forest in 2 days and find shelter in one of the Vascasian timber villages where people were unlikely to recognize her. It was not a brilliant plan by any stretch, but it was the best she had. After an hour of plowing her way through the barbed, resinous branches of the forest, Lux already found herself doubting her plan. Her stomach was growling, and any confidence she'd had in finding a clear path through the trees had vanished with the brightest moon behind the clouds. All around she could hear the snorts and rustles of nocturnal animals, and that made her nervous. As she used her light magic for better navigation, Demacian guards saw her and immediately tried to apprehend her on sight. Suddenly, gigantic footsteps echoed through the forest. All looked up to see the monstrous Galio striding toward them, a path of felled redbarks in his wake. The men ran, getting only a few steps through the trees before a giant petricite hand snatched them up high into the air. Galio glared with one enormous eye at the trembling wads of flesh held tight in his grip. He then asked the guards if it was time for fighting while holding a grin on his face. Galio opened his clenched fist and raised the other hand as if to smash the men between his palms. Luckily, a small, squeaky voice reached him. It was Lux, telling him to stop. Galio found Lux on the ground below, beating on his ankles with her bound arms. Confused, Galio lowered the men to the ground and released them. Lux heard the quick patter of the men's feet, sprinting away from her with the urgency of hunted elk. As she wriggled out of her bindings, she gazed up at the Colossus. Galio questioned why Lux was in the trees, to which she answered reluctantly, not knowing what to do anymore. Galio reclined on a hillside, gazing at the stars with the tiny yellow-headed girl he had befriended. Neither spoke, save for an occasional sigh. Not the stressful gasp that Lux had previously known. These were the sounds of two beings that had found utter contentment in each other's company. Galio savored each moment, since he never experienced being this awake for such a long time. The two of them chatted some more, and finally Galio's words were getting through to Lux. Instead of viewing it as a curse, Lux now saw her abilities as a special one, and Galio would always be there to protect her, and the whole of the kingdom of Demacia. Galio and Lux went to their respective places, and Lux promised to visit him more often. Both of them understood the gravity of their situations, and at long last, Galio could stay awake longer, unlike the previous years. Up to this day, Galio never fully understood why he was built that way. A gargoyle statue painted with anti-magic petricite, but could only move whenever there was a strong presence of a mage. At first, he thought that he was meant to destroy all mages, but things started to change as the civilizations evolved through time. Rune wars were already over, but magic was still something that cannot be fully explained. But one thing is for sure. Whatever the circumstances, Galio would protect the kingdom of Demacia, an aid to the call of Lux. In one of our stories, we already mentioned the group of people called pirates. They were the lawless group who would only listen to their captain as they voyaged the breathtaking seas of Runeterra. A lot of captains rose and fell. Some of them even got swallowed by the tides of the ocean. But out of all the pirates roaming around the lands, there was one who reigned the port city of Bilgewater. This guy was unpredictable and brutal, bragging he was already sinking Noxian war galleys before the young punks of today's sea learned how to walk. He was a captain with a fearsome reputation and a huge bounty on his head, mainly because of the acts that he did, plus the valuable items he stole. His name is Captain Gangplank, the Saltwater Scourge. The heights of the tides challenge whoever dares to cross the seas, and Captain Gangplank views this as his normal day. He started voyaging way far from what his memories could even remember. Gangplank earned a name for himself, gaining allies who would prefer to be his subordinates than his enemies. Throughout his long pirate career, Gangplank grew rich by preying upon the trade routes of the 12 seas. He always had the last laugh, but every pirate, Noxian, Ionian, or any individual he failed to slay, was an enemy waiting for another day. Just like his crew had anticipated, Gangplank made himself many powerful enemies across the seas. In Ionia, he incurred the wrath of the Deadly Order of Shadow after ransacking the Temple of the Jagged Knife, and Zed, the Master of Shadows, wanted to kill Gangplank, or at least see him dead. Another strong enemy targeting Gangplank was the Grand General of Noxus himself, the soon-to-be Emperor Jericho Swain. He swore that he saw Gangplank torn asunder after the pirates stole the Leviathan, Swain's personal warship and the pride of the Noxian fleet. While Gangplank has incurred the wrath of many, none have yet been able to bring him to justice, despite assassins, bounty hunters, and entire armadas being sent after him. He takes grim pleasure in the ever-increasing rewards posted for his head and makes sure to nail them to the bounty board in Bilgewater for all to see whenever he returns to port, his ships heavy with loot. Many feared and cowered whenever there was a bounty put on their head, but Gangplank viewed this as glory, a recognition of how great of a pirate he was, and a reminder that he was not to mess with. Gangplank laughed at the face of death, and would probably steal something from death itself. The blood on his hands was a stain that was seemingly a normal day for him. He was a cruel pirate captain who maintained his power through fear alone. As such, he could be exceedingly brutal in his methods, even torturing members of his own crew should they step out of line. With bone carving and mutilation, Gangplank also showcased an artistic side in his own sick and twisted way. In his quest to be feared, Gangplank often touts his own reputation to frighten people into submission. He often remarks on how many have tried, and failed, to kill him. On the quest to acquire new weaponry, Gangplank went to a shop that specialized in guns and pistols. He demanded 2 powerful pistols, to which Abigail Fortune, the woman running the business, accepted and promised would deliver the request exquisitely after a year. Eventually, Gangplank returned to retrieve the pistols, but instead of paying the price, he just took the gun from the maker and shot her whole family. Abigail, her husband, and her daughter. He even burned down the workshop to leave no trace of the crime he committed. Gangplank ruled over Bilgewater for years, making everyone tremble just by his presence. No one could ever oppose him, creating this invincible image that everyone thought of. Despite his seemingly heartless personality, Gangplank also experienced love. He fell in love with a woman named Ilawi, a tall, stocky woman with dark skin, fluorescent green tattoos all over her body, long brown hair tied in a ponytail, and piercing green eyes. She wears a dark green shirt and brown pants with some gold trim on her neck and arms, grayish black boots, and always carries a golden sphere. Illaoi felt the same way as Gangplank, and the two of them became lovers. They were a one-of-a-kind couple, sharing their liking for fruits. Illaoi liked mangoes, while Gangplank preferred oranges. However, their relationship during their youth didn't last forever, as the two of them went their separate ways decades ago. Illaoi was chosen as the truth-bearer of Nagakaburos, forcing her to break things up with Gangplank. On the other hand, Gangplank continued to conquer Bilgewater with absolute fear. On one of his adventures, Gangplank and his new crew voyaged for another mission. They fought against the Noxian army in another war. The massive Noxian war captain shuddered and dropped his axe as Gangplank rammed his cutlass deep into the man's gut. Blood bubbled from the warrior's tattooed lips as he mouthed an unheard curse. Gangplank pulled his blade free with a sneer and shoved the dying man to the deck. He collapsed in a clatter of heavy armor, his blood mingling with the seawater sloshing across the war galley's foredeck. The black-painted hull of Gangplank's ship loomed above, the two vessels locked together with boarding grapples and lines. Another ship was secured, another loot to gather, and more blood spilled in the sea. Gangplank's black and gold teeth gritted in suppressed pain. The Noxian had almost bested him. Nevertheless, he refused to let his crew see his weakness, forcing his lips into a wicked smile. Wind and rain whipping at him, he turned to survey the rest of the Noxians. He'd issued a blood challenge to the enemy captain, and now that he'd won, their will to fight evaporated. Gangplank declared that the ship was now his own. He roared loud enough to be heard over the driving gale. He even challenged those who were still listening, questioning them if anyone else had anything to say on the matter. One of the Noxians, a huge warrior with blood cult tattoos upon his face, garbed in spiked armor, and glared at Gangplank. The brave warrior declared that they were the sons of Noxus, and they would all gladly die before they let their ship be taken by the likes of him. Gangplank frowned, then shrugged. He mockingly said, "Fair enough," and turned away. Gangplank favored his crew with a vicious smile. After a couple of seconds, Gangplank roared and ordered his crew to kill them all and burn their ship to the waterline. It was an epic battle between the pirates and the Noxian army. However, it was always Gangplank that ended up on top. As years passed by, Gangplank stayed true to his behavior. This boastful mindset and ruthless behavior of Gangplank became rampant through the ages. However, his cocky nature was put down a peg when another captain of the sea, famed for her looks, targeted Gangplank, starting the reign of the new blood in the sea. She was an incredibly beautiful woman with a slim and voluptuous build, light skin, and pale green eyes. Her most prominent feature was her long, wavy, scarlet-red hair. Normally she wears somewhat revealing clothes, consisting of a white blouse with separate long sleeves, a dark green vest that reveals her abdomen, black bell-bottom pants, black high-heeled boots, and a black pirate hat on her head. Her name is Sarah Fortune, also known as Captain Fortune or Miss Fortune. This new bounty hunter in the seas has the most promising weaponry since she was once raised by a family that specialized in guns and pistols. A lot of bounty hunters aimed at Gangplank's head, but this new blood held a deeper reason for it. Gangplank never knew that Miss Fortune was the daughter of Abigail Fortune, the family he murdered years ago. Gangplank thought that everyone had perished in that encounter, but the young girl managed to barely escape his old crime, and now was seeking revenge after decades of the massacre. To set off her plans, Miss Fortune hired 2 guys to infiltrate Gangplank's warehouse. Those guys were Tobias Felix, also known as Twisted Fate, and Malcolm Graves. She hired them individually, but the plan didn't pan out well since the 2 guys she hired separately had a little beef against each other. Twisted Fate and Graves fought each other at the warehouse, damaging all of the items inside. Eventually, the warehouse was engulfed in flames as the pirates serving Gangplank chased the 2 rats. It didn't take long before the captain himself was informed of this incident, and Gangplank was boiling with rage. Both Graves and Twisted Fate tried to flee from the wrath of the Pirate King, but with no success. They were immediately captured since Gangplank owned the whole of Bilgewater. Fueled with anger, Gangplank tortured them and announced that he would publicly execute them in front of the whole city for their misbehavior. Hearing the news of this event, Miss Fortune's plans were set to motion, and along with her crew started to make preparations to blow up Gangplank's flagship so all Bilgewater could witness the death of their Reaver King. Gangplank planned to set an example for anyone who would dare to oppose him again. Gangplank was confident that his plans would come out smoothly. Unfortunately, this time was different. His announcement helped the other pirates, led by Captain Fortune, prepare for his arrival. As soon as Gangplank's ship reached the harbor of Bilgewater, the firing show began. Loads of cannon barrage were fired at them, and his ship was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Gangplank and his crew failed to do anything as all of Bilgewater was watching, killing his crew and shattering his aura of invincibility. It was a sight for everyone, mainly because the very pirate that was drowning from gunfire was the one that terrorized the land and ruled Bilgewater for ages. Now that they have seen that he is vulnerable, the gangs of Bilgewater have risen up, fighting amongst themselves to claim dominion over the port city. While the chaos unfolded in Bilgewater, Illaoi saw how her previous lover sank in the ocean. Even though they had already broken up, her love for the cruel pirate king still lingered in her. She couldn't just stand there and watch Gangplank drown to death. Because of that, Illaoi dove into the sea and secretly rescued Gangplank from drowning. She then kept him in the Serpent Isles, where Illaoi took care of him and helped him recover. Gangplank endured tons of injuries, bone fractures, and deep scars in that ambush, but thanks to Illaoi's help, he survived the onslaught. Now having a multitude of fresh scars, Gangplank sought a doctor who could fix him up properly. He wanted to replace his broken arm with a newly crafted metal arm called the Dead Man's Plate. Gangplank even showed his resilience during the operation. He did not even make a fuss when he ordered a doctor to amputate his broken limb and replace it. It was a miracle that Gangplank survived this sequence of events. The encounter was meant to teach him a lesson about who would come back to bite him if he continued messing up with others. However, Gangplank learned the opposite. He expressed little to no remorse for his cruel behavior. Gangplank is now determined to rebuild his strength, reclaim what he sees as rightfully his, and ruthlessly punish all those who turned against him. It has been eventful months for Bilgewater, and during this whole ordeal, a black mist was spreading through the whole of Runeterra. Without a crew to back him up, Gangplank saw this opportunity to regain his throne. He was no stranger to the old myths, and his relationship with Illaoi taught him about the Buru artifacts. With all the cards in his hands, it would only take a good play to stir chaos that no one would ever forget. Gangplank went to the Grey Harbor and secretly met with his lieutenant Malik. The two of them had a prior setup where Malik would supply Gangplank with Buru artifacts, and then he would receive a protection amulet in return. Upon receiving a new amulet from Malik, he then took some time to figure out how to use it. Shortly, Gangplank revealed that he would now control the Black Mist thanks to his new amulet. No one else knew what Gangplank aimed to do, but the Pirate King was fixated on this mission. Gangplank then headed to the Shadow Isles to meet with his new partner. After voyaging the sea by himself, Gangplank arrived at his destination. He later on met with Thresh, the Chain Warden, a powerful specter of the Shadow Isles. The two of them discussed things, and Thresh liked the pirate's idea. Everything could potentially work in Gangplank's favor, and his greed for glory played as a pawn for Thresh. Per Thresh's order, Gangplank buried a crown within Bilgewater that draws the Black Mist to the city. They returned to Thresh's domain with the Buru artifacts and begin the ritual to awaken Viego, the ruined king. At that point, Gangplank started to catch up with the doom they might face upon releasing the ruined king. He was worried that there wouldn't be a city left to rule after Thresh was through with them. Thresh showed Gangplank the blade where the ruined king slumbered, and explained that the power of this spirit was supreme in the Shadow Isles. Gangplank's amulet has the power to subjugate the spirit, but its strength is only equal to the will of the user. Because of that, Gangplank was persuaded, believing he had what it takes to imprison the ruined king and use him to reign over Bilgewater again. As Viego was reawakened, he immediately demanded to know where his queen was, but Thresh told him to gather strength. Gangplank departed to wait, while Thresh plotted against him, noting that he would make a suitable mortal host. After a short while, Gangplank and Thresh checked on Viego. Gangplank grew impatient as Viego remained uncooperative, but Thresh said that the king's obsession with his queen is what fuels his strength. He then revealed that there was a secret that could weaken him enough to be easily subjugated. Later on, Thresh went back to his domain, while Gangplank tried to fully unleash the ruined king. While Gangplank drew out Viego, Miss Fortune and her new crew arrived at the place as well. Gangplank thought that he could finally tame Viego and take revenge on Miss Fortune at the same time. But the ruined king proved to be too powerful for him. Viego possessed Gangplank in a matter of seconds and then commanded him to stop the interlopers, while the king searched for his queen's crown at Bilgewater. The battle between Miss Fortune and Gangplank once again commenced. Unfortunately for Gangplank, Miss Fortune has got a lot of friends. She was supported by Braum, Pike, Ahri, Yasuo, and Alawi herself. Gangplank tried his best to stand by himself, but the group defeated him and freed Gangplank from the possession. Afterward, the party raced back to Bilgewater to stop Viego's rampage, taking Gangplank as a prisoner. Each of Miss Fortune's crew took responsibility to speed up their travel while Gangplank was tied. Below the deck, Ilaoi confronted Gangplank about all that he had done. The two of them finally had the opportunity to communicate clearly, and Gangplank expressed his remorse about allying with Thresh. Shortly, Ilaoi convinced Gangplank to help them. He gave her his amulet, now corrupted after the battle, and revealed that the ruined king drew power from his love, but can be weakened by a secret Thresh knew. Ilaoi deduced it was the memories that Ahri had discovered. The party planned to use it to battle Viego. Thanks to the efforts of the crew, they managed to catch up to Viego, but he shipwrecked them on Windrake Isle. Everything felt like it was stacked against them, but the crew was able to repair their ship as quickly as possible. They then returned to Bilgewater, arriving even before Viego. Gangplank was escorted into custody as the party headed out once more to fight Viego. During this time, Gangplank pondered all the actions he had done. He sat in the custody of Misfortune's domain, thinking how far he fell from grace. Being a prisoner waiting for his own demise doesn't sit well for him. This alone time made him realize that Misfortune would surely execute him after their battle with Viego, mainly because he murdered her family decades ago. With everyone's attention glued to the ruined king, Gangplank escaped the prison and set out to the unknown. Greed can truly drive someone into doing something that they would regret in the future. For Gangplank, the only regret that he had was siding with the Chain Warden and letting his ego take over. He was quickly humbled by the ruined king himself, and that's when Gangplank realized that there were just beings he could not defeat. But other than that incident, Gangplank stood proud of everything he had done, believing he was the king of the sea. As of now, no one knows where Gangplank is headed. His location remains a mystery even after the battle with the Black Mist. There have been speculations of which would likely come first: Gangplank reclaiming his throne in Bilgewater, or Misfortune finally hunting him down. Lives usually were oftentimes dictated by their purpose. Some were destined for greatness, while others had to grind their hearts out just to get a sliver of it. It's hard to say whether someone's purpose has more worth just by their course of action alone. Maybe only more impactful in a way. Life was never meant for everyone to reach glory, but they all still play a part in a good story. While others explored the world to discover artifacts or harvest great powers, this man roamed around Runeterra just to craft the best recipe for his liquor. He is a rowdy brewmaster on his quest for the perfect pint of ale, searching even the most unforgiving environment just for the perfect ingredient. Not everyone would understand the rationale of his mission, and he doesn't mind at all. And once this man is drunk, there's no one that can predict his next action. His name is Gragas, the Rabble-Rouser. Born 896 years after Noxus, Gragas is an enormous man, tall, muscular, and immensely fat. He has fair skin and orange hair. Though he is severely balding, he has long hair growing from the back and sides of his head. He also has a large beard and mustache, braided and tied off with metal bands. He has various white tattoos of simple, curved symbols on his arms, torso, and head. He also bears numerous scars across his body. He usually wears little more than a tattooed loincloth and is often seen carrying a massive wooden barrel under one arm. The only thing more important to Gragas than fighting is drinking. His unquenchable thirst for stronger ale has led him on a search of the most potent and unconventional ingredients to toss in his still. Impulsive and unpredictable, this rowdy carouser loves cracking kegs as much as cracking heads. Thanks to his strange brews and temperamental nature, drinking with Gragas is always a risky proposition. A stranger could be his best friend while sharing a drink, and then after a few minutes, they could be his worst enemy. No one could truly predict his mood and behavior. As heavy a drinker as he is, Gragas has an eternal love of good drink, but his massive constitution prevents him from reaching a divine state of intoxication. One night, when he had drained all the kegs and was left wanting, Gragas was struck by a thought rather than the usual bar stool. Why couldn't he brew himself something that would finally get him truly drunk? It was then that he vowed to create the ultimate ale. Sure, his ambition wasn't that grand, but Gragas was committed to it. Without wasting a second, and also without any plans, Gragas ventured to complete his ultimate recipe. As long as it was about alcohol, Gragas surely knew a thing or two. Gragas's quest eventually brought him to the Freljord, where the promise of acquiring the purest Arctic water for his recipe led him into uncharted glacial wastes. While lost in an unyielding blizzard, Gragas stumbled upon a great howling abyss, a bridge that serves as a gateway to the Frostguard citadel. There he found it, a flawless shard of true ice, unlike anything he had ever seen. Not only did this unmelting shard imbue his lager with incredible properties, but it also had a handy side effect. It kept the mixture chilled at the perfect serving temperature. Gragas was thrilled. An ice that never melts will surely make the best drink. Under the spell of his new concoction, Gragas headed for civilization, eager to share the fermented fruits of his labor. As fate would have it, the first gathering to catch Gragas's bleary eyes would shape the future of the Freljord. While drinking at a pub, he blundered into a deteriorating negotiation between two tribes discussing an alliance with Ashe, the leader of the Avarosan tribe. Though Ashe welcomed a break in the tension, the other warriors bristled at the intrusion and hurled insults at the drunken oaf. True to his nature, Gragas replied with a diplomatic body slam, setting off a brawl matched only in the legends of the Freljord, and possibly starting a war between two tribes. Gragas held his own. He was used to free-for-all battle, but this time was a bit too much for him. Gragas was eventually knocked out, but he, for sure, doesn't have any regrets. When the Fallen from that great melee finally awoke, Ashe proposed a friendly drink as an alternative to fighting. With their tempers doused in suds, the two tribes, formerly on the brink of war, bonded over a common love of Gragas's brew. Although strife was averted and Gragas was actually hailed a hero, the tribes loved Gragas's new recipe, but he still had not achieved his dream of drunken blissfulness. After the drinking session, Gragas recalibrated his plans to continue the search. So once more, he set off to wander the tundra in search of ingredients for Runeterra's perfect pint. To give more perspective on how Gragas's adventure was indeed challenging, here's the situation in the northern lands. Up in the mountains that separate Demacia from the Freljord, there aren't a lot of jobs that pay coin. Some pay in furs or in loaves of frost-hard bread. Families who don't have generational wealth will surely struggle, especially on their own. Egil, a young boy experiencing this poor life, was forced to step up so they wouldn't die of hunger. Not only were they underprivileged, but Egil's baby sister was born sickly. The family needed coins to keep her well fed and to buy her medicine. So Egil's father cut a deal with Egil's uncle Jasper. Egil would become a servant in Jasper's inn at the mountain pass, selling ale to passing traders. One night, a season after Egil started working for Jasper, a whole crowd of customers arrived just as the inn was closing. It was strange for travelers to arrive so late after nightfall in the winter. Jasper peered out the window and said he didn't know these customers, tugging nervously on his wild black beard. The door slammed open and a crowd of shaggy-haired men thumped inside, shaking the snow from their boots and cloaks. They parted ranks, and an old fellow with a velvet-trimmed cloak approached the bar. The visitor politely greeted them with a great city accent and announced that their associate would arrive in a few minutes. He then asked what was on offer in that small tavern. Uncle Jasper pointed numbly at the drink list hanging behind the bar. There were 12 brews there, an impressive selection for this part of the Demacian hinterlands. But one by one, the guards all ordered the absolute cheapest, Forson's Red. Egil had never tasted any beer, but even he knew it wasn't good stuff. That's why it was so cheap. Egil hurried into the back room where the kegs were kept to pour their ale. As the skunky beverage foamed in the cups, he wondered how much these guests would tip. Would he get one big tip from the leader, or 11 small tips, one from each? His heart raced. Then Egil heard a heavy step on the footpath outside. The door creaked open, and the next step made the tavern floorboards groan. Egil wheeled the drink cart out into the main room. The newcomer was the absolute biggest man he'd ever seen. His head scraped the ceiling beams. His limbs were pure muscle, as thick as tree trunks, and his face was covered in a bristly red beard. The grisly scars crisscrossing his vast sides looked like he'd really lived through some gruesome battles Jasper's drunken patrons liked to brag about. The velvet-clad man raised his hand toward the new customer and presumed his name, calling him Gragas. Gragas didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the drinks list hanging behind the bar. Impatiently, the merchant approached him and clarified if he was indeed Gragas, the famous brewer. Gragas turned his huge shoulders and gave the little old man a red-faced glare. With a voice so loud it reminded Egil of an old god speaking from below the snowpack, Gragas growled as he said he would buy a drink. The air in the room felt like it did when a thunderstorm gathered overhead. Egil began handing out the ales. His hands were shaking. There had been a lot of rumors about Gragas, and he was a bit famous for creating chaos in taverns. Gragas then read the menus, and a particular one caught his attention. Karsten Flower Stuff. It was the first time he read a drink with that name. He then asked what flower was used in that drink. Jasper explained that the drink originated from the brewer's name, and there was no flower used in the drink. Gragas grumbled and processed the response. On the other hand, Egil handed out the final drink to the old merchant, then stood patiently, waiting for his tip. But the merchant ignored him. His glinting gaze was fixed on Gragas, like a fox's eyes before the pounce. Shortly, Gragas ordered Sungold Porter, and Jasper replied that it was a precious drink. Jasper scurried into the back to pour it, and Gragas thumped over to the table to sit down. Finally setting his order, Gragas entertained the merchant while waiting for his drink, asking what the merchant wanted from him. The old merchant started digging around in his huge coat. He then said that he heard Gragas was in the market for Shuriman goods, floodplain grains, and cactus blooms. Gragas said he was interested, and the merchant was thrilled. The merchant shooed Egil since they were about to do business. Egil froze, and then asked if there wouldn't be any tip from the merchant. The merchant snapped and shouted at the boy, and the guards laughed. Tears started at the corners of his eyes. Egil hurried into the keg room behind the bar. Meanwhile, Jasper was pacing back there, tugging nervously at his beard. He then muttered in a low voice, complaining who in the right mind would buy the Sungold Porter, a drink that was extremely expensive. Egil heard him if they ran out of that drink, but Jasper answered that they never had it in the first place. That drink was so expensive, and they cannot afford to stock those rare ales. They were just there to impress people. Almost nobody ordered that drink, and when someone did, Jasper just usually mixed some stuff together since nobody could tell the real one. Upon hearing the truth, Egil thought that they were stealing from Gragas. He then urged Jasper to tell Gragas the truth. Jasper laughed, questioning why would he do such nonsense. A glass of Sungold Porter was a week's worth of earnings at their inn. Jasper squared his shoulders, confident that Gragas wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Jasper snatched a massive stein off one of the hooks on the wall and started filling it at the Forson's tap. Then Aegean ale, then Karsten flour. As that murky mixture foamed toward the brim, Egil realized he'd have to deliver Gragas the concocted drink. Cold washed over him like a night wind over the snow. When Jasper thunked the stein into the outstretched hands, he almost fell over. Jasper firmly told Egil to keep a straight face. Egil thought of his sister. He thought of money clinking into his palm. Then he tottered forward across the empty floor of the inn, struggling to hold the stein aloft. At the table, Gragas's booming voice filled the room, explaining that he was working on a recipe, but it was currently too spicy. He needed something to balance it out. As Egil approached their table, the merchant leaned forward and continued his negotiation. The merchant reached inside his coat and drew out a palm-sized lockbox covered in gold and glinting jewels. The shining box was absolutely the most valuable thing Egil had ever seen in his life. It was probably worth 10 lifetimes of Jasper's smelly ale. Standing near it felt like standing beside the sun. The merchant called it Azir's Tears, an ancient heirloom spice ground from tomb herbs found only in the ruins of the Sun Disk in Shurima. The merchant continued his speech about the spice while Gragas was seemingly uninterested. Upon listening to the conversation, Egil suddenly realized that if anyone was going to be able to notice a substitute drink, it would be a master brewer on a quest to make the perfect beer. Because of that, Egil reached for the stein, thinking frantically of an excuse. But he was too slow. Gragas noticed Egil and the beer sitting at his elbow. Gragas thanked Egil and grabbed the stein himself. He drank deep and immediately. Egil saw his bushy eyebrows furrow. His nostril twitched. His bearded lip curled into a hint of a grimace. His gaze traveled across the room and fixed on Jasper. Egil felt like he was going to melt. But the master brewer did not shout out in displeasure. Instead, Gragas held his hand out for the jeweled box. The merchant handed it over. Gragas lifted the lid of the lockbox and sniffed, and again his nostril twitched. That sensitive sense of smell had found another flavor that troubled it. Egil felt his heart stop, knowing that the merchant was tricking Gragas too. One forgery was forgivable, but two over the same pint? Not as much. Gragas glanced at Egil just for a moment. It was warning enough. Egil dove away from the table like a snow hare leaping for the safety of the tree line. Then Gragas stood. He flipped the table as he rose, and simultaneously each one of the guards produced jagged hatchets from beneath their cloaks. Gragas just took out fists. Egil saw only bits of the ensuing fight. He saw the merchant flee toward the bar. Then Gragas followed with huge strides. There was a sound like an explosion. Jasper gave a high-pitched scream and skittered straight out the front door. Then the kegs all rolled across the floor toward the guards, a thundering avalanche spraying ale and foam in every direction. It flattened them, all but one, who hid behind a table, then popped up, ready to throw his axe. But Gragas grunted. A barrel flew across the room and the guard simply vanished. And so did half of the back wall. Egil heard the guard's tiny scream disappear down the mountainside. Egil crawled out from under a table to see Gragas pouring the gray, dusty contents of the shiny lockbox onto the groaning merchant at his feet. He then told the merchant that the box only contained mummy dust and that he better show some respect. Then he caught sight of Egil. His wild brows narrowed. Gragas called him. His booming voice made shards of broken glass tremble on the floor. He then ordered Egil to come out. Cautiously, Egil approached. He thought of his sister. He wondered whether he could run faster than a thrown barrel. Egil thought of the worst, but Gragas just gave him some advice. Gragas said that Egil should tell the innkeeper to go lighter on the foursons next time. Then Egil saw the lockbox in the master brewer's outstretched hand. A huge smile parted that bushy red beard, and Gragas gave Egil a tip. Over the course of his journey, Gragas tasted almost every ale that there is. He tasted every drink, studied the compositions, and thought about various things. An ingredient seeker like him was prone to scams, and Gragas could easily point them out. His adventure was a bit unusual compared to others, and Gragas encountered hundreds of mortals, or even different creatures, suffering from their own dilemmas in life. Even for a rabble-rouser like him, Gragas would still pay the right price for those who are true to their job. Just don't ever try to trick him, because Gragas could start a brawl whenever he wanted to. The world of Runeterra is already fascinating on its own. Different creatures hold different stories. Some are tragic and sorrowful, while others are whimsical and light-hearted. A story doesn't always need to be filled with action or drama to make it good. Exploration of the world could be thrilling enough, especially for someone who is frozen in time. Born 9,000 years before Noxus, this Yordle was one of the prehistoric ones from their lineage. It was said that Yordles, despite being low in population, were almost near immortal and didn't age like other beings. There were even rumors that they could not actually die. Whenever there was an unfortunate incident, Yordles would spawn back to Bandle City, a magical place where they originated. Now, all of those were still rumors, but this Yordle doesn't need any of that, as he was frozen in thick ice before being thawed in the modern age. This is the story of Gnar, the missing link. Before the ice had given the Freljord its name, there existed a land brimming with wonder. That was, if one could see the world through the eyes of Gnar. The lands were still shifting, and the environment was entirely different compared to what everyone knew today. And Gnar was only one of the few who witnessed that. Gnar boasts thick fur and prominent pointed ears. His entire body is enveloped in orange fur with white accents. Teal-blue hues adorn the fur at the tips of his tail and ears. A distinctive tuft of chestnut-colored fur adorns his upper chest, forming a scarf-like appearance around his neck. Gnar's attire is minimal, consisting of a chestnut-colored loincloth as well as a small bird skull perched atop his head. Unlike modern Yordles, he has a pair of large lower canine teeth that protrude from his mouth. Gnar was a young Yordle with boundless energy. He and others like him lived openly among the hardy tribes of the Northlands. Though barely big enough to leave footprints in the snow, his temper rivaled that of beasts 10 times his size, and he would erupt with a babble of curses the moment anything went amiss. In his enraged state, Gnar undergoes a significant increase in size. He lacks full fur coverage, exposing gray skin underneath. The color of his fur shifts from orange to a deep, dark red. His already sizable lower canine teeth experience further growth, now matching the size of his ears. The teal-blue hues that previously adorned the tips of his tail and ears extend to encompass his enlarged arms, chin, eyebrows, and upper back. For this reason, he felt more kinship with the greater and wiser creatures who kept their distance from mortals. They were nameless creatures before they were called Yeti in the modern era. But in the old times, they were the wiser beings that Gnar looked up to. To Gnar, these wiser creatures looked like overgrown, white-furred yordles, and that was good enough for him. While the tribes foraged across the tundra, gathering wild berries and tasty moss, Gnar collected more essential items like rocks, pebbles, and the muddy remains of dead birds. His greatest treasure was the jawbone of a Druvask, a beast who had been lingering since the early age. When he tugged it from the cold earth, he squealed with glee and flung it as far as he could. It landed 2 hops away. Thrilled by this early success, Gnar carried his boomerang wherever he went. The world would try its best to offer him new delights, shiny lints, sweet nectar, round things, but none could match the pure joy he felt in throwing and catching his cherished weapon. He now considered himself a hunter and trailed herds of wild beasts that paid him no mind. He may be just a small yordle with a jawbone boomerang, but it was perfectly fine for him to roam around since he has a beast form inside as a backup. Despite his simple-mindedness, even Gnar could sense change coming to the land. The sky seemed darker. The winds felt colder. The mortal tribes who had once foraged together now appeared to hunt each other. An era of change was approaching as lands slowly transformed into what everyone knew in the modern era. Gnar, who formed a kinship with the wiser beings, saw them as the key to this upcoming change. The big white yordles would know what to do. Gnar firmly believed so, and he would go to them. Using all of his hunting skills, he tracked them into the snow-capped peaks of a vast mountain range, much farther than he had ever wandered before. As he approached, unseen, he also saw more mortals than he could count. This was exciting, but no one else seemed too happy about it. Maybe Gnar was taking this situation too lightly. Then, the ground shook and split apart. For the first time in Gnar's life, it seemed like everyone else was throwing tantrums. The mortals yelled, the big yordles roared, while Gnar was completely lost about everything that was going on. All of this chaotic noise was immediately silenced by the arrival of a large monster, having itself up from the newly opened abyss. The humongous creature bore huge horns, whipping tentacles, and a single eye, burning with strange light that made the fur on Gnar's back crawl. While some mortals fled at the sight, Gnar began to feel an odd pain in his chest. It was like the thought of losing his boomerang or never being hugged again. This horrible thing wanted to hurt his new friends. All these thoughts circled in his head, and this made him angry. In that moment, Gnar truly raged. All he could see was the monster known as the Watcher or the Pierce Eyes. This creature belonged to the Void, and in fact, one of the masters above all living Voidborns. Despite the overwhelming threat, Gnar was having none of that. All that he knew was that the monster wanted to hurt his friends and destroy his boomerang. Those reasons alone were enough for him. In a flash, he was in the air, leaping toward it. In one paw, he grasped a snowball. Or so he thought. In fact, it was a boulder plucked from the mountainside. For Gnar had grown as large as the big white yordles. He would send this monster back where it came from by walloping its face. It was a promising attack, but the blow never landed. Their battlefield quickly changed before enraged Gnar and the monster could start the fight. Gnar felt a chill colder than any winter, one that seemed to turn the air itself into ice. Truly, this elemental magic froze him in place, biting through his shaggy fur. Someone unleashed an icy catastrophe, and Gnar fell victim to this area of effect spell. Everything, including the monster, became quiet. The Yordle's strength and anger melted away. A deep tiredness crept into his limbs, and he fell softly asleep. Gnar was turned frozen, and so was the Watcher. The once dry land was now frozen northern lands of the Valoran continent, soonly earning the name Freljord. Years passed by, as if decades were only numbers that went for a march, while the lost Yordle froze in a slumber. The civilization went on drastic changes. Some of the archaeologists who explored different ruins discovered paintings in caves, but it was hard for them to distinguish what creature made these. It just proves that there was already a civilization down to the earliest time, buried in frozen lands, burning deserts, and hidden ruins. These pieces of evidence were scattered over different continents, mainly because the formation of the islands changed throughout centuries. These findings made the mortals believe that Gnar's species were the missing link between the old age to the present. Gnar napped for a very long time, perhaps even multiple centuries. When he finally awoke, he shook the frost from his shoulders, breathing heavily. Everyone else was gone. With no monsters to fight and no friends to protect, he felt very small and alone again. In a desperate attempt, Gnar tried his best to navigate the land, but unfortunately for him, it was impossible for him to trace anyone in this very new environment, at least from his perspective. The land itself was very different too. There was snow everywhere, blanketing everything as far as his wide eyes could see. Still, he let out a happy yelp when he saw his beloved boomerang lying beside him, and scurried away to find something to hunt. Others might be gone, but at least Gnar still had his beloved boomerang. Even now, Gnar has no grasp of what took place that fateful day, nor how he escaped. He simply marvels at the world before him, with so many oddities to collect and places to explore. The locations he once knew were completely different. The flowers bloomed differently. The grass felt oddly not the same as before, and there were more new creatures living across the world. Gnar's adventure to this new world continues as he hops around the Freljord. Snow falls all morning, blanketing the earth in fresh coats of white. One by one, feathery flakes trickle from the sky, gently at first, and then rapidly in unison. Soon the howling blizzard muffles all sounds, save for a peculiar racket coming from a nearby cave, where a shock of orange and blue bounces up and down, left to right. It was a harsh blizzard, but it was nothing compared to what he had experienced. Nevertheless, Gnar took shelter. Gnar bustles about, annoyed at the world. He has been drawing in the snow under the shelter of rock and stone, but nothing appears the way he imagines. Gripping a bone boomerang almost the size of his torso, the young Yordle curses at the ground. His words were not understandable, but they meant one of two things. Either he believes the snow is being uncooperative, or he wants some sweet milk. No one can say for certain. With a jump and a skip, Gnar tumbles from one unfinished sketch to another, each depicting similar scenes. There they are, bands of carefree Yordles living happily among the tribes of the frigid north. Sometimes wild beasts stand a head above their kin. Other times, Gnar himself towers over everyone else. These little differences do not faze him. Instead, his wide eyes fixate on his boomerang, his paw guiding it to trace out a grand shape with long, sweeping strokes. Gnar muttered to himself and wished not to be distracted. In the past, others have confused this with words, often misinterpreting them as he would very much enjoy a hug. Placing the boomerang in his mouth to free up his paws, Gnar leans forward. His claws pick away bothersome specks of dirt. His nose sniffs the ground, searching for any stray pests daring to deface his work. Pleased with the results, Gnar somersaults back to take a wider look. The powdery snow paints the picture of a one-eyed monster with tentacles the size of mountains. Gnar cheered as his boomerang dropped from his jaw. The monster is the right amount of scary, just as he imagined. With one arm, it slices through an entire herd of Elnuk. With another, it holds a whole bundle of Elkir like sticks. Gnar grumbled while looking at his artwork. Upon further inspection, it appears his Elnuk looks too much like Elkir. This will not do for a perfectionist like Gnar. As he moves to touch up his piece, he suddenly stops. His large ears perk, their violet insides twitching with vigilance. Footsteps approach in fours from outside his cave. Perhaps it is the monster, and perhaps it has come to express its discontent with how it is being portrayed. Grasping his boomerang, Gnar stands upright on his two hind legs. He declared ready to face his rival once more. In truth, he was thrilled to find someone in this blitzing blizzard. Ever since he woke up from that long nap, he has wondered where the monster took his friends. Finally, he is about to get some answers. But what trespasses into his cave sees with not one eye, but two. And rather than tentacles, it has legs, stout and stocky. Coarse fur covers its entire body, forming a frosted mane to crown its head and back. Its scarred face appears worn and bitter, marked by two ivory tusks and a stiff, pudgy snout. This is a strange-looking creature, Gnar thinks to himself. As the giant Druvask boar lumbers inside, it sees only the comfort of stone overhead. Its sighs are deep, its breath strands of mist, fogging the chill air. The beast's hooves shake the ground beneath, stirring up snow-like splashes of milk. After a few heavy steps, all of Gnar's art is ruined. In frustration, Gnar's boomerang strikes the boar right between its eyes. The dazed beast shakes its head, blinking hastily as it lets out an angered growl. Gnar pants in a frenzy, wielding his prized weapon up high, enough for the boar to identify its source of pain. Like thunder and lightning, the cave booms twice with roars of rage. Tumbling out come the boar and a positively enormous yordle. Grown to a size larger than even his foe, Gnar pummels the intruder with his now massive fisted hands. His wrath fuels every punch, jabbing blow after blow into the boar's thick hide. The fight seems to end as quickly as it began, until the savage beast somehow wrangles its hooves under Gnar's chest to kick him away. The colossal yordle collapses next to his cave, bundles of snow rising as he lands. With his spiny back exposed, his head woozy, Gnar hears repeated huffs and puffs and the clatter of those same bullish hooves, scraping faster and faster on the wintry soil. The blizzard wails, louder than before, as though the frailyard is bracing itself for the coming loss of one of its own. The hulking yordle bellows, leaping away from the boar's charge. In a flash, he slams his bulky arms against the beast's behind, sending it forward to crash into the rocky wall of the cave's entrance. A stunted screech pierces the wind. Frozen rock crumble onto the boar, now lying still. Gnar trudges toward the beast, his breath short and rushed. He nudges its limp body with his foot. There is no resistance. He decides it has fallen asleep, but remains perplexed why its eyes are open. Curiously, the snow around the boar turns a deep red. All of this seems quite odd, and yet it is not the first time this has piqued Nar's interest. His memory flickers with similar images. Before the long nap, he would see different tribes yelling gibberish as they threw pointed sticks at one another. Their game looked at once exciting and exhausting, and Nar would watch them until enough of one side fell asleep on red snow. They must have been awfully tired, just like this strange, tusked yordle. Nar simply thinks that everyone is a yordle, just with somewhat different postures or appearances per se. Thinking of those bygone days makes Nar quiet. He remembers waking up from the long nap, believing the world took away everything he ever knew. His breath slows, his shoulders slump, and his feet shrink until even he would not believe that he stands in his very own footprints from mere seconds ago. The small yordle dashes into his cave to retrieve his boomerang, hugging it with all his might. It is the one thing that did not leave him after the long nap. For a moment, Nar glances at the boar. It rests out in the elements without a whisper. Setting his boomerang lightly on the ground, he skitters back into the storm. The blizzard surges on. Nar is not bothered, but maybe the slumbering beast is. With his tiny paws, he gathers all the snow he can and carefully places it atop the boar. It is sleeping after all, and it will need a blanket. Eventually, Nar continued his journey to a different scenery. He entered the jungle. Fruits were definitely sweeter in this area, and there were new ones to try. But as an expert hunter himself, Nar was very wary of what to consume, since some of the meat and fruits available could be poisonous. After all, Nar knew almost nothing at this point. As Nar studied the environment, others were seemingly following his tracks. Other creatures have hunters too, and Nar was someone way different compared to the current species. That time, Nar was the one being hunted. The jungle does not forgive blindness. Every broken branch tells a story. This unknown hunter hunted every creature that jungle has to offer. He was certain there were no challenges left there, but now there was something new. Each track was the size of a tusk lord, its claws like scimitars. It could rend a man in half. The hunter that finally, a worthy prey, lingered around. As he stalked his so-called prize through the jungle, he began to see the damage this thing had wrought. It stepped into a misshapen circle of splintered trees. These giant wooden sentinels have stood over this land for countless ages, their iron-like hides untouched by the flimsy axes of anyone foolish enough to attempt to cut them down. But Nar brushed them aside like they were twigs, and the hunter was intrigued. The hunter wondered, how can a creature with this level of strength disappear so easily? And yet, even though it has left this unmistakable trail of destruction, he has been unable to lay his eye upon it. How can it appear like a hurricane and then fade into the jungle like the morning mist? The hunter further questioned without knowing Nar could change his appearance. The hunter was thrilled in anticipation of finally standing before this creature. It would make a tremendous trophy, as he thought. Passing through the clearing, the hunter followed the sound of a stream to get its bearings once more. There he saw a small shock of orange fur, crouching, waiting. He spied on it from a distance. A tiny fish splashed out of the stream, and the creature scrambled for it, diving gleefully into the rushing water. To his joy, the hunter realized it was a yordle, and not just an ordinary one. It was also a hunter, like him. The hunter believed that that was a good omen, indicating the beast will be found. He believed nothing would escape him, without even knowing that the beast that he was trailing was already in front of him. Later on, Gnar's large ears perk up and face toward the hunter. He runs on all fours with a bone boomerang in hand, quickly stopping in front of the hunter. Gnar babbled, probably asking if the hunter was a friend, but the hunter couldn't understand him. The hunter nodded in appreciation at the young Yordle and ventured onward. The hunter traversed the difficult terrain with ease, trying to pick up any sign of his quarry. As the hunter tried to pick up his scent, a distraction occurred. The hunter was startled by a strange chittering. Curious about the hunter, Gnar followed it. But the hunter thought that could not allow the Yordle to disrupt his hunt. The hunter faced him and pointed into the distance. Gnar looked at him quizzically, clueless about everything. Then the hunter thought that he needed to be more insistent, good omen or not. Trying to scare off Gnar, the hunter reared back and let out a roar. As a hunter, establishing who was the prey could pretty much tell the whole story. At least, that was what the hunter believed. The wind whipped Gnar's fur, and the ground rumbled beneath them. After a few short seconds, Gnar turned his head, and with what the hunter thought could be a smile, he held up his small boomerang. That alone gave the hunter the clue that this Yordle would stand its ground. There can be no further delay. Instinctively, the hunter snatched the weapon out of Gnar's hand and expertly threw it into a tree, impaling it high amongst the branches. However, Gnar turned and scrambled for it, jumping frantically. The hunter barely got 10 paces when a roar shook him to his very spine. The deafening crack of stone and wood echoes all around. Ahead, a giant tree crashes across the path. The bone weapon of Gnar juts out from its trunk. An unearthly growl rose behind the hunter, and at that moment, he knew that he had made a terrible mistake. No wonder why this beast's tracks could vanish like a wind. It was the small Yordle all along, and the hunter was the one hunted. At the end of the day, the world of Runeterra has tons of mystery, but they must not forget that Gnar was actually an enigma of his own. Frozen across ages, theorized to be the missing link, Gnar limped through different lands, encountering other creatures and the modern Yordles as well. He eventually entered the new Bandled City, met and played with other Yordles like Teemo and Lulu. Gnar would basically play with anyone as long as they were kind and willing to play with him. However, messing up with him or his beloved boomerang would be a decision that everyone would surely regret. Striding the waves of the sea, voyagers have their own reason for their conquest. There are travelers, pirates, expeditions, etc. But there is someone who is a bit of everything per se. This man is a renowned mercenary, gambler, thief, and the list goes on. Someone even calls him Mr. Scruffy Smokes-a-Lot due to his love for cigars. He is a wanted man in every city and empire he has visited. With a place as free as Bilgewater, this guy pretty much will do whatever journey comes to mind. Despite this, the man still has somewhat an honor, popular for those who don't want to get their hands dirty, but have the means to pay. He is no hero or a villain, but rather somewhere between that thin line depending on perspective. Using his double-barreled shotgun named Destiny, he would get the job done and probably steal something along the way. His name is Malcolm Graves, the Outlaw. Raised in the wharf alleys of Bilgewater, Malcolm Graves quickly learned how to fight and steal as soon as he could run, skills that would serve him very well in all the years ahead. In this lawless port city, everything is possible. As Graves grew up, He could always find work hauling contraband up from the smugglers' skiffs that came into the bay each night, with a tidy side gig as hired muscle for various other unsavory local characters as they went about their business in the port. But the alleys were small time, and he craved more excitement than they could offer. Still little more than a youth, Graves stole a blunderbuss and smuggled himself aboard a ship headed out of Bilgewater to the Shuriman mainland, where he stole, lied, and gambled his way from place to place along the coast. At this young age, Graves was digging his own grave, creating soon-to-be enemies along the way. Becoming an adult, Graves is a gruff-looking, broad-shouldered man. He has fair skin, dark brown hair, and brown eyes. He typically wears his hair swept back and his beard in a mustache and mutton chops combo, with only his chin shaved, though he has also been seen with a full beard. He generally wears simple, practical attire, such as a blue shirt and dark brown pants with leather boots and gloves. He wears several belts and pouches on his waist, visibly holding shotgun shells. He is also known to wear a blood-red cowl over his shoulders and back. His signature weapon, Destiny, is an oversized double-barreled shotgun made of black, gold, and brown metal. It houses a glass chamber that glows with orange-yellow energy. And of course, he started to smoke a lot of cigars each day. Across the table of high-stakes, highly illegal card game in Mudtown, Graves met a man who would change the course of his life and his career. The trickster named Tobias Felix, now known to many as Twisted Fate. Each immediately saw in the other the same reckless passion for danger and adventure, and together they formed a most lucrative partnership. Between Graves' raw brawn and Twisted Fate's ability to talk his way out of and occasionally back into almost any situation, they were an unusually effective team from the outset. Their mutual sense of roguish honor grew into genuine trust, and together they stole from the rich, swindled the foolish, hand-picked skilled crews for specific jobs, and sold out their rivals whenever they could. Twisted Fate was like a partner that pushed Graves and unlocked his full potential. They were the perfect example of partners in crime. Though at times Twisted Fate would blow all their shares and leave them with nothing to show for it, Graves knew that the thrill of some new escapade was always just around the corner. And so, their criminal adventure led them to distant lands. On the southern borderlands of Aloran, they set two renowned noble houses of Noxus at each other's throats as cover for the rescue of a kidnapped heir. That they pocketed the reward money only to ransom the vile young man to the highest bidder should really have come as no surprise to their original employer. In Piltover, they still hold the distinction of being the only thieves ever to crack the supposedly impenetrable Clockwork Vault. Not only did their pair empty the vault of all its treasures, but they also tricked the guards into loading the loot onto their hijacked schooner for a quick getaway through the Sun Gates. The seemingly impossible mission was like a cakewalk for them. No one could catch Graves and Twisted Fate. In almost every case, only once they and their accomplices were safely over the horizon were their crimes even discovered, usually along with one of Twisted Fate's trademark calling cards, left where it would be easily found. But eventually, their luck ran out. During a heist that rapidly turned from complex to completely botched, Graves was taken by the local enforcers, while Twisted Fate merely turned tail and abandoned him. Thrown into the infamous prison known as the Locker, Graves endured years of torture and solitary confinement, during which time he nursed his bitter anger toward his old partner. A lesser man would surely have been broken by all of this, but not Malcolm Graves. He was determined to have his revenge. When he finally clawed his way to freedom, with the prison warden's brand new shotgun slung over his shoulder, Graves began his long overdue pursuit of Twisted Fate. The search led him back home to Bilgewater, where he found that the wily old card sharp had acquired a few new bounties on his head, and Graves would be only too happy to claim them. Eventually, Graves found Twisted Fate at Gangplank's warehouse. Flamed with rage at his partner's apparent betrayal, Graves started shooting at Tobias in an effort to settle the score with him. With Gangplank's warehouse burning, and with the pirate captain's thugs swarming, the resolution of Graves and Twisted Fate's long-simmering feud threatens to engulf the entire city in flames. Informed by the destruction of his warehouse, Gangplank set off to catch both of the perpetrators of this act. Both Graves and Twisted Fate tried to flee from the wrath of the Pirate King, but with no success. Gangplank tortured them until he tried to publicly execute them in front of the whole city for their misbehavior. Hearing the news of this event, Sarah Fortune's plans were set in motion, and along with her crew, started to make preparations to blow up Gangplank's flagship, so all of Bilgewater could witness the death of their Reaver King. Graves managed to hide one of Twisted Fate's cards, snatched during their previous fight around the city, from the pirate thugs, so Twisted Fate teleports behind Gangplank and punches him, but Graves gets dragged to the bottom of the ocean. Twisted Fate then jumps after him and saves Graves from drowning, but almost dies in the process. Graves manages to save Twisted Fate, and after they successfully survive the explosion, both men settle their dispute and resolve to pick up their joint hustling. As Graves has lost his shotgun, Destiny, they head to Piltover so he can get a new one. Even though Graves and Twisted Fate are tempted to reconcile their relationship, both know it may take a while for Graves to completely trust Twisted Fate again. Still, the latter is happy to have his old friend back. This time, both of them were tortured, and then they saved each other from their demise. It may be a horrible experience, but it was a needed one to help mend what was broken between them. After running jobs in Piltover and Zon for a while, they go back to Bilgewater in search of the Abyssal Crown. Along with the story, Twisted Fate actively tries to regain Graves' trust, staying despite the danger, and giving the crown to Graves since the latter still keeps some distance from him. It seemed like Twisted Fate was truly sorry for what he did, but Graves was still a bit skeptical. They were both con men, and they did these tricks on other people. It was the reason why they teamed up in the first place, but now it has become the reason hindering their relationship. The awkward connection between the two severed their chemistry, and while they were on their mission, they ended up angering a sea witch in the process. Later on, Miss Fortune springs a trap for Twisted Fate and Graves. Despite the latter's success in cornering her, she manages to trap them and hand them to the Sea Witch in exchange for her quartermaster. Once again, Graves and Twisted Fate faced their doom. But in the end, Miss Fortune changed her mind and helped them escape as well. The pirates fled the scene and made it out alive. Weeks passed by, and Graves went back to his old days, smuggling for a hefty price. However, it wasn't just some illegal items or stolen ones this time. Graves set his eyes on the Yordles. With the wide street knowledge that he has, hunting these rare creatures would be worthwhile. After some time, Graves captured Teemo for the bounty on Yordles, while Twisted Fate refused to be part of it. Twisted Fate warned Graves that messing with Yordles brings a whole heap of trouble, and he doesn't want any part of it. However, Graves did not listen to Twisted Fate and continued his hunt. Eventually, he also caught Tristana and Corki, believing it was his lucky day. Later on, Lulu came stomping to Graves' headquarters, and she was as big as a ship. Twisted Fate excused himself, letting Graves deal with the problem he created. The Yordles fought Graves, and Lulu turned him into a frog. Graves hopped towards Twisted Fate, who just watched and let the Yordles escape. Good thing it was just a spell that doesn't last forever. On a different journey, Graves wandered to a bar in Piltover. Holed up in an empty bar, bleeding from a dozen wounds, and surrounded by armed men who wanted him dead, Malcolm Graves had seen better days. He'd seen worse ones too, so he wasn't worried yet. Graves leaned over the smashed bar and helped himself to a bottle, sighing as he read the label. Graves saw the Demacian wine and questioned if that was all the bar got. The innkeeper answered that it was the most expensive bottle that he had, cowering below the bar in a glittering ocean of broken glass. Graves looked around the bar and grinned. He then mentioned that it was the only bottle that the innkeeper had left. The man had panic written all over him. He clearly wasn't used to being in the middle of a gunfight. This wasn't Bilgewater, where fatal brawls broke out 10 times a day. Piltover was regarded as a more civilized city than Graves' hometown. In some ways, at least. Graves yanked the cork free with his teeth and spat it on the floor before taking a swig. He swilled it around his mouth like he'd seen rich folks do before swallowing it. Graves called the drink piss water, but he then said that beggars couldn't be choosers. Later on, a voice shouted through the broken windows, buoyed with confidence it hadn't earned and the false bravado of numbers. The man ordered Graves to give up, telling him that there were 7 of them and it wouldn't end well. Graves agreed that it wouldn't end well, offering that these men could still walk away and advising them to fetch more men. He then took another swig from the bottle, then put it down on the bar, muttering that it was time for him to get to work. Graves reloaded, pushing fresh shells home. The weapons snapped together with a satisfyingly lethal sound, loud enough to carry to the men outside. Anyone who knew him would know that sound and what it meant. The outlaw slid off the bar stool and made his way to the door, glass crunching beneath his boot heels. He stooped to glance through a cracked window. 4 men crouched behind the makeshift cover, 2 on the upper floor of a fancy workshop, another 2 in shadowed doorways to either side. All held crossbows or muskets at the ready. The bounty hunters provoked Graves once more, telling him that they tracked him halfway across the world. The bounty never cared if Graves was caught dead or alive. The man told Graves to come out held high and stop this bloodshed. Cool as a cold beer, Graves shouted that he would come out. He drew a silver serpent from his pocket and flipped it onto the bar, where it spun through a pool of spilled rum before landing heads up. A trembling hand reached up to take it, and Graves grinned. The innkeeper asked, "What's the payment for?" And Graves answered that it was for the door. Shortly, Graves hammered his boot into the inn's front door, smashing it from its hinges. He dove through the splintered frame, rolling to one knee, gun blasting from the hip. Graves roared as he took down the bounty hunters by himself. All those years, Graves has been doing a lot of quests as he ventured across the world. He gained a lot of knowledge about different places, but there was one thing that he wasn't prepared for. The harrowing was coming, a global catastrophe threatening the whole of Runeterra as the black mist crawled. A group named the Sentinels was formed to battle the ruined king, and Graves' journey crossed their path. While Graves stayed in Piltover, the Sentinels discovered that the city was oddly unaffected by the black mist. They ran into Graves, who informed the Sentinels that Piltover had Hextech contraptions that held off the mist. However, the machines soon broke and the black mist poured in. They tracked the mist to a curio shop where Senna identified an antique parasol as a fetter. Before the sentinels could secure it, Graves stole the parasol with the intent of selling it. Following a trail of black mist, the sentinels discover that Graves has fled to the undercity of Zon. Unfortunately, the entrance to Zon has been blocked by barricades and chemtech mines. The group soon meets two local sentinels, Des and Ada, who suggest entering the undercity through the city's connected sewer system. Once they arrive in Zon, they encounter Vex, a gloomy yordle who's also searching for Graves' fetter. Des and Ada hold off Vex, while the rest of the team searches for Graves. The Sentinels eventually track him down to a chemtech factory, and Senna sends in the Rookie to negotiate. Vayne and Senna soon join the negotiations, but when Graves refuses to hand over the fetter, Vayne shoots at him and he returns fire. The Sentinels find themselves in a gunfight, surrounded by volatile chemicals. Graves' reckless firing soon causes the chemicals to ignite. They all escape as the building blows, but stumble upon Vex, who has defeated Des and Ada and takes the fetter. The Sentinels reveal that Viego seeks to revive his wife with the fetters, but Vex dismisses them and leaves. Lucian sees value in a fearless gunman who's furious at Viego and recruits Graves, despite protest from Senna. They return to headquarters where Graves outfits himself with a new relic shotgun and uniform. Despite initial objections, Graves eventually took the Sentinel's oath after being intimidated by Vayne. Vayne was the only Sentinel Graves respected, because she was the one who stood firm against him. The Sentinels then split up to find traces of the harrowing. In Bilgewater, the Sentinels where Graves belonged find the port city surrounded by a fleet of warships. They notice a trail of black mist leading to the cabin of one of the ships and deduce that the commander of the blockade has found the fetter. Graves believes his reputation in the city will allow them to negotiate for the fetter and board the ship with Gwen, Senna, Vayne, and the Rookie. Aboard the vessel, they learn that Miss Fortune is responsible for the blockade as part of her ongoing turf war against Gangplank. She mistakes Graves and the Sentinels as mercenaries sent by the former Reaver King. But Lucian intervenes and informs her that Viego has returned to Bilgewater. Miss Fortune reveals that she has recently recovered a fetter and a brass bell. And when the Sentinels explain the object's value, she leaves to make a deal with Viego. The team pursues her, trying to talk her out of the deal. But Fortune insists her power struggle with Gangplank is too important, hoping that she can gain the power to finally bring order to Bilgewater. The Sentinels manage to persuade her to join them and to give them the fetter if they can defeat Viego. However, they do not entirely trust Miss Fortune. Graves also shared that he has some betrayal experiences with Miss Fortune, which led to near-death situations, but also saved him once. On their way to the slaughtering docks, the group comes across Pike, who's fighting a group of wraiths. After a tense misunderstanding, Senna convinces him to fight the wraiths, barring their path, allowing them to keep tracking Viego. The Sentinels soon find him in a warehouse, searching for the fetter. After confronting him, Miss Fortune betrays the group and offers Viego the fetter and the Sentinels in exchange for the power to destroy her rivals, thus becoming ruined. Meanwhile, Graves wasn't surprised by this whole ordeal at all, just like a regular day for pirates. Senna proceeds to attack Viego and Fortune returns fire. In the ensuing fight, the Rookie informs Pike that Miss Fortune is now on his list, and he disappears. Viego departs with the fetter, but not before collapsing the warehouse, which knocks the Wayfinder into the ocean. Dispirited at the loss of their only transportation, the Sentinels encounter more misfortune when Captain Fortune and her crew show up to finish them off. Graves was stuck in this situation, forced to be part of a fight he didn't want to. At the last moment, Pike returns and drags Fortune into the bay, while the Sentinels fight off her gang. After hours of fighting, the Sentinels defeat Fortune's crew, but are pressed to exhaustion. Pike eventually resurfaces and returns the Wayfinder to the Sentinels before parting ways. The group returns to headquarters only to find out that Pike has stowed away. Lucian sees value in an indestructible homicidal ghoul, and Pike is convinced that Viego is on his list. Gwen outfits Pike with a new uniform and a relic knife that Lucian swears him, despite objections from Senna. After this excruciating adventure, Graves finally parted ways with Sentinels. For him, he already did his part and helped the crew in navigating Bilgewater. All of this saving the world mission was not his thing, and the Sentinels would be better off without him from that point onwards. At least, that was what Graves thought. The Sentinels proceeded to their mission, while Graves wandered to the next bar or resto. After quite some time, Graves entered an unfamiliar resto called the Oyster Bills. Bilgewater isn't particularly known for its cuisine, which makes Oyster Bill's Oyster Bar an interesting conundrum. Located in one of the city's poorer pockets, the establishment gained an impressive reputation over the years, with the entire venture held aloft by local celebrity and proprietor Oyster Bill. Along with the oysterman's love of seafood and exaggerated stories, he also enjoys renting an extra room above the restaurant to various drifters and vagabonds. One such person is his most recent guest, an ascetic warrior with few belongings and an unceasing ear-to-ear smile, who just kicked Graves horizontally through the dining room wall. Graves defended himself, stating he didn't do anything with this whole Sentinel shenanigans. He even suggested that maybe this person was looking for other Sentinels, perhaps Senna or even Rango, also known as Rengar. The warrior then called Graves by his full name as her voice lingered around the resto. She told him that his lack of foresight now threatened millions of innocents. Afterward, the unknown warrior questioned Graves about the little present they had on her shore, pertaining to Viega of Camivore. The voice's owner moves purposely through the cloud of dust and debris, her liquid whip blade suspended in a glittering arc around her. Each step illuminates the dingy restaurant as brilliant indigos and gold cast strange dancing shadows over everything. Messy black hair frames a thin face and violet eyes, all underlined by an oddly exuberant expression, while at her side rests a glowing sphere held by two hands cast from a foreign metal. This is Neela, and Graves has been trying to avoid her for weeks, ever since Graves took part in the Sentinel's quest, and it hasn't gone well for Graves. To provide further context of how everything transpired, here's a bit of a flashback. Neela arrived in Bilgewater seemingly overnight, and her presence immediately raised eyebrows across the city. From her odd habit of reciting various textual passages throughout the day, always while making complicated gestures with her palms, to her strange seven-hand motif armor, forged from a pearlescent metal no one recognized, or her insistence that she hailed from Cathkin, even though the last full-blooded Cathcani hadn't stepped foot on Valoran soil in over 700 years. Then she started killing sea serpents, 40, 50, 60 fathoms long. When any ship was threatened, Neela rushed down to the docks and soared across the surface of the sea with a wide, calm smile, her wiry frame launching itself toward the writhing necks of her foes. As word spread about her, she began to ask the port's grateful sailors if they knew anything about a so-called Order of Sentinels, and that was when Graves started running. Now that Neela's found him, she doesn't seem happy. Or rather, she isn't acting happy. She seems disconcertingly cheerful with her pleasant grin that never breaks, and her demeanor and voice that stays locked in unnatural positivity all hours of the day. It's this peculiarity that makes most people unable to read her intentions, besides her pathological need to fight very big things, and that makes conversations with the woman hard to navigate. And now at present, Neela confronted Graves. While sifting through the rubble for his gun, Graves lied and told Neela he didn't know anything about Viego. Neela then stated that she believed it was Graves who sealed Viego in Alovendra. It was her formulated conclusions upon hearing that it was Sentinel's doing, and the locals of Bilgewater pointed out that Graves was a former Sentinel. Therefore Graves was the one who did it. Neela smiled cheerfully, taking another 2 steps forward. Her legs move in a curious, artful pattern, like a coiled snake about to strike. She then told Graves to not lie to her, because a man's size like him would be very easy for her to kill. Seemingly triggered by Neela's words, Graves snorted that it would not be that easy. With a new destiny, his shotgun's name finally in hand, Graves was ready to fight. Savoring the moment to turn the tables, he fires 3 rounds directly into Neela's torso. Or at least he thinks he does. The bullets seem to move around her. Or maybe she moves around them. It's like firing his gun into deep water, a thought Graves finds inexplicably unsettling. Neela's wide smile twitches at the sides of her mouth. Unbeknownst to Graves, she is unable to feel anger or any emotion beyond a radiant joyfulness. But she knows she would want to right now, were it possible. She whips the gun out of his hands and knocks it to the far side of the restaurant before bisecting a metal table next to his head with a brutal second stripe of her whip blade. For a moment, Graves swears he sees phantasmal blue hands in the air around Neela. But maybe this is his imagination. He's been getting hit in the head a lot lately. Neela then commended Graves' shotgun and said it was an interesting armament. However, it would only work well against lesser opponents. Pushing for answers, Graves then questioned that if that was the case, then what does it make her? Neela doesn't answer. Instead, she sheathes her weapon within the sphere, offering a brief recitation under her breath that Graves can't quite make out. Neela then politely apologizes and said that based on Graves' fighting style, he was not the Sentinel that she was looking for. Frustrated with this whole situation, Graves yelled, questioning that Tommy Kench was supposed to be some kind of hero. He then claimed that he was a hero too, when viewed in a certain light. Shortly, Graves exhaled and praised Neela's magic. He respected her prowess nonetheless. The 2 of them continued their conversation as Neela kept calling Graves by his full name, which he did not like. Graves then called out the folks in the back who were spying on them the whole time. Right on cue, a voice rang out from the street and then stated that they were there for the head of the Serpent Slayer. Neela turns to face a half-dozen mercenaries peeking through the hole she'd ripped in the wall. Her eyes drift past the men to a massive, pale something shifting on the planks behind them, and her heart skips a beat. She is often followed by disgruntled killers, but she hasn't seen one of these before. Neela responded to the mercenary that she was the one that they were looking for, and then asked what they wanted. The mercenaries explain that Neela's serpent catch floods the market, which ruins their business. They further explained the situation, but Neela's attention was still fixated on the creatures behind these nosy men. She instead turned to Graves and asked what creatures were they. As the mercenaries continued complaining, Graves and Neela talked about the creatures called the Deep Eater. The mercenaries found this disrespectful and threatened Neela to listen to them or she'd die. Neela whips her blade outward, its glimmering water forming 2 sharpened prongs that dance through the air with ghostly radiance. Whatever the mercenaries were expecting, it wasn't this, and they muttered nervously as the weapon shifts and expands. They don't know it, but none of them will leave this encounter alive. The seventh layer is not simply a title, but a mythical order steeled to face opponents of unimaginable power and scale. Self-trained killers are merely pebbles on the road to true challenge, and tonight, this so-called Deep Eater is the only foe of worth. A massive isopod with sickly flesh-colored plates and a mean-looking maw of bloody teeth. From the depths of Neela's being, a hungry joy begins to swell. What happens next is a blur. Neela bounds across the room with frightening speed, cutting through her unassuming opponents while wearing the same cheerful, unmoving smile. Each strike of her blade connects with the force of a towering ocean wave, yet the dancing water is sharp as polished stone. Neela glides between blows, beautiful and deadly, as her enemies are blasted apart. In seconds, all that's left is the Deep Eater. Considering that the words 10 oars had suggested a beast of much larger proportions, this one isn't too bad. About the size of a covered wagon. Not the most exciting opponent Neela's ever faced, but here in Bilgewater, it was something that would get people talking. They'd remember this victory, and that was all that mattered. Neela leaps onto its back, her formless blade flickering in the night air. She sings and slices the monster clean in half. At that point, Graves was truly glad that he was not the sentinel that this girl was looking for. And so, Graves' adventures continued. There existed, among the multitude of disgusting Bilgewater shipping warehouses filled with rusty knives and arms-length carnivorous rats, one Bilgewater shipping warehouse devoid of such things. Owned by a Piltovan arms dealer whose relative was recently murdered, skinned, and stuffed into a dockside horror house. It was primarily used to ship large quantities of high explosives, both powder and hex, to various enemies of peace across the continent. Most notably, the Noxians in Ionia, the Noxians in Shurima, the Noxians in Demacia, and, very occasionally, the Noxians in Noxus, the latter having recently sent a letter threatening to murder the cheap bastard who was gouging them with their bomb prices. Said Piltovan owner/bastard, deciding it was no longer safe to be the consigliere of colonial evil, therefore employed a group of heavily armed Azure Way mercenaries to guard his warehouse, while simultaneously hiring a different group of heavily armed mercenaries to steal the entire horde from under the first group's noses. A great sum of coins was spent ensuring this horde so that in the event of a colossal chain explosion during a violent hypothetical gunfight, the owner would walk away an ever so slightly wealthier arms dealer. A forward-thinking business decision, considering his heist crew consisted of notorious con artist Twisted Fate and notorious bath avoider Malcolm Graves. Thus their path once again linked together, and collateral damage was intended. Upon reaching the agreed place, Graves immediately assessed the situation and questioned if everything was a setup. He correctly guessed from behind a second-floor catwalk, his large, meaty body only barely concealed by a double-wide pillar. Gunfire rained upward all around him, chewing away thick pieces of his cover and punching holes into nearby shipping containers, many of which displayed prominent illustrations of a frowning cartoon man being blown apart. Twisted Fate replied that it seemed that way, crouching nearby as he flipped a playing card over in his fingers. With each turn, its hues shifted from blue to red to gold, though when he got especially nervous, he couldn't get the order right. This was a problem, considering the red ones caused large flaming explosions, the gold ones caused large glittering explosions, and the blue ones were not really that useful right now. Their reunion could not get any worse than this. Graves noticed Twisted Fate's struggles, so he yelled at him to do something to allow him to take a shot. His finger was twitching over the trigger of this human-sized shotgun. Graves doesn't mind being shot at, as long as he can return the favor. which was not their current case at all. Twisted Fate snapped back and complained that the enemies were set up behind a crate of gunpowder, motioning around the room that was stacked floor to ceiling with volatile dry pack explosives. He expressed that they needed a plan B unless Graves wanted to go down in a dead pool. Graves whined that he didn't want to do that, not specifying whether he meant dying or thinking of another plan. He then complained about why they always picked weird jobs, to which Twisted Fate answered, because it pays the best. Perhaps more nonchalantly than the moment called for. Ain't a reflection of us. Graves agreed and realized that Twisted Fate had a point. He then pondered their predicament, wondering if his smoke bombs would cause the pair to immediately die by igniting some stray black powder on the warehouse floor, or if they die half a second later when one of the blinded fishmen accidentally fired his gun into a crate of dynamite. The second option sounded good for Graves. Really, really good. He then announced that he had a great plan while confidently holding out a live grenade. Graves glanced at the tiny, frowning cartoon man on the boxes in front of him and told him to not judge his actions. Twisted Fate protested, his eyes widening in horror as Graves' arm arced back for the throw. In his mind, he saw the two of them disintegrating along with a good portion of the slaughter docks, or at least Graves disintegrating, which would be inconvenient at best. Meanwhile, a booming voice from below agreed with Fate, opposing Graves about throwing the grenade, but its voice was unheard. Graves, somewhat disheartened by the order, but equally grateful the gunfire had suddenly ebbed, lowered his smoke bomb. Fate, who in a state of panic had forgotten the color of the card he held, gripped a red one, which would have accidentally killed everyone if he'd mistakenly activated it to try and escape the warehouse. The partners locked eyes for a moment, looked at their respective explosives, then back at each other. Graves then gloated that his was better and safer. The voice from below, now nearly hysterical, busied itself commanding the other mercenaries to stop firing wildly into a warehouse stuffed with bombs, specifically lambasting someone named Kuigan, who should know better after last time. The gunmen grumbled in turn, or burbled or blubbed, depending on the size and configuration of their prominently fishy heads. As the unseen voice in charge moved about, Fate leaned over to Graves, pointing at his interior coat pocket. He then asked if Graves still had that blue card he gave him. Graves whispered back and confirmed if it was the one from the Sentinels. If so, then yes. The two of them argued in low volume while their opponents were distracted. Fate wanted to cut losses, while Graves didn't want to use his ace card. Graves bragged that he beat Viego, which makes him the male lead. Fate was then triggered and yelled that he was so tired of their damn story. Their heated argument immediately attracted everybody's attention in the room. Everyone collectively hesitated, each glancing around nervously as the realization of where they were and what exactly they had gotten themselves into began to sink in. Yet neither the pair of bumblers nor the rank-and-file Azure-way castoffs had the authority to end this standoff. Or really any standoff, as immediate and violent escalation is a rich Bilgewater tradition. The tall hammerhead shark man with a menacing harpoon gun and no shirt was also unable to end this standoff, but he didn't know it yet. His name was Bombolini, and the two things he knew best were how to project an understated elegance for a creature of his stature, and how to know exactly what to say to command a room. He shouted toward the catwalk and questioned what these ding-dongs were doing. Bombolini then explained that this standoff would vaporize half of Bilgewater. He then questioned what kind of heist crew would bring live ammunition to a powder job. Malcolm Graves and Twisted Fate both unwisely poked their heads out from their cover, each looking into a different monocular eye of their newfound opponent. His steely gaze, his muscular figure, his mean-looking weapon that was clearly intended to skewer sea serpents. A second of recognition passed. 2 seconds. And then, for some reason, 3. Graves then asked if the tall hammerhead shark man was Bombolini, and Bombolini immediately recognized Graves. The two of them chatted for a bit. Graves let out a sigh of relief with a relaxing shoulder. Bombolini was a dumb fish friend, according to Graves. Apparently, Graves and Fate were hired to rob the guy who hired Bombolini, which made things more confusing than it already was. All of a sudden, Bombolini remembered that Graves double-crossed him a long time ago. Graves thought it wasn't the worst, but for Bombolini, it was a big deal. Many years prior, Bombolini had been the unappreciated third member of the Graves and Fate crime duo, back when they pulled small jobs for bad pay, and their posters were somewhat, unfortunately worded. 2 men will do anything, and we mean anything, to anybody, and we mean anybody, for the right price. Any price, the leaflets used to say, which, in addition to Bombolini's complete erasure from the group, led to a number of rather avoidable miscommunications with prospective clientele. And thanks to Bilgewater's rich tradition of violent escalations, these mishaps tended to end in bloodshed or minor dock explosions, ironically drawing enough attention to the upstart criminals that they became a popular mercenary outfit. The leaflets remained unchanged for years, which made a young Bombolini deeply bitter. He eventually used his portion of the group's earnings to buy a modest schooner, retire from criminality, and start a solo wreck diving operation in the Blue Flame Isles that paid much better than robbery, and coincidentally did not bill itself as some sort of pirate flesh carnival in bar flyers. Also coincidentally, success tends to draw eyes, and 2 of those eyes eventually hired Malcolm Graves and Twisted Fate to rob their former companion at a dive site near a Buru ruin. Lacking any moral fiber whatsoever, the pair immediately accepted. The robbery instantly led to a small oil fire, then a large oil fire, then bloodshed followed by a minor schooner explosion. All the treasure sank with the ship, save of course for a single piece of sea glass. Bombolini was assumed dead. The client was furious, and nobody got paid. All in all, it was one of the duo's more successful heists. Bombolini and the crew were now distracted by the situation, which led to them assuming Graves and Twisted Fate were romantically together. The gun standoff turned into a bizarre fantasy making, and the duo saw this as an opportunity. Graves and Twisted Fate played along and argued in front of everyone, seemingly to the point of falling off while devising a setup. Meanwhile, Bombolini embodied all of this. He often liked to entertain one of these fantasies wherein his 2 most hated enemies had an immediate falling out in front of his steely shark eyes. This falling out would take place in some sort of room or vessel with a heavy explosive payload that would, at the apex of the argument, burst into flames and detonate, killing them both as the smoke spelled out, "We're sorry, Bombolini." Then everyone would cheer, and he would be given a crown and a sash, possibly a scepter. It was a very intricate fantasy. What was not part of the fantasy was being hit squarely in the chest by a well-aimed gold card and flying out of the shipping door into the sea. Fate dashed out from his cover and into an adjoining office as he splashed the bare walls with gold cards wherever the explosives weren't stacked high enough to ignite. Each card burst with a dazzling spray of gold filament, temporarily stunning Bombolini's mercenaries, who then immediately began firing in all directions. As Graves followed Fate through the suite and into the guts of the larger warehouse, a stray bullet buried itself in the crate Gobi and Shrimp were using for cover, and the 2 fishmen froze. With bullets whizzing through the air, Gobi looked at Shrimp, and Shrimp looked at Gobi. What felt like an eternity passed between them. The first blast rocked the entire structure as Fate and Graves stumbled along a flimsy metal suspension bridge over far more crates of black powder than their current client had originally described. Twisted Fate and Graves continued to run for their lives while still having a bit of banter. Graves was a bit emotional about their tandem, while Fate called him a big baby. Apparently, Twisted Fate was hurt when Graves disappeared for months to fight Viego with the Sentinels. Their first act was a fake fight, but now it turned out to be a real argument as the two of them expressed their sides passionately. Graves screamed that the reason why they stopped working together was Fate kept thinking he was better than him. Their argument then was halted when Bombolini's crew recovered from their surprise attack. From the burning, rupturing front of the warehouse, Bombolini's surviving mercenaries poured through the service door and onto the catwalk, its bolts decoupling from the walls under their combined weight. Many of the gunmen were badly singed and filled with roiling anger fit to match their newfound crispiness. Graves and Fate dropped their argument and made a run for the exit with a rapidly sinking catwalk buckling underfoot. 6 strides from the doorway, another blast tore upward from the powder floor, consuming the Azure mercenaries in a pillar of raging flame as the crates beneath them began to blow one by one. The smoke from Graves' grenade, a highly flammable mix of stinging, blinding, and stinking components, deployed for tactical measures, immediately caught fire, something Graves did not account for, despite his supplier telling him several dozen times that the smoke was flammable. This, of course, ignited and exploded even more crates of black powder, launching both the slick Cardsharp and the daring Bath Avoider through a crumbling brick wall, down one floor and into a grimy foyer, also filled wall to wall with explosives. Among their heists, it still counted as one of the more successful ones. Facing another death sentence, Graves kiddingly said that if they made it out of here, he hoped Fate would die first. Fate then replied that Graves was sweet. The warehouse shook again as debris and chunks of roof smacked hard against the floor. Smoke poured through the gaping second-story hole in the wall, and flames licked tightly packed boxes of hexplosives, these emblazoned with a different frowning cartoon man in the process of blowing up. The duo watched over the burning warehouse as they joked around. However, a familiar voice joined their conversation. Bombolini, now sporting a thick purple bruise in the center of his torso, stepped theatrically before the duo, his harpoon gun primed at his large, sharky shape stood between Bilgewater's most noticed mercenaries and the only way out. Graves caught sight of a damp, shark-shaped spot on the dock outside. Bombolini had likely been hiding there, waiting minutes for this reveal. Fate muttered, complaining not this donut again. Bombolini expressed what he thought upon seeing this duo after all these years, to which Graves cut his drama and told him they were not interested. Pointing his massive shotgun at a container of explosives directly next to the shark man, Graves pulled the trigger, and everything went up in smoke. Several hundred arm spans from the rupturing warehouse, once filled with far too many explosives to steal, Malcolm Graves and Twisted Fate suddenly appeared in the air a length and a half above a quaint little fishing pier, along with some residual smoke and flame. As Fate's teleportation timing had not been perfect, the two crashed onto the ground with Graves' gun landing squarely on his stomach. Aching from the injuries, the pair sat up in their blackened clothes, watching everything explode, and then explode some more. It was almost romantic, if one considers that sort of thing romantic, which, interestingly enough, they did. Fate then broke the silence and asked what they were going to do next. He then suggested either double-crossing their dirty client or digging a grave for whatever was left of Bombolini. Graves chuckled and answered that they would definitely do the first one. The duo recalled their argument as the adrenaline wore off. Twisted Fate was not used to apologizing. He was trying, but Graves halted him, said that the apology was accepted, and the next round would be on Twisted Fate's tab. Fate appreciated Graves' words as they gazed across the sea while the sun began to set. Graves looked over at his partner to add another quip, but noticed, perhaps for the first time, that there was a certain angularity to Tobias's features that he had thus far failed to appreciate. A strong jaw, a shockingly unbroken nose, a bold choice in semi-fashionable hats. He was an objectively terrible person, but maybe the right kind of terrible. Malcolm Graves, now much older, only somewhat wiser, but infinitely more worldly, measured his next words carefully than most things he did or said on any given day. This was especially surprising to him, since navigating the complex relationship between two criminal masterminds such as themselves was not really his strong suit, nor had he ever given it much thought. He wondered, why worry so much about Tobias's opinion of him? It wasn't like it mattered. They had their roles after all. His thoughts continued to pile on, but Fate interrupted him, asking Graves if he had a concussion. Fate immediately inspected Graves' head, but he didn't exactly produce any new information, since Fate didn't know what a concussion was supposed to look like. He gazed at Graves' rugged features as the setting sun danced across his boyishly unkempt hair, and then considered all of those words together in a sentence, and then immediately recoiled at the complete thought. Shortly, the two of them continued with their friendly banter, teasing each other about the taste they had with other people. The two of them mentioned a lot of names as they laughed and explained their relationships. The partners smiled foolishly at each other, each imagining various swashbuckling criminal misadventures while sitting at an awkward physical distance apart. They concluded this exchange with a simultaneous fake cough. Graves looked unblinking at the water, and Fate looked at the underside of his hat. Far off in the distance, the warehouse burned and burned. It was, all in all, one of their better heists, and they called each other partners in crime once more. Nothing else. It has been a long journey for Graves, and he surprisingly stopped smoking upon reuniting with Twisted Fate. Both of them experienced a lot of betrayal since they do that for a living. But at the end of the day, the important part was that the two of them mended their strained relationship. They may not be a perfect duo, but Graves and Twisted Fate still believed that they were the best in this field. My heart and soul, always for Demacia. That phrase was popularized by the man who fights for his kingdom. He was so well known across the lands that people would easily recognize him by just shouting, Demacia. He was a proud and noble soldier. Even his enemies respected him. He strictly followed the code of honor, embodying the perfect example of a Demacian, becoming an inspiring figure for future generations. This man stood ready to confront mages and sorcerers on the field in a veritable whirlwind of righteous steel. However, things became a bit dicey for his family when his sister was born to be a mage. This is the story of Garen Crownguard, the might of Demacia. Born into the noble Crownguard family, along with his younger sister Lux, Garen knew from an early age that he would be expected to defend the throne of Demacia with his life. His father, Pieter Crownguard, was a decorated military officer, while his aunt Tiana Crownguard was sword captain of the elite Dauntless Vanguard, and both were recognized and greatly respected by King Jarvan IV. Just by their bloodline, Garen and Lux were both put under immense pressure to uphold the glory of their family name. It was assumed that Garen would eventually come to serve the king's son in the same manner. The kingdom of Demacia had risen from the ashes of the Rune Wars, built by the refugees, and the centuries afterward were plagued with further conflict and strife. one of Garen's uncles, a ranger knight in the Demacian military, told young Garen and Lux his tales of venturing outside the kingdom's walls to protect its people from the dangers of the world beyond. He warned them that one day something would undoubtedly end this time of relative peace, whether it be rogue mages, creatures of the abyss, or some other unimaginable horror yet to come. Runeterra has a lot of powerful creatures roaming around the world, and for sure, one of them would threaten the current peaceful time, just like what happened in the Rune Wars. As if to confirm those fears, their uncle was killed in the line of duty by a mage before Garen turned 11. Garen saw the pain this brought to his family and the fear in his young sister's eyes. He knew then for certain that magic was the first and greatest peril that Demacia faced. This realization made him vow to never let magic within their walls, and this could be accomplished only by following their founding ideals, and by displaying their unshakable pride. This was the only way to keep the kingdom safe. At the age of 12, Garen left the Crown Guard home in High Silvermere, a large city located in rocky highlands of the northern Demacia, to join the military. As a squire, his days and nights were consumed by training and the study of war, honing his body and mind into a weapon as strong and true as Demacian steel. Garen was a tall, skinny man before, but thanks to his military training, he was able to build more muscle through time. At first, the training was tremendously hard for him. One of their trainings was pulling a stone statue using their pulling system, a preparation whenever Demacia brings the statue of Galio into wars. Garen wasn't even able to move the statue an inch, but that didn't stop the young Demacian from achieving his goal. During that time, it was then that he first met young Jarvan IV, the prince who as a king he would one day serve. Among the other recruits, the two became inseparable. The two of them respected each other as they went to their respective trainings for the future of the kingdom. In the years that followed, Garen earned his place in the shield wall as a warrior of Demacia and quickly gained a fearsome reputation on the battlefield. His hard work paid off, as Garen could now easily pull the same statue he struggled with for years. By the time he was 18, he had served with honor in campaigns along the Freljordian borders, played a key role in purging fetid cultists from the Silent Forest, and fought alongside the valiant defenders of White Rock. King Jarvan III himself summoned Garen's battalion back to the great city of Demacia, honoring them before the royal court in the Hall of Valor. Tiana Crown Guard, recently elevated to the role of High Marshal, singled out her nephew in particular and recommended him for the trials necessary to join the ranks of the Dauntless Vanguard, an elite order of warriors assigned to handle Demacia's most dangerous foes and threats beyond the borders. Garen was on the right trajectory, achieving glory as he grew older and proving he was a worthy successor of the Crown Guard house. With exciting news, Garen returned home in preparation. He was greeted warmly by Lux and his parents, as well as the common people living in his family's estate. Though he was pleased to see his sister growing into an intelligent, capable young woman, something about her had changed. Garen had noticed it whenever he visited, but now he wrestled with a real and gnawing suspicion that Lux possessed magical powers. That suspicion has been lingering for ages, but he never let himself entertain the idea for long. The thought of a Crown Guard being capable of the same forbidden sorceries that had slain their uncle was too unbearable to confront. It was not the right time for Garen to dig into something he wasn't ready for. He must focus on the upcoming trials to be a worthy member of Dauntless Guard, ruled by his aunt Tiana. And so, Garen rested for a bit and then proceeded to the trials. Naturally, through courage and skill, Garen won his place among the vanguard. With his proud family and his good friend the prince looking on, he took his oaths before the throne. Garen added another accolade to his badge of honor, and that was just the start. On the other hand, Lux and her mother spent much more time in the capital in service to the king, as well as the humble order of the Illuminators, a charitable religious order of Demacia working to help the sick, destitute, and orphaned. The organization may have good intentions, but Garen tried to keep his distance as much as possible. It was not about him being awkward around his family. There was just something that felt off for him. Though he loved his sister more than anything else in the world, some small part of him had a hard time getting close to her. The thought that had been lingering since they were young never truly abandoned his mind, and he always tried not to think about what he would be forced to do if his suspicions were ever confirmed. In an effort to suspend all of his worrying thoughts, Garen threw himself into his new duties, fighting and training twice as hard as he had before. During his training, an expert duelist helped Garen. Her name is Fiora Laurent, the head of the Laurent house, and known as the Grand Duelist. She gave him a few tricks in the battlefield since the Laurent house specialized on one-on-one duel. However, the two of them didn't train together since the outcome would be obvious. Fiora would just simply dismantle Garen in a one-on-one duel that time. But thanks to her, Garen grew to be a better soldier each day despite their swordsmanship difference. As Garen worked hard as part of the elite warriors, his aunt was promoted to the higher ranks. Tiana's exceptional campaigns as the sword captain earned her a spot as a marshal, putting her in the commanding spot rather than the head of the battlefield. Because of that, the new sword captain was assigned, and Garen was under his battalion. However, the new sword captain suffered an unfortunate fate during their war campaign. When the sword captain of the Dauntless Vanguard fell in battle, the Demacian soldiers were scrambling without their commander. And in that instant, Garen found himself put forward for command by his fellow warriors, and the nomination was unopposed. The campaign was successful depending on perspective. They did fail to complete the whole mission, but they did manage to defend their land and made it back home under Garen's supervision. Upon arriving at the capital, Garen was officially crowned as the new sword captain of the Dauntless Guard. Up to the present, Garen stood resolute in the defense of his homeland against all foes. Far more than Demacia's most formidable soldier, he was the very embodiment of all the greatest and most noble ideals upon which it was founded. Glory followed wherever Garen went, and the children of the next generation looked up to him. In one of the incidents in Demacia, a dragon called Severus attacked a Demacian coastal settlement named Ehrenmount. The children who entered the training field and aspired to be like Garen and Fiora faced the danger of the angry dragon. Luckily for them, the heroes that they looked up to were also in the area. Garen and Fiora worked together to fend off the dragon and save the children. It was the first time that the two known figures of Demacia fought side by side, and the tales of their action spread like wildfire. On a different journey, Garen came along with his sister Lux as they followed the road back to Fossbarrow. Lux was meant to visit their grandfather's tomb, while the Dauntless Vanguards were tasked to investigate the place. Lux rode a horse named Starfire, while Garen and his fellow Vanguards had their war steed horses. They'd circle the town until the light began to fade in search of the magistrate's son or any sign of nefarious goings-on, but had found nothing. Though any servant of darkness would have had plenty of time to run and hide, given the noise Garen and the Dauntless Vanguard were making. During their travel, Garen, Lux, and a fellow soldier held a conversation, but Lux was seemingly not in the mood. Garen asked if she was really there to visit the tomb of their great-grandfather Fossian. Lux replied that she already said so, basically implying that there was no need for clarification. Garen tried to continue the conversation, saying he was just surprised that since as far as he could recall, their mother said Lux hated coming to that place. When a fellow soldier pushed for further details, Garen explained that when young Luxana doesn't enjoy something, the skies darken, rain clouds empty, and forest animals hide, implying she was a headache to deal with. Lux argued back, questioning Garen's choice of words, which make her sound like a spoiled brat. Garen doubled it down by saying she was indeed a spoiled one while holding an easy grin on his face. The words hung between them, and Lux looked away, remembering not to underestimate her brother. People knew him as honest and direct, with a sound grasp of tactics and war stratagems. But few ever thought of him as subtle or cunning. Garen experienced some unjust treatment when they were younger, since their mother always favored Lux. It was shown that he was a bit bitter about it, but it was hard for him to weigh things perfectly, since Garen didn't know the truth about his sister. As the awkward silence took place, Lux decided to change the subject. She asked what happened to the boy they were looking for, to which Garen guessed that the boy could probably just run away from home or go on an adventure, but was lost somewhere in the forest. Lux then questioned if maybe dark mages took the child, and Garen answered that was possible. However, his comrades rode this path 6 months prior to that day, and there was no evidence of any unnatural sorceries. While the conversation continued, Garen's eyes snapped to where his warrior was pointing, and all levity fell from his face. His entire posture changed, muscles taut and ready for action, his eyes utterly focused. The warriors of the dauntless vanguard formed up alongside him, ready to move in an instant. An angry-looking crowd was hounding a stumbling man through the streets toward the market square. She couldn't hear what they were shouting, but she didn't need to hear the words to feel the anger and fear. Sensing the urgency to aid the commotion, Garen commanded his fleet and charged forward. Starfire was a fast horse, but even he was no match for a grain-fed Demacian war steed. Garen and the vanguards were already there minutes before Luxana's arrival. By the time Lux rode through the gates, the sound of yelling voices echoed through the town. Starfire's flanks were lathered with sweat, and his iron-shod hooves struck sparks from the cobbles. Lux hauled her mount to a halt as she entered the crowded market square, and leaped from the horse as she saw a scene she'd witnessed too many times throughout Demacia. Lux muttered in despair, seeing 2 guards drag a weeping man onto the auction platform normally used during the buying and selling of livestock. The man's clothes were soaked in blood, and he wailed piteously. A woman with the ermine-trimmed robes and bronze wings of a Demacian magistrate stood before him, presumably Magistrate Giselle. Hundreds of Fossbarrow's townsfolk filled the square, yelling and screaming at the man. The intensity of their hate was palpable, and Lux felt her magic drawn to the surface of her skin. She struggled to quell the rising light and pushed her way through the crowd, seeing Garen at the foot of the steps leading onto the auction platform. The man's name was Aldo Dayan, and the crowd blamed him for murder and a consort of a dark mage. The man pleaded, saying that the crowd misunderstood. He explained that there were monsters and he saw their real faces, which were only darkness. The crowd screamed in response, a swelling lust for vengeance erupting from every throat. They looked set to rush the auction platform to tear Aldo Dayan limb from limb. And perhaps they would have, but for the 4 warriors of the dauntless vanguard standing with their swords drawn at its edge. Later on, Lux finally got closer to Garen and asked him what was going on, but Garen didn't look at her. His eyes were fixed on the kneeling man. Instead, one of the vanguard answered her question. According to the neighborhood, the man murdered his wife and children in their beds. then ran out onto the streets and attacked other neighbors. The accused man split 3 people with an axe before they were able to restrain him. Lux questioned why would the man do such a thing, and that's when Garen turned to look at her. In a serious manner, Garen explained that it must be the doings of a dark mage. The man was most probably under the influence of a sorcerer, someone who could drive a loyal Demacian citizen to commit such heinous acts. Lux bit back an angry retort and pushed past Garen. She climbed the steps of the platform and marched over to the kneeling man. The magistrate of the town, named Giselle, questioned the young crown guard, but Lux ignored her and lifted the man's head. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut from the heavy blow of a cudgel or fist. Blood and snot ran freely from his nose, and ropes of drool hung from his split lip. Lux knew that Dayan was a good man. She tried her best to get his reasoning, and Dayan mourned while explaining. In Dayan's perspective, he saw monsters, darkness clothed in skin, pretending to be one of them the whole time. He pleaded that he did what he had to do, but the crowd cried for vengeance. As the sun sank into the west and the shadows lengthened, handfuls of mud and dung pelted Aldo Dayan. His former friends and neighbors called for his death. He thrashed in the grips of the guards, frothing at the mouth and spitting bloody saliva. Lux and Magistrate Giselle argued since Lux noticed something odd from the magistrate. On the other hand, Garen was quietly assessing the whole situation. Garen halted everyone's noise as he strode onto the platform, telling everyone that he already heard enough. His long silver sword hissed from its scabbard. The blade glinted in the twilight, its edge unimaginably sharp. Lux tried to stop Garen, telling him that there was something more going on. But Garen declared that the man was a monster, and told everyone that even if Dayan was not a servant of evil, he was still a murderer. There was only one punishment for this action, and Garen prepared his sword for execution. The man lifted his head, and Lux's eyes narrowed as she felt a prickling sensation of something pass through her, a whisper of a lurking presence. It slithered away before she could be sure, but a breath of frigid air raised her hackles. Dayan's limbs spasmed like a deranged roadside wanderer afflicted with a tremoring sickness. He whispered something, rasping and faint. Garen lifted his warblade to deliver the executioner's strike, and Dayan's last words were all but lost in the roars of approval coming from the crowd. But Lux finally pieced them together as Garen's sword swept down. The light was fading, and Lux tried to stop her brother as she cried. Garen's blade clove the man's head from his body in one titanic blow. To a roar of approval from the crowd, the body dropped to the platform, twin arcs of blood jetting from the stump of his neck. The head rolled to Giselle's feet as a coiling smoke poured from Aldo Dayan's corpse like black bile oozing from a charnel pit. The magistrate recoiled in shock as a phantom form of wicked claws and searing eyes erupted from the dead man's skull. The spectral darkness launched itself at the magistrate with a cackle of spite. She screamed as it passed through her before dissipating like wind-scattered cinders. Lux felt the breath of the thing's demise, an energy so vile, so hateful, and so inhumanly evil that it beggared belief. Magistrate Giselle collapsed, her flesh ashen, weeping in terror. Lux dropped to one knee as myriad visions of horror arose within her, choking fears of being buried alive, of being driven from Demacia by her brother, of 1,000 ways to die a slow and painful death. The light within her fought these terrible sights, and Lux's breath shimmered with motes of light as she spat the taste of death from her mouth. Garen spoke in a whisper, and it took her a moment to figure out how she could have heard him over the cheering crowd. Lux turned from the sobbing magistrate and felt magic race around her body in a surging tide. The crowd stood utterly silent. Garen then asked Lux what was going on. She blinked away the abhorrent images still searing her mind and followed Garen's gaze as the warriors of the dauntless vanguard rushed to stand with their leader. Then, one after another, the people of Fossbarrow fell to the ground, as if the life had simply fled their bodies. Lux clenched her teeth and pushed herself to her feet. The sun had all but vanished behind Fossbarrow's western wall, and her mouth fell open as she saw black, vaporous shapes lift from the town's unconscious inhabitants. No two were alike, and Lux saw an assembling host of shades in Noxian armor, vast spiders, many-headed serpents, towering shadow warriors with frost axes, dark drakes with teeth like obsidian daggers, and scores of things that defied sane description. At that point, Garen realized that they were getting attacked by sorcery. The shadow creatures closed in on the platform, sliding through the air without a sound, an oncoming tide of nightmarish horrors. Garen and his men didn't know what to do, but his younger sister does. Whenever there's darkness, light can be the answer. Garen watched his sister gallop through the dark host, carefully navigating a path through the town's fallen inhabitants. Grasping claws of shadow creatures reached for her, but she and Starfire evaded every attack. Lux rode clear of the monstrous host and paused just long enough to wave at him. Lux shouted for Demacia as the vanguards clashed their swords against their shields, also shouting the name of their kingdom. As Lux chased the root of this darkness, Garen and the vanguard stood firmly to protect the remaining citizens. Garen rolled his shoulders in anticipation of the rigor of close-quarters battle and lifted his sword. He commanded his men as they all took up their battle stance. Varya and Rodion stood to his left, Saboteur and Diodoro to his right. Shortly, oil-black shadehounds were the first to reach the platform, with tearing fangs and flashing teeth. Garen and the dauntless vanguard met them with shields locked and blades bared. A hammering wall of iron beat them back. Though their enemies were wrought with darkness and spite, they fought with ferocious strength and skill. Garen stepped in and thrust his blade into a writhing beast's haunches, tearing through to where its spine ought to be. The monster's form exploded into black dust with a shriek of anguish. Garen spun his sword up and pulled back in an oblique turn. His sword deflected another beast's snapping jaw. He rolled his wrists and lowered his shoulder into its attack. He pushed the thing back and down. He stamped its chest, and the beast roared as it burst apart. Garen's sword snapped back up to block a crushing blow from what looked like the silhouette of a towering Freljordian warrior. The impact drove him to his knees. Garen stated that he would continue fighting as long as he stands. Ashes burst from the shadow, and Garen spun to drive his sword into the belly of another beast. Saboteur decapitated a slavering hound as Diodora slammed his shield down on a hissing serpent, splitting its body in half. Varya hammered the hilt of her sword into the snapping fangs of a faceless shadow warrior as Rodion drove his sword into his twin's foe. With every killing blow, the shadow creatures burst into amber-limbed ashes. Garen's sword flashed, and the silver blade plunged into the body of a scorpion-like monster. A slash of dark talons came at Garen's head. Saboteur's shield parried the attack. Varya chopped her blade through the monster's legs, and it burst apart. A hideous, limping creature hurled itself at Rodion, and he thrust his blade hard into its featureless face. It screeched as it died. But for every shadow they destroyed, more always took their place. Garen roared, and the pauldrons of the fire warriors clashed together. They fought shoulder to shoulder in a circle of steel, a beacon of light against the darkness. Later on, a looming spider with hook-bladed legs reared over Garen, its bloated belly rippling with distended eyes and snapping jaws. He split its thorax and kicked the flailing creature from the platform, even as its body disintegrated. Legs braced, Garen felt a searing cold in the muscle of his shoulder as a black claw plunged through his pauldron. The metal did not buckle or crack. The claw passed through unimpeded, and Garen felt a sickening revulsion spread through him. He smelled rank, grave dirt, the reek of fetid earth over a centuries-old sepulchre. He fought through the pain as he had always been trained to do. Rodion fell as a hooking blade slid under his guard and plunged into his side. He cried out in pain, his shield lowering, but Garen told him to straighten up and shake off the pain. Rodion listened, chastened at his lapse as the shadow creatures barged into one another in their frenzy to reach the dauntless vanguard. Varya cried that these monsters would never stop coming, but Garen answered with full confidence that they would never stop fighting. The dauntless vanguard fought with brutally efficient sword cuts and battering blows from their shields, but they could not fight forever. Eventually, the shadows would drag them down. A pack of squirming things with grasping arms attacked from the left, fouling Diodoro's swings with their bodies. A blow glanced off his shield and hammered into his right guard. He grunted and punched his sword into the belly of a dark-fleshed beast with the head of a dragon. Shortly, Saboteur arrived with a carriage and instructed them to get in. Garen threw a sword cut into the writhing darkness, a backstroke to the guts and a thrust to the chest. With a new plan, the vanguards lured the monsters away from the city. Movement to the right, a howling insect-like skull with fangs and like daggers. Garen slashed it in the eyes and it screamed and burst apart in smoke and cinders. Two more came at them, no room to swing. Another pommel strike, stove in the first's chest. Stabbed the other in the belly, blade out. The monsters withdrew. Garen stepped back, level with Varya and Rodion. Each was slathered from helm to greaves in ash. Garen instructed the vanguards to hold the line. Diodoro questioned for how long, as they were already dying out in this battle. Garen put his trust in his sister and told the vanguards that they would fend off the monsters as long as Lux needed. And so, the shadows came at them again. In a few more hours, numbing cold filled Garen. His limbs were leaden, pierced through by shadow claws. Ice running in his veins chilled him to the very heart of his soul as his vision grayed. Saboteur and Diodoro were down, skin darkening. Rodion was on his knees, a clawed hand at his throat. Varya fought on, her shield arm hanging uselessly at her side, but her sword arm was still strong. Garen tasted ash and despair. He had never known defeat. Not like this. Even when he once believed Jarvan was dead, he'd found the will to continue. Now, his life was being sapped with every breath. Shortly, a towering figure reared up before him, a horned shade with an axe of darkness. It looked like a savage warrior he had slain many years ago. Garen raised his sword, ready to die with a Demacian war cry on his lips. A summer wind blew. A strange brightness shone in the northern sky like a sunrise. The shadow creatures faded until they vanished entirely, like smoke in the wind. Garen let out a breath, barely able to believe he still could. Rodion sucked in a lungful of air as Saboteur and Diodoro picked themselves up from the ground. They looked around, amazed. As the last remaining shadows were banished, and the townfolk began to stir. Varya questioned what happened, what exactly saved them from this nightmare. But Garen answered that he didn't know. Lux was surely behind this, but none of them knew how. Lux showed up once more, along with a missing kid named Luca. With Luca reunited with his grateful mother, Lux and Garen rode toward Fosbero's south gate at the head of the dauntless vanguard. Their mood was subdued, and a palpable guilt hung over every person they passed on their way from the town. None of Fosbero's inhabitants could remember anything after the execution, but all knew they had played a part in a man's death. While they were on their way, Garen sincerely asked Lux if she truly believed the Daein deserved such mercy. Garen argued that the man killed innocent people, to which Lux agreed. But Lux returned his question by asking Garen if he understood why. Garen pondered if the reason behind was necessary, and Lux affirmed that it was. Lux expressed that Daein was a victim as well. In their rush to judgment, any chance of understanding what caused his murderous acts was lost. Garen kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead. He then told Lux that the citizens don't want to understand. When Lux pressed for an explanation, Garen said that they lived in a world that did not allow for such nuances. Demacia was beset on all sides by terrible foes, savage tribes in the north, a rapacious empire in the east, and the power of dark mages who threaten the very fabric of our realm. They deal in absolutes by necessity. Allowing doubt would cloud their judgment and leave them vulnerable. And Garen cannot allow them to become vulnerable. Lux questioned if this code of honor would be upheld even at such a cost. And Garen firmly agreed. He would do what was needed for Demacia. Days passed like nothing even happened. The code of honor kept everyone safe in Demacia, but this outdated way of thinking was slowly putting a toll on everyone, especially on Garen. The Crown God's honor was now on Garen as the spotlight burned bright on him, and with that, Garen was showing some cracks in his so-called honor. Aside from the secret problem of Lux, Garen fell in love with his enemy from an imposing empire. During the Mage Rebellion era in Demacia, Garen received a tip from telling that a girl was a mage and was helping Silas, the leader of the rebellion. Based on the description, the girl was a slender woman with an athletic and voluptuous physique. She had peach skin and full red lips, with her most prominent features being her long, dark, cherry-colored hair and her piercing emerald green eyes, with a scar on her left eye. She usually wears a rather revealing assassin uniform made of black and gray leather and latex, which reveals her abdomen, with several dark blue Noxian tattoos. She wears leather-heeled boots and a small leather jacket. Her name is Katarina. Garen, acting on misinformation, confronted Katarina under the belief that she was aiding Silas. There has been a misunderstanding, and Katarina mentioned she'd just save his sister from capture. She then suggested that Garen should do the same. The two of them scuffled, and after some fierce clashes of steel, an explosion stopped their battle. Both combatants agree that they don't have time for this battle right now. Garen and Katarina have a small moment, bonding over their shared grievances with their younger siblings. That was the moment that Garen fell in love with an enemy, and their feelings were hindered by the empires they served. Their feelings for each other became more obvious as the two of them casually met on 0 battle zones. Even Lux figured that Garen had feelings for Katarina, but he just couldn't pursue his love and abandoned Demacia. Just like what their late uncle had said, the peace of Demacia won't stay forever, and that was proven when King Jarvan IV was assassinated. 2 hours before dawn, Garen was running through the great city. He has been training hard since the death of the king, which he blamed himself for. This was why he had to be strong. He was training in his heavy armor with a sack of rocks that he carried on a shoulder while running his usual path through the city. He passed a group of guards at the Argent Gate, and one of them remarked that his sister was still missing. Garen knew that Lux fled the city when her secret was finally revealed during the Mage Rebellion, and he let her go. Garen lied about it and blamed the aftermath of the rebellion. When the day ended, he arrived at the barracks where the soldiers stationed in the city were training. Merrick, the sergeant of the First Shield, joked that he only trained with 1 load of rocks today. Then he became serious and noted that he was concerned Garen had not slept. Garen did not answer, so Merrick introduced him to the newest member of the First Shield, Cytherea of Cloudfield. Alice Morn, another member of the First Shield, joked about how Cytherea embarrassed Merrick during their training duel. Creel, a stone minotaur from their shield, arrived, and Garen began his training with him. They spar for over an hour, and Garen fought 5 of the 8 members of the First Shield. The sparring is interrupted by a messenger. He reports that the High Marshal wanted to see Garen at a meeting of the Silver Council at the 10th bell. Garen is standing outside the council chamber, waiting to be admitted. The Silver Council consists of 8 members, representing the most important branches of the kingdom, including the military, noble families, treasury, the mage seekers, and other politicians. Usually the king has to approve the resolutions of the council, but Prince Jarvan has not been sworn into office yet and does not want to attend the meetings of the council. He prefers to act instead, searching for Silas, who he believes is his father's murderer. His aunt Tiana Crownguard, representing the military as High Marshal, and her husband Lord Eldred, the head of the Mage Seeker Order, are there. She concludes with the statement that they found an agreement, and the meeting ends. The politicians, bureaucrats, and servants leave the room until Tiana and Garen are alone. She greets him with the Crownguard family motto, strength through discipline, and Garen finishes it, honor through diligence. Tiana begins that she is disappointed with his leadership of the Dauntless Vanguard, that he lost 37 soldiers in the recent months with Silas on the loose. He says he underestimated the Mage Rebellion and now works with the Ranger Knights to coordinate their efforts. She steers the conversation to the reason she summoned Garen. The council has received a letter from the Demacian ambassador to the Knockmerch. Her uncle Hergold and Tiana believe it was faked by someone else. Her order is that Garen shall traverse there, assess the situation, and ensure that his great-uncle Hargold is alive and well. She also advises him to take only 3 shields, since a larger force would draw attention, according to the council. She does not share that sentiment, but sends him off regardless. She hopes that a mission away from hunting Silas will clear his head, since it is apparent that the murder of the king takes a heavy toll on Garen. Cytherea and the other members of the First Shield gather on the docks. She feels out of her depths among these legends, since she idolized Alice Morn in particular. She observes that the First Shield is allowed much more freedom and individuality than her old squad in the 9th Battalion. All of them have swords and shields, the basic equipment of Demacian soldiers, in addition to a long knife. But Ibn Hess brings another sword and multiple more knives and daggers. They arrive at their ship, the Stormbright. It is a falcon ship that was made for both shallow rivers and the open ocean, sleek as a blade, with a bird of prey as a figurehead. First Shield goes aboard and sees the other groups arrive. The 4th Shield, led by Shield Sergeant Reka Cole, and the 8th Shield, under the command of Shield Sergeant Rosk. The 4th carries similar equipment to the 1st Shield, but the 8th carries the heavy bright steel kite shields known as bulwarks. Sword Captain Garen is the last to arrive, and the Stormbright leaves 3 hours before sunset. The dauntless vanguard rows out into the Bay of Sentinels and can use the sails of the Stormbright for a while. They angle southeast, following the coastline. The ship passes the white cliffs of Havenfall and continues past White Point Harbor and up into the Silver Run River. At this point, Merrick orders them to extend the oars once again as the wind from the bay stops. The soldiers are working in shifts, with 2 shields rowing while one rests. When Cytherea wakes up for her next shift, she notices that Garen has not slept at all and has been rowing this entire time to tire himself out. Merrick urges him to at least take the tiller for a while. Garen reluctantly agrees, and Merrick takes over his oar. In the morning, a breeze comes up, and they unfold their sails, but still have to row to keep up the pace. The ship passes through a farming village that recently celebrated last harvest, and the prestigious soldiers are celebrated by the locals, who toss food and flowers on board the ship. The sun is shining, the landscape is beautiful, and there are honest and hard-working people around them. Garen urges them not to forget that they fight to protect all of this. During their journey east, they come across raptor knights, which fly down to the river to greet them. Cytherea is captivated by their beauty, and Creel the Minotaur notes that they are beautiful, just like their home Everpeak. They later pass the fortress in the Green Fang Mountains, and Cytherea marvels at the architecture that houses the raptor knights. Creel says that Minotaurs built it, commissioned by King Argostan a few centuries ago. On a dock at the base of the Green Fang Mountains, Quinn comes aboard. She does not row, which leads to disapproving comments by Ibn Hess. Instead, she stretches and goes to sleep on the deck, having run the entire time here. Her companion Valor is flying somewhere above the ship. As the Stormbright approaches the border, they notice a huge chain in the water. In case of an invading force, it can be pulled tight to block enemy ships. But Sergeant Merrick notes that it thankfully has not been needed yet. Then they are stopped by a portcullis on the border. Garen orders them to raise the Dauntless standard, and after a few minutes, the soldiers manning the border fortifications open the riverway for them. The Dauntless vanguard passes through and leaves Demacia. The expedition continues eastward along the Silver Run, passing the Arbormac and Skagorn through pouring rain for 2 days. They arrive at a major fork in the river and turn northeast, following the Silver Run to its source up in the mountains. Because the journey might become dangerous for the ship if they continue through the night, they make camp on the riverbank. The Shields establish an ordered camp with a rotating watch, but Quinn leaves them and stalks the forests instead. During the night, Cytherea overhears a conversation between Sergeant Merrick and Alice Morn. They talk about Helmar, the vanguard soldier whose death opened up a position in the first shield. Her position, her idol Alice Morn doubts that she is ready, but Merrick, who saw her during the testing, believes in her. In the morning, Quinn returns, and she and Garen discuss their further path. She claims they cannot sail much further because the river is lower than usual. They have to land on the Grey Claws and continue to climb the ravine between Rigenland and Knockmerch. By foot, Garen and the shield sergeants consider other options, such as landing on the other side and coming to Aldburg from the east. But Quinn's plan turns out to be the best solution. After disembarking at the indicated position, they march upward. But the return of the ranger stops them. She leads them to a bridge spanning the ravine, which was newly constructed. This unusual stonework allows the crossing of armies in both directions, and Garen believes it should have been mentioned in the letters of their ambassador. They continue, following the path up the bridge. As they near the bridge, they notice the military design of the bridge and gatehouses, angular and ugly, but effective nonetheless. The Demacian approach the bridge. A lax sentry spots them way late and calls the warden. The warden introduces himself as Vigrid and invites them in. He says Garen could get a room, but he would rather stay with his soldiers in the barracks. The warden also mentions that the Lord's wife passed recently and wants to know what brings the group here. Garen asks to speak with Lord Castellan, and the warden says there is a banquet prepared where he can talk about matters of state. On the other hand, Cythria, Ibn Hess, and the Voss twins are left in the barracks, while Garen and a few other soldiers of the vanguard are invited to the banquet. A young soldier brings them food, but Hess lunges at him, blade drawn. He says he feels cornered in here and leaves to get fresh air. Garen, in the meantime, sits at the high table in the hall, among Eldwin, Lord Castellan, and his daughter, Lord Odalin. Warden Vigrid is present, but there is no sign of Garen's great-uncle Hargold. Garen doesn't eat much. He has not had an appetite for weeks. Instead, he tries to start a conversation and extends his condolences to the Lord of the Knockmerch. Lord Eldwin snaps back that it would not make a difference, and his daughter continues instead. She says she is also sorry for Demacia, for they have lost their king. Lord Castellan asks about the bridge, and Garen explains that he doesn't understand why they need a heavily fortified bridge when they only have allies to the west. Once again, the Lord speaks up and accuses Demacia of wanting to hold them down, that they do not want an ally, they only want a servant. Again, his daughter talks back to him and explains that Demacia has been an ally for centuries. They get into a heated argument, and Garen thinks to himself that she reminds him of his sister Lux. The Lord dispatches a pair of guards to send his daughter to her room and asks Garen why he is there. Garen finally demands to see the ambassador, Hargold Crownguard. Outside of the Aldburg, Quinn examines tracks. She notes that someone heavily armed passed through there. It cannot be the soldiers of the Knockmerts, and so she sets out to hunt them. She follows the tracks into the forest and sneaks past their sentries to find a war camp. There are warriors of many different cultures and languages, and even a huge beast. Quinn wants to bring word of this to Garen, but is almost spotted. She kills the man with a bolt and leaves hastily before they find her. She and Valor fight their way back through the sentries, which turns into a hunt for the intruder. She realizes that Lord Castellan must know about the army camped close to his keep, and finally sees that they must be Noxian. Finally, the ambassador arrives at the high table. A short exchange follows where Lord Eldwin teases Garen for thinking something happened to him, and Hargold explains that he had been sick for a while, and that this was the reason for his late arrival. Garen greets him with the Crown Guard's words, strength through discipline. But his great-uncle ignores them. Garen finds this suspicious and asks about the letters and the reasons why he didn't inform the council of the new developments in Aldburg, the new bridge of military importance, and the passing of the Lady of Knockmerch. Once again, Hargold gives his illness as a reason and begins talking about the weather. Garen lets him talk while thinking about the entire situation. This is when Quinn arrives. The guards in the hall try to hold her, but she evades them. When one of them steps in her way, Creel stands up and stops them with his giant hand. He sends away the curious little children that surround him during the feast, and the vanguard close ranks around Quinn. She says that she found Noxians, and Garen states that the vanguards are leaving. His uncle says they have to stay, and Garen confronts him, repeatedly asking about the Crown Guard words. The ambassador keeps dodging the question until Garen declares he is no Crown Guard at all. He takes the ambassador in a lock with his arms behind his back and turns to face Lord Eldwin. Garen tells him that enemies have infiltrated the Knockmerch, but Lord Castellan already knows. He invited them. He speaks of his pleas for help that did not reach Demacia, and how they failed to protect even their king. His people are suffering for Demacia, keeping outer politics away from their borders. His duty must be to his own people, and that's why he chose Noxus. Outside, the horns sound, and Quinn urges them to leave. But then Garen notices the ambassador standing next to Warden Vigrid, who seems to be behind all of this. He pushes the one he is holding away, and the figure walks toward him and becomes transparent, seemingly like a clone. For a split second, Garen sees a raven-haired woman overlapping the other ambassador, the infamous leader of the Black Rose LeBlanc. Then Warden Vigrid orders the guards to kill them. The guards, having just been ordered to kill them all, hesitate for a moment, and Garen grabs the halberd of one and orders the vanguard to form up. They have not brought weapons, but defend themselves as well as they can and grab weapons wherever possible. A group of crossbow-wearing men come through the side entrances, and Quinn takes down 2 of them. One bolt hits a man of the 8th shield, but doesn't go through his heavy breastplate. The massive Creel flips over a table to throw some enemies off balance and finds a young kid caught in the crossfire. He takes him under his arm. Garen orders the vanguard to join up and run through the doors now that most are armed. The soldiers from the Knockmerch try to seal the doors, but it is far too late. Outside, Creel hands off the boy, and again, they hear the Noxian horns. Hess is playing Tellstones against Knockmerch soldiers and just realizes he was tricked. The enemy is not nearly as drunk as he had thought and answers his challenge with ease. He is about to lose a lot of money. A horn sounds. Eben Hess takes the money and after a short struggle escapes back toward the rooms where the vanguard was sent. He joins with the rest of the soldiers from the barracks and they prepare to face the Knockmerch soldiers and the Noxians. They head outside with the bright steel shields of the 8th shield in front and are now met with crossbow bolts. This, however, does not slow the Demacian advance, and as soon as they are close enough, the 8th splits, allowing the others to surge forward and shatter the Knockmerch line. In this struggle, Cythria runs her sword through a young soldier that she recognizes as the one who brought them food earlier. The vanguard reforms, carrying with them the weapons of their comrades who were allowed into the hall. They hurry to rejoin them. At full strength, they exchange the inferior weapons for theirs, and Garen and Quinn discuss how to get out of there. Merrick suggests to dig in and hold one of the fortifications of Aldburg. Garen discards this because they have to get the word out to Demacia. They decide to take the bridge, but suffer the first casualty while running there. A crossbow bolt finally finds its target under the helmet of a Demacian. Heavy-hearted, they decide to leave the body of the fallen, since there is no time to recover him. The shields arrive at the first gatehouse just in time. The portcullis is dropping, but Creel catches it. Together with Garen, he manages to hold it up for long enough so the Demacians can enter the gatehouse. The first shield clears the tower, and in the meantime, Garen and Quinn discuss their strategy. She wants to help them take the second tower, but Garen needs her to leave so the news reaches Demacia as soon as possible. In the end, he gives her the chance to take on the tower, but also orders her to leave if it proves too risky. Quinn calls for Valor and jumps from the bridge. Together, they accelerate downward before Valor turns their momentum upward and carries them over the gatehouse, where they take the posted soldiers by surprise. Valor drags one of them over the edge. Quinn quickly fires at 2 more, but one of the remaining soldiers manages to fire a bolt at Valor. Quinn plunges her knife into his neck. The last one reloads his crossbow, but she hurls the knife into his chest. Looking over the edge, she only sees a single feather in the waters below, yet she has to open the gate for the advancing Demacians. As she is working with the mechanism, she hears a keening cry from above. She runs up to the top of the gatehouse to find Valor wounded, but alive. Valor tries to warn her, but she realizes it is too late. The soldier with her knife in his chest manages to fire his crossbow at her. She is struck in the chest, and her enemy limps down the stairs to release the portcullis. Garen arrives at the gatehouse. He sees Valor take flight towards the west, and the portcullis crashes down. The vanguard discusses their position. They are trapped on the Noxian-built bridge. but Garen sees the eagle take off, so Quinn must have gotten away. They can't break down the portcullis or gatehouse without siege weapons, so they decide to stand and fight to buy her time. They take their formation. The 8th shield forms an impenetrable wall with their bulwark shields again, with the 1st shield behind them. The 4th stays behind as a reserve. Cytherea observes the enemy. They have superior numbers, about 2,000 enemy warriors, and 200 soldiers and guards from the Nockmerch. The warden Vigrid had taken command of both and made them fly the Noxian flag. The first wave approaches, soldiers of Nockmerch. Apparently, they were chosen as expendable by the new commander, and thus the first to test the defense of the bulwark. They began to fire volley after volley of crossbow bolts, but the second line has raised their shields to protect the heads of those in front of them. Not a single bolt finds its target. The infantry approaches, and the Demacians manage to repel them too as their shield wall holds. The first line bashes them with their shields and sets after the enemy as long as they are weak. When their ranks break, Garen orders a spear tip. The second line, led by Garen himself, breaks through the shield wall and surges into the enemy ranks. They manage to drive away the enemies, but do not pursue them. They have not suffered any casualties, but this was no victory. This was just the beginning. Next up are warriors, more beast than man, with long hair and beards covered in war paint and mud. They use heavy war axes to break the bulwark shields of the 8th shield, and short blades to take advantage of the gaps in the shield line. They charge the line and deal heavy damage to the shields. One of them manages to stab a blade into the helmet of a shield bearer. Garen retaliates immediately, slaying the man half a second later, but it is too late for the man of the 8th. Garen orders the first rank back, and in a practiced move, the lines change. The first shield pushes to the front again. Usually the right side of the line is vulnerable, because there is no one to cover them, but in the first shield, Creel is there. The Stonehorn serves as their anchor. Together with Merrick and Alice Morn, Garen holds the middle. They fight on. Garen calls another rotation to keep all soldiers fresh, but he himself stays on the front line. When two horns call for the enemy to retreat, they don't immediately follow, but launch a last desperate attack. Finally, they leave the Demacians who can count their fallen. 3 more members of the Dauntless Vanguard have died, including Rurik Voss of the First Shield. Twice more the fur-clad barbarians attack the lines, and twice more they are repelled. Finally, they start to clear the bridge of their fallen. They push them down into the ravine below. The Demacians once again try to rest and tend their wounds, but another member of the 8th Shield succumbs to their wounds. Cytherea, looking up at the stars, suddenly sees a flicker in the air. She calls for the Vanguard to raise their shields, but still, her friend Aiguo, a young member of the First Shield, dies from an arrow. Again, enemies form their lines, but Cytherea observes they are different this time. The Warden decided to bring out the elite warriors, clad in thick black plate. They flow on the bridge, but then form a corridor to allow a beast rider to come to the front. Creel notes that the new enemy is a basilisk, a young one that had been trained to be ridden. The rest of the Vanguard make sarcastic comments about how useless that knowledge is, but Garen rallies them again. The basilisk rider smashes into them, crushing a soldier and breaking their ranks. It keeps running behind the Demacian lines, and the rider fights to turn the beast around. But it has already broken the line, and the enemy elite is advancing. Shield Sergeant Cole takes command and orders them to reform the line, while Garen goes to deal with the beast. He leaves the line and follows the basilisk to the end of the bridge, where the rider is still fighting to control his mount. While it is distracted, Garen drives his sword, Judgment, deep into its neck. It roars and kicks in pain and breaks free of one chain holding it. Garen, holding onto his broadsword, is dragged along with the beast. The rider jumps out of the saddle before the basilisk crashes into the gate tower. The heavy crash wakes up Quinn, and she forces herself to rise despite her wound. The basilisk has fallen off the bridge and almost took Garen with it. She can save Garen from the rider just in time, and he climbs on top of the bridge again. With their chieftain fallen, the Noxians lift their weapons in salute and retreat. The Demacians try to get some rest again, though the enemy will undoubtedly return. Garen catches Quinn, who falls unconscious again, and from the tower, and calls for Alice Morn, the soldier among them with the most experience as a medic. She was just treating Eben Hess, who took a blow meant for Cytherea. Luckily, the Tellstone winnings he had taken earlier and stowed away under his breastplate saved his life, though his ribs are broken. Cytherea and Morn split the coins between them and join Garen, treating Quinn's crossbow wound. Once she has been taken care of, Merrick sends Cytherea to scout through the mist. She reports that the strong armored enemies from earlier are gathering again, and the Warden is among them, urging them to attack. Garen then orders the remaining troops to gather. He wants to attack before they do. The dauntless vanguard runs across the bridge, taking the enemy by surprise. Garen leads the arrowhead formation. Behind him Creel, Alice Morn, and the rest of the soldiers who can still fight. He is going for Warden Vigrid, who refused his challenge during the night. Garen breaks through to the Warden, and a duel ensues. The enemy commander is wielding a wicked warhammer, with which he deflects a sword strike, then jabs at Garen's face with a spiked pommel. Garen strikes again, but the Warden manages to hook his hammer behind Garen's knee and then slams his forehead into his face. The next strikes knock him down, and the Warden goes for a finishing blow, but Garen manages to impale him on his sword with his last reserves. While he dies, he tries to strangle Garen and says he would have been great in the Trifarian Legion. Finally, he embraces the wolf, known as the other half of Kindred. However, the few remaining Demacians are overwhelmed. The death of Warden Vigrid has not stopped the Noxians this time, and they surround the remains of the three shields. But as the end draws near, there is a keening cry above. Valor returned and brought raptor knights from the west with him. The raptors land around the army, then take off again, scattering and disorienting the Noxians. Within moments, they are routed. Garen and the survivors meet Lord Eldwin. Although outnumbered 10-1, they guard the Nockmerch soldiers who surrendered. Garen asks Lord Castellan and his daughter about the mage that posed as a Demacian ambassador. Lady Odalyn says they probably slipped off during the battle. The Lord claims he asked for Demacia's help many times, and none came. Demacia, however, has not received the letters which the ambassador was supposed to send. Nonetheless, Lord Castellan willingly allied with Noxus when Demacia did not come to their aid. His daughter Odalyn asks Garen to spare the remaining Nockmerch soldiers, but says she will not beg for her father's life. He seems to have accepted his death and is ready to join his wife. Garen readies judgment to execute him, but then he looks towards Cytherea and halts. He asks her opinion of Lady Odalyn, and Cytherea replies that she would make a better ruler than her father, since she takes after her mother. She also remarks that he may not be blameless, but that Demacia can be better, and this choice affects how all of their allies view Demacia. Garen thanks her and spares his life, under the condition that his daughter will rule the Nockmerch instead. Garen lays out a plan for the future support of Demacia. Their battlesmiths will ensure they carry good steel, and their masons will strengthen their fortifications to the east. Demacia stands with their allies. Then the dauntless vanguard departs, save for Creel, who will stay behind in Alderburg and coordinate the matters of Nockmerch until an official deputation is appointed. Back in the barracks where everything began, Cytherea is sharpening her sword. They returned to the city with a cheering crowd welcoming them, and it felt weird for her to be on the other side. Some years ago, she was a part of that crowd, celebrating the return of the dauntless vanguard. She had idolized them, but learned the harsh reality of war since. Her shield sergeant Merrick comes to find her and brings her a gift, a small raptor in flight carved from a single piece of wood. He explains that Creel made this for her in the Knockmerch and sent it with his letters. He says the first shield is lucky to have her, and so they begin to talk about the battle. Cytherea feels uncomfortable that Eben Hess took a heavy blow from the basilisk for her, which should have killed her since she failed. Merrick lectures her that this is what they do, and that she should learn from it to never let it happen again. In the end, she understands that this is where she is supposed to be. Garen reports back to High Marshal Tiana. She asks about his wounds, and he replies that they are healing and that the expedition helped clear his mind. Tiana assures him that he did well and that it's a miracle any of them survived. Garen credits Quinn with their survival and inquires about her recovery. Her wounds were far worse than the others, but she had already left the city as soon as she was able to. They also discuss the reports from Creel. He writes that they are making good progress. The bridge has been demolished, and the aid that Garen promised has arrived. They have also found out that the death of Lady Odolin's mother was not natural, but a Noxian assassination. Tiana notes that she would have imprisoned both rulers, so Demacia can install someone else, though she admits that Garen's choice worked out well in the end. The conversation turns toward the mage that killed their uncle. Garen regrets letting them escape. Tiana offers another view of the problem. If a mage could pose as an ambassador, they could already have infiltrated the highest positions of power, even in Demacia. What if they have already done that? She also says that the Mage Keepers campaign for ever more power, and that young Jarvan is listening to them. Garen wants to focus on hunting Silas, in the hope that it might help to sway Jarvan off his destructive path. Tiana says she received a new dispatch, which has a trail from the Rangers. Garen says he will leave immediately, taking the first shield with him. Garen experienced a lot of things that made him question his principles, but the best lesson he learned was not all mages were bad beings. The best example of this was his sister Lux, who was revealed to be a mage. Despite how everything panned out in Demacia, he was still thankful that he was not put in a situation where he would be the one who needed to end his sister's life for being a mage. Demacia may be in chaos, but it was the chaos needed to recalibrate the old rotten beliefs. In a world where different forms of life exist, Runeterra is surely one of a kind. Every creature has its own origin, and each one of them plays a significant role in the biodiversity. Interestingly, rare cases occurred in this magical land, resulting in a life form that doesn't happen naturally. In the midst of chaos, when mortals were trying to revive the ruined king, this girl was brought to life too. From a lifeless doll, growing into a human-sized being, physically appearing 15 to 20 years old, and gaining emotions. She didn't have any of those before, but with magic, nothing seemed impossible. It was like a fairy tale story. However, hers wasn't as mystical as one might think. This doll now carries the very tool she was made of, the magical scissors, but much larger now due to magic. This is the story of a former doll named Gwen, the hallowed seamstress. Within the long-lost kingdom of Camavor, by the eastern continent of Runeterra, there once lived a village of people far from the throne. It was here, in the rural colonies, where a humble seamstress named Isolde made her beloved doll and named it Gwen. What Gwen can remember of her past, she remembers with love. The seamstress and the doll spent their days crafting, scissors resting in Gwen's still hands as her maker stitched nearby with needle and thread. At night, the two could be found crouched under the dinner table, the seamstress challenging Gwen to makeshift duels, the clash of silverware against scissors echoing in their candlelit kitchen. It was a lovely and innocent time for a young girl who enjoyed sewing together her doll. In time, the games stopped and the light faded. Gwen could not understand why, but whenever she struggled to recall details, she felt a twinge of pain, tied to a man whose name and face escaped her. As her memories washed away with the ocean tide, Gwen lay still for centuries, quiet and forgotten. Then one night, her eyes opened. Gwen awoke for the very first time on a shadowy beach far from her home. By magic unbeknownst to her, she had been transformed into a living girl who could move her hands and feet, all on her own. Gwen has the appearance of a pale young woman of medium stature. Her hair is blue and curled up in 2 long ringlets that are decorated with dark blue ribbons. On her neck and arms, she has magical blue marks resembling the stitches of a doll in the same way when she was a normal doll. Her eyes have cross-shaped pupils resembling buttons, with the one on the left being blue and the one on the right being pink. Gwen typically dresses in a white dress with a black rim and blue chest, decorated with golden details. What sorcery is this? Gwen wanders around without knowing the answer. The truth is, before Gwen was brought to life, a catastrophe happened. Viego was awakened by Gangplank and Thresh. It was a cataclysmic incident, but thanks to a group of mortals, Viego was defeated. The group was composed of Ahri, Braum, Illaoi, Misfortune, Pike, and Yasuo, and they imprisoned Viego with an amulet. After some time, the ruined king would somehow escape the amulet and resume his search for his queen. The fragments of Isolde's soul scattered across Runeterra and imbued themselves into various fetters, one of them being Gwen. Gwen is brought to life by the fragment of Isolde's soul. Gwen took to life with joy. She skipped across the sand, amazed by how far her eyes could see, how wondrous every pebble was to her touch, and how incredible the wind felt on her back. It was truly magical. No wonder why mortals looked so lively. Along the coast, scattered debris left abandoned for a millennium caught her attention. Lying beside broken chests were oddly familiar tools. Scissors, needle, thread. At that instant, Gwen recognized them immediately. These were her maker's tools. Where her fingers touched them, a burst of mist glinting with light flowed from her hands. To her, it felt safe and warm, like the soothing embrace of a hollowed past. But Gwen was not the only one drawn to this magic. Lurking in the aisles, a different mist swarmed. Black in color, it coiled and twisted, forming into fearsome wraiths. Something within Gwen's newfound presence attracted them, something they hungered for with obsession. As the wraiths came for her, Gwen was undeterred. She thrust her scissors at them. To her delight, more of her mist filled the air, enchanting the size and strength of her tools and turning them from mere steel into spectral magic. But the wraiths were relentless. They swelled in number, fueled by the ever-growing black mist. Gwen began to feel a tragic, strangely familiar pain. Surrounded by wraiths, suppressed memories surfaced. She recalled images of her maker, sick and wounded, lying in anguish. Near her was a man whose face finally returned to Gwen. Viego. Remembering his name brought Gwen to her knees. Wistfully she reflected on the bygone moments spent with her maker, a happier, simpler time, and stole one final glance at her scissors. It was then Gwen realized something amazing. Her maker, victim to that man's twisted vanity, was not fully gone. The seamstress's tools, the very tools that first sewed and stitched Gwen together with love, were now in her hands. Gwen believed this was no accident. She knew, deep down, that her maker was still with her, still fighting, still sewing with these scissors. This was a gift Gwen would not take for granted. Grasping needles and thread, she spun clouds of hollowed mist to push back the swarming wraiths. Her scissors slashed hard and fast, reminiscent of those blissful nights when her maker imagined grand battles beneath their kitchen table. Their memories during those times became her core strength as Gwen fought through the swarm. Soon, the wraiths were no more. Though triumphant, Gwen recognized this was only the beginning. She could sense these wraiths and Viego were linked, both responsible for the spread of immense pain. With no time to lose, she resolved to track the black mist and stop it at any cost. Gwen expected this endeavor to be strenuous, yet she revealed in every second of being alive, for who knew how long this blessing would last. Having been given a unique chance at life, Gwen chooses to be an indomitable, positive force against all odds. She journeys across the island, and possibly to distant lands too, determined to restore joy to those who are hurting and suffering. To Gwen, each moment is precious, and each step is driven with purpose. Just like in every stitch that Isolde sewed, Gwen embodied her maker's genuine innocence, and she must protect this peace at all costs. Thus, Gwen's journey across Runeterra begins. Under the setting sun, hidden behind a dense thicket, a young lady stands with large black bows in her silvery blue hair, complemented by golden ornaments and an elegantly tailored dress. Her hands grip a pair of giant spectral scissors. It has been weeks, months maybe, since she first arrived on the western continent. The land here paints a vast horizon, the biggest she has ever seen. But Gwen has one thing on her mind: the black mist. She has tracked it here all the way from the Shadow Isles, stopping it wherever she could. Not far off, in the distance, sits a small cobblestone farmhouse. A chimney puffs out smoke. Foggy windows begin to glow with the reflection of candlelight. A wooden door swings open, and two boys run out, each holding a doll. They chase one another across the farm, laughing and shouting words of battle. At this moment, they are no longer children, and their toys are no longer cloth and string. They are kings, and their toys are brave warriors, fighting evil to defend their kingdoms. Gwen sighs. She thinks of her maker's home, not too different from the one before her now. She remembers how it felt to play without a worry in the world. Back when she was a toy doll herself. Back when her maker was happy and safe. The pain always hits first. Gwen clutches her chest, and then she sees it. From the woods to the east it comes. Thin tendrils of blackened mist, coiling over each other to form almost familiar shapes. Their contorted hands claw for life under the weight of piercing screams. The boys drop their toys and run. Gwen cannot bear to hear their cries, not those of the black mist that she has heard many times, but those of the children. They are innocent. They deserve joy. She leaps out of the thicket. Her scissors swing high above her head, white wisps flowing from their closed blades. As her dress twirls, she slashes in a downward arc, ripping a slew of unsuspecting black mist wraiths asunder. The wraiths turn their attention to Gwen and screech through jagged maws. Gwen then looked for the stunned children crouched behind a fallen tree and softly assured the kids that she would protect them. The wraiths swarm. Somber cries fill the air. Dark, ruinous clouds materialize out of the once gentle sky, surrounding Gwen. The boys huddle close. Gwen opens her scissors. For a breath, the wraiths stand still. Gwen seizes her chance and dashes forward. She cuts too fast for the naked eye. Tufts of darkness appear and fade, sheared out of existence by Gwen's magical blades. 1, 2, 3 seconds later, and only a small handful of the black mist's servants remain. Gwen catches her breath, one hand on her knee, the other holding her scissors nose down in the dirt. Ripped threads of her dress sway in the wind. Her eyes scan for the collapsed tree. 2 pairs of frightened eyes peek out. She turns her attention back to the wraiths. Gwen talked to herself as she remembered her promise to never let anyone down. She plucks a few needles out of her pocket and throws them upward. With a spin, she smacks a hand down on the ground. The needles, as if on command, fall into place and form a circle around Gwen. She closes her eyes and whispers, "Hallowed be my mist." Threads of mist, white with glints of light, flow from each needle. One boy covers his eyes, the other looks on. The mist is different. It feels quiet, warm, safe even. Its threads swirl and blend neatly, the work of a master seamstress. Soon, Gwen is shrouded by a protective fog. A single wraith, brave or desperate, dives into this mysterious domain. The others corral nearby, eager to follow. Inside, Gwen dances circles around her foe. She dodges every claw, every swipe, chuckling between the clangs of her scissors. Another wraith enters. Another chuckle echoes. From the outside, both boys watched in awe, wondering who was this mysterious girl slaying the monsters. To them, it appears easy. But Gwen knows these wraiths are relentless. She needs to end this. Gritting her teeth, she swings her scissors, slicing another wraith into 2, before setting her weapon aside. She draws her last needle and, channeling all the magic she can muster, shoots them forward. They fly from the shroud into the hollow chests of the wraiths. Gwen does not chuckle. She lets out a triumphant yell as the wraiths burst and vanish, leaving only needles in the dirt. A cool breeze tickles Gwen's glistening brow as all the mist fades. She grabs her scissors and needles and then exhales. Her eyes turn back to the fallen tree where the children now sit. Gwen approached the kids and asked them if they were all right. A glass-stained face looked at her and nodded, telling her that she was amazing. The other boy dropped his torn doll to the ground, where another already lies, and muttered that they couldn't do anything. Gwen frowned as she sensed their pain. They were helpless, and they had every right to be sad and angry. yet she couldn't help but see the broken dolls and feel hurt herself. The kid then asked Gwen's name, while the other one blurted if she could stay with them. Gwen wondered for a second before a bedraggled woman, short of breath, rushed out and embraced the children. Tears were flowing from the old woman's face, relieved that the children were safe. Gwen then asked who the old lady was. The lady wiped her tears and introduced herself as the children's mom. The woman says to Gwen, her voice quivering, she doesn't know what those things were, or who Gwen is for that matter, but she saved her boys, and that's enough for her. The lady's hands reach toward Gwen, palms open, a sign of gratitude. Gwen looks at the mother's hands, the calluses on her fingers and the nicks in her nails. She sees her apron, its front pocket holding a near-empty spool, with thread trailing toward the cobblestone house. Gwen eyes the broken dolls again and smiles knowingly. Watching the mother's arms wrapped around her children, she hears laughter. Its sweet tones of happiness and relief remind Gwen of something stronger than the children's pain. Love. And not just a pure, innocent kind, but one born out of sacrifice. Gwen steals a glance at the distant horizon, remembering her maker. She lays her scissors down and picks up the children's dolls, setting them in their mother's hands. The woman then called them the silly toys she made for her children. Gwen questioned why she called the dolls silly. She was once a silly toy just like those, after all. But she was brought to life by magic. At least, that's what she remembers. The kids pressed more questions, but unfortunately, that was how far her memories go. She then explained that the person who had that magic was her maker, and the sacrifices she made came from a very loving place, a joyful, loving place. Gwen then turned to the kids' mother and told them that their mother might know what she was talking about. The woman and her children stared at Gwen, confused about everything. Shortly, Gwen excused herself, knowing the black mist was still out there. She grabbed her scissors with one hand and flicked out 2 threads with the other. They float in the air, 2 precious heartstrings, before finding homes in the doll's torn fabric, sewing their rips together. One boy was mesmerized, lifting his mended toy up high. His brother imitated Gwen's flicking motion at his own doll, hoping it'd somehow animate on its own. Eyes wide, the boy then wished he had magic. Gwen looks at the mother, whose love is reflected in how tight she holds her children, and sees the brothers' joy, listening to their renewed laughter as they play with their dolls. Gwen whispered, "You do," before turning to leave the family behind. As the harrowing scattered across the Runeterra, an organization was formed to combat the ruined king. They were called the Sentinels of Light, led by Senna and Lucian. Finally, there was someone who could aid Gwen's mission as their goals were intertwined. In the land of Demacia, Lucian and Senna sail to Sentinel headquarters in search of reinforcements. There they encounter a lone Sentinel rookie before being attacked by wraiths. Later on, the Sentinels discover a mysterious girl, Gwen, fighting off wraiths with a pair of oversized scissors. When more wraiths arrive, she hides everyone within a cloud of hollowed mist, allowing them to retreat to the base. Inside, the Sentinels are contacted by a Bahuru Sentinel who introduces them to the World Stone and the Wayfinder, tools that allow them to teleport to any Sentinel base. They are tasked with fighting back the mist across Runeterra and recruiting any worthy fighters to their cause. Understanding their mission, they head out to fight the Black Mist starting in Demacia. From that point onwards, Gwen was part of the Sentinels of Light. Once they arrive in Demacia, currently under siege from a massive harrowing, the Sentinels head to the Singing Swan Tavern to gather information. There they meet Vayne, the Night Hunter, who informs them the harrowing is concentrated around the Mage Seeker compound. With the knowledge that Viego is seeking a powerful artifact, they head out to face the ruined king. On their way, a ruined Shyvana, the half-dragon, confronts them at the entrance of the compound and buries them in the rubble. Gwen frees the group with her scissors, and they charge into the Mage Seeker's vaults. Viego confronts the Sentinels with the vaults and opens a sealed chest to retrieve a handheld mirror, revealed to be a fragment of Queen Isolde's soul. He attempts to retrieve the remaining fragment within Senna, but Gwen intervenes and hides her within hollowed mist. Viego vanishes, but not before collapsing the building atop the Sentinels. The Sentinels manage to escape and give chase to Viego. The group manages to corner him, but before they can harm him, Shyvana attacks. At Vayne's provocation, Shyvana transforms, and the Sentinels are forced to fight her in their draconic form. Viego escapes with the mirror, while the Sentinels subdue Shyvana. Senna stops Vayne from killing her, and they agree to imprison her in the Mage Seeker's dungeon until she returns to normal. Vayne agrees to join the Sentinels in exchange for relic weapons, and they return to headquarters to swear her in. Once sworn in, Gwen outfits Vayne with a new uniform and a relic crossbow. Gwen became a unique addition to the group, since her sewing prowess could easily craft uniforms for the team. This allowed them to spot each other easily, but that was just a portion of Gwen's influence on the team. Along the way, the Sentinels would recruit more fighters into their ranks, and Gwen would give haircuts and tailor uniforms for the new recruits. After Vayne from Demacia, here are the succeeding recruits per area they visited. Olaf the Berserker from Freljord, Riven the Exile from Noxus, Aurelia the Blade Dancer from Ionia, Diana the Scorch of the Moon from Mount Targan, Graves the Outlaw from Piltover, Rengar the Pride Stalker from Ishtal, and Pike the Blood Harbor Ripper from Bilgewater. It was a long journey for the Sentinels, as they fought other ruined beings as well, but everyone in the group played a huge role. Meanwhile, Gwen stayed at the headquarters since she possessed one of Isolde's fragments, the one that Viego was looking for. Creating uniforms was the list that she could do before facing the ruined king. Eventually, the group managed to collect everything they needed and strengthen their numbers. It was time. The Sentinels headed to the Shadow Isles to confront Viego and put an end to this madness. Gwen will now face a part of her history. Along the way, they meet a veteran Sentinel who informs them that this is impossible for them to head into the heart of the mist without protection. He takes the group to meet Yorick, the Shepherd of Souls. He offered them the last of the Waters of Life and the final fetter, the Maiden of the Mist. With that, the group can now proceed to their mission. The Sentinels sail to Viego's island, but notice Akshan, the last recruited ally, has disappeared. However, there was no time for them to waste. The Sentinels split up and prepare to ambush Viego. Senna draws him out with the remaining fetters, and the Sentinels attack, while Gwen tries to restrain him with her needles, thread, and hollowed mist. As the Sentinels begin to gain the upper hand, Viego reveals that he has corrupted Ada and Des, the Sentinels of Piltover and Zaun, and they restrain Senna. He then swiftly dispatches Gwen with a strike from his sword. The Sentinels try to free their leader, but Draven, Karma, Misfortune, Pantheon, and Shyvana arrive. They were the corrupted individuals that the Sentinels fought along the way, and now they were looking for a rematch. At that instant, they attack with an army of wraiths. Viego has Vex create a portal to Camivore and takes Senna, Gwen, the Maiden, and the other fetters through. Lucian almost pursues, but recognizes that Senna needs to finish this herself and returns to the fight. Now, the Sentinels were split into two groups, one holding off the ruined individuals, the other one was tasked to defeat Viego. It would only be a matter of time to see who outlasts who. At the Camivore, Viego uses the fetters and resurrects Isolde. Senna, Gwen, and the Maiden tried their best to stop Viego, but he was just too powerful for them. The resurrection ended up killing Senna, Gwen, and the Maiden in the process. Isolde is horrified at what Viego has become and rejects him. Enraged, Viego attempts to corrupt the rookie, but is interrupted by Akshan, who sneaks through the portal. Realizing his weapon is ineffective against Viego, Akshan is prompted by Isolde to shoot her instead. He kills Isolde with his Absolver, which revives Senna, Gwen, and the Maiden, and weakens Viego. Senna and Akshan attack Viego, while the rookie tries to distract him. Gwen manages to bind him with her hollowed mist, and Viego is left defeated and restrained. The remaining fetters reckon with surviving and wonder how they will get back. Vex offers to open a portal back, no longer having an issue with the Sentinels now that Viego is defeated. Returning to the Shadow Isles, the group is reunited with their allies and sees that those who were corrupted have returned to normal. They notice the Isles suspiciously remain plagued by the black mist, and Rengar warns them of an approaching presence, something more powerful than anything he has sensed before. This turns out to be a newly corporeal Thresh, who reveals that he has been siphoning the excess mist Viego was wasting and is now unbound from the Isles. He divulges the bargain that Lucian made with him and Ishtal and demands retribution for Senna's soul escaping his lantern. One for hers, or all of their souls if no one complies. The Sentinels try to stop him, but Thresh easily repels their attacks. Lucian considers offering his soul, but the rookie takes his place instead. As Thresh prepares to harvest their soul, the rookie activates the Wayfinder at the last second and transports everyone back to headquarters. With Viego defeated, most of the new Sentinels return to their old lives, and Akshan heads back to Shurima to honor his mentor and continue her work. Vayne decides to remain with the Sentinels and agrees to represent them in Demacia, while Lucian, Senna, and Gwen begin a new quest to stop Thresh. Nearby, Thresh is eager to harvest more souls, free from the Shadow Isles. It was indeed a journey that linked Gwen back to where everything had started. She managed to honor what her maker would have wanted and defeated the man who caused them pain. She may not play with her maker again, but Gwen now has a new family with the Sentinels. Together, they ensure that peace will remain in Runeterra, as Gwen ensures that the children should play happily with their dolls. Despite defeating the ruined king, a new threat roams around the world, perhaps even smarter and stronger than Viego himself. He was once a lieutenant, a proud knight leading the cavalry, but in an instant he turned into an undead monster, a spectral fusion of a man and a beast. From leading the army of Camivore into leading the undead creatures whenever the black mist reaches out across Runeterra, he slaughters everyone in sight, crushing foes beneath armor hooves as he feasts on their terror. However, his transformation was not as surprising as one might think. His behavior as an undead monster only reflected his actions as a knight. The knight's name is Hecarim, and this is his story before he became the Shadow of War. Born into an empire of Camivore long since gone to dust and forgotten, Hecarim was a lieutenant of the Iron Order, a brotherhood sworn to defend their king's land. A tall, good-looking man with dark eyes, Hecarim was known for his aggression, wearing silver and gold armor. As Hecarim won victory after victory from the back of his mighty warhorse, the commander of the Iron Order saw in him a potential successor, but also a growing darkness. In plain sight, he appeared to be a vicious, proud knight, but the Iron Order saw greed in him. Hecarim's obsessive hunger for glory was eroding his honor, and over time, the Knight Commander came to realize this young lieutenant must never lead them. He needed to grow wiser if he wanted to lead the Iron Order. When he was told this, Hecarim was furious. For him, all the victories they had were led by him, and he couldn't understand the commander's point of view. Even so, he bit back his anger and continued in his duties. Maybe the future would favor him eventually. When they next rode to war, the commander found himself surrounded by enemies, cut off from his fellow knights. Hecarim, seeing his chance, turned away and left him to die. Removing the ones who disagreed with his greatness would surely lead him to the honor he deserved. Not to mention, this incident could be covered by the war itself. At battle's end, the Iron Order, oblivious to the death of their fallen commander, knelt on the bloody ground and swore allegiance to Hecarim. At long last, he finally achieved the rank he was aiming for. Despite what he had done, Hecarim held his head high, promising more victories to come as he led the cavalry. Hecarim rode to the capital to take his formal oaths and met with Kalista, an athletic, physique woman with brown skin, brown eyes, and long, flowing black hair. Her regal camivore armor was a blue plate with gold trim. She wore a cloth around the back of her legs and an open-faced helmet with a long, dark plume. She wielded a spear. Kalista was the most trusted general of King Viego. Due to political arrangements, Kalista became Hecarim's fiancée. Hecarim's feats were quite popular in the land at the time. Kalista even recognized his prowess and leadership, and when the queen was wounded by an assassin's poisoned blade, Kalista was comforted to know the Iron Order would remain with the king while she sought a cure. Indeed, the Iron Order's reputation skyrocketed when Hecarim was the one leading them. However, things were about to change for the whole kingdom of Camivore. Gripped by paranoia and seeing new threats in every shadow, the king raged at those he believed were trying to separate him from his dying wife. Viego dispatched Hecarim to quell dissent throughout the kingdom. Viego turned into a madman, and Hecarim just took the order willingly, without any remorse at all. The Iron Order earned a dreadful reputation as ruthless enforcers of the king's will. Towns and villages burned. Hundreds were put to the sword. Innocent lives perished just by malicious hunches without any solid proof. With grim inevitability, when the queen died, Hecarim chose to sour the king's grief into hatred, seeking sanction to lead the Iron Order into foreign lands. He would avenge her death while earning yet more dark renown for himself. Some even said that Hecarim was feeding Viego's madness, so he could slay more lives and masked it as the king's order. But before they could ride out, Kalista returned. She had found what she sought upon the distant Blessed Isles, and yet it was now too late. The king would not believe this, and had Kalista imprisoned as a traitor. Intrigued by what he had learned, Hecarim visited her cell, and they spoke of the pale mists that protected the islands from all invaders. and also of the inhabitants' immense wealth, including the legendary Waters of Life. Knowing only Kalista could lead them there, Hecarim eventually persuaded her to guide the king's fleet through the veil that concealed the Blessed Isles from mortal sight. They landed at the city of Halia with the queen's body in solemn procession. The Iron Order led the way, only to be met by the city's masters, who now refused to help. Enraged, the king ordered Kalista to kill them, but she refused, and Hecarim smiled as he made the decision that would damn him for eternity. Truly, Hecarim turned into a monster, as he always seized this type of opportunity to put blood on his sword. By the next instant, Hecarim drove a spear through Kalista's back and ordered his knights to ransack the city, looting its vaults of arcane treasures. Amid the chaos, a lowly custodian who served as a warden agreed to grant the king access to the Waters of Life. But not even this could distract Hecarim from the revelry of bloodshed. And so it was that the ruination of the Blessed Isles would take him almost completely by surprise. A blast wave of magical force tore across Halia, shattering every last building and leaving the fragments suspended in searing unlight. In its wake came the Black Mist, a billowing hurricane that dragged every living creature it touched into its shrieking, roiling embrace. Hecarim tried to rally the Iron Order, hoping to make it back to their ships, but the mist claimed them one by one as they fled. Alone and defiant to the end, the Knight Commander was taken by the shadows. He and his mighty steed were fused into a monstrous, spectral abomination that reflected the darkness in Hecarim's heart, a brazen creature of fury and spite, at one with the Black Mist and yet utterly enslaved by it. He was now an armored, centaur-like wraith with a humanoid upper half and an equine lower half, as a result of him fusing with his horse after transforming into a wraith. His body is composed of metallic armor, connected by a glowing spectral body with visible hooves and a tail. His head is a samurai-like helmet with an axe-like crest and skull-like teeth in its mouth. His chestplate and horse armor have skull-like faces adorning them and has a tattered banner beneath the horse's chest. He is often seen wielding his glaive, and with this new form, Hecarim could continue slaughtering lives without anyone's order. Bound forevermore to these Shadow Isles, Hecarim has spent centuries in a sinister mockery of his former life, cursed to patrol the nightmarish lands he once intended to conquer. Whenever the Black Mist reaches out beyond their shores, he and the otherworldly host of the Iron Order ride out to slaughter the living, in memory of the glories long past. Icy waves crashed on the bleak shore, red with the blood of the men Hecarim had already butchered. The mortals he had yet to kill were retreating over the beach in terror. Black rain doused them, and storm clouds boiled in from the mourning heart of the island. He heard them shouting at one another. The words were a guttural battle chant he did not recognize, but the meaning was clear. They actually thought they might live to reach their ship. True, they had some skill. They moved as one, wooden shields interlocked. But they were mortal, and Hecarim savored the meat stink of their fear. Hecarim circled them, threading crumbling ruins unseen in the shadowed mist rising from the ashen sand. The echoing thunder of his hooves struck sparks from black rocks. It gnawed at their courage. He watched the mortals through the slitted visor of his helm. The weak light of their wretched spirits was flickering corpuscent in their flesh, it repulsed him even as he craved it. Hecarim then told them that no one could live. His voice was muffled by the dread iron of his helm, like the corpse rasp of a hanged man. The sound scraped along their nerves like rusted blades. He drank in their terror and grinned as one man threw down his shield and ran for the ship in desperation. He bellowed as he galloped from the weed-choked ruins, lowering his hooked glaive and feeling the old thrill of the charge. A memory flickered, riding at the head of a silver host, winning glory and honor. The memory faded as the man reached the dark surf of cold breakers and looked over his shoulder. The man pleaded, crying as he begged for mercy. But Hecarim split him from collarbone to pelvis in one thunderous blow. His ebon-bladed glaive pulsed as it bathed in blood. The fragile wisp of the man's spirit sought to fly free, but the mist's hunger would not be cheated. Hecarim watched as the soul was twisted into a dark reflection of the man's life. Hecarim drew the power of the island to him, and the bloody surf churned with emotion as a host of dark knights wreathed in shimmering light rose from the water. Sealed with archaic plates of ghostly iron, they drew black swords that glimmered with dark radiance. They were the Knights of the Iron Order, who perished with Hecarim during the ruination of Halia. Hecarim should know these men. They had served him once and served him still. But he had no memory of them. He turned back towards the mortals on the beach. He parted the mists, reveling in their terror as they saw him clearly for the first time. Hecarim's colossal form was a nightmarish hybrid of man and horse, a chimeric juggernaut of brazen iron. The plates of his body were dark and stamped with etchings whose meanings he only vaguely recalled. Balefire smoldered behind his visor, the spirit within, cold and dead, yet hatefully vital. Hecarim reared as forking traceries of lightning split the sky. He lowered his glaive and led his knights in the charge, throwing up giant clumps of blood-sodden sand and bone fragments as he went. The mortals screamed and brought up their shields, but the Ghost Knight's charge was unstoppable. Hecarim struck first, as was his right as their master, and the thunderous impact splintered the shield wall wide open. Men were trampled to bloody gruel beneath his iron-shod bulk. His glaive struck out left and right, killing with every strike. The Ghost Knights crushed all before them, slaughtering the living in a fury of thrashing hooves, stabbing lances and chopping blades. Bones cracked and blood sprayed as mortal spirits fled broken bodies, already trapped between life and death by the fell magic of the ruined king. The spirits of the dead circled Hecarim, beholden to him as their killer, and he reveled in the surging joy of battle. He ignored their wailing spirits. He had no interest in enslaving them. Leave such petty cruelties to the Chain Warden. All Hecarim cared for was killing, and those who dared to battle him should be warned by his bloodthirst. Anyone could challenge him just by stepping in the Shadow Isles, but he could also bring the battle wherever the Black Mist crawls. The Black Mist rolls over land and sea, seeking the living, leaving them helpless to the half-glimpsed horrors it carries. The poor souls return with the mist to the Shadow Isles. In time, they'll forget friends and lovers, even themselves, becoming part of the terrible force that grows stronger as time goes on. Many are the grim tales told of the Shadow Isles and the black mist that shrouds them. And while all good folk shun this cursed land, sometimes its darkness comes for you. The black mist ebbs and flows like the tide, yet now and then, on a night much like tonight, it reaches far across the sea, searching, seeking, killing. This time is known as the Harrowing. During the harrowing, the spirits of the Shadow Isles go forth within the black mist, preying on the living, feeding the darkness. There's no coming back once you're claimed by the harrowing. You're cursed, condemned to haunt the black mist forevermore. Well, what were you expecting? There ain't no happy endings when the harrowing comes for you. Right on cue. Prepare yourselves, friends. The harrowing is here. As the black mist scattered across Runeterra, a captain named Misfortune prepares for the incoming harrowing in Bilgewater. Paralyzing terror rippled through Misfortune's company at the mention of this eternal nightmare of killing rage and endless fury, the Shadow of War. Only fools dared recite his dark legend around the hearth fire, and even then, only after enough rum to sink a Noxian warbark. But Misfortune wanted to fight him. Shortly, the black mist came, and the residents of Bilgewater needed to fight for their lives. As the Shadow of War emerged further from the mist, Misfortune saw he was no mere horseman. Cold dread settled upon her like a shroud at the sight of the monstrous creature. Perhaps Hecarim had once been a knight, a man, and horse, separate entities. But rider and mount were now gone. A single towering behemoth whose only purpose was destruction. Misfortune risked looking away from the armored centaur to see a whole host of ghostly knights, their outlines lambent with pellucid green radiance. They leveled lances or drew swords of dark radiance. Hecarim swept out a hooked and terrible glaive, its killing edge erupting with green fire. But all of a sudden, the mist withdrew from Cutpurse Square, taking Hecarim and the dead knights with it. Something told Misfortune this was but a temporary respite. It was the first wave of harrowing in Bilgewater, and just like what Misfortune had expected, the next wave was coming. This time, she was accompanied by Lucian, Olaf, Rafen, and other pirates. They fought numerous wraiths as the black mist engulfed the islands, but the Shadow of War was nowhere to be found. At least not yet. Later on, Misfortune heard the urgency in Lucian's voice and turned to see him facing a towering figure in stitched black robes hung with hooked chains. Sickly green light wreathed the spectre as it lifted a swaying lantern in one pallid hand. Fear touched Misfortune. Fear like nothing she'd known since she'd watched her mother die and stared down the barrel of the killer's gun. Lucian then drew his pistol and stated that Thresh was his for the taking. Misfortune replied and let Lucian deal with that monster. But when she turned away, her gaze was drawn upwards as shadows closed around the temple. The breath caught in her throat as she saw Hecarim and his death knights at the crater's ridge. The Shadow of War raised his fiery glaive, and the ghostly horsemen urged their hell steeds downward. No mortal rider could make that descent, but these were riders of death. At that point, everyone knew that they were cooked. No one could face both Hecarim and Thresh the Chain Warden at the same time. Misfortune told her crew to run. Lucian stayed to face Thresh, while Misfortune and others were chased by Hecarim. The breath hammered in Misfortune's throat as she ran for the temple. Her lungs fought to draw breath, and her veins felt sluggish with ice. Coils of enervating mist reached up to the rock of the temple, drawn by the presence of the two lords of the unliving. Brilliant flashes of light flared behind her, but she didn't look back. She heard the thunder of hoofbeats on rock, seeing sparks above them in the darkness. They may have looked cornered, but fortunately, it wasn't just a normal temple. Misfortune intentionally went to a temple protected by the Kraken priestess, Illaoi. The door swung outwards as if it had been unbarred the whole time. Misfortune stepped back to allow her fighters inside first, and finally turned around. Hecarim reared up and swung his fiery glaive for her skull. Illaoi stood in the doorway, holding her stone idol out before her like a shield. White mist clung to it like corpuscent. She then told Hecarim that the dead were not welcome in that territory. Rafen and the others hauled the door shut and dropped a heavy spar of seasoned oak into the place on the rusted anchors to either side. A huge impact slammed into the door. Wood split and splinters flew. Illaoi turned and walked past Misfortune. Still sprawled on the mosaic floor of seashells and clay fragments. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of tribe members supporting Illaoi. Normally, this would be a feast for Hecarim, but this time, it was different. Illaoi channeled her god's power, the power of Nagakaburos. Hecarim kept banging at the gates, forcing his way into the temple. Misfortune looked back at Illaoi. The priestess was surrounded by her people, all of them still circling the statue and performing their fist-thumping, palm-slapping ritual. It didn't appear to be achieving anything. The strange statue remained unmoving and impotent. Shortly, a section of the roof ripped loose and spun off into the tempest surrounding the temple. A swirling column of spirits boiled inside and touched down like a tornado. Wraiths and things that defied understanding spun from the unliving vortex to fall upon the living. Finally, the door gave out and exploded inwards, the timbers dry and rotted by the touch of the dead. The skirling blast of a hunting horn filled the temple, and Misfortune's hands flew to her ears at its deafening echoes. Hecarim rode into the temple, crushing the men who'd been bracing the doors with their bodies. Their souls were drawn up into the shadow of war's flaming glaive, and the cold fire of its edge illuminated the temple with loathsome radiance. His death knights rode at his back, and the spirits already within the temple drew back in recognition of Hecarim's terrible glory. And there, Illaoi reiterated that the dead were not welcome there. Misfortune looked up to see the priestess towering over her, stout and majestic. Pale light clung to her limbs and sparkled on the stone tablet she held in trembling hands. Veins stood out like hawsers on her neck, and her jawline was taut with effort. Sweat ran in runnels down her face. Whatever Illaoi was doing was costing her greatly. Hecarim told Illaoi that these mortal souls were his to claim, but Illaoi firmly said they were not. That place is the house of Nagakaburos, who stands in opposition to the dead. Hecarim challenged Illaoi, thinking he could beat her. Deaf as well as dead, Illaoi grinned as a swelling radiance built behind her. Misfortune turned and saw the spiraling statue bathed in blinding radiance. White light smoked from its surfaces, and shadows fled from its touch. She shielded her eyes as the light billowed outwards like writhing tentacles, and where it met the black mist, it stripped it bare, exposing the twisted souls within. The sinuous light pulled the dead onwards, purging the baleful magic that cursed them to undeath so very long ago. She expected screams, but instead, the unbound dead wept with joy as their souls were freed to move on. The light spread over the cracked walls of the temple, and as it touched her, misfortune cried out as the deathly numbness in her flesh was banished in a rush of heat and life. The light of Nagakaburos closed on Hecarim, and misfortune saw his fear at the thought of what transformation it might work upon him. What could be so awful that it was better to remain cursed? Alawi then said that Hecarim could be free too, her voice strained to the limits of endurance by what she had unleashed. Hecarim roared and swept his glaive at Alawi's neck. Misfortune's blade intercepted it in a clashing flare of sparks. Alawi shook her head and told Hecarim to get out of her city before she banished him. Hecarim's blade drew back for another strike, but before the blow could land, the light finally pierced his veil of darkness. He bellowed in pain and fell back from its burning touch. The Dark Rider's outline shimmered like two picture box images wavering in candlelight on the same backcloth. Misfortune caught a fleeting glimpse of a tall rider, armored in silver and gold. A young man, handsome and proud, with dark eyes and a future of glory ahead of him. Hecarim roared and galloped from the temple. His death knights in the darkness went with him, a shrieking host of tattered spirits following in their wake. With that, Hecarim fled. Eventually, the black mist reached the land of Demacia. The fog had come in swiftly, eclipsing the afternoon sun over the crossroads. The mortals had tried to find their way between the thick tendrils, the world around them darkened by an impenetrable shroud. Shapes pushed at the fabric of the mist, grasping for purchase. Reaching for them from beyond, they must warn the king of this event. The kingdom of Demacia should be wary of the harrowing. The mist shrieked the name of the shadow of war as the mortals tried their best to return to the capital, riding their horses as fast as they could. The mortals prayed to their protector, and some of them even started to cry while shaking in fear. Hecarim called one of his ghostly riders closer. The rider, too, was not a horseman at all, but fused at the midriff with the body of a horse. The entire echelon was deformed like their leader. Hecarim gripped the rider's neck and slowly, effortlessly, ripped his torso from the equine trunk. The rider, trailing green smoke, made no sound, twitching erratically. Where his body had been, there was now the head of a withered, armored destrier. Hecarim chuckled as he released the rider's spirit. The spirit floated mid-air, aimless now that it had been severed from its animal half. The rest of the undying echelon remained utterly motionless, frozen in time. Hecarim then turned his gaze to one of the mortals named Jonath. Hecarim now claimed the land by decree of King Viego, regent of the Shadow Isles. He then told Jonath that his loyal knights witnessed that Hecarim, conqueror of Halia, Grand Master of the Iron Order, honors his foes with a fair fight. The words twisted around his smirk. He then instructed the mortal to find their courage, noble squire, and mount up. War has come. Hecarim presented the reins of the spectral destrier to Jonath. Jonath looked around him, the echelon of knights looming, immovable rictus grins carved into their skeletal faces. His mind screamed in tune with the whispers behind the veil. Let soldiers deal with these monsters, Jonath thought. He then grabbed the reins and with one motion swung up into the saddle. The steed's body was solid, yet incorporeal at the same time, the heavy barding hissing where it moved against the beast's bulk. Where he would sense a horse's character, Jonath felt only emptiness. Where he should feel a union of kindred minds, he teetered on the edge of a ravenous void. Jonath let his fear take over and hammered his heels into its flanks. He ripped at the reins and turned south, piercing into the wall of black mist. Jonath clung to the steed, speeding down the path faster than he had ever seen any stallion gallop. In his wake, a thin trail of unnatural mist lined the packed earth. The sun was setting into the bay, giving way to the deep blue of dusk. It had been a beautiful day for a ride. If he kept its pace, he might see another. Looking up, he saw the Protector's shield coming into view in the darkening sky. Jonath's smile at the constellation turned stale as he heard the long call of a hunting horn. His heartbeat quickened as he saw thick tendrils of mist closing in behind him. The monstrous Hecarim and his iron order rode within. Tendrils of darkness flanked Jonath, and he thought he could see shapes coalescing inside. His mouth fell open in horror, his vision blurring from sudden tears. He could see her nonetheless. The knight he had left to die was now a ghostly form trapped in the mist. She raised an arm that ended in a ragged stump, the hand that held the reins, missing. Whimpering in anguish, Jonath ripped the reins out of the fist and threw the plated gauntlet toward the riders at his heels. Hecarim praised him and admitted that he did not think Jonath had the courage to take the first offense. He then said that if Jonath was challenging him for a duel, then he would accept. Jonath raised his arm in front of his face as Hecarim closed to striking distance, but instead of being beheaded by the glaive, Jonath was engulfed once more in cloying darkness. The faces of the dead surrounded him, their scornful laughter an anthem of their twisted master's trickery. Jonath spurred his spectral steed, and as he burst from the mist, Hecarim and the riders disappeared from view. Night had fallen over the coast as Jonath passed the stables at the edge of Havenfall. The sound of battle had stopped, and the approaches of the town appeared largely untouched. He felt a brief wave of relief. He would find soldiers here who could fight. Commander Tinderid and his garrison would see off the riders on Jonath's trail. For all his imperious arrogance, the Castellan was an indomitable warrior. Jonath saw war horses, some half-saddled and barded, some still tied to their hitching rails near the trough, lay dead. His heart sank. As Jonath's destrier carried him further into the settlement, the true horror of the black mist around him became apparent. Jonath slowly turned around. All of this couldn't be real. It had to be a figment of his troubled imagination, or some dark sorcery worked by a vengeful hedge mage. But his eyes told him otherwise. Coils of mist ripped open above the town square, spectral riders bursting forth. Hecarim was at the fore, galloping through thin air, swinging his jagged glaive wide. Before Jonath understood what he was looking at, the blade struck the illuminator in the chest, cleaving her in two. Hecarim's riders unceremoniously ran through Adamar and the two youths before cantering to a halt. Like the first time Jonath saw them, they became completely still. Their spears held rigidly upright, their banners and pinions frozen, only the sound of their motionless regalia piercing the deathly quiet. Ever the first of their numbers, there was Hecarim, hooves scraping the ground, his animal body pacing back and forth, his eyes burning with ancient intellect. Grand Master, Conqueror, Despoiler of Havenfall. How was Jonath meant to stand against the might of this infernal war master? How was anyone? Hecarim closed the distance, riding up alongside Jonath until they stood shoulder to shoulder. Slowly he reached down toward the bridle of Jonath's borrowed steed, arresting it in place. the Grand Master was taller than Jonath by half. Once again, Hecarim praised Jonath for doing well that day. His gaze wandered, settling on the moonlit bay behind Jonath. Hecarim told him that he had seen kings lose their minds when faced with the black mist and the eternal anguish that it brings. Everyone perished that night. Yet Jonath's will to survive remains unbroken. Hecarim then questioned, who else is Jonath willing to sacrifice so he can live? Jonath's heart pounded, his vision blurred as tears of helpless panic threatened to overwhelm him. Moments ago, Hecarim had slain the last survivors of his hometown, and now he was conversing with him as if they had sparred in some practice duel on the training grounds. Jonath answered nervously, telling Hecarim that the king was already dead. The crown prince is next in line. He doesn't want to put him in peril for his own gain. Hecarim remained still for a moment, then scoffed with soured mirth. In the line of succession, the crown does not always go to the most fitting heir, said Hecarim, and what does he care for the frail kingdoms of the living? Up close, Jonath could see the countless pits and scratches in Hecarim's armor. He could see endless years of conflict scored into the black iron plates, encasing the flames that made up his body, and understood a fundamental truth about this creature. He had been created by war, and he was made for war. He had done nothing but battle for centuries, condemned to relive his worst transgressions. Whatever crimes he had committed in life, this was his punishment, and he relished every interminable second of it. Wherever the unnatural mist went, Hecarim and his Iron Order followed, pillaging, killing, and reveling in the atrocities they inflicted on the living. What would Demacia become if no one stopped this evil? Jonath finally understood something that had eluded him his entire life. Courage wasn't some unique quality infused into true Demacians at birth, or a measure of his worth to the world. It was a question of realizing what must be done and choosing to do it no matter what. He felt calm for the first time since the crossroads. He remembered the wounded knight's dying words one last time. There were no soldiers left in Havenfall to warn the Crown Prince, and soon there might be none left in the entire kingdom. Fixing the Grand Master with his gaze, he pulled the reins from Hecarim's mailed fist, taking control of the Destier. Hecarim indulged him, his posture changing from introspection to curiosity. Jonath wheeled, gaining a few paces of distance. He collected himself. He knew he would not make it to the great city, but he was going to try. The bulk of his tireless mount tensed as it sensed what was about to happen. With all his might, Jonath gave it the spurs, and his spectral steed charged. For the first time in his life, Jonath truly believed the words as they sprang from his lips. For the uncrowned king. For Demacia. These words circled Jonath's head as he finally faced Hecarim. No more running from this monster. Time to charge in. Hecarim smirked with delight as the boy charged willingly toward the spears of the Iron Order. The folly of youth had stayed with him until death, a flaw all too common in Hecarim's experience. But as long as Viego chased his own foolish obsession across the oceans of the world, trailing the mist in his wake, Hecarim would enjoy the spoils of war. Around him, as far as he could see, his riders spread terror and death. A cast-iron grin widened across his burning skull. Hecarim savored the moment as he watched the last living soul of Havenfall perish. There was no doubt that Hecarim deserved to be the abomination that he was. From the unnecessary bloodshed while he was still a knight, into a nightmarish rampage when he became the shadow of war. In fact, he probably doesn't want to end this state, as he could fuel his bloodthirst whenever there's a harrowing. This was proven when Hecarim felt the godly powers of Alawi and the threat of her, releasing him from his curse. Hecarim wanted to stay that way, purging villages in the name of the ruined king. His actions from the past became the ultimate curse that he never wanted to let go of. And speaking of his actions, there's another undead seeking revenge for Hecarim's betrayal. It was his ex-fiancée, and Callista, with a spear in her torso, was following the trails of the Black Mist so she could return the favor. Magic and science are two different things that don't normally go hand in hand. Scientists normally aim for the advancement of technology and other matters related to it, while magic is more of honing innate prowess. Despite the difference in practice, both still possess a grave trait to humanity if wielded incorrectly. It may sound like a huge responsibility, but there's an individual who confidently holds the curiosity for the science on one hand, while the Yordle magic on the other, fusing both areas to create breakthroughs that he could only make. Born 676 years after Noxus, this Yordle strives for greatness, thanks to his high IQ and at the same time having the natural abilities of his species. He is a scientist, inventor, mechanic, professor, and owner of the pyrotechnic provisions. And aged more than 300 years old, his expertise in those fields is close to perfection. His name is Professor Cecil B. Heimerdinger, the revered inventor. A brilliant yet eccentric Yordle scientist, Professor Cecil B. Heimerdinger is lauded as one of the most innovative minds and esteemed inventors Piltover has ever seen. Heimerdinger is a skinny, light-skinned Yordle. His most prominent feature is the lush blonde hair on his head, alternating between curly and straight, blue eyes, as well as his white mustache. He wears a typical laboratory dark gray coat, gloves, and goggles that protect him during dangerous experimentation. Heimerdinger originated from Bandle City, but he believed that his excellence was needed by the world. Relentless in his work to the point of neurotic obsession, he is fascinated by mysteries that have confounded his contemporaries for decades, and thrives on answering the universe's most impenetrable questions. Though his theories often appear opaque and esoteric, Heimerdinger believed knowledge should be shared, and was devoted to teaching all who desire it. But before Heimerdinger earned his title on Piltover, Bandle City was his first testing ground, and here's a little adventure in his experiment. From the Journal of Professor Cecil B. Heimerdinger. Time check, 9:15 in the morning. Current meteorological conditions in Bandle City seem optimal. Atmospheric pressure is ideal for today's experiments, according to the professor. Running a 5th trial for his tribiminium ovulator this afternoon. Some fine-tuning was required. Singed his mustache and needed to adjust the energy throughput. It would be a lot of work maintaining his good mustache, and of course, with the rest of the project. Time check, 1600. Tridiminium ovulator was still not maintaining the intended proper energy efficiency, necessary to run more numbers. In the meantime, Heimerdinger found something else that was very intriguing for him. While returning home after today's tests, he passed a gaggle of young Yordles throwing a spherical projectile at each other. It's a simple enough concept. Throw the object at someone, catch it, throw it at another Yordle, and repeat. But Yordle miscalculations result in several errors according to Heimerdinger. They threw with inconsistent accuracy and force, and the ball, as they referred to it, was frequently dropped. There were many ways for this process to be improved, and Heimerdinger even calculated the right way of playing the game just because he saw the young Yordles dropping the ball. However, his data was a bit mind-boggling for him. According to his calculations, and after collecting data from the participants, if the pitching was consistent in both speed and arc, there would be a 44.57% increase in fun. This incident made him ponder the effectiveness of his calculation throughout the evening. By the next morning, the time was 5:20 in the morning, and Heimerdinger devised a solution. The word Eureka echoed his home as he devised a machine for the problem he encountered. Not for his main project, but for the young Yordles he encountered when he took a break yesterday. Heimerdinger invented an automated ball pitcher, currently named H-28G. It employs a consistent speed and trajectory, ensuring that the recipient will always be able to catch the ball. It redirects itself to the nearest Yordle if there is more than one in the vicinity, ensuring everyone has a turn. Heimerdinger was excited with his invention, and he'd take it to the young Yordles that day for a demonstration. A tiny incident also occurred earlier. He spilled toxic acid on his shoes this morning. Bothersome, but there was no time to waste. By 10:30 in the morning, it was time for Heimerdinger to test the automated pitcher. Unfortunately, it did not go as planned. The young ones were excited enough about my invention, but when the machine was turned on, it was far too powerful. Even at its lowest setting, it completely knocked a Yordle off his feet. Clearly, he overestimated the velocity behind their throws. Heimerdinger apologized to the young ones and swore he would return soon with adjustments. It may be a failure, but at least he learned something. A few seconds later, Heimerdinger realized that H-28G could wait. His priority for now was the tridiminium ovulator. He must fix its complications before lunch. Once it's in good shape, he would need to test it somewhere else. Bandle City was proving insufficient for field research, and Heimerdinger didn't want to damage the mystical place. The next morning rose, and while Heimerdinger was busy with his invention, a giant invaded the town. It was afternoon, and Heimerdinger found this incident a highly annoying anomaly. The noise outside was disturbing him from his research. Weirdly, he chose to check the fish tank since his pets have been strangely quiet. Heimerdinger continued to do random activities throughout the day. Once again, the next day came, and Heimerdinger heard some news around the Bandle City. Apparently, there were a lot of injured Yordles due to the giant-related disturbance. Heimerdinger realized that if that incident didn't stop soon, intervention would be necessary. He then hoped H-28G was still intact. That machine could be the solution against those giants, and he would lose a lot of time if it had to be rebuilt. Later that day, around 16:30, everything was quiet again. It seemed that the giant came to his senses and ran off. This gave Heimerdinger enough time to gather H-28G up until tomorrow, once he finished with more pressing matters. Heimerdinger was confident since he had almost perfected the tridiminium ovulator, a machine he had been building for a long time. A bright morning again shined on Bandle City, and that time, something unusual woke up Heimerdinger. At 8:30 in the morning, Heimerdinger was surprised by a knock at his door. It seemed likely the entire city was standing in front of his house. Normally, when a crowd has gathered, it's because they have some petty grievance about his work, like the time he knocked out a young Yordle with his invention, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. However, that time was the opposite. The Yordles were celebrating. Astonishingly, it seems one of the young Yordles named Rumble took advantage of the H-28G prototype that Heimerdinger had left behind amidst the giant tomfoolery. He proved to be innovative and repurposed the invention into a makeshift turret. It was powerful enough to scare off a giant. The crowd was thankful to Heimerdinger, but the inventor commended the young Yordle, calling him an ingenious little fellow. Heimerdinger wished he could employ his like-minded Encephalon in the near future. He had big plans, and his assistance could be valuable, but he'd have to leave Bandle City. The scope of his plans necessitates a more expansive testing ground, and the whole world of Runeterra should suffice. When Heimerdinger left the mystical place of Bandle City, a harsh truth welcomed him. It was the aftermath of the Rune Wars, and the resurgence of civilizations was the main theme of various places. Heimerdinger was fascinated by the development of some places, but the existence of magic in this mortal realm was frightening. Sure, they also have magic in Bandle City, but it was never used like how some creatures wield it. On Runeterra, Heimerdinger wandered around and eventually found the land of Piltover. It was a promising city, and Heimerdinger became one of the founders of the place. He finally found the perfect place for his brilliance. According to Councillor Bolbuk, the city was established to escape the warmongering of mages. With Heimerdinger himself having lived through at least one of those wars, his influence on the city was instrumental, which eventually led to the title of the City of Progress. However, Heimerdinger came out of the conflict mentally and emotionally scarred, with a strong paranoia and distrust for anything or anyone involved with magic. At one point, he worked with a scientist known as Singed, whose more radical experiments Heimerdinger presumably objected to, which led to the latter's departure. Heimerdinger continued working with his inventions. He even owned a shop named Heimerdinger's Pyrotechnic Provisions, wherein he invented a lot of machinery, tested new theories, and sold them. Heimerdinger also had an assistant at that time, another smart Yordle named Ziggs. However, his assistant was somewhat addicted to explosives. Eventually, Heimerdinger stayed true to his principles. Aside from innovations, he always wanted to share his philosophies and mold future generations. With that in mind, he became a professor at a prestigious school in Piltover, finally becoming a true professor like he always was. His skills were immediately recognized, building an honorable image throughout the city and the years to come. It was never smooth sailing for Heimerdinger, since risk always followed such innovations, and one of the students in the academy was too stubborn for his own good. Not to mention, politics between Piltover and Zaun played a huge role in the dynamics of the place, making it even more problematic for Heimerdinger to navigate. Eventually, an accident happened when a workshop was caught in an explosion due to a break-in by Zaunite children. It was the workshop of an academy scholar named Jace Tullis, and his experiment played a role in this explosion. Heimerdinger sent his assistant named Victor to ensure that anything dangerous in the workshop was safely dealt with. He then visited Jace personally in his cell and asked him about his unsanctioned research. When he found out that the boy was working on harnessing magic through science, Heimerdinger warned him of the dangers and advised him to let go of his dream and not to mention it during his council hearing, advice that Jace ultimately ignored. After Jace's mother spoke to plead her son's case, instead of banishment as Councillor Bolbok first suggested, Heimerdinger moved to expel him from the academy, which the whole council agreed to. Despite the warnings, Jace continued working on his Hextech project, this time with Victor's help and encouragement from Councillor Melmedarda. In a short amount of time, Jace, with the new knowledge supplied by Victor, got the Hextech to function without destructive results. No longer able to deny its potential benefits, Jace's research was encouraged and eventually led to the creation of the Hex Gates that soon made Piltover a central trading port, advancing the city's progress decades ahead. When Jace and Victor tried to pitch their next Hextech plans to Heimerdinger, he was pleased with their new research, but told them that it would only be ready for use years down the line after further studying to ensure its safety. Throughout the years, Heimerdinger became wiser, and he could perceive danger just by a single glance. When the duo showed Heimerdinger the Hex Core, he recognized its similarity to the kind of power he'd encountered from the past, and feared and told them to destroy it, disappointing the pair, both of whom were desperate to use it somehow to fight back against the recent attacks on Piltover by Zonites. Heimerdinger's continued objection led to Jace moving during their next council meeting to force him to retire, with the other councillors backing him due to Heimerdinger's speech about holding each other accountable, in addition to deals Jace made with Mel's guidance. It was a long debate, but eventually Jace became Heimerdinger's replacement as the de facto head. After his eviction from the council, Heimerdinger went to Zon, hoping to assist them. On his way back, he saw and was impressed with a hoverboard and met its owner, Ekko. With the boy's leg injured, Heimerdinger accompanies him, and Ekko brings him back with him to the Firelight's base, where the two begin discussing their thoughts on his inventions, particularly his hoverboard. Firelights are a group of Zonites who were dedicated to disrupting Silco's shimmer business and his control over their home. It was a whole different layer of political aspect in Zon, in which Heimerdinger was not that fully interested. Inventions and teaching the youth were still his primary principles. While in the Firelight's base, Ekko brings Heimerdinger to the discovery of the corruption of a fallen leaf from the Firelight tree. Heimerdinger realizes the similarities of corruption to Hexcore. Because of that, Heimerdinger and Ekko attempted to sneak into Jace's lab in the academy, hoping to find answers. However, Jace caught them in the act since he was spending nights in his lab. Left with no choice, Heimerdinger and Ekko were forced to tell the truth. Good thing Jace was willing to listen, partially thanks to the evidence that they brought. After a discussion with Jace, the three of them decided to head to the Hex Vault deep underneath the Hex Gate, where they discover an anomaly that, all of a sudden, consumed them. Heimerdinger finds himself in a parallel universe where Hextech was never invented. That might be the weirdest experience that the professor encountered in his whole life, and he was now forced to navigate a parallel universe. While waiting for Ekko to appear in this universe, Heimerdinger busies himself with acquainting with the citizens of alternate Zon, as well as inventing items for them. Finally, after 1,128 days, 6 hours and 20 minutes, Heimerdinger meets Ekko, who has just arrived in this alternative universe. Heimerdinger initially attempts to convince Ekko to spend the rest of their life in this alternative universe, but Ekko doesn't want to. After pleading his reasoning, Heimerdinger agrees to help Ekko develop an alternative hex core so that they can use the anomaly to travel back. They enlist the help of alternate powder, also known as Jinx. It took them some time, but the three of them managed to develop a very small and unstable hex core. They also discovered an alternative property of it, the ability to reverse time. Heimerdinger continues his own research, and after a while manages to develop a version that can send them back. Heimerdinger realizes that the device is only able to send one of them back. It was indeed a problem, since Ekko surely wouldn't let only one of them go back. But the problem is that Heimerdinger could not find another way to solve this dilemma, and there was only one option for this mess. Heimerdinger tricked Ekko into entering it, and then told Ekko that only after meeting him was he truly alive. Heimerdinger sacrificed himself by leaving the device and operating it, while Ekko was forced to go back into their respective universe. As Heimerdinger connects the final power cable that triggers the device's activation, the device causes him to vanish, leaving him with an unknown fate. It was common knowledge that Yordles were a race of spirits from the mystical place of Bandle City, Some laws of the world don't work on them, thanks to their special innate abilities. There were even rumors that if a Yordle perished, they would just spawn back at Bandle City. The main reason behind this theory was that the laws between the spirit and physical realms were different, and both abide by their own laws. No one could prove so, and only they could tell the truth. Art is a medium that allows artists to express their creativity. It comes in different forms: singing, dancing, drawing, sculpting, basically anything that creates something. Even swordsmanship can be considered art, proving there's no limit to this subject. As long as the artist can express themselves through their craft, regardless if the audience understands them or not, then it is art. But what if I tell you that you can take art to a whole different level? This man did just that, wielding a seemingly giant paintbrush as he confronted Ionia's criminals and comforted their victims. Haunted by both the vibrant visions of his imagination and the gruesome memories of his temple's massacre, this man sought to understand this light and dark contrast of his life. Calm and chaos, leave everything on the canvas. And the whole world was the canvas of his art. His name is Lukai Hui, the Visionary. Ionia. In original Vastayan nomenclature, the First Lands is a land of unspoiled beauty and natural magic. Its inhabitants, living in scattered settlements across this massive archipelago, are spiritual people who seek to live in harmony and balance with the world. In northwest Ionia, the island of Koyen once stood beautiful and serene. Among its golden sands, seasonal bazaar, and quaint mill town sat the Temple of Koyen, an ancient and renowned conservatory for the arts. Around 962 years after Noxus, Lukai Hui was born to inherit this temple. Kind and precocious, Hui spent his childhood putting to canvas his wild daydreams, which exaggerated the world around him into surreal, fantastical sights. Hui could feel every stroke of the brush. The colors meant something as it painted the canvas. He knew these visions differed from reality, but through them, he saw life itself as art. Hui was so connected to the shades of the world that even his eye color shifted in hue to reflect his mind and mood. He truly was an artist on a whole different level, even at his young age. Hui expressed this vibrant imagination through paint magic, a medium that influenced the emotions of its audience. Paint magic is a sacred art wherein the art of the artist can be brought to life, turning the whole world into an endless canvas. As such, it required strict control and discipline, lest it overpower both mental perceptions and bodily sensations. Keeping in mind that emotions were also tied to the artists, they must learn to regulate their emotions, so their art won't be a threat to the community or even the world. Among its current practitioners, those unable or unwilling to control their art endangered themselves and the community, and were banished from Koyen. Despite these precepts, young Hui indulged his imagination. In a demonstration for the temple masters, he recreated Koyen's sea. As paint flowed around the canvas, however, his control ebbed. Emotion crashed through him, wild and fathomless as an ocean, and he surrendered himself to its beauty. His vision turned black, his last memory of the awestruck masters drowning. A catastrophe unfolded as tidal waves engulfed Koyen. With that amount of magic for young one, Hui passes out as the masters sort out the issues. Hui awoke days later, surrounded by his masters, alive but infuriated. Normally they would exile Hui from the temple due to his action, but Hui is the heir of the temple. Instead, they chose to not exile the temple's heir, but they stressed his responsibilities. The masters need to guide Hui properly as he wields either a better future for Koyen or the destruction of it. On the other hand, Hui was horrified but fascinated by the depths of his power, and he craved to see more. The contrast of these emotions brought excitement to Hui, like a beautifully crafted art waiting for him to do more. Thus, by day, he upheld Koyen's conventions, maintaining discipline in controlled art. But alone at night, he pushed the boundaries, driven to explore the extent of his power. In time, this practice focused the intensity of Hui's imagination, allowing him to manifest a palette that flowed with magical paint. Hui did this for months, or even years, without anyone noticing. Hui grew as a slender man with pale olive skin and wavy dark teal hair, usually parted to the left. He wears a shade of dark aqua eyeshadow. He tends to wear simple, comfortable clothes, such as calf-length pants, a loose-fitting tunic, and slip-on shoes. This outfit contrasts dark, muted tones of teal with splashes of bright orange. At least his right ear is pierced in 2 places. He is often seen carrying a massive paintbrush, comparable in size to a staff, and with a trail of paints levitating behind him. Everything went smoothly for Hui. He perfectly navigated the thin line between not becoming a threat to their community and at the same time exploring the depths of his talent. Well into adulthood, Hui mastered his craft, and with passion and humility, he prepared to inherit his birthright, surrounded by the respect and affection of his peers. But part of his mind remained forever shrouded at nightfall. The whole world was there to paint, but the responsibilities restrained Hui from doing so. How long should he be kept reserved? And so his situation remained, until the temple received a visiting artist named Kada Jin. Tall, slender, and pale-skinned man. He has black hair and brown eyes. He has an average face that allows him to easily blend in when in a crowd. Typically, he wears a large white cloak as well as an elegant Ionian attire, and his most notable feature is his theater mask that he wears constantly when performing as Kada Jin. However, this time, Kada Jin was just a normal Ionian citizen visiting the place, without the mask or the getup he usually wears during a performance. Over a gilded summer, Hui accompanied Jin, guiding him around Koyen. They often exchanged their creative perspectives, and respecting their differences, Hui recognized Jin's virtuosity and valued their time together. Truly, it takes one to know one, and both of them recognize each other's art. But the night before Jin's departure, the man challenged Hui. Jin sensed that the pieces Hui showed others were forced facades, and he wanted to see a real performance. Jin could see through his act, and he knew that Hui could do more. Artists should freely express their art without any constraints, and everything that happens during the performance is part of the act. At least that's what Jin believed. Hui tried to deny it, but his eyes betrayed him. Flooded by the years spent creating meaningless art, his imagination begged catharsis. And so, Hui painted. No more guidelines to follow. Only decades of practice guided his brush. The night came alive, colored by the brilliant infinity of his mind. Emotions washed over him, harmonious and visceral, and Hui welcomed them. Sharing these forbidden visions for another exhilarated him and illuminated the powers of his art. Connection, inspiration, and unfettered creation. That time, Hui finally embraced his artistry, and Jin witnessed it all. Afterward, with eyes alight and tone inscrutable, Jin said farewell, stating he would be moving on tomorrow to watch the lotuses bloom. It was a spectacular act, and Hui was delighted that someone else appreciated his craft. The night settled as Jin left the place. At dawn, Hui and his fellow artists awoke to a series of tragedies. First, 4 historic paintings were destroyed. Second, an arrangement of 4 bodies, the masters that Hui had almost killed in his youth. Third, the fiery eruption of the temple's 4 lowest floors. Amid the flames, Hui imagined the air electric with color. Everything that lived within him bled outward. It was terrifying, yet it was beautiful. It was chaos, and it was art. Realizing its dark potential of destruction, devastation, and torment, Hui felt the same horror and fascination he had in his youth. The temple quickly collapsed into ruins, with Hui emerging as its only survivor. Exhausted and guilt-ridden, Hui mourned, yet his imagination overflowed, reliving every moment of the disaster. During the day, Hui and the villagers from the mill town held burials. At night, he revisited the ashen gray wreckage and painted, his palette taking the shape of Koyen's crest, the same worn over his heart. One such night, Hui found the remnants of a trap beneath the rubble. One petaled like a lotus flower. At that moment, Jin's last words before the tragedy echoed in Hui's memory. To watch the lotuses bloom. Realizing who'd wreaked this havoc, a cascade of emotions engulfed Hui. Fear, sorrow, betrayal, awe. A question burned within him. Why? But did he want the answer? Or would it be safer to suppress this need? He could stay here with his people as the heir, help them rebuild. Or chase the one who made this mess. No one could really tell or explain Jin's actions, but one thing is clear. He recognized Hui's talent, and perhaps the 4th scenario for this tragedy was to unleash the artist chained by their principles. Bearing little more than his paintbrush and palette, Hui left his island and his people behind. During his journey, Hui has learned that the answers he seeks arise through revealing the full extent of his art to others. He tracks down nefarious individuals in Ionia's darkest corners, unleashing scenes of suffering upon them to understand his own well of pain. Yet he also reaches out to Ionia's victims, fellow witnesses, to create shared tranquility and reflection. His art was indeed beautiful, but it cried as the paint ran dry. Both the relentless artist rising from the ashes and the kind-hearted man from a once peaceful isle, Hui faces the conflicting hues of Ionia and his own imagination. Is this the payment of being free? As he spirals deeper into the shadows, Hui lights a path, mind brimming with possibility. Which shade of himself will triumph, however, is yet to be seen. Hui roamed around Ionia, searching for answers he wasn't even sure he needed. A few years later, Hui found himself in a situation. The night when the bad guy received Hui's agony, while the victims shared their pain with Hui. It was a normal situation in these dark alleys, but Hui painted the story according to his artistry. No mercy in his mind that night, reserved only for the victims. Hui stands in a glade and imagines it drowning in sights unreal. Grass melts, rocks swirl into twisted faces, leaves turn to liquid and drip down branches, bleeding into pools. The moon is a closed eye. Brush in hand, his ethereal palette emerges. Memories resurface. Hui repaints, relives. A man burned in his own armory before Hui. Around them sweltered a painted fire with flames the color of daybreak. Its golden core beat with pain. with every wound his weapons had ever inflicted. The blaze climbed the walls but did not catch, shedding neither ash nor smoke, and spreading only as far as Hui willed it. Yet it flared more brightly, more violently than any real fire. The man writhed, his senses scorched deeper than bone. He reached toward a weapon rack lined with serrated carvers, Noxian steel with Kashuri handiwork. Kashuri, the thought arises from Hui. Still far, each step farther from Koyen. These blades were used to maim and kill. In Hui's mind, the man caused suffering. He deserved to suffer. Rendering the flames as a forge, Hui drew answers out of him. Who does he work for? For how long? And why? The man's fury strained through every grasp. Hui's painting thrashed the man's eyes, mirroring every drop of wrath. To make it stop, the man offered everything. Money, arms, revenge, by his hand. But the only thing Hui cared about was that moment between them. Every vision that burdened Hui became the man's burden. The fire surged from his imagination into the man, lightening the weight of Hui's mind. Hui kept his art from destroying the man. They both now live with the marks of this. But while he chokes within flashbacks of the inferno, Hui survives in it, and the tide pulled Hui away. Hui repaints, relives. Later on, a woman ferried Hui across troubled waters. Around them, a golden dawn breeze dappled lights with specks of lantern bugs. They sat across from each other. Gulfweed clambered from the surf and gripped the oars. Water lilies grew from the wellspring of Hui's mind, an offering. He shaped them. The gulfweed took the painted blossoms instead, prying them apart. The woman's hands found a rhythm. The course was not always like this, she said. She had been forced to carry marauders, arms runners, and assassins, all with dark intent that seeped into the channel, which grew sick with chop and murk. In her voice, a deep-stained guilt. Hui listened and gathered color from his palette and matched the sweeps of her oars, creating lilies and life anew. Carp in the plumes and oranges of sunset. Hui inspired her to recall kind memories from beneath layers of pain. Everything that burdened her became Hui's burden. The canal turned from lashing the pieces within itself to cradling them. The lines of the woman's eyes furrowed with gentle joy. Somewhere in their minds, birds sang. Their steadied thoughts and steadied hands brought them to safer shores. There's light to what lives in his mind, and he can choose to paint that way. But light always casts a shadow. Hui repaints, relives. In his memory, Hui recalled the exact scenario before everything transpired on that catastrophic night. An artist stood beside Hui in a Koyen studio. Around them, inky blackness was broken by candlelight. Far below an open window, the ocean, a violet gorge with sea foam for teeth, consuming itself over and over. The temple of Koyen stood for what would become its last night. Jin said all things must end, and Hui didn't realize what Jin meant that night. Jin watched a candle burning, and Hui looked to the tide. Hui hoped Jin enjoyed his time there, but he was still as death. What does a wave feel for the rock upon which it crashes? Hui pondered. Everything, Hui thought. Nature is emotional, capricious and harmonious. Hui thought nothing as she shrugged the question. Jin stated that the place showed him all he desired to see, except for one final piece. Jin turned toward Hui, and Hui asked, "What's the final piece?" Jin answered, his painting, and he then explained that he wanted the truth behind Hui's art. Jin shared that he could spot performance when it was forced, and it was evident that Hui was hiding something. Jin wanted to know that. Hui's eyes widened, thrilled by the thought that a fellow artist craved the truth of his art. What color they were then? Hui couldn't tell. What Jin found churning within, Hui dreaded. He remembered lying at that time, claiming that he was being true to himself, but that simply did not convince Jin. An eye opens on Hui's canvas, searching for anything from Jin. Some envy, resentment, passion, sorrow, any feeling to explain to him. And then, the rest of the event was a memory. Hui thought that by the time they met again, he'd greet him like before, eat together, watch as he shifts in a new light, then ask Jin why he chose Koyen. Why did he choose him for that act? And Hui would paint what he knew of him, returning life to his murders, putting colors back on agonized faces, surrounding them with darkness so bright it becomes blinding, and so blinding it becomes freeing. Art saved Hui, yet it could shatter him. Sometimes he thinks he's already lost, but Jin said he has not. Hui remembers how Jin convinced him to reveal his art, but Hui still paints arms to hold his past self back, eyes to glower, mouths to scream. At the same time, the arms push, the eyes behold, the mouths goad. In the past and present, Hui lifts the brush. Hui finished tonight's paintings. Around him, black and gold, fractures of earth, light emitting from the chasms, songbirds in gilt cages, the infinity of an eye straining with full veins. The moon witnesses, blot everything beneath it. Koyin, Jin, and Hui was still left with himself. The vision erupts. In its place, the forest is just the forest, holding itself together. Tears draw down his face. His palate dissipates. Awake, Hui dreams of his next piece. And so, Hui repaints, relives. Indeed, every stroke of his brush meant something to Hui. In fact, the colors he used whenever he wielded the art of paint magic were directly connected to his emotions. Red represents pain, anger, malicious intent, but also passion. Blue shows pensiveness, sadness, and reflection, but also peacefulness and sympathy. Purple reflects shock, dread, and panic. Fear, but also imaginativeness and wisdom. Lastly, gold means despair, but also for emotional overwhelm in general, positive or negative. In the world of Runeterra, most of the mortals usually feared powerful beings. It could be against the undead, demons, or even altered beings becoming mages. As society grew, civilization learned to fight back, grouping up and utilizing resources for a better chance of survival. Other beings just laughed at them as mortals were weaker compared to them. However, there's a mortal that they were wary about. Even the River King demon avoids her, thinking he would perish if this mortal tested him. If that wasn't enough, another scenario proved the prowess of this woman. At one point, the undead known as the Shadow of War, who killed hundreds of humans, met this woman and stood still. It was the first time that the Shadow of War did not charge at humans on sight, even during the harrowing. These incidents prove that this mortal was truly something else, and there's more to uncover in her story. Her name is Ilawi, the Kraken Priestess. 946 years after Noxus, Illaoi was born into the Bahuru tribe of the Serpent Islands in Bilgewater. She was trained into the priesthood and displayed incredibly high spiritual talent at a very young age. Throughout the years, Illaoi became faithful to the god of the Serpent Isles. Her training on the island developed her physique as well. At some point in her youth, Illaoi met young Gangplank and fell in love with him. The two of them had a long romance, sharing things that they both liked. They often spend time together, eating their respective favorite fruit. Illaoi likes mangoes, while Gangplank prefers oranges. It was a one-of-a-kind moment for Illaoi. However, she ended up being chosen as the truth-bearer of Nagakaburos, and therefore forced to end the relationship. As Illaoi grew older, she further developed firm muscles, one might say, an intimidating overall presence. Illaoi is a tall, stocky woman with dark skin, fluorescent green tattoos all over her body, long brown hair tied in a ponytail, and piercing green eyes. She wears a dark green shirt and brown pants with some gold trim on her neck and arms, grayish-black boots, and always carries a golden sphere. Illaoi's powerful physique is dwarfed only by her indomitable faith. As the prophet of the great Kraken, she uses a huge golden idol to rip her foes' spirits from their bodies and shatter their perception of reality. It may sound complicated, but it was literally as it was described. Illaoi could separate someone's spirit and their body, making her a great threat to anyone, especially to undead and demons. All who challenged the truth-bearer of Nagakaburos soon discover Illaoi never battles alone. The god of the Serpent Isles fights by her side. Due to her overwhelming physique, all who encountered Illaoi were struck by her presence. An intense woman, the priestess is fully committed to the experience of living. She takes what she wants, destroys what she hates, and revels in everything she loves. However, to truly know Illaoi, one must understand the religion she has devoted her life to. Nagakaburos, the deity of her faith, is usually depicted as an enormous serpent head with tentacles spiraling around it in endless motion, with no beginning and no end. One of the 20 wisdoms of Nagakaburos stated, "There can be no rest. We are motion," explaining the way of life. Nagakaburos also has a lot of different terms like the Mother Serpent, the Great Kraken, or even the Bearded Lady. Nagakaburos is the Serpent Isle's god of life, ocean storms, and motion. The literal translation of its name is the unending monster that drives the sea and sky. Central to the religion's theology are 3 tenets. Every spirit was born to serve the universe. Desire was built into every living being by the universe. And the universe only moves toward its destiny when living creatures chase their desires. With these principles, the Bahuru tribe embodied the way of living guided by Nagakaburos, and Illaoi was set to be the Kraken priestess. In their tribe, lesser priestesses were tasked with maintaining temples, calling holy serpents, and teaching people the ways of Nagakaburos. As the religion's truth-bearer, Illaoi's role is to serve the god directly by unblocking the flow of the universe. To this end, she has 2 sacred responsibilities. The first duty of a truth-bearer is to be the spearhead in the war against undeath, the creatures also known as wraiths. Having fallen outside of the normal flow of the universe, the undead were considered an abomination against Nagakaburos, breaking the flow of life and death. While it is the responsibility of every priestess of the Kraken to protect the indigenous population from the harrowing, the truth-bearer directly engages its most powerful spirits and drives the black mist back. Second, Illaoi was tasked with seeking out individuals of great potential and challenging them with the test of Nagakaburos. This task is the burden Illaoi's title reflects. With her massive holy relic, the Eye of God, the Truth-Bearer strips the subject's spirit from their body and then forces them to stand against her to prove their worth. She does this knowing those who fail will be completely annihilated, for the great Kraken has no tolerance for cowardice, doubt, or restraint. But destruction is never the goal. Survivors of the ordeal are forever changed and often find the will to pursue their true destiny. Though Illaoi is the most powerful and respected truth-bearer in 100 generations, it is where she has broken the traditions of her faith that speaks the most about her. Having completed her training as a truth-bearer and at the height of her power, Illaoi left the golden temples of Bahuru for the squalor of nearby Bilgewater. The Pirates' City is the only place foreigners are permitted on the Serpent Isles, viewed as a fetid gutter by Illaoi's people. Previous truth-bearers ignored the city and viewed the arriving foreigners as little better than untouchables. Illaoi broke with tradition when she chose to protect the residents of Bilgewater from the harrowing, or even more controversially, when she decided that some of its residents had souls worthy of the great test. Despite this, only a handful of temples have been opened in the city, and very few Peilangi, Islander slang for residents of mainlander descent, have ever been permitted inside. Regardless, it is Illaoi who has brought the widespread awareness of the Mother Serpent to Bilgewater, and it is her indomitable spirit that has brought her religion into favor there. Rumors persist that Bilgewater's most bloodthirsty and infamous pirate, Gangplank, had his heart broken by the towering priestess, a rumor that only young Illaoi and Gangplank could tell the truth. To anyone who has ever met her, this is no surprise. Illaoi's rough manner belies subtle intelligence, strength, and magnetic confidence. Many seek Illaoi's favor and welcome her to Bilgewater, yet everyone fears being tested by the Kraken's prophet. One day, a Hierophant encountered Illaoi. She called her the Truth-Bearer, and they must retreat to Bahuru. They cannot save the Peilangi, according to the Hierophant. Illaoi grinned, obviously pleased by the prospect of leaving Bilgewater. Illaoi then said she already mentioned that before. She rolled her shoulders, loosening the muscles to fight off a yawn. Beside the Hierophant, an elderly serpent caller stood. He wore a vestment made from ropes. Each indigo-dyed cord had been woven to curl. Their varying thicknesses and faded kraken ink gave him the illusion of being draped in rough-hewn tentacles. His face was completely covered by a black tattoo depicting the endless teeth of a leviathan's maw. Monks and serpent callers were always trying to look scary. It was an annoying habit of most men. The serpent said that the greatest beasts won't approach Bilgewater. They stay out in the deep water, away from the stench of the slaughter docks. At best, a few half-starved younglings will heed their summons. Only the greatest children of the Gakaburos were strong enough to consume the mists and defend the city from the harrowing. An incoming black mist from the Shadow Isles. The rest of the Serpent Isles didn't have this problem. It was yet another reminder of the ignorance of Bilgewater's population. The mainlanders and their descendants didn't give time for fresh water to flow through and clean their docks. Instead, the Peilangi settled permanent anchorages around every shore in the bay. It was foolish. Many of the priesthood asserted it was proof the Peilangi actually wanted to be consumed by the black mists. If Illaoi was going to stay, she would have to find a way to defend the city without serpents. She picked at the food from one of the offering bowls around her before selecting a mango. She needed a plan, and these two fools were useless. A loud crack interrupted her musing. A heavy wooden door had slammed open downstairs. Gangplank's voice howled. The words were unintelligible, echoing around the stone walls. They pulled him from the water as commanded. The Hierophant smiled, adjusting the jade collar of her office. Perhaps it would have been better to let his energy return to Nagakaburos. The Hierophant then said that it was for Nagakaburos to judge, implying that Alawi's opinion was biased. Alawi walked between the two clerics, dwarfing the pair of them. Even for an islander, the Truth-Bearer was tall. It had always been so. She was taller even than the largest Northman. As a girl, she had been self-conscious about it, always feeling like she was stumbling into people. But she had learned. When she moved, they should know enough to get out of her way. She lifted the Eye of God from its stand. The golden idol was larger than a wine barrel and many times the weight. Her fingers tingled against its cold metal. It had been placed next to the giant roaring fire which illuminated the room. But the Eye of God stayed forever cool and damp to the touch. Alawi deftly shouldered its massive weight. In a dozen years, the Truth-Bearer had never been more than 2 strides from it. Alawi then excused herself, telling the Hierophant that she remembered her duties. Alawi headed down the stairs and said they would not be retreating to Bahuru. She will stop the harrowing there. The High Priestess had done little but complain since arriving from Bahuru, but there was some truth in her words. When Gangplank's ship exploded during the war against misfortune, Alawi's heart jumped. It had been many years they had laid together, many years since she had ended the relationship. But some feelings still lingered. She had loved him once. Stupid old bastard, Alawi thought. Surrounded by tall walls of interlocking stones, the courtyard of the temple was shaped like the fanged mouth of a leviathan. The entrance looked over the blue waters of the bay far below. Alawi stomped down the stairway toward the front gate. She assumed she would have to smack Gangplank in the mouth. He was prone to arrogance and rum. But still, it would be nice to see him. She was unprepared for the snarling creature at her temple's entrance. She knew he had been injured, but not like this. He was limping badly and bent over from shattered ribs. He cradled what was left of his arm. Gangplank swung a pistol around the room with his other arm in a half-mad attempt to force the monks and priestesses to back away from him, oblivious to the fact that these were the very people who had pulled his drowned body from the bay only a few hours ago. Worse, his pistol was clearly empty and completely useless. The two of them talked as Gangplank pointed his fingers to misfortune, to which Alawi said that she didn't care. Gangplank continued to wail, claiming that Bilgewater was his town. The monks and priestesses surrounding Gangplank tensed at this outburst. That Gangplank was foolish enough to make such a claim while standing in a structure thousands of years older than his city was dangerous in itself. But a Peilongi shouting at the thrice-blessed Truth-Bearer in her own temple? Any other man would have been dumped into the sea with broken knees. Alawi then told everyone to leave the two of them. She looked down at Gangplank. It had been 10 years since she'd last seen him. Drink and worry had taken his former dashing looks. Gangplank's voice trailed off when he met her gaze. Alawi kept her eyes as hard and unforgiving as the Kraken. She gave Gangplank nothing. The priestess of Nagakaburos could show no pity or sympathy, even if it tore at her chest. In despair, the old captain's eyes darted away from hers. Gangplank begged for Alawi's help, wanting her to side with him, but Alawi rejected him. She cannot take sides in the pointless war between Gangplank and her friend Misfortune. Alawi knew what she had to do. She knew it before Gangplank had spoken. She had known years before his ship had sunk. Gangplank had strayed. For too long he had festered in the hatred and self-pity his father had beaten into him. Alawi had ignored her duty. She had ignored it because she had loved him once, and because she had led him down this path when she left him. He had been content as a killer, a corsair, a true pirate, and never interested in his father's title of Reaver King. He had only set anchor in his bloody quest to become the Lord of Bilgewater after they had parted ways. Illaoi felt a dampness in her eyes. His time had passed. He had been unable to move forward, to advance, to evolve. And now he would not survive the test of Nagakaburos. But he needed to be tested. He was here to be tested. Illaoi looked at the old pirate before her, thinking if she could send him away. Could she trust that Gangplank still has some sliver of strength or ambition that might see him through? If she let him escape, he might live at least. But that was not the way of Nagakaburos. That was not the role of a truth-bearer. This was not the place for doubts or second-guessing. If she trusted her god, she must trust her instincts. If she felt he had to be tested, then it was her god's will. And what fool would choose a man over a god? Gripping the Eye of God's handle tightly, Illaoi lowered the heavy gold icon from her shoulder. A familiar lightness replaced it, yet somehow she could still feel its weight there. Gangplank begged, asking for Illaoi to show him some kindness at least. But Illaoi responded that she would show him the truth. Stealing her will, she stomp-kicked Gangplank, her heel smashing into his nose with a crunch. He flew backward like a drunkard, blood pouring down his lip. He rolled over and looked up at her with furious eyes. Illaoi reached out with her mind and called forth the energy of the mother serpent as she swung the giant idol forward. A glowing mist vomited from the icon's mouth, and swirls of blue-green energy formed around the mother serpent's face, solidifying into ghostly tentacles. Touched by gold, these tendrils were as beautiful as the sunrise over water, and as horrifying as the darkest undersea abomination. More tentacles grew from the icon, replicating around the room as if born from some unknowable mathematics. Exponentially, they grew larger, and somehow each one's growth seemed to hold all the promise and horror of the world. Gangplank screamed, but the whirlwind ignored his cries as the storm of tentacles took him. Illaoi yelled, telling Gangplank to face Nagakaburos and prove himself. The tentacles grasped at Gangplank, then dived into his chest. He shuddered as ghostly images of his past lives shook around him. Gangplank screamed as his soul was ripped from his body. His doppelganger stood unmoving before Illaoi. The spirit of Gangplank smoldered an almost blinding blue, its body crackling and flickering through his previous lives. The mass of tentacles attacked the wounded captain. Gangplank rolled and stumbled to his feet, dodging what he could. But for each one that he missed, more and more appeared. Reality twisted and churned around him. The swarm of tentacles crashed against him, pushing him down, pulling him further and further from his soul, toward oblivion. Illaoi wanted to look away. More than anything, she wanted to turn her eyes, but she must witness his passing. He was a great man, but he has failed. The universe demands. Gangplank rose. Slowly, inexorably, and unrelentingly he forced his broken body to stand. He ripped himself from the mass of tentacles and advanced step by painstaking step, roaring through the agony. Bloody and exhausted, he finally stood in front of Illaoi. His eyes bulged with hate and pain, but full of purpose. With his final ounce of strength, he walked into the glowing visage of his spirit and stated that he would be a king. The wind still fell. The tentacles ruptured in bursts of light. Nagakaburos was satisfied. Alawi smiled and commended Gangplank. Gangplank stood inches from his former love, glaring at her. His back arched and his chest swelled with the sweet air of resolve. He was the proud captain once more. Gangplank turned and walked away from her, no less injured or limping. But his stride now held its familiar boldness. Gangplank growled that the next time he asked for help, just say no. Alawi then told him to do something about that arm, since Gangplank lost his arm during the encounter with Misfortune. Gangplank ignored Alawi and told her that it was nice to see her again. He walked out of the temple and down the long steps toward the water below. Alawi grinned and called Gangplank a stupid old bastard once more. As the monks and Hierophant returned to the antechamber, Alawi remembered there were 1,000 things she needed to do, 1,000 little burdens she needed to carry. The Truth-Bearer would have to meet with Sarah Fortune, her friend. Alawi suspected Nagakaburos would soon need to test the bounty hunter next. Since Gangplank passed the test of Nagakaburos, Alawi instructed the Hierophant to tell Okao and the chiefs to support Gangplank. The Hierophant argued that the city was in chaos. Many wanted his head, and Gangplank wouldn't survive the night. His point was proven as they all looked at the injured captain struggling down the steps. Alawi hefted the Eye of God onto her shoulder and said Gangplank was still the right man for the job. They can never be certain if they were doing the right thing or how things will happen. But the universe gives them their desires and instincts, so they must trust them. She began walking up the steps from the courtyard to the inner temple, the Truth-Bearer's idol on her shoulder. It was a heavy burden, but Alawi didn't mind it. Just like everyone had expected, the harrowing was coming, and its target was Bilgewater. The black mist engulfed the islands as Misfortune and her crew ran away from the shadow of war, named Hecarim, an abomination fusion between a man and his horse. Eventually, Misfortune reached the temple where Alawi resides, but the gates were closed. Misfortune held to the pendant that Alawi gave her, and shortly, the gates opened. Alawi stood in the doorway, holding her stone idol out before her like a shield. White mist clung to it like corpuscent. Alawi then stated that the dead were not welcome there. Rafen, one of Misfortune's crew, and the others immediately went inside the temple. They hauled the door shut and dropped a heavy spar of seasoned oak into place on the rusted anchors to either side. A huge impact slammed into the door. Wood split and splinters flew. Alawi turned and walked past Misfortune, still sprawled on a mosaic floor of seashells and clay fragments. Misfortune playfully said that Alawi took her sweet time. The temple was filled with at least 200 people, maybe more. She saw a wide cross-section of Bilgewater's denizens, its native population, pirates, traitors, and assorted sea scum, together with travelers unlucky or unwise enough to seek a berth so close to the harrowing. Alawi heads towards a many-tentacled statue at the center of the temple. Misfortune tried to make sense of it, but gave up when her eye kept getting lost in the many spirals and looping curves. Alawi set her idol in a concave depression in the statue. She began moving in a circle around the statue, beating a rhythmic pattern on her thighs and chest with her fists. The people in the temple joined her circling, beating palms against bare skin, stamping their feet, and speaking in a language Misfortune didn't understand. Misfortune questioned what they were doing, and Alawi said they were giving some motion back to the world, but they needed time. Misfortune confidently took the role as her crew served as a distraction from the wraiths. The temple walls shook with the violence of the assault. Black mist oozed between ill-fitting planks and through cracks in the scavenged glass of the windows. The door shuddered in its frame. Grasping claws of mist tore at the wood. Screams echoed as a howling gale battered the mist-matched timbers of the roof. Misfortune and her crew tried to handle the situation, but the wraiths were overpowering them. Not to mention, Hecarim was banging at the gates, forcing his way into the temple. Misfortune looked back at Alawi. The priestess was surrounded by her people, all of them still circling the statue and performing their fist-thumping, palm-slapping ritual. It didn't appear to be achieving anything. The strange statue remained unmoving and impotent. Shortly, a section of the roof ripped loose and spun off into the tempest surrounding the temple. A swirling column of spirits boiled inside and touched down like a tornado. Wraiths and things that defied understanding spun from the unliving vortex to fall upon the living. Finally, the door gave out and exploded inwards, the timbers dry and rotted by the touch of the dead. The skirling blast of a hunting horn filled the temple, and Misfortune's hands flew to her ears at its deafening echoes. Hecarim rode into the temple, crushing the men who'd been bracing the doors with their bodies. Their souls were drawn up into the shadow of war's flaming glaive, and the cold fire of its edge illuminated the temple with loathsome radiance. His death knights rode at his back, and the spirits already within the temple drew back in recognition of Hecarim's terrible glory. And there, Alawi reiterated that the dead were not welcome there. Misfortune looked up to see the priestess towering over her, stout and majestic. Pale light clung to her limbs and sparkled on the stone tablet she held in her trembling hands. Veins stood out like hawsers on her neck, and her jawline was taut with effort. Sweat ran in runnels down her face. Whatever Alawi was doing was costing her greatly. Hecarim told Alawi that these mortal souls were his to claim, but Alawi firmly said they were not. That place is the house of Nagakaburos, who stands in opposition to the dead. Hecarim challenged Alawi, thinking he could beat her. Deaf as well as dead, Alawi grinned as a swelling radiance built behind her. Misfortune turned and saw the spiraling statue bathed in blinding radiance. White light smoked from its surfaces and shadows fled from its touch. She shielded her eyes as the light billowed outwards like writhing tentacles, and where it met the black mist, it stripped it bare, exposing the twisted souls within. The sinuous light pulled the dead onwards, purging the baleful magic that cursed them to underneath so very long ago. She expected screams, but instead, the unbound dead wept with joy as their souls were freed to move on. The light spread over the cracked walls of the temple, and as it touched her, Misfortune cried out as the deathly numbness in her flesh was banished in a rush of heat and life. The light of Nagakaburos closed on Hecarim, and Misfortune saw his fear at the thought of what transformation it might work upon him. What could be so awful that it was better to remain cursed? Alawi then said that Hecarim could be free too, her voice strained to the limits of endurance by what she had unleashed. Hecarim roared and swept his glaive at Alawi's neck. Misfortune's blade intercepted it in a clashing flare of sparks. Alawi shook her head and told Hecarim to get out of her city before she banished him. Hecarim's blade drew back for another strike, but before the blow could land, the light finally pierced his veil of darkness. He bellowed in pain and fell back from its burning touch. The Dark Rider's outline shimmered like two picture box images wavering in candlelight on the same backcloth. Misfortune caught a fleeting glimpse of a tall rider, armored in silver and gold, a young man, handsome and proud, with dark eyes and a future of glory ahead of him. Hecarim roared and galloped from the temple. His death knights in the darkness went with him, a shrieking host of tattered spirits following in their wake. With that, Hecarim fled. The light of Nagakaburos spread over Bilgewater like the coming dawn. None who saw it could ever remember so sweet a sight. The first rays of sunlight after a storm, the first hint of warmth after a bitter winter. The black mist withdrew before it, roiling in a churning maelstrom of panicked spirits. The dead turned on one another in a frenzy, some fighting to return from whence they had come, as others actively sought out the light's release. Silence fell as the black mist drew back over the ocean, drawn to the cursed island where it claimed dominion. True dawn broke over the eastern horizon, and a cleansing wind blew through the city as the people of Bilgewater let out a collective breath. The harrowing was over, at least in Bilgewater, but Illaoi's job was far from over. As days passed by, Illaoi stayed true to her mission. The goddess Nagakaburos sends a vision to her champion, a task to put down the infamous Blood Harbor Ripper named Pike, a revenant bent on assassinating dishonorable captains from a seemingly endless hit list. With a group of Bahuru warriors, she heads to the slaughter docks to learn more about Pike's whereabouts, and finds him in the Warrens about to kill another captain. Illaoi caught Pike in the act and stopped him. Illaoi subjects Pike to the test of spirit, but interestingly, the mother serpent finds him worthy and he escapes. She then experiences a vision, seeing a great battle involving Gangplank and Sarah again. Illaoi returns to the Bahuru grotto and consults a Bahuru elder regarding Pike passing the goddess test. She cannot fathom why the goddess would consider him worthy and questions the decision she has made as truth-bearer. But the elder tells her to have faith in Nagakaburos' will. She is soon informed of a strange man her people have fished out of the water and meets Braum, a muscular iceborn from Freljord. Illaoi approached him, and Braum told Illaoi that he came from the Freljord, where a great plague had struck land and claimed the lives of many children. He promised to find a cure and sailed to the Shadow Isles in search of the mythical waters of life. While sailing, he was attacked by the Black Mist and lost his shield during the fight, but was saved by the Bahuru and brought to Bilgewater. The two are soon met by members of Fortune's gang, who request an audience with Illaoi. The two head to Fortune's estate and discuss the return of the Black Mist. Braum and Illaoi head to Grey Harbor to investigate, while Sarah stays behind to fortify Bilgewater. Illaoi mentions to Braum that Sarah has not decided on how to rule Bilgewater, but so far seems to take a violent approach. Braum and Illaoi arrive at the gate quarantining Grey Harbor and demand entrance. Once the gate opens, they are immediately attacked by the Black Mist, but an Ionian swordsman named Yasuo arrives and aids them in fighting the Mistwalkers. Seeing a common goal, the three decide to venture into Grey Harbor together. Illaoi informs Braum of Bilgewater's history with Black Mist. The Serpent Isles are ravaged by a harrowing every couple of years, and Grey Harbor was the site of the last harrowing. During that battle, Illaoi called on Nagakaburos to cleanse Grey Harbor of the Black Mist, but the infection has crept back up. Later on, the group finds Gangplank's crew, the Jagged Hooks, undisturbed by the Black Mist. They decided to further investigate. They sneak into the building and confront Malik, who reveals that a Vastayan named Ahri had passed through and was following Gangplank after he took the Sunstone. Malik reveals that the Jagged Hooks are protected from the Black Mist because of a special necklace, which Illaoi recognizes as a Bahuru artifact. After dispatching his men, the group corners Malik, but he destroys his necklace and is killed by a powerful Mistwalker. The trio defeats the Spectre and heads to a nearby Bahuru temple, hoping to find some clues about stopping the Black Mist, or Ahri's whereabouts. Inside the temple, Ilaoi discovers that an outsider has recently taken the temple's treasures. The group descends into the temple's catacombs to investigate the scene. After passing several trials, they discover that the temple has been corrupted by Jatal, the false goddess, and the Naga. After defeating Naga, Ilaoi cleanses the temple of corruption and speaks to a Bahuru ancestor. The spirit reveals that Gangplank has stolen Bahuru artifacts from the temple, and that his attack allowed the Naga to corrupt the temple. Ilaoi confides to the spirit that Gangplank was her former lover who had come to her after his downfall. The beaten captain begged the Bahuru to help him reclaim Bilgewater, but Ilaoi's responsibility as truth-bearer demanded she subject him to the lethal test of spirit. Gangplank was found worthy, so Ilaoi ordered the Bahuru to aid him. But now she questions the decision after he allied himself with the Shadow Isles. The spirit reassures her that the truth will become clear as long as she remains on the Mother Serpent's path. Ilaoi decides to tell Sarah that Gangplank is still alive, but she cannot learn the whole truth. The party returns to Fortune's estate, where Ilaoi reveals that Gangplank is alive and is bringing another harrowing to Bilgewater. Fortune becomes furious and kicks them out. After calming down, she joins them, level-headed. They gather a crew and arrive at the docks to find a new ship, commandeered by Fortune. Sarah allows Braum to christen the ship, the Charming Lady. Aboard the Charming Lady, Yasuo reminisces about his past. Sarah tries recruiting him into her gang, but he remains steadfast about his mission to protect Ahri. Below the deck, Braum and Ilaoi discuss the sickness afflicting the Freljord. He worries it will be challenging to solve a problem that cannot be fixed with strength alone. Then Ilaoi and Sarah discuss how they will save Bilgewater, while Ilaoi is determined to stop the coming harrowing. Sarah is focused on killing Gangplank. Out of nowhere, the ship is soon attacked by a sea monster, and Pike surfaces to strike the final blow to the beast. He reveals that the voices in his head have been pacified ever since he passed the test of spirit, and that Gangplank is his next target. The group reluctantly allows him to join them, and they continue sailing to the Shadow Isles. On the Shadow Isles, the group encounters the treant named Maokai, who mistakes them for enemies and attacks. Ahri, the Vestayan that Yasuo is looking for, interjects and calms Maokai down, explaining that they are not here to corrupt the Isles. She reveals that Gangplank is working with Thresh and has blocked their path with the walls of black mist. Ahri shows them the history of the Blessed Isles and how Maokai helped the island flourish with the waters of life. Now the tainted waters are corrupting the roots. Maokai offers to destroy the walls of mist if they can cleanse his roots. Ahri heads to the Shadow Vaults to learn more about her people, but promises Braum to share any water she finds. The group insists on assisting her, and she reluctantly lets them join her. At the bottom vault, Ahri discovers Vasani's markings on a door and learns that her people were tied to the vaults of the Blessed Isles. She opens the door, and the group defeats the Shadow, poisoning Maokai's roots. They manage to cleanse his roots, but were unable to find any clean water. Maokai has begun to heal, but remains too weak to breach the walls of mist. He informs the group of an ancient Bahuru temple, where they can bless one of his seeds to reinvigorate him. They find the temple has long since drowned beneath the sea, and Pike senses that it is guarded by sea monsters. Ilaoi returns to the Bahuru Elder to request the aid of the Serpent Callers, who can summon larger monsters to drive out hostile monsters. Pike then summons a Joelfish to help them enter the temple. Inside, Ilaoi learns that the Bahuru had a connection with the people of the Blessed Isles, and that there is a forgotten forge on the island. As they purify Maokai's seed, its corruption almost overwhelms Ahri. As they return to the Shadow Isles, Ilaoi confesses to Braum that she has been struggling with the decision she has made during their journey, having gone against the teachings of Nagakaburos. Ilaoi swears Braum to secrecy and reveals that she knew Gangplank was still alive. and had saved him because the mother serpent had found him worthy. She didn't tell Sarah of her actions because she knew the captain would hunt him, but now she questions if Gangplank was meant to die. Braum thinks that the goddess is merely testing Alawi and reassures her that she will triumph. The two of them developed a good friendship, but Alawi saw more than that. Alawi even found Braum physically attractive. During their journey, Alawi invited Braum to be more intimate, but her advances were denied by Braum. He quietly declined since it was an inopportune time. They needed to focus on the upcoming battle for now. Upon landing, the party meets Nekrit, a lucid spirit who exposes the origin of the ruination that transformed the land. He also says that Gangplank and Thresh plan to revive the ruined king to unleash a harrowing that would blanket the world. They return the purified sea to Maokai, and with its power, he clears the way to Thresh's dungeon. As a token of gratitude, Maokai offers some of his leaves, infused with the remaining water of life, to cure Braum's people. Inside the Library of Agony, Ahri discovers Vasani artifacts in Thresh's possession. She finds the sunstone that Gangplank had brought, but it remains dormant. The champions confront the Chain Warden as he creates a portal to Viego's chamber. It was an intense battle. They thought they successfully defeated the Chain Warden, but Thresh escaped before they could finish him off. They use his portal to reach the heart of the Isles to stop Gangplank before he can unleash the king. Gangplank draws out Viego, but the ruined king proves too powerful and possesses him. Viego commands Gangplank to deal with the interlopers while he heads to Bilgewater to search for his queen's crown. It was a swift battle as the group defeated Gangplank and freed him from possession. Ahri retrieves Viego's memories from the mist emanating from Gangplank and discovers the truth about Viego's love. He was possessive to the point of cruelty and had an unhealthy obsession when the queen died. Viego discarded these memories because they terrified him, reminding him of who he was. The party races back to Bilgewater to stop Viego's rampage, taking Gangplank as a prisoner. Below the deck, Alawi confronts Gangplank about all that he has done. He expresses remorse about allying with Thresh, and Alawi convinces him to help them. He gives her his amulet, now corrupted after the battle, and reveals that the ruined king draws power from his love, but can be weakened by a secret Thresh knew. Alawi deduces it was the memories that Ahri had discovered and plans to have Sarah use them to battle Viego. The charming lady manages to catch up to Viego, but he shipwrecks them on Windrake Isle. Each one of the crew felt different experiences as the wind on the island made them face their past. Eventually, the crew became triumphant and they rebuilt the ship. With that, they ship back to Bilgewater before Viego. While Sarah takes Gangplank into custody, Ilawi returns to the Bahuru Elder to warn of the ruined king's attack. She shows the broken amulet, but the Bahuru do not have the resources to repair it. Ilawi suggests using the Bahuru Forge on the Shadow Isles. The Elder says that the ancestors had abandoned the forge for a reason, deeming it forbidden. Pike suggests consulting Nekrit instead. The group also catches the rumor of a strange shipwreck with beams of blue light emerging from the sea. Braum recognizes that this is his ship and recovers his mighty shield. Nekrit informs them that the Bahuru Forge lies within the vault of the Vasani. Inside the forge, Ilawi declares that she will no longer wait for the goddess's instruction and demands she come to them instead. Each champion bears their soul before the altar, and they summon the Mother Serpent. The champions face an avatar of Nagakaburos as a test of worthiness. All of them passed and succeeded in cleansing the amulet. Before they leave, Ilawi reveals the truth to Sarah, that she saved Gangplank and ordered the Bahuru to aid him. The news angered Sarah Fortune, but she appreciated Ilawi's honesty and felt her sincerity. While Fortune is willing to find common ground with Ilawi, she remained determined to kill Gangplank. The group returns to Bilgewater and sees the Bahuru already fighting the ruined king. The battle was so intense that each one of them was required to do something for the team as the Wraiths defended their king. Thanks to their brilliant plan, Ahri weakens Viego with his memories and Serra unleashes the amulet against him. Viego initially resists, but the group's combined force weakens his resolve long enough to focus the amulet again. The black mist begins to overwhelm Serra, where Viego tempts her with promises of power, to kill Gangplank, to conquer Bilgewater, and even to bring back her mother. Illaoi places a reassuring hand on Serra's shoulder, and the rest of the group witnesses fortune stand resolutely and seal Viego within the amulet. Despite their differences, Serra reconciles with Illaoi and entrusts her to hide the amulet. After the battle, Rafen informs Fortune that Gangplank has escaped, and she resumes hunting her nemesis. The gangs continue to harbor sympathies for Gangplank, so Serra begins a purge of his allies. Illaoi begs her to quit this hunt for revenge and look to Bilgewater's future. Serra responds that even though she can now believe in fantastical realities, Gangplank's death remains her own conviction. Ahri, Braum, Illaoi, and Yasuo celebrate their victory at a tavern and part ways, with Ahri returning to the Shadow Isles to learn more about the Vistani, Braum returning to the Freljord with the cure, Illaoi remaining in Bilgewater to keep an eye on Fortune, and Yasuo heading to Noxus to settle some unfinished business, after he escorts Braum home. Meanwhile, in the deep, Pike writes a new name on his list: Viego. Going back a few years, long before Illaoi became a truth-bearer of her people, Illaoi had been an acolyte priestess at a Bahuru temple on the coast. Every morning, she went down to the shoreline to exercise in the sun. She tried to focus on the principles her teachers held dear: discipline, motion, strength. One morning, Illaoi had been alone on the beach when the sea dropped low, lower than a low tide. The lookouts on the Serpent Collar towers began ringing their alarm bells and pointing toward the horizon. A great wave loomed, rushing toward shore with the strength to pulverize bone and rip swimmers out to sea. A tsunami was on its way, and the tribe had to evacuate. In the moments after the alarms rang out, fear blanketed Illaoi's mind. Her teacher's lessons abandoned her all at once. Her mind was scrambled, not knowing if she had enough to escape from the tsunami. She glanced at the wave, then at the waterline. At her feet, she noticed a swarm of pink crabs. The wave had sucked the water away, and the crabs were frozen, absolutely still on the wet rocks, paralyzed by sunshine and surprise and indecision. Little creatures, too small to understand the fear they felt. A crab couldn't do much to avoid a wave like that. But Illaoi could. She shook herself into action and sprinted to the temple gates, just in time for the priestesses to slam them shut. As she perched on the temple's parapet and watched the wave hit the shore, Illaoi thought about how she had stood in paralysis and fear, something that she never experienced before. She then thought that she could have died. It was the closest she'd come to death in her 16 years. Illaoi then told her teachers that she would not do that again. Nagakaburos, the mother serpent, loved those who grew and changed. She had no sympathy for those who carried on as before while the wave bore down on them. This distinct memory of her was still intact, affecting Illaoi up to the present day. It could also be one of the reasons why she managed to stand her ground against the Shadow of War himself. Going back to the present day, these days, something about the streets of Bilgewater reminded her of those frightened crabs. It was noon. The sun was high and hot. Usually the streets would be filled with sailors celebrating shore leave or sea monster hunters spending their earnings. But that day, the streets were full of people hurrying about their business, heads down, silent. Bilgewater was on the edge of a civil war, but this was no battle of fresh and eager wills. Sarah, Fortune, and Gangplank were fighting the same damned war they'd fought already. The same war they'd fight 100 times if they could. Gangplank wanted his throne back. Sarah wanted him dead. The city stank of the stagnation lurking in their hearts. Each believed that victory would give them the things they had lost. Respect, perhaps. Justice for the long-lost dead. Something to soothe the pain of defeat and failure. It would be so much easier if Alawi cared nothing for either of them, she thought. But Sarah was her closest friend, and Gangplank her former lover. Never before had two people been so trapped by their past, and so eager to waste their potential. Alawi glanced down at the lockbox under her arm, and muttered that this was its fault too. It was the lockbox where they imprisoned the ruined king, and the lockbox screamed back at her. Its screams were quiet, just soft enough that they were hard to hear without listening closely. But whenever Alawi focused on them, a hateful presence started scrabbling at the edge of her mind. The fellow within the lockbox, the screamer who hurled horrible, muffled imprecations at Alawi day and night, was to blame for everything. It was he who put the shadow on Sarah's soul. Just then, some of Sarah's crew came marching around the corner. Cutlasses and pistols hung from every belt, and every knuckle was ornamented with brass. They were streaked with blood and sweat and gunpowder. The fighting had been hard, and with them, of course, was Sarah Fortune herself. She looked exhausted. The right sleeve of her fancy captain's coat was stained with blood. Her shoulders were hunched, and her hat was tipped low, as if a cold rain only she could feel battered her from above. Alawi and Miss Fortune chatted for a bit. Alawi was a bit concerned about Miss Fortune's current state, while Miss Fortune shrugged it off like a normal day of chasing Gangplank. Sarah then pointed at the wailing lockbox and told Alawi that they should finish their business with that box. They turned to a nearby artifact dealer's shop. While Sarah's crew remained on guard outside, guns drawn, Alawi led the way inside. The loop in the owner's eye flashed as they entered, welcoming Alawi after not seeing her for a long time. Jordan Aatrox was a spindly fellow with knees and elbows heading in every direction. He was also the only artifacts dealer in the city with mixed Pelongi and Buhuru heritage. Alawi often went to him for help identifying the relics she couldn't recognize, and this time, Alawi has a puzzle for him. The moment Alawi's key clicked in the lockbox, Sarah shuddered. A sickly light blazed a slash of teal across the wall. Inside the box sat an amulet. 3 curved stones carved in the Buhuru style and looped together with a thin wire. They glowed brightly with the light of a trapped soul. Jordan asked if the one trapped inside was Viego of Camivore, to which Alawi confirmed. It had been only a week since this furious shade of an ancient king attempted to turn Bilgewater into a smoking crater. The whole city knew his name now, and knew to curse his memory. If he gets out of this amulet, he will do it all again. Miss Fortune shared that this was her temporary solution, lacking any long-term plans. Alawi then explained that their historians said that the stones were made of serpent amber, but they didn't know if shattering the artifact would kill or release the spirit inside. Jordan called it the artifact of the goddess's tears, a Buhuru term for the serpent amber. He then said that the item was so rare that only a fool would practice smashing it. Jordan then leaned close and adjusted his loop. After examining it for a few seconds, Jordan claimed that the item was indeed crafted by a Buhuru artisan, due to its distinct style. However, he questioned the markings on the back of the amulet. Alawi laughed and answered it was the Shadow Isles. Their people studied with the scholars from Camivore decades ago, and most likely, if Viego escaped, he would transform Bilgewater into a twisted graveyard too. Jordan excused himself for a moment to look for the right tools, while Alawi and Miss Fortune were left in an awkward silence. Sarah broke the silence between them and immediately claimed that she knew what Alawi was going to say and never bothered attempting to say so. Alawi then answered that she was not planning to ask her anything. After their last fight, there was no use belaboring Sarah with a truth she refused to listen to. Alawi said that she was not going to talk about Sarah's futile hunt for Gangplank or what it's doing to the city. She was planning to let them stand in awkward silence. Sarah scowled and said she was having a terrible week. They silenced themselves when Jordan burst back into the room. He carried a scroll covered with a strange script Alawi didn't recognize, and there was a drawing of a tower. Jordan pointed to a matching symbol etched onto the back of the amulet, telling them it was the sign of its makers, the Brethren of the Dusk. Sarah answered that she never heard of these people, to which Jordan answered that the religious order from the Blessed Isles died out long ago. This meant that Sarah and Alawi were facing a dead end, but Jordan suddenly remembered that there was a mad hermit who claimed he represented them, but that place was a lost cause. The twisted spirits of the happy folk who had once called the Blessed Isles home were not good neighbors. 1,000 years wandering under the shadow of the black mist had turned most of them into beasts, wraiths, specters, and mistwalkers, contorted into endless, hideous reflections of mortal weakness. Any living person who chose to live alongside those shades must be uncommonly strong and very strange. Some of the mortals who made their homes on the Isles worshipped death and disease, and spiders too, for some reason. But Alawi had not yet met a Shadow Isles dweller she couldn't flatten like a sea star beneath her goddess's idol. Alawi then said that such things don't frighten her, and claimed that not long ago they killed Thresh, the Isle's greatest monster. At least that's what she thought. Alawi then said that compared to Thresh, parleying with this hermit would be a simple task. He may know something about the amulet, and that was their only hope. In the end, they paid Jordan and stepped out onto the street. Sarah muttered that she didn't expect the situation would send Alawi back to the Shadow Isles. She seemed apologetic at that moment, and Alawi nodded. Before trapping Viego in the amulet, they'd tracked and fought him on the Isles. Camping in collapsed ruins and sharing meals around a campfire were joyful when friends were there. But to go back so soon, alone, would be melancholy. Shortly, Miss Fortune realized that Alawi would need a ship. She then instructed her to find a captain named Matter Reuven, since that person owed her. Captain Reuven knows the safe routes to the Shadow Isles, but Miss Fortune warns Alawi to never tell him about the amulet. Alawi agreed, responding that only a few they could trust in this city. Suddenly, Miss Fortune's face turned red as her brow tightened. Alawi then realized that she said the wrong thing. She then explained that she meant differently, and Sarah cannot fully trust her because she will not fight in the headless war against Gangplank. Alawi then said that she was aware that Miss Fortune was still furious at her, but her friendship comes with challenges, with change. Miss Fortune then shared that she could hear everything that the ruined king said inside the amulet. She could hear the box whispering from all the way across the city, a burden that she suffered each day since they locked Viego. Alawi embraced her friend. The need came over her, and she did it without worrying what Sarah would think. At first, Sarah held back, but then she returned the embrace. Tears started at the corners of her eyes. Alawi told Miss Fortune that she was meant for more than this scenario, meant for better things. But no matter how many times she said it, Sarah never understood. Sarah rubbed her hand across a damp eye and questioned Alawi's words. She then told Alawi to say those words to Gangplank. Shortly, Miss Fortune ordered Captain Reuven herself, and the arrangement was so fast that they were ready for sail by the very next day. When Alawi arrived, the ship was swarming with sailors, hurrying to make it seaworthy. Reuven hollered orders from the command deck. He was older, slender and knobbly-elbowed, with a halo of frizzy, wind-blasted orange hair. But Alawi thought that she could snap him in half. Those were her two categories of people. Ones she could snap in half, and ones she could not. It made the world an easier place to navigate. Reuven waved Alawi up to the command deck and said she knew her, the Bahuru Queen. Alawi corrected him, saying that was not her title. Her role was the Truth-Bearer, a priestess. Reuven shrugged it off and explained the ship was a disaster, since he only had 12 hours to prepare the deck. Alawi asked if they could leave in that instant, and Reuven answered that they should, or else Sarah Fortune would include him in one of her dockside executions. Alawi headed down to the cabin, as per Reuven's instructions. The ship's passageways were so cramped that Alawi could barely fit her idol down the stairs into the lower deck. The enormous orb of sea-tempered metal was wider across than Alawi's muscled shoulders. Down here, the roof was too low to carry it comfortably on her back, and the passageways were too narrow to carry it at her side. She had to balance it on her hip and shuffle crabwise between the cannons. When the ship lifted its anchor and turned to ride the wind, Alawi made her way up to the breezy command deck to speak with Reuven again. The jagged roofline of the city was soon hidden by wave chops and clouds of soaring birds. The two of them talked about the comparison between Bilgewater and Shadow Isles. During their conversation, Reuven finally admitted why she owed Miss Fortune such a great price. Reuven tried to blow Miss Fortune's ship, but it wasn't his idea. The plan failed, and Miss Fortune was ready to execute him. He begged her for forgiveness and offered her his service, which led to the present situation. Alawi also figured that Reuven loved to talk, and they pretty much talked about everything. Things about his father and how he learned the ways of the Shadow Isles himself. Alawi realized that Captain Reuven wasn't as bad as he thought he was in their first encounter. In the final days of their trip, the daylight was less reliable. Each afternoon, an early evening crept across the sun and drowned its light in an exhausted gray. It was the black mist, its frayed edges at least. The lookouts grew more tense. The mist's cover could give safe passage to furious wraiths of all kinds. Alawi always made the most converts to her faith among sailors who had been to the Shadow Isles. When they heard her preach against stagnation, they knew what she meant. Black sand shores, rotten, twisted, leafless trees, monuments of slick, dark stone, moist from ocean spray, buried by heaps of ancient loam. As those haunted isles loomed on the horizon, Reuven joked constantly and obnoxiously, ribbing sailors about their frowns. The Bahuru term for people like him was wave dodgers, those who shift back and forth on the beach, trying to keep their toes dry with frivolous and frightened motion, many small steps to avoid a bigger one. When the isles were close enough to pick out the ruined towers on the hilltops, though, Reuven turned his frantic energy into action. He vanished into his cabin, then returned brandishing a bundle of paper scrawled with notes and diagrams. When he replaced the navigator at the ship's wheel, he looked as if he were about to vomit. The ship began a strange dance toward the shore. Reuven grappled with the wheel, throwing his scrawny weight into every urgent turn. The ship's timbers groaned, and the tips of jagged rocks passed less than an arm's length from the hull. Alawi glanced at Reuven's inscrutable papers. No wonder Sarah kept him alive. Whatever knowledge he has is useless in translation. They came to a stop in a rocky little cove. Shattered stones hid it from the open sea, and sheer cliffs concealed the mast and sails from the shoreline. A rare, safe harbor, and luckily, not too far from the monastery. About 20 sailors, more than half the crew, went ashore for their mission. The monastery would be a few hours' walk inland. Alawi brought only her idol, a full canteen, and the lockbox. She then instructed the crew to stay close to her, because her goddess scorns the mist. The mist fears her idol. The sailors fell into place behind Alawi and Reuven as they pushed into the forest. Alawi's idol parted the mist, revealing strange architecture and foliage on either side of their path. Everything was frozen in a moment of decay. Desiccated trees, more ancient in life than the citadels of the Bahuru capital, scraped the sailors' faces and shoulders as they trudged by. Soon they found themselves among the ruins of a small town. Crumbling walls forced them to twist and turn through the underbrush. They slowed to pass, single file, along a tight path through the thicket, what might have once been an alleyway. As they moved forward, the surroundings looked the same. One of the crew, named Kristoff, questioned if Alawi knew where they were going, to which she answered that she did. Reuven told the crew to shut up, but it just sparked an argument, since some of the crew still held awful sentiments about their captain messing up with misfortune. They wouldn't be there in the first place if Captain Reuven had not attacked Sarah Fortune. Alawi commanded them to stop, but now everyone joined the argument and their raised voices echoed through the forest. Alawi knew this would draw enemies. Behind the shouts, she could pick out a quiet crunching noise, like footsteps through the heavy loam. The thicket beside the path suddenly churned. Branches scraped against one another with a sound like blades drawn across bones. Claw-like brambles unfurled into hands. There was a face in every bush and tree, withered like those of the unshriven dead. The arguing turned to screaming, and then the thicket smashed shut. The path was gone in an instant. The sailors bolted in sheer terror. She saw one dash into the woods, but he was slammed to the ground by a knotty branch. The trees closed over him, strangling his panicked shout. Alawi even caught a glimpse of Reuven's back as he ran away through the trees, his papers scattering behind him. Coward, she thought. Then the wraiths were upon her. The sailors nearest Alawi fought back, but their swords did nothing. It was like stabbing a thorn bush. The wraiths pressed forward through a hail of glancing blows and stabbed the sailors with splintered wooden limbs. When a wraith lunged toward her, Alawi ferociously swung her idol. Her strike was true. Its body echoed like a hollow bucket and burst into pieces. When another rushed forward, Alawi punched it so hard it snapped in half like a rotten fence post. Alawi lifted her idol in the air and slammed it down into the mud. The sailors staggered, but the wraiths flew back, repelled by the idol's blazing green glow. Pelongi always asked her, where do the tentacles come from? She'd tell them, it doesn't matter. The goddess was everywhere, in everything that changed. She could go anywhere and be anything because anything could change. A wraith, for example, could change into many tiny pieces of wraith. A protective wall of tentacles erupted from the ground and began transforming wraiths into sawdust. Alawi helped. Bushes and trees splintered. Knotty wooden heads went rolling through the mud like bowls. She caught a glimpse of a wraith flung high in the air, spread-eagled. It looked like a bird. When the wraiths nearest them had fallen to pieces, Alawi hefted her idol onto her shoulder and the tentacles faded away. The trail was eerily quiet. There was no sign of the sailors who'd run off, not even distant screams. Even the dead were missing. Borne off, perhaps, or buried beneath roots. Alawi then told the group to collect their breath and check who was missing. From almost 20 into only 7, and Kristoff was among them. Kristoff then asked if they should go and look for their captain. He didn't seem enthusiastic, knowing it was his fault that dragged them into this mess. They can't sail away from here without Reuven. Alawi saw Reuven's bundle of charts lying on the ground, soaked through with mud. She picked it up and fished out the map she'd given him. Behind the grime, the way to the monastery was still visible. On the ship, he'd seemed ready to change, but he'd returned to cowardice in the end. A stagnant soul, forever tossed about by the tides of others' whims. She'd only be saving him to use him, Alawi thought, like Sarah and the others did, and searching for him with only 7 injured and exhausted sailors, they would surely die. Kristoff and his crewmates did not deserve such a fate. The living can still change and grow, she reminded herself. The dead cannot. Her decision was clear. She then answered that they must press ahead. They shall have to rely upon the charity of the hermit who lives there. It wasn't long before the monastery loomed up out of the mist. It seemed well maintained. Its tall tower looked just like the one carved on the amulet. As Alawi approached the gate, a man leaped into the path ahead of her. He looked so much like a beast of the Isles, she almost smashed him with her idol, but the monster croaked and said he was Reuven. For a moment, the whole group simply stared. Reuven's body was completely coated with mud. His jacket was soaked with blood. Dead twigs were trapped in his hair. He looked like he'd been run over by a herd of giant rock crabs. Alawi was relieved. For a moment. Then her frustration returned in full force. She then said that Reuven's actions were shameful for leaving his crew. Reuven seemed shocked and replied that he thought that Alawi would be glad to see him alive. At that moment, Alawi snapped. She believed that Reuven wanted to change, but she was proven wrong when Reuven abandoned his duty to his crew. Reuven faced his crew with an embarrassed glance, while Kristoff questioned how Reuven survived. Alawi answered since she saw Reuven run for his life. Reuven then admitted that he has protection on his own. This further angered Alawi, knowing that Reuven chose to save himself rather than share it with the group. However, Alawi leveled her anger and readjusted her focus towards the mission. She then told Reuven that they would discuss his shame on the boat. But for now, they must enter the monastery. Alawi turned and knocked on the massive wooden door. The sound echoed in some open space beyond. Then, high above, someone cleared his throat and asked, "Who goes there?" Alawi introduced herself, and her title was the Truth-Bearer of the Bahuru. She explained that she sought the hermit, who represents the Brethren of the Dusk, and asked if they may take shelter there. The man paused for a moment, and then told Alawi that he would let them in, but they must not lay their hands on any creature inside. The doors slowly began to grind open. Each door was more than twice as tall as Alawi and enormously heavy. When they were cracked open about an arm's length, she saw who was pushing them from within. Mistwalkers. They were spirits shaped like hunched, tired men and women, with long dragging arms and slack mouths ringed with fangs. But unlike others Alawi had seen, they moved in passive, obedient silence, heaving against the door like dutiful footmen. Alawi recoiled, shocked, but the Mistwalkers did not lunge for her. Behind her, the sailors reached for their weapons. The man from the parapet stepped into view and asked if they frightened them. He then explained that these creatures were his companions. Alawi had never seen anyone like him before. He was robed like a priest, but built like a boulder, with huge shoulders muscled by hard work. Not a man she could snap in half. In one hand, he carried a heavy shovel of dark, rugged metal, stained with dirt, as if he'd just come from digging these beasts out of their graves. Alawi noticed that his arms were not sleeved. Their bluish tone, that was his bare skin. This man was no joke, and he was the so-called hermit that they were looking for. With extreme curiosity, Alawi asked if the man was also a Mistwalker. She had allied with Mistwalkers before, though it gave her no joy. Creatures trapped in the stagnation of death often brought pain to the living and were an unholy affront to the sanctity of life. The man smiled and clarified if Alawi was indeed asking if he was alive, which was a fair question considering the place that they were in. The man made a thoughtful shrug and said he was a caretaker of the place. He then invited everyone to enter the place. The courtyard beyond was filled with Mistwalkers carrying scraps of wood and rocks, clambering among the rows of gravestones. They paid the newcomers no mind, though their mouths hung open and their eyes were vacant. They seemed to be driven by some strange mission. Reuven whispered that the situation was mindlessness. The man clearly had an army. Alawi then pointed out the man that was some kind of protection too, since the black mist did not attack him. The hermit overheard them and told them that he didn't need any of that protection, since he had the maiden who watched over him. He then pointed to the top of the tower. Alawi caught a glimpse of a figure up there, but it retreated behind the parapet, as if ashamed to be seen. At that moment, Alawi finally asked the name of the hermit, and he answered. The man's name is Yorick, and he is the last brethren of his post. He has been in that place since the ruination when everything happened. Alawi had never imagined a home like Yorick's. The empty halls of the monastery were alive with the motion of mistwalkers. They walked the clean-slept floors in silence, each fixed on some cryptic duty. She felt her skin prickle and her mouth go dry. It was not fear. It was anger. He keeps the dead in servitude. Unconscionable. Disgusting. She kept this thought to herself, however. This man could still help save Bilgewater. Yorick observed and told them they had trouble on the road. He gestured to a spiraling stairwell and instructed he had little in the way of mortal comforts, but there was clean water in the cistern downstairs and a fire to keep them warm. While the others went down to wash on the lower level, Alawi waited on the doorstep, gazing at the mistwalkers in the yard below. Before her journey with Sarah and her friends to stop Viego, if she'd met a man trapped in the rut of his life for 1,000 years, leading an army of restless spirits, she'd have killed him on sight, and Nagakaburos would have blessed her for it. While Alawi indulged in her thoughts, Yorick appeared at her side and pointed out that Alawi had business with him. Alawi kept her composure and confirmed, keeping her voice calm, but with difficulties. She then expressed that she was just not used to seeing spirits treated that way. To lessen Alawi's worries, Yorick explained that these spirits were not trapped there. He searched many islands for the tormented dead, and some of them stayed at his place for a while before they moved on. Alawi questioned what these spirits were doing, and Yorick further explained the situation. The Mistwalkers were building graves. They were people of the Blessed Isles, his countrymen, seeking rest and peace. Yorick paused for a moment, as if saying a prayer, then told Alawi that they speak privately upstairs in his library. The tower was made of huge, dark blocks of stone, smoothed by time, and streaked black with torch smoke. It was older than the ruins of Halia, or the vaults Alawi and Sarah had visited before. He has been entombed here like a man dead for 1,000 years. Stagnation incarnate. His politeness almost made it worse. The chamber at the top of the tower was lined with bookshelves and lit by a cold blue light, filtering in through the window. Beside the door hung a pair of stone pauldrons with a cape of black mist roiling from them, and atop one of the lofty bookshelves, a nest of dark mist and glowing blue light slowly turned on itself. Yorick then introduced his maiden and said she had been with him for centuries. Alawi questioned that she thought Yorick said they moved on. Yorick answered that the spirits move on only when they are ready. He closed the door behind them and told Alawi that if she was ready, please show him who she was hiding in that box on her belt. Alawi raised an eyebrow and asked if he could sense it. Yorick answered that the maiden speaks to him. She told him whose spirit that was. Alawi opened the box with the key around her neck. Yorick leaned forward to see, and the light of the amulet made a sinister dance across his craggy features. Viego of Camivore, Yorick said. He extended one huge, calloused hand toward the box, then stopped himself. Since the ruination, he'd hoped to see something like this, but he expected more. He wanted the mist to be gone, but it remains, that the spirits would cease their suffering, but it continues. There was an unreadable expression on his face. Perhaps he expected that he would change. Alawi felt a blaze of sympathy for him. She too had wondered if the Shadow Isles might change with Viego's banishment, if the mist might finally disperse. But that is a challenge for some greater strength than them, she reminded herself. When Alawi and the crew defeated the ruined king, Yorick saw the lights in the sky, but the spirits were not freed, and the maiden continued whispering in his ear. So his responsibility to them continued. He gazed at Alawi, his expression stony. He then told her that he was a member of a holy order the same as her. Long years of toil, that is their way. Persistence, faith, and dedication. Alawi bristled. Nagakaburos does not scorn dedication. She scorns stagnation. Yorick stood, went to the window, and told Alawi to look at something. Spread out beyond the walls of the abbey, across miles of wood and mist-wreathed hillsides, were thousands of tombs. Tombs carved by the hands of mortal artisans stood side by side with rough, makeshift ones assembled from rubble by the stumbling dead. Here and there, the endless acres of gravestones stirred with the motion of mistwalkers. Yorick wryly asked if this was not the largest cemetery she had ever seen. It was, Alawi realized, half as big as Bilgewater itself. Yorick's voice was tight with controlled emotion. If there was any agent of change on these isles, he was it. He opened the earth and brought the spirits to their rest, and the world around him changes. He turned to Alawi and asked if he still did not honor her goddess through his actions. A constellation of beliefs netted Alawi to the particulars of her faith. They were simple beliefs, clear and gracious and humanizing. Though her relationship with the goddess had changed over the years, the core of her faith remained strong. Life is motion. To live fully is to change. To change is strength. The living can change. The dead cannot. Alawi now felt that foundation shifting beneath her feet. Can the dead build a world of their own? Can they follow their own desires? No. Why would he think that? Alawi would bring motion to beings trapped between life and death before. The Blood Harbor Ripper, Pike, was one of them. But his grace had been given to him by Nagakaburos, and the goddess had no part in Yorick's domain. Alawi finally admitted that the dead could have their own kind of motion, but Nagakaburos would never keep spirits here beyond their years in life. Yorick asked if the goddess would see them reborn. Alawi answered yes. It would be a sin to deny them life for even a moment. That's when Yorick said that there lay their difference. Alawi would banish spirits before their time, while Yorick patiently waited for the spirits to decide. Alawi knew that if the conversation continued, she'd never settle the issue of the amulet, so she changed the subject. She lifted the amulet by its chain and showed him the mark on its back. Alawi told Yorick that his order made the amulet, but in the Bahuru style. She hoped he could tell her how to destroy the spirit inside. Yorick took the amulet in his bare hand. It did not seem to trouble him the way it had troubled Sarah. He turned to his bookshelves and found a sheaf of fragile gray parchment. The one who made the amulet was a Bahuru sailor. She saw too many perish at sea, so she joined their order to bring peace to the dying. The parchment was covered in ancient Bahuru script. Alawi could pick out the old words well enough. This artisan had worked on gems made of serpent amber, a technique practiced only by the Bahuru. But she had also tempered the gems under high heat to form a crystalline shell capable of holding an angry spirit. The technique she used was from the Blessed Isles. Yorick fully remembered the artisan, but he could not read Bahuru himself. So he let Alawi read the parchment. Alawi's eyes wandered down the page. She picked out an illustration of some kind of blast furnace, powered by magic focused through prisms and lenses, a gyroscopic dynamo of light and flame. The illustration was labeled, "The Spirit Destroyed." That seemed clear enough. The artisan used the machine of Ilawi's people to temper the gems. At the same heat, they could kill the spirit inside. Yorick laughed as he already used the blocks of the furnace to make tombstones. The two of them stood for a moment, in silence again, thinking. Ilawi wondered how Sarah was doing. She wondered if, across all this distance, she could still hear the amulet speaking to her. Suddenly Yorick said that there was one solution close at hand. Ilawi could hurl the amulet into a volcano. Ilawi glanced at him as if he was joking. Yorick said no. He has not gone this far in 1,000 years, but volcanoes at least last that long. He returned to the bookshelves and found a map rolled into an enormous sheaf. It showed the Blessed Isles as they had been before the ruination, marked with roads and cities. Yorick pointed to a tiny dot in a far corner of the map and instructed her to sail to the Skardover Quay, which was a half-day sail from their location. Ilawi then asked if the volcano had exposed lava, to which she felt ridiculous for asking. Yorick answered that time changes those things, but it did in his day. A thought occurred to Ilawi. If Pike could see the truth in the goddess's ways, this man could too. She then invited Yorick to accompany them, since Yorick wanted to see the king destroyed. Ilawi even offered that Yorick may hurl him to his death himself if he liked. Yorick coughed out a grim bark of a laugh. It was beyond the black mist. He doubted he would be able to help them much when he was outside the realm of the dead. He gestured to the maiden. His powers lie with the dead, and he has not left his post in 1,000 years. Ilawi remained persistent, telling Yorick that there was no better time to try. She urged Yorick to leave the place, even only for a day. She thinks Yorick will enjoy the experience. Yorick considered for a moment, doing something because he would enjoy it. He drew himself up straight and crossed his huge arms on his barrel chest. He then agreed with Ilawi. There was nothing he'd enjoy more than killing Viego. After a short while, they all gathered in the courtyard to leave the monastery. Reuven stood apart from the rest of the group as Yorick directed his spirits to open the gate and let them out. Ilawi bundled the navigational chart she'd found in the woods and went to talk to the captain. The two of them chatted for a bit, since Ilawi was a bit concerned about the crew's situation. She cannot let another distraction in their mission. She must know if the crew plans a mutiny. But Reuven doesn't know anymore. Ilawi looked down at the navigational notes. He's the only one who can use them, she thought. There will be time to bring him back to his senses once they are on the open ocean. She handed him the paper bundle and told him to focus. They returned to the ship in frigid silence. Half the crew was dead, and Reuven was no longer on speaking terms with the ones remaining. As Reuven navigated out of the cove, Yorick stood at the railing and watched the maiden standing alone on the sand. The journey was a straight shot, half a day's voyage to an island on the edge of the Shadow Isles archipelago. The crew kept the sails trimmed for speed, and Reuven stewed on the command deck. He hunched his shoulders, thrust his hands deep in his pockets, and kept his eyes fixed grimly on the horizon, and now and then on the crew too. Ilawi approached Reuven and told him that she knew they said they would discuss Nagakaburos and their place in Bilgewater. If he still wished for guidance, the offer was still up for grabs. Reuven glanced at her. There was something in his eyes. Fear? Maybe later, he muttered. Ilawi tried to ask Reuven about their discussion with the crew, but Reuven shut it down. Ilawi shrugged and descended from the command deck to walk the length of the ship with Yorick. As they walked through the deck, Ilawi was surprised at how much she enjoyed it. When she didn't have to look at his army of mistwalkers, it was easier to discuss Yorick's beliefs on their own merits. They spent all night deep in conversation. His beliefs were as sincerely held as hers, but his priorities were so strange. Healing the dead was more important to him than returning them to the light of life. Ilawi tells Yorick that she will never understand his principles, but she believes he means it. Yorick replied, that he did not expect her to understand. He was just glad that she listened. Most of the sailors went to sleep on the lower deck sometime before dawn. When the sun rose, the trained rat left the last of the black mist behind, and their destination came into view. A handful of crew members gathered at the railing. There was a dark, conical blemish on the pale gray skyline ahead. Alawi could pick out the stench of sulfur when they were still miles from shore. As they grew closer, the hazy shadow on the horizon resolved into a mountain of dark ash, running bare and treeless from the waterline to the lip of the crater. Here and there it was studded with the stark forms of jagged rocks, each larger than a house. As the crew lowered the anchor, Alawi returned to her bunk to retrieve her idol. The belly of the ship was shadowed and quiet, with no sound louder than the creak of timbers and the slosh of waves against the hull. Here and there, crew members were still sleeping in hammocks strung from the ceiling beams. Her idol was on her bunk. Carrying it awkwardly at her side, she made her way back down the center of the lower deck, between the cannons. It was so quiet, she thought. Then she realized she couldn't hear anyone snoring. She put her hand on the nearest hammock and tipped it toward her. Kristoff lay inside, and he was not breathing. His dry lips were parted, and his eyes stared blankly upward. Alawi could feel the presence of his spirit, but he lay like one dead. A magical stasis? This was not done by natural means. She stepped swiftly to the next hammock. The sailor there was trapped in corpse-like stasis too. Every ship that leaves the Shadow Isles can carry as many stowaways as it has shadows. Alawi shouted, calling and asking whoever did such actions. Farther up the length of the ship, the hatch fell closed over the stairway, and the whole of the lower deck was drowned in darkness. Alawi crouched and tightened her grip on her idol. There was barely any room to fight in the lower deck. It was the only place on the ship where she was vulnerable. She then asked the unknown spirit if he waited until Yorick and her were separated. A wink of blue light flared in the dark. A voice said, yes, and until the mist was gone. Reuven stepped out of the shadows between Alawi and the stairwell and told her he wanted to speak in private. A faint glow wreathed him, and behind him stood someone else. It was a hunched, robe-swaddled spirit, dressed like a Blessed Isles scholar. His gowns were crisscrossed with arcane geometry and stained with black slime, as if he'd come wading out of some putrid swamp. Tendrils of black mist coiled around him, and above his tight, tarnished gold collar sat a warped face of sagging, melted skin, split by an enormous toad-like mouth. When his lips pulled back in a smile, Alawi could see multiple rows of little pointed teeth. That's when Alawi realized that Reuven made a pact with a monster named Bartek so it could protect him when they were swarmed by wraiths. Alawi slowly walked back as she tried to continue the conversation between them. She could only fight on the upper deck, and stalling as she escaped was the best option. Alawi's words were working on Reuven. He was realizing his wrongdoings. Reuven hesitated, but the orb flared again. He jerked like a puppet brought back to stand at attention. Shortly, the monster caught up to Alawi's plan. He ordered Reuven to stop Alawi and get the amulet. Alawi did not wait to see what he would do. She took one silent, confident step forward into an open space and swung her idol as hard as possible into Reuven's snappable little body. He flew across the deck and hit the opposite hull of the ship hard, cracking the boards in half. Bartek recoiled in surprise and gave a frustrated shriek. Alawi told Bartek to choose a better champion, or why not fight himself? She approached him, and the creature cravenly retreated and answered her question. Bartek said that his master has given him a weapon stronger than Alawi's goddess and a champion to fight for him. Once again, the orb in his hand flared, and the captain stirred. Slowly, he lifted his broken body back to its feet. Bartek told Alawi that she could not beat him. His lips parted in a wide, toothy smile like the River King's catfish mouth. Bartek then said that he could bring him back. The Lantern Fighter's gift has given him dominion over his soul. Illaoi stepped back, realizing it was Thresh who was pulling the strings behind the curtains, and it meant two things. He was still alive, and Thresh was after the amulet. Reuven moved like a pile of sticks held together with a string. Illaoi could see his muscles bunching strangely on his arms and neck, driven by magic, not by his own will. With a twist of his cracked legs, he launched himself toward her with uncommon speed. She dove out of the way and dropped her idol awkwardly as she squeezed between cannons. It rolled across the boards of the deck between them. They paused. Reuven sized her up with a cross-eyed stare. Illaoi took a sharp breath and lunged for the idol. Reuven dashed forward and kicked her in the ribs. It was like being hit by a mortar shell. And now it was Illaoi's turn to shatter the boards behind her. The idol flew out of her hand and straight through the hull, leaving a ragged gap as tall as Illaoi herself. As her fingers slipped from the idol's grip, she felt her vital connection to Nagakaburo's fade. And so, it's time for her fists. She struggled to peel herself off the deck and square up against Reuven. As she raised her hand to strike him in the jaw, Bartek also raised his. The orb in his palm flared. In the hammocks around the deck, glass-eyed sailors sat up rigid as a board. Each leaped from their hammock like a Piltovan automaton. Bartek swung the orb, and the sailors swung for her. There were 8 or 9 of them, and they each hit with the force of a charging brine seal. Illaoi kept her guard up over her face, twisting to shrug off the blows. Without her idol, she could not summon Nagakaburos' tentacles to throw them back, but she could punch. The goddess tests even her, she thought. But this is a test she was glad to bear. She hit a sailor on the shoulder so hard that his arm dislocated with a sound like a plank cracking in half. She kneed another so forcefully that his flying body shattered the stairs leading to the upper deck. She moved through forms of combat she'd learned while training for the priesthood. Fists snapped forward like the strike of a ramming ship. Legs planted like the roots of an island in the bed of the sea. Whispering a regretful prayer to Nagakaburos, she dodged Kristoff's punch, rolled him over her shoulder, and threw him down on the deck. His forehead left a splatter of red on the boards. She began backing up toward the hole in the wall. Outside the ship, she'd have room to fight. Illaoi taunted Reuven, and exactly as she expected, Reuven's expression curdled with rage. Reuven dove at her. Illaoi let the force of his leap carry them both straight out the side of the ship. They burst into the sunlight, locked arm in arm. She caught a glimpse of the chaos on the upper deck. Yorick swarmed by attacking sailors, each wreathed by blue light. She saw him swat a woman clear off the ship with the flat of his shovel. Then she and Reuven sank into the sea. This was her territory. Reuven was strong beyond human strength, but the man could not swim. Illaoi had been training to swim through riptides since childhood. She pinned him to the sand on the bottom of the bay, grabbed him by the neck, and held him down. Then she punched him until she cut her knuckles on his teeth. Illaoi could hold her breath underwater for nearly 5 minutes if she was conserving her energy. Punching Reuven into submission took so much out of her, she only lasted for 1.5 minutes before she had to kick up to the surface and take a gulp of air. Reuven was thrashing weakly on the bay floor, kicking up a cloud of sand. Illaoi swam back down, grabbed him by the jacket, and dragged him across the water and onto the shore. She shouted to give in and struck him again. He coughed up a mouthful of seawater. Reuven's eyes darted to the ship. She followed his glance and saw Yorick and Bartek grappling at the prow of the boat. Yorick was holding Bartek's throat, but the spirit's hand, gripping the orb, was raised to the sky. The orb flared a blinding white, and pain drove Illaoi to her knees. It was as if someone had driven a lance of fire through the top of her head. By the goddess, what was that? She was hurt too much to move. Reuven crawled to her on broken limbs, a dagger in his hand. Reuven told Illaoi that Bartek's master is too powerful. They all have people they answer to. He answers to a phantom who's near like a god. Just give him the amulet. Illaoi had destroyed that god several weeks ago. Despite struggling, Illaoi firmly said no. But the searing light of the orb shone from the boat again, and this time the pain was worse. Illaoi gritted her teeth. It felt like someone was trying to peel her mind from her body. Reuven begged her and said that the lantern would suck her soul out of her ear and make her a puppet, like he did to him. But Illaoi answered she'd like to see him try. She struggled to raise her arm and simply gave Reuven a backhanded slap. He was so badly injured that it sent him sprawling. A moment later, a shadow loomed over Illaoi, and Bartek hurled Yorick to the ground beside her. Yorick seemed dazed, but alive. With tendrils of black mist flickering about him, Bartek leaned down and unhooked the lockbox from Illaoi's belt. Reuven called his master and begged Bartek to heal him, but Bartek simply gave a flat, scornful cough of a laugh and rejected him. Illaoi knew they had only moments before Bartek left. She turned to Yorick and whispered, "Gravekeeper." Yorick blinked, shook himself, and collected his focus. He placed his palm on the sand to push himself up, then drew it back as if burned. There was something down there. The dead. Corpses. Reuven had seized the hem of his new master's robes, begging for life. He won't survive this, Illaoi realized, but his crew still could. She glanced at Bartek, then back at Yorick. Illaoi told Yorick to let them out. Yorick closed his eyes. "Rise," he told the bones. Illaoi felt the rumbling before she heard it. The sand danced. The ash on the slope of the volcano began to slide down toward them in sheets. Bartek looked about, suddenly nervous. Deep below them in the bedrock beneath the ocean, something cracked. Then a tide of spirits rose. From a crevasse growing beneath Yorick's palm poured a torrent of furious souls. Illaoi could see spirits leaping from the sand all around her, howling with a rage so profound and concentrated that she lost her breath. They stank of sulfur. The air was so thick with their charred, transparent forms that the terrain around her distorted. Yorick lifted his hand and flung it at Bartek. With a sound like a cracking whip, a lash of black mist flew from the cape on his back and struck the Halian scholar. The mist around him surged and recoiled. Yorick shouted that Bartek was a servant of the mist that woke and trapped them there. The spirits surged toward Bartek, drawn like hounds to a scent as Yorick commanded the dead to kill Bartek. The geyser of souls struck Bartek, flipped him onto his back and thumped the sand around him into a crater. The furious dead tore at Bartek's robes and beat him with their fists. He writhed, screaming. Every strike of their sulfurous hands burned him. Something flashed in his hand. The lockbox. Illaoi forced her aching body to stand. The sand bubbled and churned as hundreds of spirits erupted from it, and the rushing current of passing souls whipped her hair and buffeted her like a strong wind. She could barely keep her footing. Illaoi pushed forward, stumbling, and grabbed Bartek by the robes. Spirits writhed around her, screaming in their desperate attempt to strike him. Holding on to him was like holding onto a flag in a hurricane. She tugged him closer. Bartek roared, stating it belonged to his master. Illaoi struck him in the jaw. She felt something crack, but then his jaw writhed back into position on his face. Illaoi claimed that Thresh was already dead, but Bartek snarled, tar spilling over his warped, sagging lips as he said that Thresh still lived. Bartek brandished his orb, but Illaoi grabbed it. Its smooth surface burned her hands, but she ripped it from his grasp just as it released its final flash. The souls around him recoiled, screaming, and Illaoi fell backward. She caught a glimpse of Bartek launching himself out over the sea. The lockbox was clutched in his slimy fist. He floated there, victorious. But then the spirits caught up. They overwhelmed Bartek, and the force of their charge pushed him toward the horizon. He shot like a cannonball over the surface of the water. 2 hissing sheets of spray flew up on either side of his path. All of a sudden, Yorick shouted to the dead, telling them to wait. However, the spirits ignored him. The ocean boiled with furious souls, and they carried her enemy and her duty away from her. Far out at sea, something detonated, and a tower of spray shot up the height of a ship's mast. A moment later, there came another, even farther out. The spirits were moving faster than any ship or serpent steed. Illaoi dropped Bartek's orb and fell to her knees. She pressed her forehead to the sand, realizing she failed. Bartek has Viego. Yorick collapsed beside her, sharing the same sentiment of failure as Yorick failed to control the dead. Illaoi struggled to sit up. She then said that her dearest friend, Misfortune. Illaoi told her she promised her she would destroy the amulet. When she needed her most, Illaoi failed. She mourned as she asked for forgiveness from her goddess. Yorick watched as more spirits rushed out to sea. They were locked down there for centuries beneath the stone, a city of souls, so much pain and fury. They want revenge, and he is a creature of the black mist that roused them. As the last of the spirits rose from the earth and poured into the ocean, Illaoi could feel their rage dissipating. Illaoi then asked what would happen to these undead. Yorick answered that if they made their way back to the Isles, he would find them. But he doubted he'd find that toad who took Viego. Illaoi and Yorick struggled to their feet and surveyed the battlefield. Bartek's rule over the ship's crew had ended. She could see several of the sailors lying still on the beach, and more draped over the railing of the ship. Reuven himself lay nearby, half buried by a drift of sand. Illaoi felt for a pulse, but could not find one. Yorick knelt beside Reuven and placed a hand on his shoulder. Illaoi saw a shade of him rise from the body, shimmering a near-invisible pale blue in the bright morning light. His voice was faint and echoing, like a person whispering to them from the far end of a pipe. Even in spirit, Reuven couldn't believe that he died. Yorick took the spirit's hand and assured him that he was safe now. Reuven regarded his broken body with uncomprehending shock. Yorick awakened him so he could find peace. But Reuven answered that he cannot find peace, not without the crew. He was their captain. He owed them. Illaoi was dumbfounded. In his moment of death at last, Reuven thought of his crew. That's when Illaoi realized that Yorick was right. The dead can change. Illaoi handed over the artifact to Reuven so he could save the soul of his crew. Reuven turned to Illaoi. His face was split with a silly grin, the only genuine smile she'd seen on him since they'd met. Then he gripped Yorick's hand and faded away. Yorick ran down the beach. The sailors on the shore were on the brink of death. He seemed to know whose spirits still stayed with them and who had already passed. With Reuven's knowledge guiding him, Yorick moved among the corpses. When the globe shone in his hand, their breath returned. As Kristoff came alive again in a fit of coughing, Illaoi thought, what does the goddess think of him as Yorick healed the living and the dead? But she knew the goddess would not tell her what to think of Yorick. The goddess needed her to decide for herself. That evening, after she'd hauled her idol up from the bottom of the bay, Illaoi and Yorick went to bury Reuven and the other dead high up near the lip of the volcano. There's a fantastic view up there, Yorick remarked, covering the final grave. He wielded his spade like an accomplished craftsman. Illaoi approached the edge of the volcano and looked down into the black-capped, red-cracked lake of lava below. She wasn't sure what to feel. Perhaps their spirits can watch the rest of the world covered in ruination from up there. Yorick stood beside Illaoi and said he did not think that would happen. even if Viego tried to kill the whole world. Well, the dead have their own kind of will. Yorick has met several in his time who would see him destroyed. They can help them. Alawi thought for a moment. The dead, rising up against Viego. She'd seen something like that on the Shadow Isles before, but it was so rare. With Yorick, was another future possible? Spirits and Bahuru, aligned with the same goals? It felt impossible, but Yorick promised that he would help. Alawi felt a strange hope growing inside her. She then told Yorick that he had a good heart, and his ability was like a promise of Nagakaburos' fulfilled. The power to move the dead from stagnation. Alawi has never seen anything like it before. Yorick shrugged and answered that he just did what he must. But Alawi insisted that Yorick do more than anyone expected. As Alawi spoke the words, she felt the shock of it growing within her. If this is possible, she found herself thinking, then anything is. Motion for her friends, freedom for Sarah, a better world for all of them. Nagakaburos brought them together for a reason, and Alawi thinks they can learn from one another, as the ancients did. The possibilities blossomed in her mind. The ancient Bahuru and the scholars of the Blessed Isles had created such incredible things together. What they lacked was a common purpose, a mission uniting them toward a single goal. What Yorick's brethren wished for the world, what Alawi's faith dreams of, they are the same. Change and growth. Liberation. Yorick laughed and said he did not know if the rest of your religion would agree, but Alawi promised that she would make them. Yorick agreed that perhaps it was possible, but for now, he must return to his home and attend to his duties. Alawi understood. She then said that if one day, when he is ready to leave, the Bahuru will become an honorable monk like him. They will need an ally in the fight against Viego. Yorick gazed down at the lava below and said no one had ever called him an honorable monk before. But Alawi affirmed that he is. Alawi's journey has been a long one. They fought Viego and Thresh, defeating the two strongest undead. However, they were now facing a rematch with them as Thresh orchestrated another incoming harrowing. War has created nothing but chaos. Many lives perish to pointless land claims as small settlements or even weaker nations fell to the hands of stronger conquering empires. Throughout Runeterra's history, there have been a couple of wars, both small and big ones. It seemed like war was inevitable for mortals, and one must adapt in order to survive. In the midst of the invasion of the Noxian Empire, a province in Ionia named Navori developed an ancient dance. It was an art of war, using graceful and carefully practiced movements to levitate a host of deadly blades. This fighting style was as old as time, and not all could perform it effectively. However, even if this art was ancient, there was one who looked promising to be the next blade dancer in the land of Navori. She grew from dancing only for herself, now for the sake of the First Lands. Her name is Zan Aurelia, the Blade Dancer. Surrounded by treacherous seas, Ionia is composed of a number of allied provinces scattered across a massive archipelago, known to many as the First Lands. Since Ionian culture has long been shaped by the pursuit of balance in all things, the border between the material and spirit realms tends to be more permeable there, especially in the wild forests and mountains. Although these lands' enchantments can be fickle, their creatures are dangerous and fey. For many centuries, most Ionians led lives of plenty. The warrior monasteries, provincial militias, and even Ionia itself had been enough to protect them. In original Vestayan nomenclature, the First Lands is a land of unspoiled beauty and natural magic. Its inhabitants are spiritual people who seek to live in harmony and balance with the world. There are many orders and sects across Ionia, each following their own paths and ideals, which were often conflicting with the other. Self-sufficient and isolationist, Ionia has remained largely neutral in the wars that have ravaged Valoran over the centuries, until it was invaded by Noxus. This brutal conflict and occupation have forced Ionia to reassess its place in the world. How it reacts and the future path Ionia will follow is as of yet undetermined. However, animosity against Noxus has led to militarization and vigilantism. Thirst for the dark arts is on the rise. Now, Ionia exists in an uneasy peace. Different reactions to the war have divided the region. Some groups, such as the Shojin monks or the Kinku, seek a return to isolationist pacifism and pastoral traditions. Other more radical factions, such as the Navori Brotherhood and the Order of Shadow, demand a militarization of the land's magic to create a single, unified nation that can take vengeance on Noxus. The fate of Ionia hangs in a delicate balance that few are willing to overturn, but all can feel shifting uneasily beneath their feet. This time, the story is heavily anchored with the beliefs of the Navori Brotherhood. In the western half of the Ionian mainland, there was a region and province named Navori. It was considered the most populous region of Ionia, being the home of various villages, prestigious schools, sacred magical gardens, and the iconic Placidium of Navori. After the invasion, the southwestern tip of Navori was controlled by Noxus, which became the line of conflict between the Noxians and the Ionians for years. Born 972 years after Noxus, and her potential showed at an early age. Even as a small child, Aurelia was fascinated by the grace and beauty of human movement. Under her grandmother's tutelage, she learned the traditional silk dances of her province, though she was dubious of their supposedly mystical connection to the spirit of Ionia. Aurelia's love for the dances was real. As time passed, Aurelia prepared herself for a little adventure of her own. She grew to be a curious teenager with distinct features, a slender, pale-skinned girl with long dark hair up to the hips and sea-green eyes. By consistently asking for permission, Aurelia was able to convince her father to let her pursue her love for dancing. Eventually, Aurelia left their home to study with some of Ionia's most respected performers at the Placidium of Navori, seeking to master the art. She traveled alone, hoping to reach the Placidium, which wasn't that far from her home. Aurelia's people were peaceful and sought harmony with their neighbors, but rumors of foreign invaders sighted off the coast unsettled many at the Placidium. Because of the unexpected scenario, her plans were thrown out of the window. The Placidium was closed, and Aurelia didn't have any other option as of that moment. Saddened by the unforeseen situation, Aurelia went back home. Unfortunately for her, more bad news was waiting for her. Aurelia returned to her village to find it already occupied, with steel-helmed soldiers from distant Noxus shoving unarmed civilians through the streets with the butts of their spears. The Noxian Admiral Ducal had seized the Zaan home to quarter his fleet officers. Everything happened in an instant, while Aurelia was gone, and the village was conquered within hours. Aurelia's brothers and her father Leto had evidently protested. The land belongs to Zaan's family, and they have every right to the claim. However, their small village doesn't stand a chance against the might of Noxus. Tragedy blanketed the village, and Aurelia found her entire family lying in unmarked graves in the gardens. Ravaged by grief, young Aurelia saw Ducal's men hauling valuables from the house. Among the loot was a large metal crest depicting the Zaan family emblem. Aurelia raced to it, wrenching it from the Noxian hands. The Admiral himself hurled her to the ground. and had his warriors shatter the crest with a heavy iron maul before ordering them to dig a fresh grave for this upstart child. As they surrounded her, Aurelia averted her eyes, looking at the pieces of the Zon crest scattered on the ground. Everything felt overwhelming. It was surreal, like the worst nightmare one might experience. From deep within her soul, she felt a strange rhythm begin to beat. The shards of metal began to twitch, to twist, moving seemingly on their own, and Aurelia felt the serene joy of the ancient dances once more. With a sweep of her arm, she sent the pieces flying like ragged blades, cutting clean through two of the Noxians. As Ducal and his officers reeled in shock, Aurelia snatched up the shards of her crest and fled the village. She could battle the whole army, but escaping was her priority at that time. The lineage of the Zon family must continue, and Aurelia was the only one left. In the quiet forest beyond, Aurelia mourned her family and thought back to her grandmother's teachings. While grieving, something crossed Aurelia's mind. She realized that the techniques she had learned were more than mere dances. They were powerful expression of something far greater. Aurelia pondered if that was the reason why she managed to control the broken crest earlier that day, but she couldn't tell for sure. Meanwhile, the invasion was far from over. The Noxian occupation soon began to test the fragile peace of the First Lands. It was said that even the religious leader Karma had been forced to strike back at the invaders with deadly magic, though her followers had now withdrawn to the lasting altar and would not condone any further violence. Across Navori, dissenting voices began to band together. A resistance was forming, one that would not rest until Ionia was free once more. This movement fully aligned with Aurelia's vision. It was time for them to fight back. Burning with rage, Aurelia joined their ranks, performing her cherished dances for them in the woodland camps to preserve some vestige of their vanishing culture. Aurelia bravely represented her lineage as the last Zon. She was barely 14 years old when she found herself back at the Placidium. Her band of resistance fighters joined the militia who had sworn to guard the monasteries and wild sacred gardens. Ionians must not endure this torture, and Aurelia firmly believed that their culture must be preserved. On the flip side, decades of conquering lands gave Noxus wide strategic knowledge on wars. Noxus knew only too well what the Ionians' place represented. With that, a tactical general named Jericho Swain captured the Placidium and took its defenders as hostages, hoping to lure the inevitable reinforcements into a trap. If Ionians used their mystical connection with the place to outsmart the Noxian Empire, then it's better for them to let the settlers charge at them, rather than blindly rampaging through the forest. It was indeed a clever plan that General Swain orchestrated. Cunning and dangerous, but it was at that moment that Aurelia rose to meet her destiny. Freed from her bonds, she unleashed the full potential of her ancient blade dance, lashing out with graceful zeal. Aurelia charged with full confidence, determined to protect the Placidium of Navori. With a swift movement of blades, a dozen of Swain's veterans fell, sowing chaos in their ranks as the other captives joined Aurelia. No one thought that an ancient art would be wielded by a teenager, and the Noxian army was completely caught off guard. Aurelia closed the gap and she struck down the general himself. The sight of this rebellious girl hefting Swain's severed arm over her head marked the turning point of the war. Noxians retreated as General Swain lost his arm from that encounter. The victory was called the Great Stand at Navori, and the rebellions ensured that everyone in Ionia knew the name of Zon Aurelia. Her name spread like wildfire as many Ionians looked to her for leadership. At first, Aurelia doesn't want to take the role. She did cut off the general's arm, but Aurelia knew nothing about leading an army. Not to mention, she was just a teenager. But her image resonated with those longing for hope, and it was enough for them to let Aurelia lead. Reluctantly, she led the growing resistance for almost 3 years of grueling battle before her triumph at Dalu Bay. There, she finally cornered the defeated Admiral Ducal and exacted the vengeance she had sought for so long. Her family could now rest in peace as Aurelia had finally avenged them. Though the war has long since ended, Ionia has been permanently changed by it. The First Lands are now divided, with rival factions fighting each other almost as bitterly as they did the Noxians. Many continue to look at Aurelia for answers, but while others might welcome such power, Aurelia remains uneasy with it. At heart, she still yearns only to dance alone. Her art was never meant for war, but right now, Ionia's problems forced Aurelia to do so. As days passed by, Aurelia became a known figure in Ionia. Many called her the Blade Dancer as they look up to her. However, her image alone was not enough to bring peace to Ionia. They may have won the war against Noxus, but the opposing beliefs of their people got worse. The factions were separated into 2 views. Shojin monks or the Kinku seek a return to isolationist pacifism and pastoral traditions, while the other factions such as the Navori Brotherhood and the Order of Shadow demand a militarization of the land's magic. Keep in mind that Aurelia allied with many factions before, but since they already won the war against the invasion of Noxus, what more does her blade have to fight for? One day, an Ionian approached Aurelia. The man choked, his lips frothing red as he said that he believed in the Blade Dancer, stating that Aurelia showed them the path. Aurelia held her stance. She looked down at him, this devotee of the Brotherhood, on his knees in the mud. He had been pierced over and over by her blades. The man pleaded, saying that they could have been strong, united as one people. But Aurelia replied, "That is not the Spirit's way, and if that's what he thinks, then he is wrong." The man had come to the village, waiting for the perfect moment before making his move, but he was clumsy and awkward. Aurelia had danced around him easily. He had been determined to kill her. The worst thing was, he wasn't the first. Aurelia's blades now hovered at her shoulders, following the graceful, circling movements of her hands. One simple gesture, and it could all be over. He spat blood on the ground, his eyes burning with hatred. Hanging on his last breath, the man stated that if Aurelia did not lead Navori, the Brotherhood would. He tried weakly to raise his dagger against her. This man would never be taken alive. The man mourned again, repeating his words that they all believed in Aurelia while wielding his blade. Aurelia deeply sighed and said she never asked them to. She then asked for forgiveness, as her blades weren't what the Brotherhood wanted. Her limbs flowed lithely around her body. Aurelia whirled to the side, sending the blades out in a deadly arc. They sliced cleanly through his flesh, as much an act of mercy as self-defense. A simple turn, just one elegant step, brought the blades back to her, their edges slick with blood. The man's lifeless body toppled forward, and Aurelia wished that the spirit would bring him to peace. Aurelia's burden was heavy as she returned to the camp. When she finally entered the privacy of her tent, she released a long, tense breath and lowered herself to the reed mat. She closed her eyes and whispered to call his father. Aurelia expressed her guilt, saying she had bloodied their family's honor once more, and she asked for the forgiveness of her late father. Aurelia spread the blades out before her. Like Ionia itself, they were the fractured pieces of something that had once been far greater, now turned to violent ends. She poured water into a small wooden bowl and dipped in a rag. The simple act of cleaning the shards had become a ritual, one that she felt compelled to undertake after every battle she fought. The water slowly turned red as she worked, but beneath the fresh blood, the metal carried much darker, older stains that she could never seem to remove completely. This was the blood of her people, the blood of Navori itself. Lost in thought, she began to slide the blades around, slowly reforming them into her family crest. Its 3 symbols lay cracked before her, representing the Zon name, her home province, and the rest of the First Lands, all in harmony. Her ancestors had always lived by the teachings of Karma, the Enlightened One. They inflicted no harm on anyone, regardless of circumstance. But now, there was their seal, and crest turned into weapons, and takers of countless lives at that. Sure, that crest freed them from the vicious Noxus, but it also contained the blood of some Ionian. The very symbol of their clan was wielded against Karma's teaching. Aurelia wanted to be a dancer, not as the blade dancer, but she threaded a path of no return. Aurelia could feel the eyes of her brothers upon her, even in their eternal rest, at one with the spirit of Ionia. She feared earning their disappointment, their resentment. She pictured her dear old Oma, too, broken and sobbing, devastated by each kill. For many times, that thought had made Aurelia weep more than any other. The blades would never be clean. She knew that, but she would still do right by those she had harmed, and only she can carry such a burden. Later on, Aurelia passed many of her followers on her way to the burial grounds. Though they looked to Aurelia for leadership, now more than ever, she recognized so few of them. With each winter, the faces became less familiar, as the last of the old resistance were replaced by new and more zealous fighters. They came from faraway provinces and towns she had never heard of. The calm and artistic side of the old Ionians was nowhere to be found. Everything was slowly replaced by a burning taste for vengeance and blood. Even so, she halted often to return their half-hearted salutes and bows, and would accept none of their help in dragging the shrouded body of her dead attacker along the road. This setup was getting a bit repetitious, because the Brotherhood kept sending their faithful believers to attack Aurelia, which never really worked for them. Finding an open patch beneath the blossom-heavy branches of a tree, Aurelia set him down carefully and turned to join in the grief of the widows and widowers, the orphaned sons and daughters. Aurelia confronted them, saying she knew it was never easy. Aurelia placed a consoling hand on the shoulder of a man who knelt before a pair of fresh graves. She was about to explain something about each life and each death, but the man batted away her hand, glaring at her until she retreated. Aurelia murmured to herself as she prepared to start digging, though she remained unconvinced by her own words. What Aurelia wanted to say was that it was all necessary. The Brotherhood would grip the land in an iron fist, no better than Noxus. Shortly, her eyes fell upon an old woman who sat on a simple wooden stool at the foot of the tree, singing a soft lament. Streams of tears had dried on her face. She was dressed plainly, with one hand resting on a grave marker next to her. It was adorned with food offerings for the deceased. To Aurelia's surprise, the woman halted her song. The woman recognized Aurelia and asked her if she was bringing them some company. The old woman then reconfirmed if Aurelia was the daughter of Zon. The old woman explained that there was not much room left around there, but any friend of Aurelia was a friend of them. Aurelia then explained that she did not know the man getting buried, but she still thanked the old woman for the kind offer. Aurelia said that the man deserved better than he was given in life. Aurelia took an uncertain step closer and asked if the old woman was the one who was singing one of the old songs. However, the woman randomly answered and said that the songs help keep her mind off bad things. The old woman tamped down a patch of dirt on the grave and shared that the man was her nephew. Aurelia was shocked. She quickly asked for an apology upon hearing those words. Aurelia expected the worst, but the old woman calmly replied, saying she was sure that Aurelia did all she could. Besides, that was all part of the spirit's way. Her kindly demeanor had put Aurelia entirely at ease. Aurelia confided that sometimes she doesn't know anymore. The old woman perked up, expecting more. Aurelia continued, finally giving voice to the doubts that had plagued her for a long time. That moment, Aurelia confessed that sometimes she wondered if she killed their peace. When Noxus invaded, perhaps they lost something when they fought back, something they can never restore. The woman stood, trying in vain to open a large nut. She then called Aurelia a child and proceeded to tell her that she remembered peace well. The old woman thrust one gnarled, knobby finger at Aurelia as she continued her speech. The old woman said that those were good days. Nobody misses peace more than she does. The old woman pulled a knife from her belt and began to pry open the nutshell. Aurelia listened attentively as the old woman kept talking. She expressed that the world was a different place now. What worked then doesn't work today. No point in dwelling on it. At last, the shell cracked, and she placed the broken kernel into a bowl on the grave. The old woman then pointed at the nut, saying she used to be able to open these with her hands alone. But now she needed a knife. The younger version of herself would have fretted about it, damaging the nut like that. But that young version of her doesn't matter, because she doesn't have to live in the present. The old woman nodded kindly, then went back to her singing. For the first time in a long while, Aurelia smiled. With her satchel wrapped in a protective cloth were the shard blades of her shattered family crest. She knew it would never be clean, never be whole again. But they were always ready, and that would have to be enough. As the days passed, the old woman's advice made much more sense for Aurelia. Peaceful times would never be achieved again, even after the war. Opposing factions were meant to clash since the very beginning, and wars were seemingly part of both history and the future. From dancing for herself, Aurelia learned to dance for the First Lands, not siding with any factions, but only for Ionia. Eventually, a global catastrophe threatens the harmonic balance of the world of Runeterra. While Aurelia was busy protecting Ionia, the harrowing of the ruined king crawled through the whole world, corrupting individuals and transforming them into ruined fighters. It was a war that Aurelia had never imagined. Luckily for them, a group of individuals formed a strong resistance against the ruined king, just like what Aurelia joined during the invasion of Noxus. The group was called the Sentinels of Light, aiming to stop the ruined king from the global abomination. The Sentinels crossed different regions, recruiting the best fighters along the way to battle the Black Mist. In Ionia, the Sentinels are met by the ruined landscape of the First Lands and are attacked by the corrupted environment. After fighting off the mist, the Sentinels are confronted by Aurelia, who mistakes them for enemies. It was a long discussion, and Aurelia wouldn't believe them because Riven was part of the Sentinels. Riven was once an Ionian, before being adopted by the Conti family deserting Noxus. During the invasion of Noxus, Riven was put on trial for the murder of Elder Suma, and she has been exiled from Ionia since then. While Aurelia initially refuses to believe any group containing Riven can mean well for Ionia, the Sentinel's intention of defeating the Wraiths earned Aurelia's trust. She agrees to take them to Karma and the Lasting Altar. At the altar, Riven and Olaf remain outside, while the rest of the group heads in. Karma reveals that Viego is coming for another fetter, a silver flower. She charges the Sentinels with taking the fetter to the Grove of the Ancients, a Vestayan forest protected by ancient magic that not even the Black Mist can penetrate. Before they can leave, Wraiths invade the altar, and the Sentinels and Aurelia hold them off, while Karma flees to the grove. As the Sentinels escort Karma to the forest, she is overwhelmed with regret for not intervening, as Ionians died during the Noxian invasion. An unexpected turn of events happened as Karma couldn't resist Viego's influence. Giving in to Viego's corruption, persuaded by his determination and decisiveness, Karma becomes ruined and flees into the forest with the fetter. Aurelia joined the Sentinels as they tracked Karma down. They managed to temporarily purify her and reclaim the fetter. Before transforming back, she explains each fetter is part of Isould's soul, and Viego is determined to combine them to bring back his lost love. As more Wraiths arrive, the Sentinels abandon Karma and flee into the grove. Inside the grove, the spirit of Ionia and the grove's magic shield the Sentinels from their foes. In the lull, Senna and the Sentinels ponder her connection with Isold. When Viego himself arrives, he corrupts the land and steals the fetter. Seeing Viego corrupt the spirit of Ionia convinces Aurelia to join the Sentinels, and she returns to headquarters with them. Aurelia is sworn into their ranks, and Gwen gives her a new uniform and relic blades. Aurelia stayed at the headquarters as the leaders of the Sentinels completed their mission in distant lands. After quite some time, the Sentinels gathered at the headquarters once more. It was time for the showdown with the ruined king. The Sentinels head to the Shadow Isles to confront Viego and put an end to his madness. Along their way, they meet a veteran Sentinel who informs them that it is impossible for them to head into the heart of the mists without protection. He takes the group to meet Yorick, who offers them the last of the waters of life and the final fetter, known as the Maiden of the Mist. Now, with preparations complete, the Sentinels sail to Viego's island. Upon their arrival, they immediately execute their plan. The group split up and prepare to ambush Viego. Senna draws him out with the remaining fetters, and it is effective. As soon as Viego showed up, the Sentinels attacked. Gwen tries to restrain him with her needles, thread, and hallowed mist. Meanwhile, Aurelia became the group's vanguard as she fended off incoming wraiths. As the Sentinels begin to gain the upper hand, Viego reveals that he has corrupted Ada and Des, the Sentinels of Piltover and Zaun. They showed up and they restrained Senna. Viego then swiftly dispatched Gwen with a strike from his sword. The Sentinels try to free their leader, but Draven, Karma, Misfortune, Pantheon, and Shivana arrive. They were the corrupted individuals who turned into Ruined during Viego's quest, and they attacked with an army of wraiths. While the Sentinels are busy fighting the Ruined fighters, Viego has Vex create a portal to Camivore and takes Senna, Gwen, the Maiden, and the other fetters through. Lucian almost pursues, but recognizes that Senna needs to finish this herself and returns to the fight. And so Aurelia, with the rest of the Sentinels, were left on the island, fighting the ruined individuals and their never-ending waves of wraiths. It was hard for the Sentinels, particularly for Aurelia. Defeating the wraiths was not a problem, but battling Karma, the religious leader of Ionia herself, was something Aurelia could not even imagine. Hurting other Ionia was already a pain of its own. What more if the blades sliced through the most respected individual in Ionia? Good thing that their goal was to restrain the ruined individuals, only surviving their attacks and not harming them. The goal is to stand their ground, avoid harming the ruined individuals who are attacking them, and at the same time slay the endless waves of wraiths. Aurelia lets the other sentinels deal with karma as she takes on other fighters. They must survive until Senna's group defeats Viego. The fight felt like ages for the sentinels, even though it was just a few hours. It was the first time that Aurelia fought alongside Riven, and it was an unusual sight for them. Riven earned Aurelia's respect as she showed her determination to help the world. Perhaps she was wrong about her judgment about Riven after all. Meanwhile, other members of the Sentinels were slowly missing the beat. This defensive approach won't last forever. They'll eventually be overwhelmed if the situation continues. Fatigue kicks in, and the glow of the Sentinel's light is fading. Darkness is taking over as wraiths are slowly winning. The ruined fighters were about to land the final blow, but all of a sudden, they returned to normal state. A portal opened and Senna's group came back. It was a victorious sight as the Sentinels realized they finally won the war. With all those things considered, the Sentinels were still on guard since the island was still plagued by the black mist. Later on, Rengar warns them of an approaching presence, something more powerful than anything he has sensed before, perhaps even surpassing Viego himself. This turns out to be a newly corporeal Thresh, who reveals that he has been siphoning the excess mist Viego was wasting and is now unbound from the Isles. The Sentinels prepared themselves since clearly Thresh could beat them all at once. But Thresh approached them diplomatically. He divulges the bargain that Lucian made with him in Ixtal and demands retribution for Senna's soul escaping his lantern, one soul for hers, or all of their souls if no one complies. The Sentinels try to stop him, but Thresh easily repels their attacks. It was the first time that Aurelia felt like her blade did nothing. The Sentinels are pushed into desperation, and Lucian considers offering his soul, but the rookie takes his place instead. As Thresh prepares to harvest their souls, the rookie activates the Wayfinder at the last second and transports everyone back to headquarters. With Viego defeated, it means the end of the road for the Sentinels. Aurelia expressed her gratitude as she and Karma went back to Ionia. Aurelia's adventure has been nothing but unexpected. From a young girl wanting to be a silk dancer to becoming the blade dancer of Ionia, she met a lot of people along the way, which also helped her to readjust her views with the exile Ionian named Riven. It was said that Aurelia even met Sona, the maven of the strings, while she was on her way back to Ionia. Aurelia is still young, around mid-20s according to the records. Nature is where peace resides, and one might see it as a blessing from the world. The calming breeze of the wind, the refreshing flow of water, and chirping birds flying across the trees. Everything feels lively as life blossoms in harmony. But that's not all that nature has to offer. Who would have thought that a calming place also holds many untold secrets? It could range from horrifying ones to depressing stories, all depending on the depths of the place, where no one else could see. Indeed, no one will hear anything, except from the trees. Trees, along with animals, witnessed everything that happened within the forest, and it would be an interesting tale if only they could talk. But what if they can? Somewhere within the forest, there was a magical being, half man, half tree, who could communicate with nature itself. And only they knew all the secrets of the natural world, including his tale. This is the story of Ivern Bramblefoot, the Green Father. Going back to the old times before Freljord was turned into an icy land, that part of the continent was once called the Voriard. This era was 9,000 years before Noxus, the era also known as the Titan War. It was the early years of Runeterra. Mortals fought wars against demigods and titans that came from above. Mortals were somewhat invasive during this time, crossing the lines against the powerful beings just to satisfy their curiosity. Some even tried to conquer certain areas, thinking they could build their kingdom on that very soil. This setup became the norm as mortals strengthened their armies to invade foreign places in Runeterra. In the latter years of this era, a catastrophe was unleashed, releasing the coldest wind that turned the land into an unforgiving ice land filled with snow. With that being said, there was a renowned warlord in the latter days of the ancient Voriard. Before turning into the so-called Tree Guy or Green Father, this warlord was once a man, a fierce warrior of their clan with the title Ivern the Cruel. His clan followed the most warlike of the old gods and would not kneel before the upstart Three Sisters like so many others had. There were a lot of dark sorceries in this period, and one of those was known as true ice, a rare material that never melts. There was even a variant of it corrupted by the void, which was called dark ice. Only iceborn, individuals or creatures magically altered, could wield the true ice and gain complete resistance to cold. The dark sorcery that strengthened Ivern's armies was undeniable. However, the mortals wanted to take the throne. Ivern and his kin plotted long and hard to overthrow these hated Iceborn, eventually setting sail into the east in search of the land where the sun first rose, from where it was said that all magic flowed into the world. If Ivern could seize such power for his own, then he could surely break any foe. As his fleet sailed over the horizon, they passed out of memory and into myth, for they were never seen in their homeland again. In truth, Ivern the Cruel landed on the shores of Ionia, known as the First Lands, with unspoiled beauty and natural magic. It was the very land where mortals and titans waged the first ever war on the world. Despite that, the magic of the land prevailed across all ages. Ivern and his crew were off-track from their destination, but perhaps they were still on the path of finding what they were looking for. After cleaving through a dozen coastal settlements, he and his warriors discovered a sacred grove known as Oma Kealan, the heart of the world. And there, in that strange and verdant garden, they met the fiercest resistance. Chimeric beings, half human, half beast, called the Vastayashe Rai, the origin of Astians. They came at them again and again beneath the twisted branches. Ivern and his crew fought their way forward to the forest. Undeterred, Ivern pressed on until the battered remnants of his expedition reached what the Ionians held so sacred, the legendary God Willow. Just by the first glance, Ivern was transfixed, even as the fighting raged around him. It was a truly colossal tree, dripping with long gossamer leaves that shimmered with golden green light. It was magic like nothing he had ever felt before, and it was clear these inhuman creatures would die to protect it. Seeking to shatter their resolve, he took up his war axe and roared with hatred as he struck at the God Willow over and over again. The great tree fell. In a riot of life energy, Ivern the Cruel was instantly undone. Detached, drifting, he saw the battle was over. The flesh of the fallen fed carrion birds and insects alike, or decayed under bursts of colorful mushrooms. Bones rotted into fertile soil, and seeds within it budded and sprouted into trees bearing fruit of their own. Leaves and petals pulsed like colorful hearts. From the death that surrounded him, life exploded forth in ways too numerous to believe. It was the punishment for ruining the precious God Willow. Never had Ivern beheld such beauty. Life, in all its forms, was tangled together like an impossible knot that didn't want to be untied. He wept, and those dewdrop tears fell upon his changed body. He was taller than he remembered, his limbs rough with bark and leaves. The magic of an entirely different world coursed through him. He did not know why or how, but he was all that remained of the God Willow. Ivern becomes a thin, magically altered being, and as tall as a tree. His entire body was turned into a living wood, with his legs thinning out into roots. His head was made of a pale wood, with various moss and mushrooms growing from it. His head spirals outwards into two large protrusions, giving the appearance of two great horns, almost resembling an old Freljordian helmet, a remnant from his former life. From his head, leaves grow in places where his hair would normally be, giving him a lush beard, a pair of eyebrows, and a mane of hair behind his horns. On his right arm is a woven gauntlet with various moss and mushrooms growing from it. In his horns, across his roots, and in his left arm, rings of gold still remain. With that realization, he heard the bawling of hills, the howling of trees, and the dripping tears of moss. He reflected on the mistakes he'd made, the cruelty he'd visited on others. Remorse washed over Ivern, and he cried out for forgiveness. It was the first time Ivern became more sympathetic towards the surroundings around him, all life forms in the world of Runeterra. His darkest days taught him a lesson that brought a new light to his perspective. However, it wasn't enough to lift his spirits. Ivern remained depressed and unwilling to move forward, letting time pass by as he dwelled on the situation. Centuries were like days, and during those times, nothing remained the same. When Ivern finally moved, so much time had passed that the world felt somewhat new. The violence and sadness of his former self were mere echoes in his heart. He found he could dig his toes deep into the soil and commune with the roots, rocks, and rivers. Even the dirt itself had opinions. Everything has a story to tell. Ivern wandered far, across Ionia and beyond, and the strange magic of Omikayalan followed in his wake. He developed close kinships with creatures great and small, observing their foibles, delighting in their little habits, and occasionally offering a helping hand. He shortened the inchworm's path, played tricks with mischievous bramblebacks, hugged thorny elmarks, and laughed with wizened elder fungus. From dark days into genuine connections, Ivern never felt this alive for a long time. In one instance, he found a wounded stone golem as he wandered through the forest. Knowing the poor thing's spirit was fading, he fashioned her a new heart from a river pebble, and the golem became Ivern's devoted life friend. He named her Daisy, after the flowers that mysteriously sprouted from her stone body. Since then, Daisy follows wherever Ivern goes, and it will do whatever Ivern wants. That was just a few interactions of his journey. Sometimes Ivern encountered mortals, and many of them were at least somewhat peaceful. They called Ivern the Bramblefoot or Green Father, or the Old Woodsman, and told tales of his strange benevolence. Only the forest knows his past. That's why mortals can only share what they experience in their encounter with Ivern. The mortals were amazed, but Ivern was filled with sadness to see how they still took more than they gave, how they could be so cruel and so careless. It served as a reminder of his past self. And so, Ivern retreated from their company. If he bore the God Willow's legacy, he needed to cultivate humanity, help them watch, listen, and grow. Being mortal once himself, Ivor knew this would be difficult, so he smiled and challenged himself to complete this task before the final sunset. He knew he would have time, and mortals can change too. Exactly how his perception opened for the life around him. For most people, 100 years is a long time. In a century, one could explore the entire world, meet thousands of people, or complete countless works of art. Now anyone could easily assume that standing in one spot for over a century would be a colossal waste. But during that time, Ivern Bramblefoot accomplished more than any could dream. For instance, he settled a long-standing dispute between a colony of lichen and their host Boulder, helped each generation of winter squirrels find their forgotten autumn acorns, and coaxed a lone wolf to rejoin her pack. Despite the fact that they once called her Howling Shrill, Ivern's toes burrowed deep beneath the topsoil, curled between vigilant tubers and oblivious earthworms to mingle with the roots of older trees, and the forest around him bloomed. There was much more, of course, but those examples alone are proof enough of a good century's work. Things were going swimmingly until the sassafras started murmuring about dark doings on the edge of the forest. Hunters, they cried through their roots, alarming half the forest. Ivern knew sassafras to be anxious trees, raising their leaves in a panic over the slightest stray salt snail. And after all, hunting wasn't so bad, for nothing is wasted or senseless in the cycle of life. But the sassafras had worried the robins, who told the butterflies, and if butterflies knew a secret, so did the entire forest. So Ivern stood up, and after briefly soothing the clipper ant colony whose ancestral home he had just displaced, he stalked away, shaking off layers of crusty bark. With each flower-blooming step through the forest, the alarm grew more frantic. 3 of them nattered the squirrels. Eyes like twin blood moons gibbered the scuttle crabs as they hid in the river. More bloodthirsty than Elmarks proclaimed the Elmarks, a riddle for anyone brave to solve. The peregrines swore the hunters were after their eggs. The ivory-wreathed chrysanthemum feared for her illustrious petals. That worried Daisy, who loved her flowers dearly. Ivern calmed each of them and urged them to hide until trouble passed. He pretended not to notice Daisy following him, since she thought herself to be quite sneaky. Ivern saw an 8-tusked shagyak dead in the grass. 3 arrows were thrust deep into the thick hump of muscle at the base of its neck. As a sappy tear escaped Ivern's eye, a squirrel he'd named Mickus scampered up the green father's chest and lapped it off his cheek in solace. Ivern said that hunters take meat for food, whittle bone into toys and tools, and they also sew pelts into garments and tan skin into boots. The corpse was missing its 8 shimmering pearlescent tusks. Ivern touched the ground, and a circle of daisies bloomed around the dead shagyak. He saw a baby stone-scale viper slithering away. Stone-scale vipers are wise beyond their years. The snake hissed as it asked if it was now safe. Ivern knew snakes were embarrassed by their lisps, and for a long time had avoided words with sibilant sounds. He'd challenged them to embrace the words they feared the most, but they took the lesson to heart and now spoke exclusively in words beginning with the letter S. Snakes are such overachievers. Ivern affirmed that it was safe now, little one. Poor thing must have witnessed the whole ordeal. He then instructed the baby viper to coil up and watch Shagyak for him. He'll return once he gets to the bottom of the situation. The Shagyak horns clacked relentlessly with each step Rizbel took, so much so that she had to stop and repack the tusks lest the noise scare off their next kill. Upriver, those horns would earn them a fortune. City people paid well for half-cocked backwater remedies these days. Nico, the square-jawed hunter with one eye, uncovered another set of shagyak hoofprints. She beckoned behind her to Edo, the rich city man with the whalebone bow, and grinned. Edo's toothy smile and malicious eyes made Rizbel, the youngest of the crew, shiver. Up ahead, in a glade, another 8-tusked shagyak grazed on its very favorite variety of grass. Each of the 3 hunters approached slowly and quietly, rustling a dead leaf. In rehearsed synchronicity, all 3 readied their bows and took careful aim. The shagyak's head was still bent low as it dined on the soft mulderberries and scully grass, obscuring the knot of muscles at the base of its neck. When pierced, the hump would keep the blood flowing, while the hunters hewed off the horns. It was very important that the shagyak still be alive when the tusks were harvested to increase their potency. Sweat beaded down her neck as she waited for the shagyak to raise its head. Just as the beast's head swung up, the glade of low scully grass bloomed impossibly fast, from ankle height to over their heads in a moment. The stalks stretched toward the sun, flowers blooming instantly in an array of radiant petals. A flowering wall of scully grass completely obscured the shagyak. Edo dropped his bow. Nico's one good eye looked as if it was going to bulge from its socket. Rizbel's arrow errantly soared through the air. She didn't command her fingers to release the bowstring. She backed up against the nearest tree, terrified. Rizbel whispered, telling them these woods were cursed, and they should leave now. However, Nico opposed her suggestion. He dealt with sorcery before, and Nico wants to complete their task the old way. Rizbel placed her arrow back in her quiver and pulled a long, mean-looking dagger from her belt. Edo did the same. They both beckoned for Rizbel to stay put with the tusks as they stealthily disappeared into the wall of grass. She waited and held her breath, but couldn't even hear their footfalls. One day she hoped to be as silently deadly as her companions. Still, she couldn't shake the unnerving feeling that the wall of vegetation was a warning to be heeded. Stories her grandmother told her of the strange creatures of magic that wandered this world came back to her. Just children's tales, she reminded herself. Later on, an eerie and unfamiliar sound echoed through the glade. It wasn't the shrieking of a shagyak, but the heavy sound of rocks smashing into the ground with loud, splintery thuds. Whatever caused the sound, it was enough to make Edo and Nico race out of the brush, running at full tilt. Their skin was pale and their eyes were wide. Then she saw what had caused her companions to flee. A flower, a simple ivory-wreathed chrysanthemum, was dancing on top of the grass. It was a rather curious sight. Then Rizbel realized it was getting closer. The grass parted, and there stood a behemoth of stone and moss, a living incarnation of granite, massively strong, and moving with rhythm. In the moment it took Rizbel to reconcile what was happening, she heard a calm voice calling to the creature Daisy and telling it to be careful and gentle with the fragile mortal. Rizbel grabbed the satchel of tusks and ran after Nico and Edo, trying to remember the route that led back to their camp. At each tree, a new wall of grass sprouted up. Something stalked within the grass, rustling through the leaves as it walked, giggling as Rizbel spun in circles trying to find her way out. She was alone in a strange forest, and behind every infernal tree lurked more grass, springing up nearly instantly. Rizbel realized she was being corralled the same way her grandmother used to herd sheep. Knowing full well that she was walking into a trap, Rizbel squared her shoulder and followed the grass. On the other hand, Ivern watched as the young hunter stepped out of the grassy maze and approached the shagyak's body. The poor thing looked positively terrified. She clearly had never seen anything or anyone quite like himself before. Ivern tried to be gentle, but humans tended to be so individual in their reactions, unlike, say, the caterwauling of smug mularks. Ivern told Rizbel to please don't be frightened, unless that was her natural state, in which case, fright away and he'll wait. Ivern really didn't mind. It wasn't Ivern's intention to frighten anyone, but no one can account for another being's experience. Expecting her demise, Rizbel told Ivern to get on with it. Her voice quavered and her eyes flinched. She knows she trespassed, and currently she was at Ivern's mercy. Her only wish was to just let it be quick. Ivern shrugged, repeating Rizbel's last words in confusion. Ivern then said certainly it didn't cross his mind that she might have better places to be. Clearly both of them have two different schools of thought in their current situation. The girl closed her eyes and lifted her chin, exposing her throat. She reached her hand back toward the scabbard at her belt and wrapped her knuckles around the dagger. If he came for her, there would be a surprise. Ivern said in a voice filled with merriment, wanting to know why. He gestured with his branch-like fingers to the shagyak's body. His arm stretched longer than it should, to the dead beast's back, where he lovingly stroked its blood-mottled fur. Rizbel drew her dagger and then felt a sharp pain in her ankle. A cold sensation spread up her leg. When she looked down, she saw the culprit. A stone-scaled viper, the most venomous asp in all the Alderwood. Out of anger and instinct, she lashed out at the snake. Ivern shouted, "No!" And in that instant, viney roots sprouted up from the soil and caught her arm, preventing her strike. They wrapped around her wrists, ankles, and knees. Rizbel dropped her dagger in her struggle to break free. Rizbel cries, whimpering she is going to die. The venom's coldness spread up past her knees. The serpent slithered to Ivern's feet and coiled up the outside of his leg, climbing up and around his body until it vanished into his armpit. It emerged from the back of his head, curling around one of the branches, and licked its forked tongue at Ivern's ear. The baby viper hissed and apologized, explaining that it was just startled earlier, but only Ivern could understand the snake. Meanwhile, Rizbel begged for help. Ivern thought for a second. His honey eyes twinkled with an idea. There's one thing that loves shagyaks, especially dead ones. Ivern explained the situation, telling Rizbel to please forgive Cyrus the baby snake. He's only recently hatched and doesn't know how to control his venom. It accidentally gave her a full dose. Ivern said that Cyrus asked him to tell Rizbel that the baby snake was awfully sorry. She startled him, and he reacted purely on instinct. Shortly, Ivern knelt before the shagyak's body, closed its eyes, and hummed a deep, earthy tune. His hands were in the soil, fingers splayed out. Twinkling green pops of light cascaded from his rune-carved head, down his arms, and into the dirt. Odd purple mushrooms popped up from the carcass. They were tiny at first. Then their stalks rose as rot overtook the shagyak's corpse. Soon there was only fur, bones, and an army of violet mushrooms. Ivern sighed, recognizing the mushroom on sight. It was a sting salve fungus, and he plucked one delicately. The vines retracted from Rizbel's body. She collapsed in a heap. Her hands immediately shot to her heart. The icy pangs of stone-scale venom had reached her chest. Ivern offered the purple mushroom to the dying woman, telling her to eat it. He then explained that it might not taste like salamander dew or sunshine, but it's not as bad as lippertick apples. Rysbel had no idea what the strange tree man was on about, but her options were severely limited at that moment. A voice came back to her from the past, her grandmother's. Trust in nature. The Green Father never leads you astray. She grabbed the mushroom from Ivern's hand and ate it. It tasted like bitter tea and mulch, a disappointing final meal. Then the icy grip around her heart thawed and retreated. Within minutes, her legs worked again. As she recovered, Ivern made her a tincture of odd leaves, tree sap, and water from a spring he discovered with his toes. He served it to her in a bird's nest cup that a peregrine dropped into his hand. At that moment, Rysbel asked Ivern if he was indeed the Green Father. Ivern shrugged as if he didn't know. Instead, he changed the subject by asking Rysbel if she knew what they could do about the shagyak bones. Ivern even said that moss always loves to pretty up the place. As soon as he said it, a thick carpet of moss crept over the bones. With the mushrooms, what once had been a grisly sight was now beautiful. Ivern then said that Sheldon, the name of the shagyak, would love how beautiful his bones turned out to be. Badgers will use his ribs as shelter from the autumn storms. Nothing is ever wasted. It seemed so senseless, but it makes perfect sense. If it wasn't killed, she wouldn't have lived. Rysbel confessed that they wanted its tusks, fixing her eyes on her boots in shame. Rich people clamor for them, willing to pay a lot. That's why hunters target shagyaks. Ivern shared that he remembered money. It was rarely a good motivator, according to him. Rysbel knew they shouldn't have killed it. Her grandmother used to tell her that if one must kill, one must use all parts to honor the beast. Ivern agreed and expressed he would love to meet her grandmother. But Rysbel told him that her grandmother had already gone to the ground. After a long moment of silence, Rysbel then asked for an apology for her actions. Ivern responded that all life is precious. The gentleness, warmth, and forgiveness in Ivern's voice moved Rysbel to tears. Ivern patted her on the head. He then said that he probably couldn't have handled the whole thing better himself. He had so much to remember about humans, and so much he had forgotten to ever learn. Ivern then helped Rysbel to her feet as he bid his farewell. He promised the tadpoles of Southern Pond that he would monitor their elections for the king of lily pads. It's quite a contentious race, he added. A while later, Rysbel emerged from the tree line near the river. After gulping down some water, she dug a hole in the banks and tenderly placed the shagyak tusks inside. She scooped up a handful of dirt and recited the prayers of honor her grandmother had taught her. She repeated this ritual until the horns were buried. Then she bowed her head in reverence and left the site marked as a grave. From the depths of the alderwood, Ivern smiled at the gesture. He knew everything that happened in the forest, and he believed that the shagyak herd would be proud of Rysbel's actions. It was baffling how everything turned out for Ivern. Who would have thought that the so-called Ivern the Cruel changed into the Green Father, loved by many, honored by the forest itself? There were a lot of untold stories buried in the depths, including Ivern's origin, a tale that only the forest witnessed. Throughout Ivern's journey, he befriended almost all creatures dwelling in the forest. Except for the Rift Herald. He finds them scary. Ivern only shares his stories with the butterflies roaming around the forest. And if the butterflies know, then the whole forest knows. It will take a while before Ivern changes the perception of mortals about the forest, but his presence alone is slowly helping his mission. More than 5,000 years ago, before Noxus, there was an ancient and mysterious wind spirit roaming around Runeterra. This wind spirit has a mission since humanity caught her interest. Throughout the millennia, the said wind spirit has come to protect the dispossessed of Zaun. While the spirit's presence is most often felt as a soothing breeze or a ferocious tempest, it also can manifest in corporeal form as an ethereal figure, comforting the downtrodden. Over the eons, the wind spirit has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. It could be because of magic or natural occurrence, but it was surely triggered by the hands of the mortals themselves. Through it all, the wind spirit remains steadfast as a beacon of hope to those in need. This spirit also often answers to whoever prays for the wind, granting their wishes as it silently helps them. This is the story of a spirit called Jan Arem, but she is presently known as Janna, the storm's fury. Long ago, since ancient times, there have been those who prayed to the winds, from sailors seeking good weather to the downtrodden calling on winds of change. Mortals have placed their hope in the tempests and gales that sweep across Runeterra. It may sound unbelievable to others, but they must keep in mind that miracles only happen for the believers. Just how the rumors go, surprisingly, the winds sometimes would seem to answer. Seafarers might spot a bright blue bird known as a zephyr just before a healthy tailwind billowed their sails. Others could swear they'd heard a whistling in the air right before a storm, as if to warn them of its approach. As word of these omens spread, sightings of the bright blue bird grew more common. Indeed, these rumors were getting wilder as more mortals claimed different experiences during their voyage. But the wildest claim so far was when a few mortals swore they had seen the bird transform into a woman. With tapered ears and flowing hair, this mysterious maiden was said to float above the water and direct the wind with a flick of her staff. Of course, believers cannot just pray for the wind spirit without honoring it properly. It deserves a name that more mortals can recognize. And if more believers were praying to its name, then the more chances of the wind spirit helping them. Eventually, the faithful called this wind spirit Jan Arem, an ancient Shuriman word meaning guardian, for she always seemed to appear in moments of great need. As time went on, she came to be known more simply as Janna. Her name spread across the Shuriman continent's coasts and the seafaring people of Oshra Vazan, where her most fervent believers reside. They depend on calm seas for the trade ships that traveled through their city's port. The believers communicated with those who claimed to see the wind spirit, and after some time, they formed their conclusion. According to those who saw Janna, she is a spirit god who takes the form of a slender woman with white skin, tapered long ears, pale blonde hair waving over her head, and light teal eyes. She wears light, sacred clothing with a white palette and some orange gemstones. The most distinct ornament of her attire is the crown that appears to be crystal on her head. She also has a staff that appears to be crystal. Statues and shrines were raised in gratitude for Janna's benevolence, fitting from the claims of the witnesses. After the Shuriman Empire enveloped the city, these displays of devotion continued. For a time, when the emperor issued decrees suppressing false idols, Janna's statues were torn down. Yet despite the growing worship of the ascended god warriors, many still offered quiet prayers to Janna. For what could god warriors do to protect ships from storms? To secretly continue worshipping Janna, these mortals often wore amulets with the images of a bluebird, smaller, more personal tokens in Janna's honor. They believed that only Janna would protect them during their voyage, and time had already proved so. Through all of this, Janna continued to aid the vulnerable who called upon her. In a region rife with upheaval, she remained constant. Those with an eye toward history might appreciate the irony of winds of change being the only thing that did not. Just like what the Shuriman did to her statue, the great empire eventually fell. Once verdant lands became a desert as the remaining ascended brought war and chaos. Yet Janna shielded the city, now known as Zon, from the turmoil. A civilization did fall, but another one rose, and Janna continued to protect them. Over the centuries, Janna watched as Zon's ambitions grew. While the city was still a robust trade port, its denizens aspired for more. They dreamed of cutting a canal through the isthmus on which they lived, opening a path that would unite the seas surrounding Valoran and Shurima. It was a risky thing to do, considering that the very land where these mortals lived was in the middle of two seas, Valoran and Shuriman. The voyagers usually go all around the Valoran continent just to reach the other side, which was the same case for the Shuriman sailors. Having a canal tunnel on Zon will create a new route accessible for everyone, and the land can be transformed into a global trading port. The risk was equivalent to the success that they might get. It would be either the greatest man-made structure or a looming catastrophe. Either way, both will be cemented in history, and so the mortals began their plan. With all preparations in place, the city poured great effort, wealth, and time into the construction. Prayers to Janna waned as mortal dreams focused on mortal machinations. The believers in Zon were slowly forgetting who they prayed to for safety as they were blinded by their ambitions. The construction was fast. However, the canal's excavation made great portions of Zon unstable. The mortals missed these signs, and they still continued with their project, believing they were getting close to their dream port city. On one cataclysmic day, the entire districts on the river Pilt collapsed below the western sea level, and thousands suddenly found themselves fighting for their lives against the clashing currents. At their lowest point, these unfortunate souls faced their doom, and they prayed for salvation. They called out the name of their ancient protector, Janna. Though these mortals had seemingly forgotten her until now, Janna did not hesitate to help them. An immense gale swept over the city as she took corporeal form, exactly what the previous generation claimed about her. Impossible walls of air held flooding waters at bay as people fled the drowned ruins of their homes. Ferocious gusts of wind cut through the suffocating smoke from fires caused by the destruction. Yet while she saved many, thousands still perished that day. Even a spirit god could only do that much when nature strikes at this fast sequence of events. It was a tragedy, like how the Shuriman Empire fell at the hands of the mortals themselves. But all who survived witnessed Janna's benevolence. Never again would the city's people forget their savior, a lesson they learned the hard way. Years passed by, and the place was separated into two cities. The one on the top side was called the Piltover, while the one that fell remained Zon. To this day, through the rise of Piltover and the ongoing struggles of modern Zon, Janna's faithful wear bluebird medallions and show reverence to the winds. And through it all, Janna stands steadfast by the humble and the meek. The spirit god herself shielded the city during the Great Darken War. The lives of the mortals continued despite having a city below Piltover. However, the differences in resources created opposite lives for the residents of the place. Piltover focused on hextech research, while Zon prioritized the creation of chemtech. Each possesses unique danger of its own, but Chemtech is much more toxic, causing the pollution in Zaun known as Zaun Grey. Zaunites all know that whether they fight for breath amid the toxic clouds of the Zaun Grey, stand against the brutality of violent Chem Barons, or fend off other threats, Janna will not abandon them. With distinct differences between the two cities, it created a stigma among the mortals. Most think Zaun is where the losers live. Even some Zaunites themselves believe so. But they won't admit it, of course. They'll smile through their teeth, pat the children on the back, and tell them that Piltover would be nowhere without Zaun. They're hard workers, bustling trade and chemtech that everyone in Piltover pretends they don't buy, except they constantly do. Zaun is a vital part of Piltover's culture, they'll say, but for some, they believed it was all lies. It was just a facade from the truth. They think Zaun is where the idiots go. People who were too stupid to make it in Piltover's golden towers. And there was this young boy who viewed himself as the one who couldn't make it in Piltover, thus developing a deep anger towards the upper city. Janna watched as the story of this young Zaunite unfolded. His story began as he spent months dealing shimmer so he could afford to apply for Clan Holleran's apprenticeship, a ticket toward Piltover's most prestigious universities. The boy studied every crusty, dog-eared book he could find on gearwork machinery. He built a prototype gear brace for people with broken or arthritic wrists that increased their mobility. He did everything he could have done to earn an apprenticeship in Piltover. He even made it to the final stage of the vetting process, a face-to-face meeting with Boswell Holleran himself. They said it was a formality, just a way to welcome me to the family. Holleran entered the room, looked down at the boy's gray-stained clothes, and laughed a strangled, joyless laugh. Holleran then said, "They don't take sump rats there." The man never even sat down, leaving the interview after a glance. It was the best clothes that the boy had, but Holleran just viewed him as a rat. So now the boy was back in Zaun, looking at himself as one more idiot added to the pile. The polluted smoke known as Grey rolls through the streets, welcoming the boy back. Most days it's thin enough that you can breathe deep without coughing up something wet. That day, though, is what they call a greyout, wherein anyone who will get through it will choke with every breath, feel chest tight, and can't see much past their fingertips. The boy wanted to run, but he knew there was nowhere to run to. The Grey feels like it's closing in on him, crushing him, smothering the young boy. These are the times when the boy prays to Janna. It has been decades, and just like the old time, not everyone in Zaun believes she's real. But the boy's mother always had faith. She told her son that a bluebird hovered outside her window on the day of his birth. And she knew. It was Janna telling her that the boy was going to be fine. But the boy firmly believed that his mother was wrong. He wasn't fine at all. A couple of years ago, his mother died while sump scrapping, and the boy had to raise himself with the few gears his mother left him. Then the usual. Couldn't make friends. Got beaten up a lot. A boy he loved didn't love him back. Tried to study, tried to think his way up to Piltover. Couldn't. The boy thought that Janna had forgotten about him. But the boy still kept the pendant his mother gave him, a wooden engraving depicting the bluebird she saw. Just in case of moments like these. It was the only tool that he could hold on to since Zaun Grey felt inevitable for them. So the boy sits on the wet ground because he doesn't care enough to find a bench. He takes out the bluebird pendant he always keeps tucked in his shirt, and he talks to Janna. Not out loud, of course. Don't need people thinking he is some chem-burnt freak. But still, the boy talks to her. The boy doesn't ask her for anything. He just tells her about his day, and the day before that, and how scared he was that he'd never become anything worthwhile, and that he'd die down there, knee-deep in the sump, with nothing to show for it, just like his mother. The boy confessed that sometimes he just wanted to run away. Somewhere he could breathe, stop being so frightened, not feel like crying all the time, and how he hated himself for feeling like that. The boy wanted to cry, but believed he didn't deserve it because he had it so much easier than some other people. Sometimes he thinks about throwing himself into the chem pools of the sump, just throwing himself in to be with his mother, where he'd let himself sink to the bottom, and his lungs would fill with fluid, because then it'd be over at least. The boy tells Jenna he hopes his mother is okay and happy, wherever she is. It was a dramatic scene, and that's when the boy felt the breeze caress his cheek. Just a light flutter, but it's there. Soon he can feel it blow hair across his face. The wind whistles loud and fast, and soon it's whipping his coat in the air, and he feels as though he is at the center of a maelstrom. The gray swirls before the boy, pushed up by a breeze that seems to flow from everywhere at once. The fog slowly dissipates, and he can see other passers-by on the entresol level, watching it float away. The wind stops. The gray clears. The boy can breathe. Not just small, cautious gasps, but deep breaths that fill his lungs with cold, fresh air. No longer veiled in gray, the sun shines past the towers of Piltover into Zaun itself. It was the first time the residents experienced such an event. Some even thought it was a miracle. The boy can see the Piltovans above, peering down at them. Without the gray clouding their view, they can see them from their lofty bridges and balconies. The boy thinks that they don't like it very much. Nobody wants to be reminded they live above a slum. The boy sees a few scowls. That's when he sees him again. Boswell Holleran, holding a sweet cake in his hands, looking down at him again. An expression of disgust on his face, just like before. The boy was so busy staring at his contemptuous face that he didn't notice the presence behind him until her hand was on his shoulder. And in that instant, a voice whispered to him, telling him it was okay. The boy knew without turning who it was. Janna squeezes his shoulder, then kneels and crosses her arms in front of the boy's chest, pulling him into a hug. And then she repeated her words with a warm tone. "It's going to be okay." Strands of her hair fall onto the boy's shoulders. She smells like the air after a long rain. Janna then talks to the boy, saying it might not be okay now. He might not be okay for a while, and that's fine. But someday, without knowing exactly when or why or how it happened, he'll feel happy. The boy's face was warm and wet. He didn't know when he started crying, but it was a relief. Like the clouds were clearing. The boy holds her arms, and she holds him, just telling him over and over that it's okay, that she's here, that things will be better. The boy doesn't know how long Janna holds him, but soon he sees everyone on Zaun Entresol and the balconies of Piltover above are staring. Before the boy can say anything, Janna says, "Don't think about them. Just take care of himself." She then asked the boy if he would do that for her. The boy tried to speak, but words wouldn't come out of his mouth. Instead, he just nodded. Janna then thanked him, kissed his cheeks, and gave him one last, quick hug squeeze. Afterward, she rises and glides past the boy. For the first time, the boy sees her in her entirety, a tall, ethereal figure that he would have assumed was from his imagination if she hadn't just touched him. The boy also noticed her long, pointed ears, feet that don't touch the ground, hair flowing in the wind, even that time when there wasn't any, and eyes so blue that the boy feels a little cold just looking at her. Janna smiles, winks, and says that the boy will want to watch the next part. Shortly, there's a massive gust of wind, so fast and sharp that everyone has to cover their eyes. When the boy opens his, Janna is gone, but the wind is still blowing. It blows up toward Piltover and its gawking citizens. It whistles as it picks up speed and strength, and the Pilties run for cover. But it's too late. The breeze hits them full force, sending their frocks sailing and mussing their hair. Boswell Halloran shrieks in terror as the wind launches him off the balcony. It seems as if Halloran is about to plummet towards certain death, but another gust of wind shoots up toward him, and his descent slows significantly, as if the wind is guiding him down. Even though he's falling with all the velocity of a tumbling leaf, he screams the entire way down. Very high-pitched, very undignified. His clothes flap upward, smacking him in the face as he descends, until he's hovering a few inches above a puddle. Halloran was flabbergasted. He tried to speak, but before he could begin, the wind disappeared altogether, and he plopped, ass first, into a puddle, ruining what the boy assumed was a very expensive ensemble. He yelps into a mixture of surprise, pain, and irritation, splashing around like an angry child. He tries to get to his feet, only to slip and fall back down all over again. If the boy was being completely honest, Halloran looked like an idiot, and the boy couldn't stop laughing. Since the day that Janna intervened, a lot of Zonites reignited their faith in the wind spirit. Janna doesn't require the mortals to build statues of her or carve ornaments honoring her. Just one truthful prayer was enough. A genuine prayer coming from their hearts was enough. She had already helped countless sailors before the statues or pendants for her. In fact, these were just a byproduct of her benevolence towards mankind. However, the mortals should still remember that it was not Janna's responsibility to fix their wrongdoings. Sure, she will intervene whenever someone is in great danger, offering comfort or even playing with the bad guys a little. But Janna was never meant to solve everything that the mortals did to themselves. Looking over the civilizations in the world of Runeterra, there have been a few empires over the course of time. There were various reasons why civilizations formed their own kingdom, but the most common one was due to common interest. From there, people with the same goal form a small group. Then it gets larger as others embody the same goal. These goals can be driven by anything like survival or a common enemy. And in the case of the Demacian citizens, they were formed by both. As their population grew, they formed strong armies to fight off their enemies. And along with this movement, someone must rally the troops for better coordination. Started as refugees from the Rune Wars, developing into a kingdom. Royalties entered the scene, further strengthening the future of this civilization. That is when the lineage of the Lightshield family took the throne to serve and protect the people of Demacia. This is the story of the man in line to take the throne. His name is Jarvan Lightshield IV, the exemplar of Demacia. To fully understand the tale of Jarvan IV, we must go back a few decades, around 970 years after Noxus, and talk about his father. Putting the spotlight on the kingdom of Demacia, a new king was crowned at the time. It was King Jarvan III. Soon after the king's coronation, he addressed the people of Demacia. Even though there were still many foes beyond the borders of their proud kingdom, several of the noble families had begun to feud with one another, some even raising private militias to seek the favor of their new king. It seems like politics became a lot more complicated when the new king was crowned. However, the king disliked the setup. This would not stand. Jarvan III would not allow such dangerous rivalries to develop. He declared his intention to end the feud by marriage. Political marriage became a normal theme in strengthening a noble house in Demacia. Girls born in the bloodline of royalty are already destined to be used as pawns in politics. Knowing this very well, Jarvan III used this idea to unite all houses. His bride, Lady Catherine, was much beloved by all the people, and courtly gossip had long held that the two shared some secret fondness for one another. Eventually, the bells of the great city rang for a day and a night in celebration, and by year's end came the announcement that the royal couple were expecting their first son. It was a monumental event in Demacia, especially for Jarvan III. But all joy was forgotten when Catherine died in childbirth. The infant, named for his father's line, was declared heir apparent of the throne of Demacia. Torn between grief and elation, Jarvan III swore never to take another wife, and that all his hopes and dreams for the kingdom's future would live on in his son, Jarvan IV. With no memory of his mother, the young Prince Jarvan IV was raised at court, groomed and guarded every moment of his life as soon as he learned how to walk. The king insisted that he receive the finest Demacian education, learning from an early age the moral value of charity, the solemn burden of duty, and the honor of a life spent in service to one's people. Jarvan IV must be ready to take the throne someday, as the king swore to develop him that way. The birth of Jarvan IV signified the union of the noble houses, the representation of Lady Catherine, and the king's unification. There was no one else who deserved to lead the kingdom other than Jarvan IV, since his presence alone broke the political feuds inside the kingdom. As Jarvan grew, he was also introduced to the history and politics of Valoran by his father's seneschal, Xin Zhao, a man with long black hair and an expert in spears. He hailed from distant Ionia to serve the kingdom of Demacia. This loyal protector taught the prince about the world's more spiritual philosophies, as well as the myriad arts of war. With a reliable figure beside him, Jarvan looked up to Xin as his uncle. Jarvan went into different classes to firmly develop all of his skills and assets he needed to lead a kingdom, ranging from all of the knowledge he should know to military training to help him fight on his own. During his military training, Prince Jarvan found himself facing a brash youth of the Crown Guard family named Garen. He was also a young Demacian wanting to serve the kingdom someday, training to be part of the military. In fact, the two of them were similar in age. Due to their similarities, they became a quick pair. Jarvan admired Garen's sheer determination and fortitude, and Garen looked up to the prince's tactical instincts. The two of them swore that they would fulfill their duties someday, Garen leading the troops of Demacia, while Garen leading the kingdom. Years passed by like it was nothing as the two young Demacians slowly grew to their ideals. When Jarvan came of age, his father rewarded him with the honorary rank of general. While it was not necessarily expected that the heir to the throne would take the field of battle, Jarvan was determined to prove himself, with or without the king's blessing. It was a risky move, since the neighboring empire was known to be a vicious one, but Jarvan's resolve was firm, putting himself on the battlefield. The lands beyond the Argent Mountains, located in the southwestern part of Valoran, bordering southern Noxus, had long been contested by the Empire of Noxus. This became a land conflict for years, creating an almost lawless frontier where foreign reavers and warring tribes threatened many of Demasia's allies. Despite the level of difficulty, the prince pledged to bring stability back to the region. His great-grandfather had been slain by a foul Noxian brute named Scion many years ago in the first clash between their nations in the south. Now, that insult would finally be answered. It was a move that would definitely win the hearts of the Demasians, but that wasn't Jarvan's focus at all. He will do whatever it takes to bring honor to his late great-grandfather. As soon as the prince set foot on the battleground, the campaign toward their destination cruised effortlessly. With a tactical mind that he possessed, Jarvan's armies won victory after victory. But the carnage he witnessed in the outlying towns troubled him deeply. Jarvan pondered if they really had to do such an act, which made him emotionally conflicted as they marched forward. When word came that the gates of the morning had fallen, Jarvan's views changed as his resolve was strengthened. Jarvan realized the reason why they were fighting against the tyrant empire, and so he drove onward into Noxian territory against the advice of his lieutenants. However, the Demasian army was already split up, since they were covering different areas at that point. Not to mention, exhaustion was their worst enemy as they continued the campaign. Inevitably, with the battalion spread so thin, Jarvan was encircled by Noxian warbands. The army was defeated before they could even reach Trevale, a coastal settlement located south of the Argent Mountains, bordering southwestern Noxus. Jarvan remained standing, bloodied and beaten up. There was no way they could beat the Noxian warbands at that point, but at the same time, Jarvan didn't want to end up like his great-grandfather, refusing to surrender. The prince and a handful of other survivors fled into the forests, only to be hounded for days by enemy scouts. Jarvan and his men tried their best to navigate the forest, but it seemed like the Noxian warbands had an advantage on this field. Unexpectedly, an arrow flew and pierced through Jarvan's side, making the prince collapse into the shade of a fallen tree. Jarvan drifted in and out of consciousness, trying to wake up himself to survive. Closing his eyes meant death, and Jarvan clung to desperation. The situation put him in a dreadful state, as thoughts in his head circled with his dying breath. Jarvan was devastated. He had failed his family, his kingdom, and his brothers in arms. Doubtless, Jarvan believed that he would have died there, alone. But someone else helped him through it all. This strange, violet-skinned woman somehow carried Jarvan all the way back to Demacia, to the old castle at Renwall. Her name is Shyvana. She is a terrestrial dragon in the form of a human, explaining her unique violet skin complexion. Upon reaching the Renwall of Demacia, Shyvana proved herself a kind and worthy companion during Jarvan's days of healing. At first, the Demacian soldiers were taken aback by her outlandish appearance, but the garrison commander could not deny that she had done a great service to the throne in saving Jarvan's life. Unfortunately, Shyvana was herself being pursued by the monstrous elemental dragon Yiva. Everything happened too quickly, and everyone failed to prepare for the ensuing danger. When the castle's watchman spotted the beast on the horizon, Jarvan saw a chance to redeem himself, even though he could barely move a muscle. As Shyvana prepared to meet the beast in the skies in her half-dragon form, the prince limped from his bed to marshal the garrison and reinforce the walls. He took up his lance and swore that they would return to the great city with the head of Yiva or not at all. Jarvan was determined to repay the debt of saving his life, and this time he must save Shyvana. The battle was swift and deadly. It was like an orchestrated sequence of attacks from the army. When his men were driven in fear from their post, it was Jarvan who rallied them. When they were wounded, it was Jarvan who directed healers to their aid. Shortly, the fell creature was slain by Shyvana, but it was the prince's leadership that had held the line. In that moment, Jarvan saw the true strength of the Demacian people, standing together as one in defense of their homeland, no matter their differences or misgivings. His eyes were opened by this encounter, realizing what Demacia could do. Jarvan promised Shyvana that she would always have a place among his guards if she so chose. With the dragon's skull in tow, Jarvan journeyed to his father's court in triumph, Shyvana at his side. Though the king was overcome with emotion at his son's return, some of the gathered nobles quietly questioned the wisdom of allowing such a creature to stand with the prince, let alone serve as one of his protectors. Their old views created a stigma, judging whoever looks different from a normal being. Even so, Jarvan resumed his position within the military, also playing a key role in stately matters beyond the defense of the realm. With his friend Garen now sword captain of the elite Dauntless Vanguard, Shyvana the terrestrial dragon, and the Renwall veterans training other border garrisons, the prince felt assured that Demacia could answer any emergent threat. The kingdom will not perish against the bordering enemies, and they will prove so. Unbeknownst to Jarvan IV, it was the kingdom itself that was changing. The Mage Seeker Order had gained support among the noble families, leading to the widespread imprisonment of anyone in Demacia possessing magical talents. It was a political move that even the king could not directly stop himself. Fear of persecution quickly gave way to resentment, and finally, rebellion. War unfolded in the blink of an eye as Demacia fought the retaliating mages. When mages attacked the great city of Demacia, Jarvan was distraught to discover that his father, the king, had been killed. Jarvan doesn't have any time or room to grieve. He must stand firm as the kingdom crumbles from within. They were in the middle of the war, and someone must rally the troops in the midst of chaos. There were a lot of thoughts running inside of Prince Jarvan. Although the prince's political stance toward mages has hardened significantly since then, he has yet to fully allay concerns over his suitability to rule. As such, he has taken the counsel of many prominent nobles, including Garen's aunt, High Marshal Tiana Crownguard, and pledged to heed their wisdom and experience in the days ahead. Jarvan must examine his own conscience and allegiances carefully if he is ever to come into his inheritance and be crowned King Jarvan IV of Demacia. That will be a problem for tomorrow, but for now, Jarvan must face the aftermath. The first rays of dawn brushed the rooftops of the great city, turning pale stone to gold. The air was still, and the only sounds filtering up to the high garden terraces on the east side of the citadel were the great chorus of mourning birds and the hushed murmur of the waking city below. Xin Zhao sat cross-legged upon a stone dais, hands resting upon his spear laid across his lap. He stared down across the lower garden tiers, over the battlements, and out across Demacia's capital beyond. Watching the sun rise over his adopted homeland normally brought him peace, but not that day. His cloak was charred and splattered with blood, and his armor was dented and scratched. Strands of his iron-gray streaked hair, no longer the fully inky black of his youth, hung wild over his face, having escaped his topknot. But these were far from normal circumstances. The king was dead. The mage uprising the day before had taken the whole city by surprise. The palace guards, those that hadn't been killed in the attack, had left him to misery. The sun reached Xinjiao, finally, like the light of judgment, forcing him to squint against its glare. He sighed deeply, steeling himself. Many years ago, he had made a promise. Now he intended to keep it. Without having noticed it, Xinjiao found himself passing by the halls of training. He'd probably spent more hours there over the last 20 years than anywhere else. That was his real home, where he felt most himself. There he'd spent untold hours training and sparring with the king. That was where, to the king's amusement and delight, his son had adopted Xinjiao into the family. Where Xinjiao had taught the young prince to fight with sword, spear, and lance. Where he'd consoled him, wiping away his tears and helping him back to his feet when he fell. Where he'd laughed with him and cheered his successes. Indeed, Xinjiao stood as an uncle to Prince Jarvan IV. The thought of the prince struck him like a blade to the gut. Xinjiao might have lost his dearest friend the previous day, but young Jarvan had lost his father. He'd already lost his mother in childbirth. He was now alone. With a heavy heart, Xinjiao made to walk on, but a familiar sound gave him pause. A blunted blade slamming against wood. Someone was training. Xinjiao's brow furrowed. A sickening feeling grew in the pit of his stomach as he slipped through the heavy doors leading within. At first, he couldn't see who was there. The arches and pillars around the edge of the vaulted room conspired to keep them obscured. The sound of sword strikes echoed loudly around him. Rounding a cluster of pillars, he at last saw the prince hacking at a wooden practice dummy with a heavy iron training sword. He was covered in a sheen of sweat, and his chest was heaving with exertion. His expression was one of anguish, and he attacked wildly. Xinjiao paused in the shadows, heart aching to see the young prince so raw and hurt. He desperately wanted to go to him, to console him, and help him through this awful time. For the prince and his father were the closest Xinjiao had ever had to family. But why would the prince want him there? He was the king's bodyguard, and yet he lived while the king lay dead. Hesitancy was not familiar to Xinjiao, nor a feeling he was comfortable with. Shaking his head, he turned to leave, but Jarvan IV called him uncle. Xinjiao cursed himself a fool for not having left immediately. They were not blood relatives, of course, but the prince had started calling him uncle soon after Xinjiao had come into the king's service 20 years earlier. Jarvan had been just a boy, and no one had corrected him. The king had been amused by it at first, but over the years, Xinjiao had become as close as blood kin to the royal family, and he had watched over the king's son as if he had been his own. He turned slowly. Jarvan was a boy no longer, standing taller than Xinjiao. His eyes were red-rimmed and surrounded by dark rings. Xinjiao guessed he was not the only one to have had no sleep. Xinjiao called Jarvan his prince, dropping to one knee and bowing his head low. Jarvan didn't say anything. He just stood there, looking down at Xinjiao, breathing hard. Xinjiao apologized, his head still lowered. Jarvan responded with sharp words, asking if the apology was for interrupting his practice or for not being there to protect his father when he was murdered. Xinjiao glanced up. Jarvan glowered down at him, heavy training sword still in hand. He had no good way to answer, to say all that he felt. With a heavy heart, Xin Zhao admitted that he had failed the king, and he failed the prince. Jarvan stood for a moment longer, before turning and striding to one of the many weapons racks arranged around the room. Jarvan ordered him to rise. As Xin Zhao did, the prince threw him a sword. He caught it reflexively in his offhand, still holding his spear in his right. It was another training blade, heavy and blunted. Then Jarvan was coming at him, swinging hard. Xin Zhao jumped backward, avoiding the blow. Xin Zhao tried to talk, but his words were cut off as Jarvan lunged at him again, thrusting his sword at his chest. Xin Zhao batted it aside with the haft of his spear and stepped back. Xin tried to call the prince, but again Jarvan attacked, more furiously than before. 2 strikes came at him this time, one high, one low. Jarvan may have been using a training blade, but if those blows struck, they would break a bone. Xin Zhao was forced to defend himself, deflecting the first with a sidestep and an angled spear, the second with the blade of his own sword. The impact rang up his arm. At that point, Jin saw how hurt Jarvan was with the scenario. Jarvan fumed with rage, pacing around Xin Zhao while questioning where he was during the time of the murder. Xin Zhao lowered his weapons, asking the prince if that was what he wanted to do. Jarvan, his anger simmering, his sword held in a death grip, and he answered, yes. Xin Zhao sighed and told the prince to wait for a moment. Xin moved to put his spear on a rack while Jarvan waited for him, hand clenching and unclenching on the hilt of his sword. As soon as Xin Zhao returned to the center of the room, Jarvan attacked. He came in a rush, grunting with effort. There was little finesse to the strikes, but fury lent him strength. Xin Zhao turned those blows aside, using Jarvan's power against him, not wishing to meet the heavy blows directly. At any other time he would have berated the prince for his poor form. He was thinking only of attack and leaving himself open for riposts and counterstrikes. But Xin Zhao would not interrupt the prince's justified anger, nor would he take advantage of the gaps in his defense. If the prince needed to beat him bloody, then so be it. Mourning with grief, Jarvan kept asking where Jin was in between strikes. Xin Zhao blocked a heavy blow aimed at his neck. The force of the strike drove him back a step. Frustrated by Shin's silence, Jarvan demanded an answer, asking Shin if he had anything to say. Shin admitted that he should have been with his father, but Jarvan snarled, saying that was no answer. He turned away abruptly, tossing his sword aside with a sharp, echoing clang. For a moment, Xin Zhao hoped the prince was done, but then he retrieved a different weapon from its place on one of the racks. It was a lance, known as a drakebane. Now the prince leveled the lance toward him, his expression hard and unflinching. Jarvan told Jin to get his spear. Xin Zhao protested, saying the prince was not armored. Training weapons could easily break limbs, but the slightest mistimed parry with a combat blade could be lethal. But Jarvan just responded that he didn't care. It was Jin who taught Jarvan how to wield a weapon, particularly using spears. Now the prince pointed his lance directly at Xin, both of them without any armor protecting them. Xin Zhao bowed his head. He bent to retrieve Jarvan's discarded training sword and placed it carefully upon a rack, along with his own. Reluctantly, his heart heavy, he retrieved his spear and moved back out into the open area in the center of the hall. He knew that words could not reach Jarvan right now, and Qin must face the anger of the prince. Without a word, Jarvan attacked. With a deft flick, Jarvan extended Drakebone toward Xin Zhao. The legendary weapon's haft almost doubled in length, its lethal blade slicing blindly fast toward Xin Zhao's neck. The seneschal swayed aside, deflecting the deadly strike with a circular turn of his spear, careful the blades to not hook his own weapon. Even in the brutal contests of the fleshing, Xin Zhao had never seen a weapon like Drakebone. In truth, the secret of how to fight with it had been lost in the reign of the first kings of Demacia, and with unskilled hands, it was as deadly to its wielder as to the enemy. As such, for centuries it had been little more than ceremonial, an icon of the ruling family. However, when the prince was still just a boy, he had dreamed of fighting with it like the heroes of old he idolized. And so, Xin Zhao had promised to teach him when he was ready. Jarvan leaped forward, bringing the lance down in a scything blow. Xin Zhao turned it aside, but the prince followed up instantly with a spinning strike that missed him by scant inches, the bladed tip slicing by his throat. Jarvan was not holding back. Before Xin Zhao could teach the young prince how to wield the weapon, however, he had to master it himself. With the king's approval, he began training to learn its secrets. Surprisingly light in the hand and perfectly balanced, it was a sublime weapon, created by a master at the peak of his abilities. Forged in Demacia's infancy by the renowned weaponsmith Aurelion, the lance was a revered icon of Demacia, as much a symbol of its greatness as its towering white walls or the crown of the king. Wrought to defeat the great frost drake Maelstrom and her progeny who had plagued the early settlers of Demacia in ages past, it had long been a symbol of the royal line. For years, Xin Zhao had practiced with the lance every day before dawn. Only when he felt he understood it well enough had he begun to teach the teenage prince how to wield it. Jarvan grunted with effort, lunging at Xin Zhao. The seneschal thought only of defense, stepping neatly away and always aware of his surroundings. His spear was a blur before him, knocking the lance from its intended course each time it came at him. Young Jarvan had already been learning the uses of sword and spear and fist, as well as the more cerebral arts of military history and rhetoric. It was on his 16th birthday that he was finally presented with Drakebane by his father. He trained hard, sustaining countless self-inflicted injuries along the way to mastery, but he eventually fought with the weapon as if it were an extension of himself. Jarvan pressed Xin Zhao hard, striking furiously. He gave the seneschal no respite, each attack blending seamlessly into the next. A foiled lunge became an upward sweeping slash, which in turn came around in a pair of scything arcs, first in a low disemboweling cut, then back across the throat. All were avoided by Xin Zhao, his body swaying from side to side and his spear flashing to turn each strike aside. Nevertheless, while Jarvan had long been Xin Zhao's student, the prince was younger and stronger, and his tall frame gave him a greater reach. No longer was he an awkward aspirant, he had been hardened by battle and training, and Jarvan's skill with Drakebane now easily outstripped his own. Jarvan harried him mercilessly, forcing him to retreat with every step. It took all of Xin Zhao's considerable skill to remain unscathed, but it could not last. Xin Zhao barely avoided a vicious slash, turning his face at the last moment. The jagged blades of Drakebane sliced across his cheek, drawing blood. For the first time since they began, Xin Zhao wondered if the prince was actually trying to kill him. There was a certain balance in dying for the son of the man he had failed to protect. Jarvan slapped Xin Zhao's spear aside with the butt of Drakebane and turned swiftly, bringing the weapon around in a tight arc, the blade seeking his neck. It was a perfectly executed move, one that Xin Zhao had taught the prince himself. Jarvan's footwork to set up the strike was sublime, and the initial hit to his weapon was weighted just enough to knock it aside, but not so hard that it slowed the final strike. Even so, the seneschal could have blocked it. It would have been a close thing, but he trusted his speed, even tired as he was, to have ensured the strike did not land. And yet, he made no move to do so. Shin's will to fight was gone. He lifted his chin ever so slightly so that the strike would be true. The blades of Drakebane hissed in. The blow was delivered with speed, skill, and power. It would slice deep, killing Shin almost instantly. The killing blow stopped just as it touched Xin Zhao's throat, drawing a series of blood beads, but nothing more. At that point, Jarvan asked why Shin wouldn't answer where he was during the chaos. Xin Zhao swallowed. A warm trickle of blood ran down his neck. Shin just repeated his answer before, that he was at fault. He should have been there. Jarvan held the blade at Xin Zhao's throat for a moment longer, then stepped back. He seemed to wilt suddenly, all the fire and fury draining out of him, leaving just a grieving, lost son. A sudden realization hit Jarvan. He then asked if his father ordered Shin away at that time, and Shin did not wish to blame the king for Shin's absence. Xin Zhao said nothing, but Jarvan pressed further, asking if he was right. Xin Zhao sighed and looked down. Jarvan shook his head as he mentioned that his father could be so stubborn that once his mind was set, there was no changing it. Shin just repeated his words weakly, saying he should have been there. Jarvan rubbed his eyes and replied that staying would defy the king's order. That was not what his uncle would do. He then asked what the king told Shin to do. Without any response, Jarvan asked if the task was delivering a letter. That was why the king ordered Shin from the king's side. The prince deduced that the king most probably sent his most trusted person to deliver a message during the mage's retaliation. Xin Zhao nodded, and Jarvan let out a bitter laugh. He then mentioned that it was indeed very like him, always thinking of state matters. Jarvan then mentioned that his father missed his blade ceremony on his 14th birthday because of a meeting of the Shield Council, a meeting about taxation. Shin then affirmed that he remembered. Jarvan asked if Shin tried to deliver the letter. Xin Zhao shook his head and explained that he turned as soon as he heard the bells. He made his way back to the palace as swiftly as he was able. Jarvan continued Shin's sentence, saying he ran into the trouble in the streets, by the looks of it, indicating Shin's battered appearance. Shin said that there was nothing that could not be dealt with. Jarvan asked if it was the mages that blocked Shin's path. Xin Zhao nodded. Others had thrown their lot in with the murderer too. Jarvan hissed, saying they should have executed them all. Xin Zhao looked at the prince in alarm. He'd never heard him speak with such vitriol before. Indeed, he knew the prince had always been troubled by Demasia's treatment of its mages. But that was before. Shin said that he did not believe the king would share that view. Jarvan snapped, agreeing with Shin's words, and yet they still killed his father. There was nothing helpful for Xin Zhao to say, so he remained silent. That moment's fire was extinguished within Jarvan almost immediately. Tears welled in his eyes, even as he tried to hold them back. At that moment, Jarvan was a boy again, scared and alone. Xin Zhao stepped forward, dropping his spear, and took Jarvan in his arms, hugging him tightly. Jarvan cried then, deep, racking sobs that shook his whole body, and tears he had not yet shed now ran freely down Xin Zhao's face as well. It was only at that time that Jarvan was able to fully grieve from what had happened. They stood clinging to each other for a few more moments, held together by shared loss, then stepped apart. Xin Zhao turned away to pick up his fallen spear, allowing them both a moment to gather themselves. When he turned back, Jarvan had thrown off his sweat-stained shirt and was pulling on a long white linen tunic emblazoned with a blue-winged sword. Already he looked more composed. Jin then told Jarvan that now he will do what he was born to do. He will lead. Jarvan confessed that he didn't think he was ready. Shin then said that no one ever does. At least, not the good ones. Jarvan called Jin his uncle again, asking if he would be with him to help him this time. A coldness clawed at Xin Zhao's heart. Xin Zhao stuttered and said that as much as he regretted it, Jarvan's request will not be possible. The truth was, Xin Zhao made a promise long ago. If harm ever befell the king, then his life was forfeit. Jarvan, suddenly stern, questioned how many times Xin Zhao saved his father's life. In that moment, Jarvan seemed so much like his father in Xin Zhao's eyes. Jarvan then said that he personally witnessed Xin do so at least 3 times, and he knows there were others. Xin Zhao frowned and stated that his honor was his life. He could not live with the shame of going back on his word. Jarvan asked to whom did Xin make this pledge. Xin answered, High Marshal Tiana Crown Guard. That answer made Jarvan frown. Jarvan pondered for a moment. Shortly he asked Xin when he entered his father's service. He pledged himself to Demacia, didn't he? Xin affirmed that he did. Jarvan responded that Shin's pledge was to Demacia, not to his father, not to anyone else. His duty to Demacia overrides all. Xin Zhao stared at the prince, speechless from what he just heard. Jarvan is so like his father. Xin Zhao asked about his words with the High Marshal. Jarvan answered that he would deal with Tiana, but for now, he needed Xin to do his duty. Xin Zhao let out a breath that he didn't realize he had been holding. For the second time, Jarvan asked Xin if he would serve as his seneschal as he served his father. Xin Zhao blinked. Moments earlier, he'd been certain Jarvan was going to execute him, and he didn't feel that would have been unjustified. Xin Zhao hesitated, his emotions in turmoil, his mind reeling. Jarvan once again called his uncle's attention, saying their kingdom needs him. He needs him. Will he do this for him? Slowly, as if expecting Jarvan to change his mind at any moment, Xin Zhao dropped to one knee and said that it would be his honor to serve the new king. Jarvan walked with Xin Zhao up through the palace toward the council room. His father's advisors, no, his advisors, Xin Zhao corrected himself, awaited. Soldiers were everywhere. Demacia's most elite battalion, the Dauntless Vanguard, had been brought in to supplement the palace guard, and they stood at every doorway, watchful and disciplined. Jarvan's expression was stern, his bearing regal. Only Xin Zhao had witnessed the outpouring of emotion down in the training room. Now, in front of the palace servants, the nobles, and the guard, he was in complete control. Good, thought Xin Zhao. The people of Demacia need to see him strong. Everyone they passed dropped to one knee, bowing their heads low. They continued on, striding purposefully. Jarvan paused before the great council doors. He turned to Xin Zhao and asked about the letter his father wanted to be delivered. What happened to it? Xin replied that he still had it. He loosened it from his belt and handed the leather case over. Jarvan took it, broke the case open, and unfurled the sheet of vellum within. His eyes flicked back and forth as he read his father's words. Xin Zhao saw Jarvan's expression harden. Then he crushed the letter in both hands, twisting it as if he were wringing a neck before handing it back. In a furious mood, Jarvan ordered Xin to destroy the letter. Xin Zhao stared at him in shock, but Jarvan was already turning away. He nodded to the guards standing on either side, and the council doors were thrown open. Those seated at the long table within stood as one before bowing low. Flames crackled in the ornate fireplace set against the south wall within. There were a number of empty seats at the table. The king was not the only one who had fallen in the previous day's attack. Xin Zhao was left holding the crumpled letter, stunned, as Jarvan moved to the head of the table. He looked back at Xin Zhao, still standing at the door. Jarvan called Xin once more, and Xin Zhao blinked. At Jarvan's right, High Marshal Tiana Crownguard stared at Xin. Her gaze was dangerously cold. At Jarvan's other side, his gaze equally icy, was Tiana's husband, the intended recipient of the king's letter, the head of the Mage Seeker Order. Xin Zhao's gaze passed between them, then returned to Jarvan, who raised his eyebrows questioningly. Without further pause, Xin Zhao strode into the room and threw the letter into the flames. Then he took his place, standing behind his ruler. He hoped none of the deep concern he suddenly felt was visible. Jarvan then instructed everyone that they must begin the discussion. Day after day, weeks felt like minutes as Demacia slowly stood back on their feet. With a strong resolve, Jarvan rallied his troops as they fixed the mess from the previous war and prepared for the ongoing Mage Rebellion. In one encounter, Jarvan faced Silas, the one who was leading the Mage Rebellion, a former prisoner of Demacia. Silas almost executed Jarvan, but failed to do so when reinforcements arrived. As of the moment, Jarvan was still clueless about who truly killed his father. But his current assumption was Silas, and he now hunts for the rebel mage. A few months later, Jarvan led his troops toward a settlement in Demacia which was reported to be under attack. A lot of the royalties preferred if the king would stay within the kingdom, but Jarvan preferred to be on the battlefield. Politics were still too messy, and High Marshal Tiana was dealing with that, which meant the king could focus on the current problem in Evanmore. General Miasar slid an ivory cone across the map. Jarvan wondered at the simplicity of the white piece. No head, no features denoting a face. Just a simple rounded shape, neutral and plain, with no resemblance to the 100 Demacian soldiers it represented. Shortly, General Eibel, a stout woman with commanding eyes, expressed that if they led their knights south now, they could attack the Argoth head-on before they reached Evanmore. General Miasar responded that the Argoth are fiercest in swarms. He paced the length of the tent. He added that they rely on overwhelming numbers to defeat direct attacks. If they cannot divide them, they will slaughter their force long before we reach their queen. Jarvan strode to the edge of their tent, parting the fabric and gazing out across the valley. He might have enjoyed the view. Morning light made the verdant landscape sparkle with dew, and the village of Evanmore looked peaceful from a distance. But an ominous gray shape swelled on the horizon as the horde thundered in the distance. The Argoth were not enormous creatures. Fighting one alone would be easy enough. But in large numbers, they were subject to the dominating will of a queen, able to move and fight as one vicious unit. This swarm was bigger than any Jarvan had seen before. Miasar wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that enemies would be there by this evening. Eibel replied that perhaps it would be sooner. They have an hour, maybe two if they're lucky, until the Argoth overwhelms Evanmore. Jarvan turned back to the map. 10 ebony cones representing the Argoth stood at the outer edges of the Evanmore, overshadowing the single Demacian cone. The queen was marked by a smaller figurine of red jasper, right in the heart of the ebony mass. Any charge would need to fight through hundreds of Argoth to get near the queen. Miasar halted his pacing and said that they could retreat, surrender Evanmore, return on the morrow with forces strong enough to cut through the horde and slay the queen. Eibel questioned the idea that was a death sentence for the people. They will be overrun in a matter of hours. Jarvan stared at the ebony and ivory until they merged in his mind's eye. All he saw was the red queen stone. Eibel raised her eyebrows and asked if Jarvan saw something. Jarvan replied that it was a desperate plan, but it was all they had. They will conceal their fiercest fighters within Evermore and lay an ambush. With such a small band, they won't anticipate their attack. Then, when the Queen is within reach, they strike hard and fast. With her death, the swarm's unity will be broken. Miasar questioned Jarvan's suggestion, stating that too may be a death sentence. However, Eibel agreed with Jarvan, since this would give Evermore a chance of surviving the attack. No plan is without risk. Jarvan will lead only those willing to join him, and will not engage until their hope of victory is greatest. The army will abide their time until the eye of the Maelstrom is upon them, and then strike from within. With the Queen dead, it will be a simpler matter to fight their way out. Eibel slid a single ivory cone to the village on the map, then moved the circle of ebony pieces forward until they overlapped Evermore entirely. The Jasper Queen stood at its center. With a flick of her finger, she tipped the red stone over. That done, she slid 2 more white cones to join the fight. That is their plan. Jarvan instructed Eibel and Miasar to lead their troops in the second wave. Eibel then asked where the king would be, and Jarvan responded he would kill the Queen. It was pretty rare for the king himself to be on the battlefield, but for Jarvan IV, that was nonsense. His father died despite not leaving the kingdom. The people of Demacia were currently at their lowest point. Many had dropped their hopes when the king died. Garen, the current captain of Dauntless Vanguard and a friend of Jarvan, was also heavily affected. If the higher-ranked military were losing hope, what more for the ordinary citizens? These were desperate times, and Demacians needed someone to rely on. And that's why Jarvan IV himself set foot on Demacian grounds, leading the dying hopes of their nation. This action was indeed noble, but it comes with a huge risk. Many warriors train each day to become the greatest in their field, specifically in their chosen weapons. But there was only one who was so efficient in using any weaponry, he wielded a lamp just to give his opponent a fighting chance. It might sound silly, but this lamp was no ordinary one. It was a discarded brazier stave, blazed with elemental fire that could harm the void. But against the mortals, it was just indeed a normal lamp, which he could still use to beat the hell out of someone. This man stood tall against the oppression they faced against the Shuriman Empire, way back more than 3,000 years before Noxus. However, after the tragic day in the Void War, it was only him that was left standing. His life was turned around, and his mission became something bigger than before. He became the last light of Ikathia, and his weapon was a symbol of his hope in defeating the Void one day. This is the story of Syjax Kael'Rinx Kohari Ikathan, also known as Jax, the Grand Master at Arms. Over the centuries, it was always the Shuriman Empire that got the spotlight. Their stories were told to the next civilizations while the oppressed ones were silent. A relatively smaller civilization known as Ikathia borders the Shurima in the southeast part of the southern continent. Being the weaker city, they suffered and endured the suffocating control of the Shurima for years, a story that was buried under the sands of the desert. 3,400 years before Noxus, a child named Syjax grew up in Ikathia, a satrapy of the Shuriman Empire. Ever since he was a boy, his father told him of when their home was a proud, independent nation, before it was ground under the heel of Shuriman oppression. He told him of the Kohari, heroes who protected Ikathia and its Mage King. The Mage King had resisted Shurima's conquest, but when he died in battle, his Kohari protectors followed him, committing ritual suicide. The Shuriman Emperor displayed Kohari's decaying bodies for all to see, and the Mage King himself was impaled above the city gates. his bones left to molder. Syjax's father had witnessed this cruel act, and over time he passed down to his son the burning resentment that was growing in every Ekathian heart. Even so, Syjax committed himself to the study of arms, learning from Shurima's weapons masters, as well as his own clan's elders. Many warriors struggled in wielding various weapons, often choosing which one suited them best and then mastering it. But that was not the case for Syjax. He was a protege in any given weapon despite his young age. He grew up to be an Ekathian asset with a hidden mission. After many centuries of Shuriman rule, a massive earthquake struck the coastal province of Sabera, a coastal settlement in southwest Ekathia. The destruction revealed something hidden deep beneath the earth, something dark and of great power, perhaps strong enough even to overcome Shurima's godlike ascended warriors. Syjax was entrusted with protecting the Ekathian mages who encountered this discovery, which the guards just barely contained with brazier staves that blazed with conjured elemental fire. Disturbed, Syjax escorted the mages to the governing council so they could tell of what they'd learned. They called this power the Void. Immediately, the council recognized its potential, but Syjax saw the doom the Void portended. As a master of weaponry, he knew the danger of using a weapon they could neither fully understand nor safely harness. He regretted that he didn't kill the mages as they rode from Sabera, thinking he was part of the reason for something catastrophic. What Syjax didn't know was that he would regret it even more in the days to come. Confident that the Void could defeat their Shuriman overlords, the council crowned a new mage king. The Kohari were rebuilt, with Syjax among the first to join their ranks. They triumphed in early engagements, and Syjax even killed one of the vaunted Ascended in battle, watching with pride as its corpse was paraded around the liberated city of Bajek. Syjax thought that perhaps, maybe he was just overthinking all of this. Maybe the Void could help them battle the Shuriman Empire. Among these mages, there was a server named Aksamuk Varkoi Kohari Ikathor. Aksamuk was his grandsire's name, a warrior's name, meaning keeper of edges, and it is an auspicious title to bear. Aksamuk was the last of the mage kings, the final ruler to fall before the Shuriman Sun Empress when she led her golden host of men and gods into the kingdom of Ekathia. Var is his mother, and Koi is his father. Ikathor is the name of the blood-bonded clan to which Aksamuk was born, one with an honorary history of service to the mage kings. Aksamuk has borne these names since birth. Only Kahari is a new tradition, just like how Syjax's name was formed. The name is now part of him, and he bears it with a pride that burns bright in his heart. The Kohari were once the life wards of the mage kings, deadly warriors who dedicated their lives to the service of their master. When the late king of Ekathia fell before the god warriors of the Sun Empress, and Ekathia became a vassal state of Shurima, every one of them fell upon their swords. But the Kohari are reborn, rising to serve the new mage king and reclaim their honor. Aksamuk bears their sigil branded on his arm, the scroll-wrapped sword. Jax accompanies the mages while they are waiting for further orders. They all know that in the coming days a war will unfold, a war between Ekathia and Shurima. Aksamuk had not slept the previous night, too nervous at the prospect of battle. His skill with the Nimcha was average, but he was deadly with the recurved serpent bow slung at his shoulder. Its wood was well seasoned, protected from the humidity by a coat of red lacquer. His arrows were fletched with azure raptor feathers, and he had carved their piercing heads from razor obsidian sourced from the thaumaturges, the magicers of earth and rock. Long runs through Ekathia's lush coastal forests and along its high mountain trails had given him powerful, clean limbs to draw the bowstring, and the stamina to fight all day. A young girl, her hair braided with silver wire and with deepest green eyes, placed a garland of flowers over Aksamuk's head. The scent of the blossoms was intoxicating, but he forgot it all as she pulled him close to kiss his lips. She wore a necklace, an opal set in a swirling loop of gold, and Aksamuk smiled as he recognized his father's craft. Laughter filled the scenery as the veterans gathered along the mages, joking around to ease the tense situation. The next morning was the big day, and they were optimistic about their chances. With the power of the Void, they could potentially defeat the ascended warriors of Shurima. At least, that's what they believed would happen. As the day of war arrived, the warriors of Kohari marched forward. A cheer began in the Kohari ranks and was swiftly carried to the other regiments of their army. Ikathia! 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 It echoed from the rising walls of the city and was carried to the Shuriman host. The god warriors spoke swiftly to their attendants, who turned and ran to bear their orders to the wings of the army. Almost immediately, the Shuriman army began to move uphill. They came slowly, their pace deliberate. On every third step, the warriors hammered the hafts of their spears on their shields. The noise was profoundly unnerving, a slow drumbeat that sapped the will of the warriors who were soon to feel the tips of those blades. The bloodbath started, and it was indeed messy. But despite the numbers advantage of the Shuriman Empire, they were no match for the pure skills of the Kohari. If the battle was only between them, Kohari would surely defeat Shurima. Jax rallied their army with ease and expertise. However, Shurima was strong due to their trump card, the Ascended Warriors. None could pierce the God Warriors' armor, and their ferocity was so primal, so inhuman, that it froze anyone to the spot. Spears snapped against their iron-hard hides, and their bellowing roars cut to the marrow with terror. One, a cawing beast with ragged feathered wings and a vulture-like beak, leaped into the air, and searing blue fire blazed from its outstretched claws. Some of the Kohari soldiers burned and turned into ash as these ascended warriors wielded their magic prowess. The elation that had, only moments before, filled them with thoughts of victory and glory, now shattered like fallen glass. In its place, some of the warriors felt a sick horror of torments yet to come, the retribution of an unimaginably cruel despot who knows no mercy. When the ascended hosts approached Ikathia, Syjax and his brethren assembled on the front lines. As the two armies churned the earth beneath them into crimson loam, Ikathia's mages and priests deemed the time had come to unleash the void. It was the time to pull out their ace hidden in their sleeves. Ruin swept over the land as Ikathians, Shurimans, and even Ascended were unraveled from existence. The city's walls collapsed as the void swallowed thousands into cold, silent oblivion. It was not the outcome that they were expecting, and Syjax's instincts were right all along. The Shuriman army fell, but Ikathia suffered even more. In moments, Ikathia was lost. Syjax rode to the ruined crater where the void had been summoned, determined to fall upon his sword like the Kohari of old. But before he could take his life, he saw among the devastation a discarded brazier stave, looking like a lamp that he recognized from Sabera. It still blazed with elemental fire that harmed the void. This flame kindled a spark in Syjax's heart. He took up the stave and left behind the ruins of his homeland, tending to this last light of Ikathia and the hope it represented. Grieving and ashamed, Syjax Kaelrink's Kohari Ikathan forsook his old name, and from that day was known only as Jax. In the next couple of days, Jax became a wanderer, traveling across the known world and to places beyond any map. And he bore the elemental fire. Jax's life extended beyond even the expectations of his long-lived people. Yet the farther he went from Akathia, the lower the flame burned until it threatened to gutter out once and for all. His situation meant that Jax could continue living as long as he was near Akathia. Jax understood with grim resolution that he couldn't run from his past. He had a duty to return and fight. The advance of the Void had been halted by the last surviving Ascended, but its singular threat endured. For centuries since the catastrophe, Jax has roamed, a vagabond warrior searching for those strong enough to rebuild the Kohari. Though he has fought countless times against beings of great skill, courage, and power, none have yet convinced him that they can march against the coming darkness. The fall of Akathia has plagued Jax with doubt, but one thing remains certain. When the final battle comes, Jax will stand against the Void, even if he has to face it alone. Years passed by like it was nothing for Jax. Rumors that a Grand Master of Arts circled across the continents, as Jax defeated everyone who tried to prove themselves. Their forms were shabby, seemingly trained without a master. Different fighting styles rose throughout centuries, but none amused Jax. All of them failed the duel against Jax, and none was a worthy opponent. But perhaps this might not be bad after all, since this situation could attract a strong warrior someday, someone that Jax could finally team up against the Void. Jax sat cross-legged at the center of the bridge, with his long-hafted polearm resting on his knees. Demacia had not changed much since he had last traveled this way, but that didn't surprise him. Its people zealously protected their borders, which had turned them into pretty decent fighters. Well, some of them anyway, he thought, wiping a spot of blood from the softly glowing head of the lamppost. He flicked the droplet over the parapet to the river below and reached into his robe to pull out his third hard-boiled egg of the day. Tapping it on the cobbles, he slowly peeled the shell as he heard the warriors at the end of the bridge try to decide which one of them would face him next. Jax lifted his mask and bit into the egg. He took a deep breath, tasting sun-ripened crops on the wind and freshly turned earth from the expanse of farmland stretching to every horizon. Jax sighed. To see a realm at peace made him homesick for a land that no longer existed, and the mission that he must fulfill. He shook off the chill of memory, knowing thoughts of Akathia would only distract him. His robes were heavy, but the sun's warmth didn't reach the mottled and oddly hued skin beneath. No part of his flesh was visible, which was probably just as well. He wasn't even sure what his skin looked like anymore. Jax remained resilient as time ticked like a raindrop from the sky. A cold wind scudded over the snow-capped mountains to the north, and a distant storm disgorged rain over the distant fields and settlements. Where Jax came from, there was little in the way of clouds, and even less rain. Perhaps the storm would come south and make the cobbles of the bridges slippery. It could be a strong storm, but Jax only thought that this situation might make things more challenging for him. To be fair, it would also make things more difficult for his opponents, and perhaps that was no bad thing. After all, a warrior worthy of fighting at his side in the battles against the monsters from beyond would need to be adaptable. Later on, Jax heard the clatter of armor and the whisper of a blade cutting air. Someone ordered Jax with a powerful voice to stand and face him. Jax held up a finger while he finished his egg. He licked his lips, then settled his mask back over his face before looking up at the warrior standing before him. The man was powerfully built, broad of shoulder and thick of arm, armored head to foot in a gleaming warplate of burnished steel. He carried a double-edged hand-and-a-half sword and looked like he knew how to use it. Judging initially by the appearance of this warrior, Jax approved. Shortly, Jax finally spoke, telling the man that he seemed like a warrior who could hew iron birch trees all day and still have energy left for a tavern brawl. The warrior responded that he would not waste words on Jax, calling him a monster as he glared at Jax. Assuming the same fighting stance all the others had, Jax sighed, disappointed the defeat of the 15 men before this one hadn't taught them anything. Jax questioned why the man called him a monster, rising to his feet in one smooth motion. He then said that he could show him real monsters, but Jax feared that the man wouldn't live long enough to tell anyone what a real monster looks like. He swung his lamppost around to loosen the muscles in his shoulders. Not that he needed to, but he'd been fighting, on and off, for the last 4 hours, and it might make the man facing him feel like he at least had a chance of winning this duel. Just like the previous men who set foot on this bridge, the warrior shouted the words, "For Demacia," which became a cue for Jax that these Demacians were about to attack. The Demacians and this new one attacked with some tired, predictable strikes all the others had. Though Jax commended that this man was fast and strong enough to wield his sword in one hand. Jax swayed aside from the first blow, ducked the second, and parried the third. He spun inside the swordsman's guard and hammered his elbow against the side of his helmet. The metal buckled, and the man went down on one knee with a grunt of pain. Jax gave him a moment to still the ringing in his head. The man tore off his helm and dropped it to the bridge. Blood matted the side of his head, but Jax was impressed at how the man controlled his anger. Demacians had always been sticklers for discipline, so he was glad to see that hadn't changed. The man took a steadying breath and attacked again, a series of blistering fast cuts that went high and low, a mixture of sweeping slashes, lightning thrusts, and overhead cuts. Jax parried them all, his lamppost in constant motion as it deflected the Demacian's blade and delivered stinging, bruising ripostes to the man's arms and legs. He feinted left and hooked his lamppost around his opponent's legs, putting him flat on his back. He jabbed the butt of his post into the man's belly, doubling him up and leaving him gasping for air. Seemingly bored with the battle, Jax asked the warrior if he'd had enough. Jax then offered that he could swap hands to make it easier for the young blood. The man was a bit insulted. He stated that a Demacian would rather die than take succor from an enemy. The man's stoic facade was crumbling in the face of Jax's mockery, and when he attacked again, it was with a ferocity untempered by discipline and skill. Jax ducked a risky beheading strike and switched to a one-handed grip on his lamppost. He spun his weapon under the man's sword and rolled his wrist. The Demacian warrior's sword was wrenched from his grasp and flipped through the air. Jax caught it deftly in his free hand. Jax then said it was a nice little weapon, and it was lighter than it looked, spinning the blade in a dazzling series of master fencer strokes. The Demacian drew his dagger and rushed him, while Jax shook his head at his foolishness. He threw the sword from the bridge and sidestepped a series of blisteringly fast thrusts. He ducked a sweeping cut and caught a thunderous right cross in his open palm. He nodded toward the river and hoped that the warrior could swim. Jax then twisted his wrist, lifting the armored warrior from his feet and flipping him over the bridge's parapet. The man splashed down into the river, and Jax planted his lamppost on the cobbles. Shortly, Jax asked who was next, and someone answered his question. A woman dismounting a gray gelding at the end of the bridge said that she would be his next opponent. Her horse's flanks were lathered with sweat, her cloak dusty from a hard ride. She wore a silver steel breastplate and a long-bladed sword was scabbarded at her hip. She marched past the men at the end of the bridge and strode toward him, moving with a perfect economy of motion, utterly in balance and supremely confident in her skill. Her features were angular and patrician, framed by dark hair streaked with crimson. Her eyes were cold and unforgiving. They promised only death. Jax was intrigued. Judging by the appearance, this woman was definitely something else. Jax never asked the names of the previous warriors he fought, but this time he asked the name of this woman standing in front of him. Respectfully, the woman introduced herself. Her name is Fiora of House Laurent, drawing her weapon, a dueling saber that gleamed with a perfect edge. Fiora then said that her riposte was her bridge. Jax grinned beneath his mask. Finally, an opponent worth fighting. As the rain stopped pouring that day, no one knew how the battle ended. The rest of the story was left in mystery, but there was only one thing that was guaranteed. Jax finally found a worthy opponent with the perfect discipline of her blade, matched by her killer instincts. Keep in mind that Jax already lived more than centuries, wandering around the continent near Acathia, battling anyone who dared to prove their worth. But it was only Fiora that earned his praise. Perhaps someday he could invite her to face the void and fulfill his mission. Traveling to an isthmus land connecting the Shuriman and Valoran continents, there was an island known as the Piltover. It was previously known as Zaun, but when a tragedy happened, a part of that city fell into the lower side. The remaining part of Zaun progressed tremendously due to the vast resources available to them compared to the lower city. Since they were at the top of another city, a new name emerged for them, hence creating the name Piltover. For centuries, the city has strived for greatness, pushing the limits as they experiment with a controversial technology called the Hextech. Shortly after, Piltover earned the title City of Progress, doing whatever was needed to advance their tech. With that in mind, there is a Piltovan who embodies this ideology and applies it to his principles. He is a brilliant inventor who pledged his life to the defense of Piltover, threading the thin line between danger and success for the innovation of Hextech creation. His name is Jace Talus, the Defender of Tomorrow. In about 959 years after Noxus, Jace Talus was born in Piltover. He was raised to believe in the principles that made the city great: invention, discovery, and not going to Zaun if you could help it. There has been a stigma wherein Piltovans look down on Zaunites due to their differences, and mainly because of how polluted Zaun currently is. Good thing for Jace, he was privileged enough not to worry about any of the ongoing issues between the two cities, allowing him to strive for his talent. With a knack for understanding machinery, Jace earned the honor of being the youngest apprentice to ever be offered patronage by Clan Geopara, one of Piltover's most respected ruling clans. Utterly uninspired, Jace took the offer and spent most of his early years constructing potential Hextech devices, designing transformable multi-tools for Piltover's working class, a wrench that transformed into a pry bar, a pickaxe that could morph into a shovel, a hammer that could turn into a demolition beam. There was no limit to his imaginations. If only it had a sufficiently powerful battery, Jace could make fiction into reality. Unfortunately for him, no power source could meet his expectations. Everything Jace touched put his contemporaries to shame. But that doesn't stop Jace from studying. If no power could make his dream work, then maybe he could integrate one. As Jace continued to study, most things came easy for him, and he could never understand why his peers had so much trouble with what, to him, were simple concepts. As a result, Nearly everyone who worked alongside Jace found him arrogant, dismissive, and unwilling to slow his pace to help his colleagues catch up. Why would he? If others were there just to slow him down, then they either need to pick up the phase or abandon the project. As time went on, his patience became shorter, while at the same time a chasm grew between decorum, charm, and Jace's natural demeanor. Only one person ever managed to match Jace's intelligence, while also maintaining a healthy indifference to his superior attitude. His name was Victor, a fellow innovator who's a senior to Jace. The two met at a mandatory Progress Day party and immediately bonded over how little either of them wanted to be there. They started working together shortly after. Victor expanded Jace's intellectual horizons and challenged many of his assumptions, which was something new for Jace. While Jace sought to improve humanity via versatile technology, Victor sought to solve problems inherent to humanity itself, such as physical decay or illogical prejudices. Due to their difference in their scientific ethics, the two of them constantly argued with one another, but their conflicts never got personal. Their methods were clearly different, but the two colleagues knew their ultimate goals were very much the same. More than that, they both knew what it was like to be ostracized by their colleagues. Victor because of his unconventional thinking, and Jace because of his rudeness. It was pretty ironic that the best partner that Jace could get was someone who had an opposing approach to science. But Jace would rather have Victor over any other scientist in Piltover, and Victor reciprocates that thought. Together, Jace and Victor invented a mechanized construction suit for Piltover's dockworkers, something hardy enough to enhance the wearer's strength, but light enough that its wearer wouldn't immediately drown upon falling overboard. However, the two reached an impasse when Victor's design for the next version of the suit included a chemtech implant that would increase the wearer's strength output tenfold, while also preventing them from getting tired, panicking, or disobeying instructions from their superiors. While Victor considered this feature a brilliant means of reducing the frequency of construction accidents, Jace found its indifference toward free will immoral. This was just one of the few ethical differences that they faced, and Jace is fully against controlling anyone. This idea can easily be exploited way beyond the construction, bringing more threat than innovation. The two nearly came to blows over the design, and ultimately, after Jace warned the Academy of Victor's invention, Victor was stripped of his honors and ostracized from Piltover's scientific community. Victor was the closest thing Jace had ever really had to a friend. Distraught over the falling out, he went back to working on his own. He grew more insular. His patience toward others grew even thinner. As Jace studied in solitude, Clan Geopara's explorers discovered a raw, blue crystal deep within the Shuriman Desert. Though Jace volunteered to experiment on it, specifically by suggesting the clan's other scholars wouldn't be smart enough to get anything out of it, his lack of tact in doing so prompted Clan Geopara to give it to their better-mannered scholars as a form of punishment. Yet, after many months, the scholars reached a unanimous conclusion. The crystal was worthless, a power-drained hunk of rock. The disappointed clan members finally handed the crystal over to Jace, assuming that even he, with his remarkable intelligence, wouldn't be able to learn anything from it. Something inside the crystal called to Jace. No, more than that. It sang to him. He couldn't explain why, but he knew the Shuriman gem still held mysteries yet to be discovered. Jace spent many months running every variety of tests on the crystal. He braced it into a cogwheel centrifuge. He superheated it and deep froze it. He tinkered, observed, hypothesized, and beat his head against his copper pantograph. Quite simply, Jace wasn't used to working hard. This damned crystal was the first thing that had ever resisted his considerable mental aptitude. For the first time, He realized how his peers must have felt, trying so hard to solve a problem only to bump against your own limitations. It felt frustrating. It felt unfair. And it probably felt much, much worse if you were working alongside an arrogant inventor who dismissed your every effort. Jace realized that despite how dismissive he'd been toward his fellow scholars, none of them ever gave up. None of them ever stopped seeking the very things that defined Piltover. Progress, discovery. If they wouldn't give up, Jace decided, he wouldn't either. And maybe he'd try to be nicer. Maybe. Jace approached the problem from a completely different angle. Rather than trying to experiment on the crystal as a whole, he wondered, why not run more invasive experiments on a smaller shard? Jace chiseled off a piece of the crystal and suspended it in liquid alloy. As he sent a voltaic current through the liquid metal, Jace's eardrums nearly shattered from the booming baritone note that blasted from the shard. Heat radiated from the crystal, and with a flash, it glowed bright enough to nearly blind him. This was unexpected. This was potentially dangerous. But this was progress. Jace couldn't erase the smile from his face as he worked well through the night into the dawn. At long last, he gets an integral result, which he usually gets within a few hours. The hard work he spent this time made everything much more satisfying for Jace. The next day, Jace was surprised to find his old friend Victor on the doorstep. Alerted by the massive power spike from the crystal shard, Victor had a simple proposition. Since his expulsion from the Piltovan scientific community, Victor had commenced work on a secret project in Zaun. He'd finally learned how to achieve his dream. How to eradicate disease, hunger, hatred. If Jace joined him, the two would accomplish more than anyone from Piltover or Zaun could have dreamed of. They'd save humanity from itself. Jace had heard a monologue like this before from Victor. He'd never liked where it led. Victor told Jace that he only needed one thing for his glorious evolution. A power source like Jace's crystal. Jace disagreed, informing Victor that what he truly needed was a moral compass. Victor, who had long grown tired of Jace's rudeness, leaped upon him, grabbed the crystal, and knocked Jace unconscious with it. When Jace awoke hours later, he noticed that though the Shuriman crystal was gone, Victor hadn't seemed to notice or care about the smaller shard. Jace knew whatever Victor was planning, he would only resort to these measures if he were close to completion. Even though he didn't know what Victor's glorious evolution consisted of, he probably didn't have a lot of respect for the free will of others. Without wasting a second, Jace retrieved the suspended shard and installed it into a massive transforming hammer, a demolition invention he'd abandoned years ago for lack of a strong enough battery to power it. Though he had no idea where Victor might have taken the crystal, he could feel the Hextech hammer vibrate, pulling him not north, south, east, or west, but down, toward the undercity of Zaun. The shard, eager to be reunited with the crystal from which it was chiseled, eventually led Jace to a warehouse in the depths of the sump. Within the cavernous building, Jace found something horrifying. Dozens of corpses, their skulls sawed open and hollowed out, their brains transplanted into an army of immobile metal soldiers hooked up to the now pulsing crystal. This was the first step in Victor's glorious evolution. Jace's stride grew less confident as he approached Victor. He and Victor had not always seen eye to eye, but this was something else entirely. For the first time, it occurred to Jace that he might have to kill his old friend. He called out to Victor, flinching as the army of robots stood to attention. Jace asked him to look around to see what he was doing. Whatever this was, the evolution wasn't the progress they fought for in their youths. He even, to Victor's surprise, apologized for acting like such a jerk. Victor sighed. He had only 2 words in response. Kill him. The automatons sprinted toward Jace, breaking free of the wires connecting them to the crystal and introducing Jace to another new emotion: panic. He gripped the hammer tight, realizing he'd never actually used it before. When the first golem was within reach, he swung as hard as he could, feeling the shard's energy surge through his muscles, accelerating the hammer's movement until Jace was worried it might fly out of his hands. It slammed into the automaton, all but exploding it into a hail of metal. Despite the obliteration of their comrade, the other machines didn't even pause as they rushed at Jace, trying to pummel him into unconsciousness. Jace analyzed the formation of the mechanical wave coming at him and attempted to quickly calculate how to take out the largest number of them with the fewest amount of swings. It was pointless. They were on him before he could swing even once. As he fell to the ground under a storm of their blows, Jace saw Victor looking on, not with triumph, but with sadness. He'd outsmarted Jace and ensured humanity's future, but he knew that future came at a cost. He couldn't let his old friend live. Jace vanished under a sea of swinging metal limbs. That's when Jace, for the first time in his life, decided to stop thinking and just break stuff. No longer caring for his own safety, Jace used every last bit of strength he had to break free from Victor's automatons. He sprinted to the glowing crystal and struck it with all of the Hextech-enhanced force his hammer could muster, crushing the mystical object. Victor cried out in horror as the crystal shattered to fragments, the shockwave blasting them all backward, as the army of automatons collapsed lifelessly to the floor. The very foundations of the warehouse shook, and Jace barely managed to escape before the entire building toppled. As the dust settled, Victor's body was never found. Jace limped away from the scene, wondering what to do next after this encounter. Upon his return to Piltover, Jace informed his clanmasters of Victor's nefarious plans. Soon, Jace found himself a topic of discussion in both Zaun and Piltover alike. It was a long discussion, and Jace explained everything that had happened. Jace thought that he would be suspended from this project due to the incident. But something else occurred. Hailed for his quick thinking in a time of crisis, Jace became a beloved figure, at least amongst those who hadn't met him, earning himself a nickname, the Defender of Tomorrow. Jace cared little for the adoration of his fellow Piltovans, but took the nickname to heart. From friends into enemies, maybe they were meant to be rivals since the day they met each other. He knew that Victor was still out there, plotting his revenge. One day, maybe someday soon, an awful lot of trouble was headed for Piltover, and Jace would be waiting. That was just the start of Hextech innovations, led by the hands of Jace, the Defender of Tomorrow. Any fool could have predicted that Victor would strike back at some point. If one weren't a fool, one might predict the exact date and time of an attempted counterattack. And Jace was not a fool. He stood in his workshop, bathed in sun rays from his skylight, surrounded by dozens of artifacts of his own genius. Gearwork boots that could cling to any surface, a knapsack with articulated limbs that always kept the user's tools within easy reach. Greater than all these inventions, however, was the weapon that Jace now held in his hands, powered by a Shuriman shard. Jace's transforming Hextech Greathammer was renowned throughout Piltover, but he tossed it from hand to hand as if it were any other tool from his workshop. Later on, 3 sharp taps echoed from Jace's door. They were here. Jace had prepared for this. He'd run experiments on Victor's discarded automata. He'd intercepted the mechanical communications. Any second, they'd beat down his front door and try to rip away his Hextech hammer. After that, they'd try to do the same with his skull. Try is the operative word. He flicked a switch on the hammer's handle. With an energetic sizzle, the head of Jace's masterpiece transformed into a Hex-Tech blaster, capable of shooting an orb-like pulse of energy. Jace aimed, stood his ground, watched the door open. His finger tightened on the trigger. Jace was ready to unleash the power of his weapon, but the situation was not what he expected. Jace almost blasted a 7-year-old girl's head off. She was tiny and blonde, and would have seemed adorable to anyone who wasn't Jace. The girl pushed the door open and walked in with shuffling, tentative steps. Her ponytail swished to and fro as she approached Jace. She kept her head down, ever avoiding his gaze. He had 2 hypotheses regarding why she might refuse eye contact. She was hugely impressed to be in the presence of someone so acclaimed, or she was working for Victor and about to surprise him with a chem bomb. Her blushing indicated it was likely the former. Shortly, the girl said that her soldier broke, proffering a limp metal knight, its arm bent backward at a perverse angle. Jace didn't move. He told the girl to please leave or she'll probably die. The child stared at him. Jace then added that he doesn't fix dolls. The girl must find somebody with more time on their hands. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and then she started to sob. She confessed that she didn't have any money for an artificer, and her mother made the soldier toy for her before she passed. Jace furrowed his brow, and for the first time in quite a while, blinked. Jace asked that if it was so precious to her, why did she break it? The girl defensively expressed that she didn't mean to. She just took it to the Progress Day feast, and someone bumped her, making her drop the toy. She then realized that she should have just left it at home. With zero empathy, Jace agreed with the girl, saying she should have, and it was stupid of her. The girl opened her mouth to speak, then stopped herself. Jace had seen this kind of reaction before. Most everyone he had met heard the stories of his legendary hammer and his unyielding heroism. They expected grandeur. They expected humility. They expected him not to be a massive jerk. Jace inevitably disappointed them. Shortly, the girl asked what was wrong with Jace. Without hesitation, Jace replied that most facets of his personality, so he had been told. The child furrowed her brow. She shoved the broken doll into his face. The girl insisted and begged Jace to fix the toy, but Jace said that she would just break it again. The two of them argued a bit as the child promised that she would be much more careful next time. Jace tried to explain that he was busy, but something cut off their conversation. Something flitted across the skylight, casting a quick shadow on the two of them. Anyone else would have assumed it was nothing more than a falcon passing overhead. Jace knew better. He fell silent. A wry smile spread across his face as he yanked the girl toward the workbench. Out of nowhere, Jace explained that machines were very simple. He lifted a large, thin sheet of bronze and began to hammer its corners with sharp taps. They were made of discrete parts. They combine and recombine in clear, predictable ways. Jace beat the sheet over and over until it took the form of a smooth dome. Jace then said that unlike the machines, people are more complicated. They're emotional, they're unpredictable, and in nearly every case, they're not as smart as him. Jace continued talking while tinkering, drilling a clean hole into the top of the dome. Usually, people's emotions and stupidity were his problem, but sometimes their stupidity works in his favor. The girl looked at Jace with confusion, asking him if they were still talking about her doll. Jace then said that sometimes others were so insecure in their inferiority, so desperate to take their revenge, that they made a foolish mistake. Jace grabbed a shining copper rod and screwed it into the center of the dome. He continued his explanation. saying sometimes people fail to protect their most precious assets, nodding at her tin soldier before holding aloft the newly formed metal umbrella. The girl was so confused at that point, but Jace proceeded with his words. All that he was saying was, instead of assaulting his workshop through the more obvious front door, these Piltovans or Zonites would try to take... Jace then looked upward. He handed the girl the umbrella, the product of Jace's quick tinkering while talking earlier. It took all of the girl's meager strength to keep it aloft. She opened her mouth to respond, only to yelp in surprise as the skylight shattered above her. Glass bounced off the makeshift umbrella-like rain as a half-dozen men leaped down to the floor. Tubes of bright green chems protruded from the base of their necks, connecting to their limbs. Their eyes were dead, their faces emotionless. They were definitely Victor's boys, all right. Drugged punks from Zahn's sump level, whom Victor had pumped full of hallucinogens and hypnotics. Chem-stunted thugs who would follow Victor's every whim whether they wanted to or not. Jace had been expecting to see automatons, but Victor likely couldn't have gotten so many through Piltover unnoticed. Still, these chem slaves were just as much of a danger, something Jace foresaw when Victor first introduced this idea back when they were making suits for the workers. They turned toward Jace and the girl, but before they reached the pair, Jace's Hextech blaster exploded with voltaic energy. An orb of Hextech-powered lightning shot out of its core and detonated in the middle of the group. The chem slaves slammed into the workshop's immaculate walls. Jace smirked. So much for the element of surprise. However, another surprise was waiting for them. A hulking brute of a machine leaped down amongst the pile of unconscious chem slaves. It looked, Jace thought, like a crossover between a minotaur and a very angry building. The girl yelped, telling Jace to watch out. Jace rolled his eyes, replying that he was watching him. Stop panicking, he has the situation well and... His speech was interrupted as the metal beast rammed him in the chest. The beast sent Jace hurtling backward. He landed on a rolling cart, his back cracking from the impact. Grunting, he pulled himself to his feet as the beast charged again. Jace madly said that it would be the last time that machine touched him. He then swung his Hextech weapon as hard as he could, transforming it back into a hammer mid-swing. The Minotaur lowered its head to ram Jace again, foolishly ignoring the weapon's arc. The hammer found its mark with a resounding crunch. The Minotaur, its head caved all the way back into its metal neck, collapsed to the floor. A cloud of escaping steam hissed from its carcass. Jace pulled back the hammer again, readying for another attack. He watched the skylight. A few minutes passed. Soon enough, he seemed satisfied the assault was over. Jace tried to step back toward his workbench, only to double over in pain, grasping at his stomach. The girl rushed to his side, asking if it still hurt where he was tackled. Jace answered, "Obviously." The girl then returned Jace's words, saying that maybe he shouldn't have let the Minotaur. It was stupid of him. Jace raised an eyebrow at the kid. Her eyes widened, unsure if she'd crossed a line. A slow smile crept across his face. Jace then asked the girl's name, and she answered, Amaranthine. Jace sat at his workbench and grabbed a screwdriver. He instructed Amaranthine to give him the doll. A massive grin broke out on the girl's face, enthusiastically asking if Jace could fix it. Jace smirked at her and said there was nothing he couldn't fix. Since the discovery of Hextech, it has been problematic for Piltover. Jace viewed this power source as an innovation, but many saw it as a weapon. It came out to the point that Jace pondered if the Council of Piltover was right, that maybe Hextech was meant for something more. Considering the threat from Zahnite's rebellion, plus Victor's grand ambition for human transcending, Piltover must be prepared to defend themselves, and Jace must fulfill his title as the Defender of Tomorrow.